My mother actually dug out my brother's supreme bone with her own hands and gave it to me, but not long after, my brother's supreme bone grew back again. When my mother found out, she was so angry that she wanted to dig out his supreme bone again, which startled me, who had just been reborn. Isn't my brother the perfect protagonist template? It turns out he is my half-brother from the same father but different mother, and my mother's actions are definitely villainous behavior. Not only did she dig up my brother's supreme bone, but she also suppressed him everywhere to prevent him from growing, and secretly killed his biological mother. I thought I was finished, and now the protagonist's supreme bone has grown back. Doesn't that mean he is about to rise up? I, as the villain, might end up in ruins. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding. The host's memory awakening has been detected, and the Destiny Major Villain Emotion Collection System has been bound. As long as the host collects emotions from people carrying luck, including but not limited to joy, anger, sorrow, and worry, the emotion value can be used for drawing. The beginner's gift package is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Void Giant handprint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mountain and River Cauldron. As the system prompt sound continued to ring, I excitedly prepared to study the things sent by the system. But just then, the voice of a maid came from outside the door. Your Highness, the Queen Mother is asking for you to come over. Upon hearing this, my expression changed slightly. I have not yet met this antagonist mother who crossed over. In fact, my mother is the current princess, and my father, the God King of Beliang, commands 1,000,000 troops to guard the northern frontier. Therefore, I can completely walk sideways in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Just as I was about to reach my mother's mansion, I ran into my half-brother Li Hao. He was walking confidently with his hands behind his back, and our paths crossed right in front of my carriage. Other people would immediately kneel and bow upon seeing this carriage, but Li Hao remained indifferent. Although he was also the son of the God King of Beliang, his status was low, all thanks to my birth mother Zhang Bijuan. She constantly suppressed Li Hao, making his position in the mansion not much stronger than that of a gatekeeper. Li Hao looked at the luxurious carriage I was riding in front of him. Uncontrollable anger surged in his heart, and his hands clenched into fists. The hatred of killing his mother and the resentment of taking his bones, these painful memories surged into his mind like a tide. Back then, he knelt on the ground and begged me earnestly, hoping that I would consider our brotherly bond and not dig out his supreme bone. However, I heartlessly kicked him away. Not only that, I also mocked his humble status, saying he was not worthy of possessing the supreme bone. What Li Hao cannot forget is that his mother was killed by my birth mother Zhang Bijuan. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, a maid beside his mother secretly told him the truth. However, the next day, that maid was subjected to inhuman torture and humiliation, and eventually died a tragic death. He knew that all of this was done by Zhang Bijuan and her son. Li Hao had long ago made up his mind to tear this mother and son apart and take back everything that should have belonged to him. Whenever he thought of the unfair treatment he had suffered over the years, he could not contain the anger and hatred in his heart. However, he also clearly knows that with his current strength, he simply cannot compete with it. He must learn to endure. Just then, a voice suddenly came. Stop. Why don't you kneel and pay respects when you see the crown prince? One of my personal bodyguards looked at Li Hao with a serious expression, his eyes showing a hint of disdain and disgust. This bodyguard naturally knew Li Hao, who was the son of the mansion. In theory, he could be considered half of his master, but at this moment, he was being scolded like a servant, clearly bullying others. Everyone in the entire government knows very well that the queen and the crown prince detest Li Hao the most, and as the confidant of the crown prince, this guard naturally wants to seize this opportunity to humiliate Li Hao properly in order to win the favor of the crown prince. However, Li Hao did not want to cause trouble. He just glanced lightly at the guard, his face becoming extremely ugly. He didn't want to cause trouble, but a small guard was so arrogant and overbearing, not putting him in his eyes. The guard sternly shouted, "Kneel down. This is really too much." Li Hao's anger gradually ignited in his heart, and his momentum kept rising. What? Peak of divine realm. The guard felt the pressure from the other party and was immediately shocked. I didn't expect that Li Hao's cultivation would improve again in a short period of time, and he is about to break through to the realm of great power. What a monstrous talent this is. Just a year ago, Li Hao was a waste who couldn't cultivate. I didn't expect that now. Not only has his supreme bone regenerated, but his cultivation is also about to break through to the realm of great power. Get lost, dogfighter. Li Hao's eyes erupted with two auras, and his mighty pressure shook the guards out as if they were substance. Seeing that Li Hao had actually struck out at the world prince's guards, the rest of the guards surrounded him, ready to attack him as a group. Just as the swords were drawn, a chorus came from inside the carriage. Stop! As the words fell, only to see a beautiful maid gently move to set aside the curtain. Then Li Shenzhou walked out from inside, his smile as sweet as the spring sunshine. making people feel warm and affectionate. His demeanor was elegant and generous. Such a demeanor and temperament made him resemble a fluttering gentleman, and in the eyes of the outsiders, he was definitely a flawless and positive image. However, Li Hao was looking at the other party with a hostile face. Men, came this dogfighting thing. The guards looked at each other in dismay and did not dare to disobey Li Shenzhou, so they had to follow his orders and cane the self-righteous guard. After Li Shenzhou finished his command, he smiled and said to Li Hao, who was full of dismay, "Big brother, so it's you here. Don't be general with this dogfighting henchman of mine." He had a kind and sincere smile that was a breath of fresh air, completely unrelated to what he was doing. To outsiders, there was something unreal about the fact that he was very friendly to Li Hao, his half-brother and concubine. But Li Hao was even more apprehensive inwardly. He knew the ruthlessness of this younger brother of his, and at this moment, showing kindness to himself was definitely not as simple as the surface. He collected the aura on his body. Although reluctant, he still respectfully gave a deep salute towards Li Shenzhou and said, "Greetings to your highness, the sun of the world." "Big brother, why do you need to be polite? We are flesh and blood brothers. Let outsiders see it. They still think that our brothers are not in harmony." Li Shenzhou took a step forward to help up Li Hao, who was ready to bow down. This series of performance made Li Hao a bit puzzled. He didn't know what the hell Li Shenzhou was smoking, much less understand why the other party was being so nice to him. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. "Say ho, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and hurried away. He was really afraid that if he stayed a little longer, Li Shenzhou would be unfavorable to him. Right now he was not strong enough and had to hold back. "I almost didn't hold back just now. My mind is still not calm enough." When he faced Li Shenzhou, the supreme bone within him was vaguely hot and seemed to react with his own piece of supreme bone within the other party. "Li Shenzhou, sooner or later, I will reclaim my supreme bone. You wait for me," he swore inwardly. Li Shenzhou, Jiang Bijuan, Li Yuanshan, and everyone in the northern Liang Divine King's mansion. "Sooner or later, one day, I will break all of you into pieces." Li Hao not only hates Li Shenzhou and Jiang Bijuan in his heart, he also hates Li Yuanshan, hates that he is also a son, why he favors Li Shenzhou, hates that everyone up and down the royal family tends to follow the trend, and is obsessed with pleasing Li Shenzhou while belittling himself. In fact, it cannot be entirely blamed on Li Yuanshan, who was in a high position but never had a concubine and favored Jiang Bijuan alone. But Li Hao's mother played a trick to make him make a mistake, and her heart was ashamed of Jiang Bijuan, so naturally she didn't treat Li Hao well. Ding! Li Hao, the son of fortune, has a fluctuating state of mind and is suspicious of the host's words and actions, gaining 1,000 emotional value. Looking at Li Hao's distant back, Li Shenzhou's mouth revealed a curve. He wasn't in a hurry to finish off this cheap brother. He still needed to thoroughly figure out why the other party had suddenly risen to prominence before he could do so. It wasn't too late to take away the other's chance and then get rid of him. The party soon arrived at the bedchamber of the princess. The guards in the crown princess palace all saw that it was the world's son who had come, and all of them revealed a look of respect. "Greetings to His Highness the world's son." "Egu, Your Highness, why are you just coming?" the crown princess has asked the old slave several times. A kindly-faced old man walked quickly out of the palace and whispered. Li Shenzhou could tell from the other party's aura that the other party was definitely a strong person. Don't look at his white hair, but his breath was long, his pace was steady, his skin was as elastic as a child's, and his cultivation was at least at the Seal King realm. "Thanks to eunuch fish, this purple origin pill is rewarded to you." Li Shenzhou casually took out a purple yuan dan that emitted a purple glow and casually threw it to eunuch fish. "Thank you Shitzi for the reward. The old slave has received it at a loss." Eunuch fish's mouth was polite, but his hands were very nonchalant, and he took the purple yuan dan and put it into his bosom at once. He had watched Jiang Bijuan grow up and had an extremely special identity. Li Shenzhou naturally had to enlist him before he could do so. In his previous life, how to say is also a mix of officialdom. Do things to speak of a watertight. Eunuch fish's big fat white face was piled with smiles, accompanying Li Shenzhou all the way inside the deep palace. Along the way, the guards and maids they met all kneeled and saluted respectfully. As people of the princess palace, they were not completely afraid of Li Shenzhou. Most of the reason was because they were afraid of eunuch fish. Eunuch fish smiled at Li Shenzhou, but he was ruthless to his subordinates. Normally cold and ruthless. I don't know how many people died in his hands. The two of them walked a long way before arriving at the inner hall where Crown Princess Jiang Bijuan lived. "Your Highness, the world's son, go in. The Crown Princess has been waiting for you for a long time." The old slave will take his leave first. Li Shenzhou nodded slightly before striding towards the hall. Chapter 5, Fiancé Lin Luo? Li Shenzhou stepped into the grand hall, only to see the carved beams and painted buildings, gold and blue splendor inside the hall. On both sides of the main hall stood 2 rows of beautiful maids with pretty postures. They wore uniform costumes, with graceful postures and pretty faces. Looking again at the main hall, a middle-aged beautiful woman sat there. She was dressed in a gorgeous palace dress, with an exquisite hair ornament on her head, and the whole person appeared to be graceful and dignified, with a superb temperament. Although she had entered middle age, her physique was still plump, her skin was fair, and her appearance was not bad, so it was not hard to imagine what a stunning beauty she must have been in her youth. The years had added a bit of mature charm to her, and it was no wonder that she was the sole favorite of that cheap old man of hers. The aura emanating from her body was even more astonishing, and she was clearly a true God realm powerhouse. This beautiful woman was none other than Li Shenzhou's mother, the eldest princess of the feathered immortal dynasty, the northern Liang divine princess, Jiang Bijuan. She was the #1 beauty of the feathered immortal dynasty back then, and I don't know how many noble gentlemen of the immortal dynasty wanted to fall under her pomegranate skirt, but all of them were mercilessly stomped to death by her. Not only that, she also possessed outstanding cultivation talent as well as superior intelligence, so it could be said that she was both civil and military. She had once led 100,000 elite soldiers and managed to repel the invasion of 1,000,000 demon clans and personally killed the other party's leader, the Demon King. This feat made her famous and powerful in the 4 directions of the immortal realm. However, Jiang Bijuan's character is very high-strung, decisive and unforgiving. No matter who it was, if they offended her, there was only one ultimate end, and that was death. Many powerful families as well as sects have suffered because of messing with her, and the Taoist lineage has been completely cut off. For this reason, she is referred to as a rose with thorns and a serpentine princess, as the former female god of war. Even though she had married into the Northern Liang Divine King's house, the power she possessed was still under her personal ownership. These forces were brought by her to the Northern Liang Divine King's residence to continue their allegiance to her. It was one of the key factors in her ability to control all her opponents with ease. In particular, the intelligence organization she belongs to, Smoke and Rain House, follows her orders alone. The organization is known for its efficient intelligence gathering and assassinations, making it a powerful tool in her hands. Seeing Li Shenzhou come in, Jiang Bijuan, who had been seriously ordering her men to do things, immediately changed into a smile and got up to quickly walk towards the other party. Zhou, yesterday's subordinates reported that you suddenly fainted, but it scared my mother to death. Is everything okay? Jiang Bijuan came in front of Li Shenzhou and stretched out her jade hand to caress his face, revealing a nervous expression. It's fine. Maybe cultivation is too much of a workout. Li Shenzhou thought to himself, how can it be alright? If it is alright, how do I come to? She put her hand on Li Shenzhou's pulse and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Sure enough, there is no serious problem, but don't scare my mother. You can't be too eager to cultivate. If you want to be fast, you can't get there. After saying that, Jiang Bijuan pulled Li Shenzhou's hand and sat back together on her 9 phoenix glazed chair. Is it because you are anxious inside again after seeing Li Hao displaying his style in the family competition? Li Shenzhou nodded his head falsely. Jiang Bijuan looked at him with a face full of worry, from within the other party's eyes to see the concern for their own. Even if the outside world called her a snake and scorpion princess, but the love for their own son is unreserved. This made Li Shenzhou's heart warm a little. She may not be a good person in the literal sense, but she is a good mother. Ever since Li Shenzhou was born, Jiang Bijuan had poured her entire heart and soul into him. Even at the expense of losing his lifespan, he had to go against the heavens and forcefully use a secret technique to transplant Li Hao's supreme bone into Li Shenzhou's body. This sinful seed, obviously the supreme bone has been dug out, and somehow a new one has grown back. Anyone with a supreme bone would eventually be able to achieve supremacy with this bone. It's a very anticlimactic existence. Now that Li Hao had once again given birth to the supreme bone, he couldn't stop Jiang Bijuan from worrying. Your Highness need not worry. So what if Li Hao gives birth to the supreme bone again? His Highness the World Sun has also completely fused the supreme bone. His future is limitless, the mysterious and beautiful subordinate beside Jiang Bijuan said in relief. The person who spoke was none other than Jiang Bijuan's right-hand man, the owner of the Smoke and Rain building, Duanmu Shui. She wore a long, bright flame-like, fire-red dress with a swaying hemline that skillfully outlined the curves of her slender and shapely figure. Her face was exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like autumn water, and there was a touch of icy coldness in her deep eyes, as if she could freeze people's souls. Under the high nose, her lips were slightly upturned, revealing a hint of imperceptible ruthlessness, like a red plum growing in the icy sky and snow. The cultivation level was also extremely high, a void god realm powerhouse. That said, this sinful seed is growing so fast that it's disturbing me. Seeing Jiang Bijuan's worried expression, Li Shenzhou said lightly, don't worry, Mother consort, leave Li Hao's affairs to my son. He can't escape my palm. He spoke in a cloudy manner, but his words were murderous. It made even Duanmu Shui feel shaky. The aura emanating from this worldly son was even more terrifying than that of a crown princess who possessed the true god realm. Li Shenzhou's words made Jiang Bijuan very satisfied. She never wanted to teach her son to be kind. That was all weak behavior. To do something great was to kill and be ruthless. That's the way it should be for the higher-ups. Zhou, you must become the strongest person in the Four Directions Immortal region, and make hundreds of millions of living beings look up to. Jiang Bijuan looked at her son tenderly, her eyes full of expectation. Jiang Bijuan's words turned. Zhou, since the day you were born, my mother has been divining to the heavens for you, and the trigrams say that you will be famous in the heavens. You'll use Li Hao, this sinful seed, as a whetstone. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Duanmu Shui by her side. You will follow the world's sun from today onwards, and you shall assist with all your heart, and if there is any mistake, you will have your soul extracted and refined for eternity. Duanmu Shui hurriedly knelt down on one knee and respectfully said towards Li Shenzhou, Duanmu Shui si Shitzi. In the future, I will certainly do my best to serve Shitzi. Li Shenzhou nodded, thinking that with the smoke and rain building, it would be more convenient for him to do things. Thank you, mother consort. Jiang Bijuan was slightly annoyed. I am your mother. When have you ever been so polite to me? Li Shenzhou just remembered that the original owner of this body did not talk like this, so he coughed lightly and said, the child is not happy in his heart. Hearing this, Jiang Bijuan seemed to be somewhat misinterpreted, looking somewhat playfully at Duanmu Shui who was kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, in the future, pay attention to your own identity. Don't dress so flirtatiously in front of the world's sun, and don't forget your own identity. This statement scared Duanmu Shui into a cold sweat. My subordinate does not dare. I will pay attention next time. I hope that your highness will forgive me this time. Forget it this time. Jiang Bijuan changed her expression to look at Li Shenzhou with a gentle expression. Zhou, in order to consolidate your foundation, my mother has found a good daughter-in-law for you, and has already sent people to seek a marriage for you. Ha! Li Shenzhou almost spat out his tea. Who? That heavenly daughter of the Lin family, Lin Luo. But, Chapter 6, The Conspiracy of the Villainous Mother and Child. Li Hao returned to his house with full of anger. Although he was not well received in the royal residence, he was also the son of Li Yuanshan, the divine king of northern Liang, and owned his own residence. The 10 or so subordinates in the mansion were all newly assigned by Jiang Bijuan. His original subordinates, dead, transferred away. These new ones in Li Hao's view, all are the eyes of the other side. I think at the beginning there is his favorite mate Xiao Zhao accompanied himself, but was Li Shenzhou looked at and forced to take away. The second day back when covered in wounds, Soul, back to their rooms not long hanged himself. Every time he thought of this, Li Hao hated Li Shenzhou to the bone. He returned to his room and carefully took out 4 spirit talismans. Then with a flick of the wrist, the talismans were firmly affixed at the 4 corners of the room. These spirit talismans looked ordinary, but they actually contained powerful mana that could prevent anyone from peeking into the house's every move. After completing the setup, he breathed a small sigh of relief. Immediately after that, he pulled out a small and delicate tower-like object from his arms, which looked like a miniature pagoda. This small tower flickered with a mysterious light, on which the Tao rhythms flowed and the divine light flickered, as if it had endless mysteries contained in it, and it seemed to be able to create some kind of special connection with the heaven and earth, letting people know at a glance that it was definitely not an extraordinary object. 9 miraculous Linglong pagodas. It was acquired inside a cave when he fell off a cliff by chance while he was out traveling. This treasure was miraculous and incomparable, both helping him improve his physique and repair his body, causing him to miraculously regenerate his supreme bone. In addition, this pagoda has a heavenly ability to observe the sky and look at the qi. Li Hao picked up a lot of leaks with this ability of the 9 myriad Linglong pagodas. He had bought quite a few treasures of notable grades at extremely low prices from among the various auctions, stalls, and stores. Therefore, even though Jiang Bijuan and Li Shenzhou had suppressed him in all kinds of ways, Li Hao still accumulated quite a few resources and treasures, which didn't affect his cultivation at all. It is also with this treasure appreciation aptitude that he became associated with Lin Luo. Li Hao believed that as long as he utilized the 9 myriad Linglong pagodas, even if he was in adversity now, sooner or later, he would be a dragon that would soar to the 4 seas and fly straight to the 9 heavens. Jiang Bijuan and Li Shenzhou's mother and son would only be mere stepping stones on his way forward, and his future was not a dream. Sooner or later, everything in the northern Liang Divine King's mansion was his own. When the time comes, he thought of 108 ways to torture Jiang Bijuan. Even some of them are extremely sick. It was the only way to satisfy his long-suppressed heart. Li Hao's heart fluttered as this name flashed through his mind. His originally irritated and restless mind calmed down. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and a wicked smile flowed out. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Li Hao managed to win her heart with his out-of-this-world flirting skills. Just a few days ago, they had paired up together for a secret adventure. In the secret realm, they experienced countless thrilling adventures together, and their feelings for each other are sublimated. Eventually, they exchanged tokens of affection. Although Lin Luo was born in a powerful family and was the most favored jewel of Lin Jiaxing, she was not tainted with the slightest bit of the pettiness and arrogance of a powerful noblewoman. On the contrary, she always treats others with a down-to-earth attitude, while harboring a kind and compassionate heart. Even if you see an injured critter, you will stop and rescue it. What's more, her natural beauty and outstanding looks can be described as beautiful. In addition, she was exceptionally gifted, carrying an absolutely rare Xianin Dao body. Her future could be considered bright. Such a woman had naturally become the object of dreams for many powerful and noble sons and daughters, and even the royal sons of the feathered immortal dynasty had fallen in love with her. Li Hao believed that as long as he put in more effort, he would definitely be able to impress Lin Luo's heart. Hold the beauty. At that time, the entire Lin family would be their own backer. When he thought that 3 days later, he and Lin Luo had arranged to attend the Taobao Pavilion's auction together, he had a little more anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Shenzhou didn't realize that his mother was planning to propose marriage to the Lin family, and it was still Lin Luo. That's kinda funny. Mother consort, why did you choose that Lin Luo? Li Shenzhou frowned and asked with a puzzled face. The corners of Jiang Bijuan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile as she said softly, "Zhou, nowadays, the Lin family is deeply favored by the emperor, and has become the head of the civil officials in the court. Its power is as strong as ever, and it is an emerging powerhouse. If we can marry them, not only can we consolidate the position of the Northern Liang Divine King's house, but we can also lay a solid foundation for you to inherit the family business in the future." Li Shenzhou heard the words, secretly pondered in his heart, felt that what his mother said was not unreasonable, but there was still one thing that was not clear. So he opened his mouth and asked, "Mother consort, apart from this point, is there no other reason?" Jiang Bijuan smiled and nodded, a light of shrewdness flashing in her eyes as she softly said, "Of course there is another important factor. It is rumored that this woman possesses the Xianing Dao body and is exceptionally gifted. Her future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary. If we allow her to marry that sinful son of Li Hao, I'm afraid that it will be extremely unfavorable for us." When Li Shenzhou heard this, he couldn't help but frown and his face became grave. He was well aware of Li Hao's ambition and strength, and if he added the support of the Lin family, it would pose a huge threat to him. Jiang Bijuan's face turned cold as she continued, "I've heard that brat Li Hao has been pestering Lin Luo a lot lately, so if he really lets him succeed in the marriage, that would be a real trouble." Li Shenzhou took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, firmly nodded his head, and said, "Mother consort, please rest assured that this matter can be left to my child. No matter what, child will definitely find a way to marry Lin Luo into the family and will never let her fall into the hands of others." Jiang Bijuan looked at her son with satisfaction and patted his shoulder, encouragingly saying, "Good, worthy of being my boat son, he has the courage. But remember, this matter must not be rushed so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. As for that Lin Luo, if she knows what she's doing, otherwise, even if she uses strong-arm tactics, my mother will definitely help you snatch her back." After saying that, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. "Mother consort, child knows." Li Shenzhou touched the bridge of his nose and said, seemingly sensing that her son was a bit reluctant. Jiang Bijuan gently said, "Zhou, if you don't like Lin Luo, when you marry her over, you can use the phoenix attracting skill that mother taught you to pick her up wantonly and use it to temper your heavenly elemental sacred body and raise your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Shenzhou's heart was shocked and he revealed a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Still really villainous mother and son. Chapter 7, Threatening Zhonglinger. Li Shenzhou's world son's palace was built on top of the spiritual vein with the densest spiritual qi within the Northern Liang Divine King's residence, where the peaks were steep and elevated and layered, as if it was a beautiful picture scroll. The palace pavilion was surrounded by auspicious clouds in it, just like a fairyland on earth. That main hall was hidden in the clouds and mist, rising straight up into the sky, as if it was dreamy and desirable. Such a magnificent palace was truly worthy of the aura and status that the Divine King's son deserved. At this moment, Li Shenzhou's carriage slowly drove towards his palace. In his entourage, there was the figure of one more person, and that person was Duanmu Shui, the owner of the Smoke and Rain building. She had a graceful posture and a delicate and beautiful face, not inferior to Lin Luo. Not only that, Duanmu Shui exuded a mysterious and unpredictable aura that made people want to go deeper. When they arrived at the Shixi Palace, Li Shenzhou instructed his men to arrange a side hall for Duanmu Shui to live in. He himself went straight back to his chambers, ignoring Duanmu Shui's strange gaze. In the face of such an earthly beauty, Li Shenzhou did not move her for the time being, at least not today. For Li Shenzhou, the top priority now was to get Li Hao, the son of Qi, killed, otherwise he couldn't feel at ease. After walking into the bedchamber, Li Shenzhou dismissed the beautiful maids around him and then gently clapped his hands. A dark shadow appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee and respectfully saying, "Greetings, world son. How did it go?" Li Shenzhou's originally cold and handsome face revealed a smile of interest. The black shadow was none other than He Yushur. He looked solemn, not daring to slack off. "World son, the Zhong family's matter has been investigated clearly. This is all the information you wanted." After saying this, Shi Yushur handed a jade slip to Li Shenzhou. After Li Shenzhou received it, he gently placed the jade slip on his brow and probed the contents with his divine thoughts. Looking at the information inside, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he continued to ask, "Tell me about the information you found out about Li Hao." "Enlightened son, as expected from you, Li Hao has indeed been frequenting various auction houses, stalls, and stores lately, using a very small amount of spirit stones to buy some rags that other people don't want. For this reason, my subordinate also specially went to ask a few merchants that Li Hao had patronized, and they all said that what they sold to Li Hao was worthless garbage, and no one wanted to throw it away. But the other party was as happy as if they had gotten a treasure." When Li Shenzhou heard Shi Yushur's description, he naturally understood 7 to 8 in his heart. What kind of son of Qi is a son of Qi if he can't pick up the pieces? Picking up all kinds of treasures at a fraction of the cost is a great way to get the benefit of the doubt as well as to pretend to have a good time. Maybe Li Hao was also finding the method to regenerate the supreme bone through these chances. If he didn't contain the other party, in time, he would definitely become his nightmare. Countless villainous seniors had been taken by the son of Qi, all guilty of being gullible, thinking that the son of Qi was an ant and not crushing him to death. Who knew that when he encountered the other party again, he would already be able to easily crush himself. In the end, he became a stepping stone, cannon fodder for the sons of Qi. "Your son, my subordinate also inquired that the Lin family has some interest in Li Hao, and even secretly provides him with help. Plus some of the higher echelons within the Northern Liang Divine King's residence have also begun to pay attention to Li Hao and provide him with shelter. So I'm afraid it won't be easy to unknowingly get him killed again." Hearing all this, Li Shenzhou's face was slightly grave. Worthy of being a son of fortune, there were already signs of a rise. He would not make the mistakes of those villainous predecessors, and countless lessons had taught him that he had to use thunderous means to deal with the sons of Qi, and painless suppression would only make them grow faster. "Your son, my subordinate also inquired that Lin Luo asked Li Hao to attend the Taba Pavilion's auction together 3 days later, wanting the other party to use their treasure identification ability to help her palm her eyes. Should we stop Li Hao from traveling to the auction?" Li Shenzhou shook his head and said indifferently, "No need. Don't look for Li Hao's trouble recently. I have my own ideas." "As you wish," Shi Yushur said respectfully. "You go to the Zhong family and call Zhong Linger here." Li Shenzhou decided to start his own plan. "Yes, Seiji, subordinate will go immediately." After saying that, Shi Yushur turned around and left. Zhong Linger is the young lady of the Zhong family and also Lin Luo's best friend. Li Shenzhou knew that if he wanted to take Lin Luo down, he first had to start with his best friend beside him. This was the valuable experience that Li Shenzhou had summarized in his previous life. The Zhong family was an emerging powerhouse in the feathered immortal dynasty, while Zhong Beishan held the position of the Nine Gates governor of the dynasty, controlling the 30,000 forbidden troops in the capital, and was highly trusted and valued by the current emperor. It did not take long for a beautiful-looking young girl to arrive in front of Li Shenzhou under the guidance of the maid. This young girl was Zhong Linger. She was seen to have a face like a pink peach, skin like snow, a straight nose, lips as red and attractive as cherries, and eyes large and bright, flashing with a later light. A head of long, shiny black hair fell softly over her shoulders, giving off a faint fragrance. She was tall and graceful, with a long, light green dress and a white ribbon tied around her waist, making her even more graceful. At this moment, Zhong Linger's heart was filled with doubts, not knowing why Li Shenzhou had suddenly summoned herself here. "Li Shenzhou, I don't know what is the reason for calling me here." Zhong Linger was a little displeased, but Li Yuanshan was her father's former superior and had been kind to the Zhong family, so hearing that Li Shenzhou was looking for her, she reluctantly came. Anyone else, with her personality, wouldn't bother. Ding! Zhong Linger is displeased with the host. Emotion value plus 100. Unhappy? Thought to fill you in. Li Shenzhou looked this little beauty up and down. A weird smile appeared on his face, and said in a low voice, "This son of the world called you here. Naturally he has something big to tell you." "What is it?" Zhong Linger had a look on her face that said you better be up to something. Li Shenzhou didn't bother to talk nonsense to her and threw a jade slip to her. You look at it before you talk to me. Zhong Linger received the jade slip and placed it on her brow with a puzzled expression to read the contents. Her face grows fearful as she keeps going deeper and deeper. Ding! Zhong Linger is fearful of the host. Emotional value plus 100. In the end, her pretty face became abnormally ugly. Cold sweat broke out, and her delicate body began to tremble. Well, should this son of the world have called you here? Li Shenzhou reached out and gently grabbed the jade slip in Zhong Linger's hand in the void, grabbing it back into his own hand. This was precisely one of the divine abilities of the mountain river tripod. Should. Zhong Linger at this moment did not have the brash color she had just now, but instead looked fearfully at Li Shenzhou, who was looking down on her from the upper position. Your father, Zhong Beishan, has embezzled such a huge amount of military pay over the years, and he has also traded weapons privately with the people of the demon race. Any one of the charges in here would be able to wipe out the entirety of your Zhong family. Li Shenzhou's words made Zhong Linger sit on the ground in fear. Chapter 8. I don't need a cow or a horse, just a dog. Lord Seiji, please save our Zhong family for the sake of my father, who was once a subordinate of the divine king. Zhong Linger at this moment, where there was still a trace of condescension, she fell to her knees with a plop, tears sliding down her cheeks. Her voice choked as she said, I'm willing to be an ox and a horse for you, as long as you spare our Zhong family. Li Shenzhou sat there, looking at the scene in front of him with a teasing face, letting Zhong Linger cry and beg with her pearly blossoms. His face did not change in the slightest. He was pondering, thinking about how to turn the little beauty in front of him into one of his faithful dogs. A high-strung noblewoman of the mansion like Zhong Linger should first be psychologically destroyed of all her feelings of superiority. It was very inappropriate to say that Li Shenzhou was not horny. There should be no rush of color. He wasn't the kind of man who was easily mesmerized by beauty. He knew deep down that Zhong Linger's intention was to save herself and the entire Zhong family before she offered her body. Li Shenzhou did not allow her to achieve her goal by giving her body so easily. Although Zhong Linger's beauty was indeed heartwarming, he preferred to tease the prey that came into his hands. Seeing that Li Shenzhou was not moved, Zhong Linger knew that he was not easy to fool, so she continued to cry, Lord Shitzi, I beg you to be magnanimous and let us go. Our Zhong family will definitely be grateful and will definitely faithfully follow the divine king and the world prince in the future. With that, she kowtowed a few more times. Ding! Zhong Linger is in awe of the host. Mood value plus 100. Zhong Linger had heard about Li Shenzhou's infamy, and she knew that Li Shenzhou's mother was that frighteningly serpentine princess. Li Shenzhou himself was also known as the Mixed Demon King. Even his own brother's supreme bone was brutally dug out. His ruthless methods and cold-heartedness made countless people afraid. I don't know how many families have fallen into the hands of this mother and son. Now, the Zhong family's handle had fallen into Li Shenzhou's hands, which meant that the lives of more than 1,000 people up and down the Zhong family had been pinched in the palm of Li Shenzhou's hand. She had no other choice but to beg the other side. Even if Li Shenzhou asked her to offer her body, she could only obediently comply. After a period of silence, Li Shenzhou's cold voice came out. Oh, want to work as an ox for this son? Zhong Linger bit her lip and nodded fiercely. As long as Shitzi can spare the Zhong family, Linger is willing to be an ox and a horse for Shitzi. But this son of the world doesn't need any cattle or horses, just need obedient ones. Li Shenzhou's grim voice came and Zhong Linger winced. She saw the cruelty in Li Shenzhou's gaze, which scared her so much that she didn't dare to look directly at it and could only keep shedding tears. Zhong Linger trembled her body and bit her lips tightly, not daring to make a single sound. She knew in her heart that if she did not agree to Li Shenzhou's request, then what kind of fate would await her and the Zhong family? No! The cold voice, once again, fell into Zhong Linger's ears, as if it struck her fragile heart directly. Zhong Linger trembled and hurriedly shook her head to deny it. No, Shitzi, please don't misunderstand. It's just that Linger is a little scared. Scared of what? Afraid that I will eat you? The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth hooked up into an evil smile, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. If you don't want to, then you can leave now, and the Zhong family will wait for a full house, Li Shenzhou said coldly. Hearing these words, Zhong Linger's heart sank violently and tears slid down her cheeks. She couldn't just stand by and watch the Zhong family get wiped out. No, Seiji, I do. Zhong Linger gritted her teeth and almost shouted. World son, I'm willing, please spare the Zhong family. Well, if you're willing, then naturally I won't treat you poorly, and no third person will ever know about the Zhong family again. Li Shenzhou playfully looked at Zhong Linger, who had already scared her soul away. Zhong Linger's heart was filled with sadness, but at this moment, she had no choice. As long as we can save the Zhong family, what's wrong with sacrificing ourselves? So, she took a deep breath and nodded, indicating that she was willing to follow Li Shenzhou's arrangements. Zhong Linger's pitiful, let it be picked look made people feel compassionate. Ding! Zhong Linger is fearful of the host. Emotional value plus 100. Zhong Linger held back her tears and headed towards Li Shenzhou. At this moment, Zhong Linger's heart was filled with despair and helplessness as tears slid down her cheeks. But she didn't dare to have the slightest complaint, and could only bear it all in silence. Zhong Linger came to Li Shenzhou with heavy steps and tears in her eyes. Is that a begging attitude? Li Shenzhou said sternly. When Zhong Linger heard this, her body trembled, not to mention the pain in her heart. Just half an hour ago, she was a proud little princess, and now the other party was going to treat her so badly. It's kinda embarrassing. She hesitated a little. Li Shenzhou's voice came. Frightened Zhong Linger trembled. Li Shenzhou's powerful pressure made her body grin and ache as if it was going to tear her whole body apart. I know what to do. Zhong Linger shed tears while getting rid of her clothes one by one. Ding! Zhong Linger is fearful of the host. Emotional value plus 100. Ding! Zhong Linger feels immensely humiliated. Emotion value plus 100. Ding! Zhong Linger is in awe of the host. Mood value plus 500. Chapter 9 Taba Pavilion Auction. Ding! Zhong Linger has become loyal to the host. Emotional value plus 500. Li Shenzhou looked at Zhong Linger who had fainted and died. A satisfied and cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Feathered Immortal Dynasty. The imperial capital. The city of ultimate bliss. Polar Bliss City was the largest city in the northern Martial Immortal region. Like a bright pearl, this city is tens of millions of miles in circumference, with pavilions and pavilions, lined up in rows, with crowds of people, and neon lights shining brightly, just like a fairyland. Here, it is the center of power in the Immortal Dynasty, where the powerful are everywhere, and the fourth rank is inferior to a dog. A brick falls from the sky and it hits a courtier. Taba Court. Although the area of Polar City is large, the land is also very precious. Every inch of land. And Taba Pavilion is located in the most prosperous place of Polar City, covering an area of 10,000 acres. It can be seen that Taba Pavilion's strength and background are quite strong. Its magnificent 99-story penthouse building, thrusting up into the sky, is so magnificent that it has become one of the major landscapes of the ultimate city. But anyone who comes to the city of extreme happiness has to visit this place. Even if you don't go in and buy something, you still need to use a leaf stone to make a card so you can go back and brag to your friends. The Taba Pavilion would often hold some auctions, and from time to time, some rare treasures would appear, causing the world to shake, and many powerful people from the northern Martial Immortal region and even the other 3 immortal regions would come to bid on them. It was rumored that the Holy Lord of the Holy Domain had also mysteriously visited the Taba Pavilion. Of course, this is all just rumor, and perhaps the owner of Taba Pavilion is advertising for himself. Taba Pavilion, as the top and largest chamber of commerce in the Feathered Immortal Dynasty, used a membership system. Not everyone could come to the auction. Only those who received an invitation were qualified to come to the Taba Pavilion's 99th floor star-picking platform to participate in this kind of auction. The people who got the invitation were either rich or noble, and ordinary people were not qualified at all. Today was the Taba Pavilion's annual auction, naturally attracting big names from the Feathered Immortal Dynasty and even the northern Martial Immortal region. The 99th floor of the Taba Pavilion is a special existence. The name is Stargazer's Terrace. It was built specifically for holding large auctions. The luxury is unparalleled. On the square in front of the Taba Pavilion, all kinds of luxurious flying spells kept appearing, and there were already quite a number of powerful and wealthy people driving around, attracting a large number of spectators from the melon-eating crowd. Ordinary people have an inexplicable curiosity about powerful people. All want to catch a glimpse of those godforsaken powerhouses, which is a great deal of fun. Look, that's the young son of the Jinnan King's family, Wu Daod. I heard that he's married to 365 beautiful wives, changing one a day. It's really enviable, someone said excitedly, pointing to a young man in a brocade coat. Confucius E.G., the holy son of Ru Sheng Academy, is really handsome, especially the fan-flinging one. Really love it. A beautifully dressed girl had a smile on her lips and adoration written all over her face. Wow, that's the son of Zhang the minister of the household department. I heard that he possesses the overlord battle body, and at a young age, his cultivation has already reached the second level of the great power realm. A man pointed at a young nobleman as strong as an ox with awe in his eyes. Wow, the holy maiden of the Acacia sect, so beautiful. This big bear, this thin waist, these long legs. Die, I'm going to die. A fat mansion-looking young man looked at the white-clothed and white-skirted holy maiden of the Acacia sect and muttered nonstop under his breath, filled with admiration. One by one, heavenly pride characters that ordinary people couldn't come into contact with on a regular basis made their appearances, causing the eating crowd to cry out in delight. At the entrance of Taba Pavilion, a middle-aged man greeted every VIP with a smile on his face and skillfully verified the invitations for each other. Don't look at his humble expression. But the aura emanating from his body was extremely unusual, clearly a Seal King realm powerhouse. After verifying their identity, the VIPs would be led to the 99th floor by a beautiful maid. This maid will accompany her VIP all over the court, and can provide all kinds of services for her, even that kind of shy operation. Ho 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 ho. Just then, a few earth-shaking dragon roars came from the sky. The crowd followed the sound of the dragon's roar and looked upward, and a luxurious carriage drawn by a four-headed scaly dragon appeared above the void. These two precious carriage Ryukyu light treasure, like a dream-like fantasy, haze shrouded, followed on both sides of the hundreds of Avatar realm guards. The leader of the commander is even more terrifying breath, obviously a void god powerhouse. In the sky, dragons roared as 9 scaly dragons pulled a luxurious carriage and slowly flew in. The treasure carriage was followed by 20 beautiful maids. Their looks were beautiful and touching. Any one of them was a fairy-like existence. When the precious carriage slowly fell down, the crowd all stared with wide eyes, waiting for the mysterious figure inside to appear. Suddenly, a young male walked out from inside, his appearance flawless and his temperament outstanding, as if he was a heavenly god descending to earth. His appearance eclipsed everything around him, as if the entire world existed for him. His features were as perfect as a carving. Every detail was breathtaking, as if it was a masterpiece carefully carved by the heavens. His eyes were deep and bright, like stars, making people fall in love with them. He was surrounded by flashes of golden light and exuded a powerful aura that made people not dare to feel the slightest bit of blasphemy towards him. It was none other than the Northern Liang God King's 7th son, Li Shenzhou, who possessed the heavenly elemental saint body, and was impeccably perfect both on the outside and on the inside. The moment the crowd saw him, they couldn't help but hold their breath, and the atmosphere of the entire room was instantly driven up by him. Many women had recognized his identity and showed their flamboyant looks, screaming loudly to express their love for him. Your Highness, I love you. Your Highness, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Seiji, please look at me. I would die for you. I possess the hearth physique. Your Highness, the world prince, take me in. The crazy behavior of the women made the atmosphere of the entire Taba Pavilion even more enthusiastic, as if it was a large-scale celebrity meeting. Li Shenzhou's appearance drew everyone's attention to him, making all those heavenly prides who had come before seem dim. His identity was a transcendent existence in the feathered immortal dynasty. And even if he stole the limelight from a bunch of heavenly prides, no one dared to be jealous. My father is the God King of Northern Liang, with millions of mercenaries. Mother is the eldest princess of the feathered immortal dynasty, the sister of the current emperor, the royal war sealing, killing people, and Li Shenzhou is even more talented demon. At a young age to reach the 6th level of the sealing marquee realm, and will be Tianyuan holy body open out of the protective golden light. The family were all legends of the feathered immortal dynasty. And these heavenly prides in the eyes of ordinary people could only bow down in front of him. The middle-aged man in the Seal King realm at the doorway jogged all the way to Li Shenzhou's carriage, bowed respectfully, and said excitedly, Your son, I didn't expect you to personally come here. It is truly an honor for our Taba Pavilion. As he said this, he led the way in front, not even daring to straighten his waist for fear of disrespecting Li Shenzhou. Checking invitations? For Li Shenzhou to come is to give face. If it wasn't for the Taba Pavilion master being on official business in the Central State Immortal region, the one serving him right now would be Taba Pavilion master Manhwa. Chapter 10 Li Hao's misunderstanding with Lin Luo. Li Shenzhou arrived inside the Taba Pavilion in style under the middle-aged man's leadership. Stepping into it, Li Shenzhou realized that the Taba Pavilion has a different heaven inside. The decoration is extremely elaborate. Mountains and rivers, brooks babbling, not as tacky as other chambers of commerce. Obviously Manhwa has gone through quite a bit of trouble. The middle-aged man led Li Shenzhou to a chicly decorated hall, bowed and saluted. Your Highness, there is still some time before the auction. Please rest here for a moment first. Saying this, several beautiful maids brought drinks and snacks and placed them in front of Li Shenzhou. After the middle-aged man retired, Duan Mushui came to him with a fragrant breeze, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, Your son, just now you have already ordered Taba Pavilion according to your instructions. Li Shenzhou took a shallow sip of tea and said lightly, Good, has Lin Luo come? Coming. With whom? With her best friend, Zhong Linger of the Zhong Beishan family. Li Shenzhou nodded with satisfaction. This was all his deliberate arrangement. In order to prevent Lin Luo from coming with Li Hao, he asked Zhong Linger to find Lin Luo to come with her. The current Zhong Linger had already been conditioned by him to be obedient and very obedient. He was like a seasoned chess player, skillfully laying out each move, arranging all the pieces in such a way that everything was under his control. Meanwhile, a black-clothed young man with a resolute face, as if he were a sheathed sword, exuding a stern aura, came to the Taba Pavilion. Although he did not wear gorgeous clothing and did not bring an entourage, he exuded an aura that could not be underestimated. This person was none other than Li Hao, the son of Qi Luck. He was depressed. Very depressed. Because he didn't have an invitation. He had planned to come with Lin Luo, but when he went to Lin's house, he was told that Lin Luo had been called away by Zhonglinger. Leave a message for him to come to the Taba Pavilion and say her name, and she will give a good greeting to the person who receives her at the door. The depression inside quickly dissipated at the thought that he would soon be able to see the woman he loved. Please stay. Taba Pavilion auction. Only those with an invitation can enter. The middle-aged man reached out and stopped Li Hao. After looking him up and down, he knew that this person was Li Hao, whom the world sun had arranged to stop. No, Li Hao said impatiently. I came with Ms. Lin Luo. Didn't she greet you? When the crowd saw Li Hao, they started talking. Did you see that man? It's the illegitimate son of the Northern Liang God King. Did he come to the auction as well? He's not qualified. Being a bastard, his status in the family is not as good as an ordinary disciple. Yeah, so what's he doing here? I've heard that I've recently eaten the soft rice of Lin Luo, the noble daughter of the Lin family. Is she here to rub it in? Ha ha. A big man has to rely on a woman. If it were me, I would have found a crack in the ground. Hearing the crowd's comments, Li Hao's fists pinched and cackled. With his character, he really wanted to go up and beat these crows to death, but it was Taba Pavilion in front of him, so he couldn't be too reckless. Otherwise, Lin Luo would also have underestimated him because he didn't have a calm enough character. He had to hold back. Li Hao's gaze fell on these gossips. He wanted to memorize everyone's looks and settle the score afterwards. Yes, he's that small-minded. The middle-aged man said politely. I'm sorry, this gentleman, Miss Lin Luo, did not give us any indication that there were other people entering the auction venue with her. If you don't have an invitation, please leave quickly. His words were polite, but his hand was not. His palm contained dark energy and pushed Li Hao out fiercely. Li Hao was unsteady and fell to the ground, getting covered in dirt. You! Li Hao's face turned red. Not expecting to be so humiliated at the entrance of Taba Pavilion, he muttered in his heart. Lin Luo, what exactly do you mean? Is it just to embarrass me? Why didn't you wait for me? Li Hao is an extremely sensitive person, strong on the outside and insecure on the inside, always thinking the worst of others. At this moment, he had already thought of Lin Luo more and more darkly, and it was as if Lin Luo had turned into a demon in his heart, constantly devouring his heart. Why did you lie to me? Am I not as good as Zhonglinger in your heart? When the people around him saw him being pushed to the ground by the middle-aged man, they turned on their mocking mode. Ha ha, the soft rice didn't work out, and he was abandoned by the other Lin family's noble daughter. Don't even look at your own virtues. Just you deserve to eat Miss Lin Luo's soft rice? The other Northern Liang God princess has already proposed marriage to the Lin family, and Miss Lin Luo will soon be married to world son Li Shenzhou. Yeah, people are the best match for each other. Those words were like a knife that stabbed into his heart. Congratulations to the host for tricking the son of Qi, Li Hao, into having a misunderstanding with Lin Luo, causing his Tao to be damaged, and gaining plus 200 emotional value. Li Hao's face turned red as he forced himself to hold back his anger and yelled towards the middle-aged man. Don't be a dog's eye. I'm the son of the Northern Liang God King Li Yuanshan. Why can't I go in? He couldn't just walk out of here in disgrace. Hearing Li Hao's words, the middle-aged man didn't even look at him and continued to validate the invitations for the others, saying with contempt in his mouth, it's a bastard. Taba Pavilion has a clear rule that bastards and dogs are not allowed to enter. Ruthless. These words were too hurtful, and it was as if Li Hao was penetrated by countless sharp swords inside. You, how dare you humiliate me like that? Li Hao could no longer endure it. His body's aura erupted steeply, like a volcano, and the golden light of the supreme bone in his body flickered like the sun, shrouding this square, causing the faces of the people present to be shocked. Didn't they all say that he's a piece of trash? Why is there such a powerful pressure? Boom! The middle-aged man smiled contemptuously. A ceiling king realm pressure spewed out, and actually shook Li Hao's pressure away. Chapter 11, Lin Luo was tricked. Don't think that just because you have a supreme bone in your body that you dare to act recklessly in Taba Pavilion. Here, it's a dragon that you dish out to me, and it's a tiger that you lie down to me. The middle-aged man shattered Li Hao's aura with a light blow and said coldly. All of this was clearly seen by Li Shenzhou through the heaven-peeping mirror. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and with a wave of his hand, Duan Mushui understood in winks, meekly twisting her slender waist into Li Shenzhou's arms. Li Shenzhou looked at Duan Mushui with a satisfied face, a greedy glint in his eyes. He gently stroked Duan Mushui's hair, feeling the touch of her soft hair sliding over his fingertips. Duan Mushui nestled delicately in Li Shenzhou's arms, a flirtatious smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. She raised her head slightly, her eyes looking at Li Shenzhou in a confused manner, and murmured softly, World Sun, Do you think it's okay for me to make this arrangement? Li Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, his fingers caressing Duan Mushue's cheeks, and said in an ambiguous tone, well, it's very good, but it's not enough. As he said that, his gaze fell on Duan Mushue's plump breasts, revealing a hint of a bad smile. Duan Mushue shyly lowered her head, and her hands tightly grasped Li Shenzhou's lapel. Lin Luo could be said to be Li Hao's nobleman, and if the latter possessed the support of the Lin family, he would truly have the capital to soar. If today's plan was successful, Li Hao's relationship with Lin Luo would be greatly reduced, and he himself would be considered to have intercepted the great chance of the son of Qi. Moreover, he would be able to obtain a heavenly destined daughter. Thinking of the various benefits, Li Shenzhou was in a great mood. Seiji, I'm afraid that your highness will blame me. Duan Mushue was shy, wanting to refuse. The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly. This is a reward for your ability to do your job well. Boing boing. Li Hao grew up in all kinds of cold stares and ridicule since he was a child, and such an environment made his character paranoid. However, it was this character that became his weakness and was skillfully exploited by Li Shenzhou. The middle-aged man easily crushed Li Hao, and this scene once again caused the onlookers to laugh and sneer as they mercilessly mocked Li Hao. These words pierced his heart like sharp thorns, causing his Dao heart to almost collapse. In Li Hao's mind, he thought that the reason why he was in such a predicament and would be ridiculed by the crowd was because of Lin Luo. As a result, his resentment towards Lin Luo gradually deepened. Ding! The host's treacherous plan has caused Li Hao to become resentful towards Lin Luo, gaining an emotional value of plus 100. Hearing the system beep in his ears, Li Shenzhou revealed a satisfied smile. The program went very well. Lin Luo, why did you deceive me? Li Hao was resolute on the outside, extremely insecure on the inside, and hated deception and betrayal the most. In the meantime, within a certain room on the 33rd floor of Taobao Pavilion, two young girls were sitting opposite each other, savoring fragrant tea and talking softly. These two young girls had the appearance of a beautiful country. One of the young girl hair black and shiny, jade neck slender, skin snow, white and red, crystal clear, body graceful, delicate posture. People fall for it. From afar, she looked like a fairy in a painting, ethereal and graceful, clear and elegant, reserved and spiritual, so that people couldn't help but feel a sense of love and adoration, a feeling of thumping heart. This woman was none other than Lin Luo, who Li Hao had always been thinking about and longing for. The other green-skirted girl sitting beside Lin Luo was similarly pretty and beautiful, with a faint smile on her face. She exuded an aura of bellicosity and looked extraordinarily agile and lovely. Nonetheless, compared to Lin Luo, she was still slightly inferior in terms of looks and temperament. This green-skirted girl was none other than Zhong Linger, who had been successfully taken in by Li Shenzhou. The two have known each other since childhood and are very close. As the years have passed, they have become bosom friends who have nothing to say to each other. At this moment, Zhong Linger's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. The corners of her mouth carried an easy smile as she approached Lin Luo's ear and whispered, Luo, that Li Hao you've been praising all day long is really a person who has no sense of time. We've waited here for such a long time, but he actually hasn't come yet. Doesn't he want to help you? Lin Luo was silent, only frowning slightly, secretly wondering in her heart. She and Li Hao had agreed on a time long ago, but at this moment, there was no sign of him. Ding! Under the host's provocation, Lin Luo created a hint of dislike towards Li Hao, gaining mood value plus 100. Listening to the system beeps that kept coming from his ears, the corners of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, sighing that this villain was really the right one. Zhong Linger saw that her good bosom friend seemed to be slightly dissatisfied with Li Hao, so she continued, I heard that legendary princess of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion has proposed marriage to your father? How about it? Has it been promised? Hearing the words of her best friend, Lin Luo snapped back from her thoughts. She knew who the person Zhong Linger was talking about was. She had heard Li Shenzhou's name from Li Hao more than once, because the other party had constantly fed her bad words about Li Shenzhou. She had never had a good feeling about Li Shenzhou as a person. Just before going out, Lin Jiaxing had also once talked to her about this matter, but at that time, she had a righteous look on her face and directly rejected it. After all, who would want to marry someone with a bad reputation and bad character? To be honest, as the same top powerhouse of the feathered immortal dynasty, although the Lin family was considered a great family, its heritage was still inferior and could not be compared to the Northern Liang Divine King Li family. It would definitely be a good thing if she could really marry into the Li family. Not only would she be able to get valuable resources in all areas, but she could also take the family status to the next level. However, she already had Li Hao in her heart. Though the two hadn't spent much time together, they had made a lasting impression on her, especially his untamed, cynical, don't put anything in his eyes look captivated her. Luo, I heard that Li Shenzhou, the son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house, also came to Taba Pavilion to participate in the auction. Should we go and say hello? Zhong Linger asked softly. Lin Luo's face was a bit ugly and her heart was very reluctant, but after all, she was a great lady and a noble daughter of a powerful family, so she naturally wouldn't be too capricious in her actions. Moreover, being from the same imperial capital's luxurious family, she felt that she needed to explain to the other party that even though she couldn't marry him, the proper etiquette should still be there. So, she nodded and said, "All right, I'll go over and talk to him personally." Seeing Lin Luo agree, a wry smile appeared on Zhong Linger's face, secretly pleased in her heart. Chapter 12 Zhong Linger's performance. Chloe, why don't you go meet Li Shenzhou, and I'll help you go see if that Li Hao has come. Hearing Zhong Linger say that, Lin Luo smiled faintly. It's still Linger who understands me the most. Thanks. If you see Brother Hao, tell him to come find me. Zhong Linger nodded. I know. Don't worry. Lin Luo stood up and led by the Taba Pavilion's maidservant, headed towards Li Shenzhou. She was secretly glad to have such a sweet best friend. Seeing Lin Luo's figure fade away, Zhong Linger sighed softly. Luo, don't blame me. I can't help it. Besides, it's for your own good. After saying that, she twisted her willow waist towards the Taba Pavilion's entrance. At the entrance of Taba Pavilion, Li Hao is still unwilling to leave. He is now in a dilemma. Enter. The middle-aged man won't let him in. Retreating, he couldn't swallow this breath. With his temperament he had to see Lin Luo to ask for clarification. His face was darker than the bottom of a pot, and he looked at the middle-aged man angrily. In everyone's eyes, the current Li Hao was like a clown, completely becoming the laughingstock of the crowd. It could be imagined that this matter would soon spread throughout the streets of the feathered immortal dynasty. His own face is going to be disgraced. His resentment towards Lin Luo was naturally growing. It was at this moment that Zhong Linger appeared at the door of Taba Pavilion, just in time to see Li Hao being full of anger and in pieces. Seeing the other party's decrepit appearance and comparing it to Li Shenzhou, Zhong Linger's face revealed a touch of sarcasm. If she didn't have a mission in mind, she would have wanted to join the team that taunted Li Hao. She sorted out her emotions, changed her expression to one of surprise, and walked to Li Hao's face, saying in a delicate voice, "You are Li Hao, aren't you? I am none other than Li Hao. Dare I ask this girl, what is your name? What is it that you are looking for this young man?" Seeing the beauty greeting herself, Li Hao's originally gloomy face immediately changed to a sunny and cheerful expression. Zhong Linger's heart burst with slander, but she still wore a smile on her face. "I'm Zhong Linger, Lin Luo's best friend. Why are you here as well? Are you here for the auction as well?" Hearing this, Li Hao was almost so angry that he spat out blood. The mood to pick up girls was gone. "Why am I here? It was Lin Luo who asked me to come. Miss Zhong Linger, I came to the auction without an invitation and was stopped here." "No invitation?" Zhong Linger pretended to have a surprised expression. A son of the Li family, actually without an invitation? This is too unbelievable. Li Hao, the middle-aged man at the door who was in charge of reception, saw that it was Zhong Linger. His expression immediately became respectful. "Miss Zhong, why aren't you resting inside the pavilion with Miss Lin? Just order the maid to do anything. There's no need to bother. I just came out to get some air." Zhong Linger waved her hand, then said, "This Mr. Li is the Grand Duke of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, and a friend of Miss Lin and I. Can you let him in?" The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "If it's a friend of Miss Zhong and Miss Lin, then naturally you can go in." After saying that, he even deliberately arched his hand towards Li Hao. "Mr. Li, I've offended you a lot just now." Li Hao almost died of anger. The other party was obviously deliberately angry at himself. Coldly snorted, "Today's insult, this young man will remember it in his heart. Sooner or later, one day will make you regret today's behavior. That's my honor." The middle-aged man laughed instead of being angry and continued to een and young Li Hao. Li Hao flung his sleeves and walked into the Taba Pavilion along with Zhong Linger. The resentment in his heart was hard to dispel, and he was even more angry with Lin Luo for letting himself be pigeonholed. He didn't expect that he would end up being relieved by Zhong Linger. Li Hao's own personality was paranoid and stubborn, and now the seed of prejudice against Lin Luo had already been planted within his heart. He arched his hand towards Zhong Linger and said, "Miss Zhong, thank you for relieving me of the situation. I will definitely repay you for this favor in the future." After Zhong Linger heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled. "Mr. Li is really polite. How can you say that you're also Lin Luo's friend? So naturally I can't just stand by and watch." Hearing the other party's reply, Li Hao was even more convinced in his heart that Lin Luo had stood himself up. She didn't even mention to Zhong Linger that she had come along to the auction. Otherwise, as BFFs, why wouldn't they know why they're here? In that case, it seemed that Lin Luo hadn't given Taba Pavilion a greeting at all. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to embarrass yourself in front of the crowd? Outrageous. He wasn't a reckless person, and still tentatively asked, did Chloe not mention to you the matter of inviting me to come to the auction together? No, Zhong Linger had a surprised expression. Oh, probably told me about it. I forgot. Zhong Linger made a pretense, so that Li Hao could tell at a glance that she was covering up for her best friend. This made him even more certain that Lin Luo was deliberately tricking himself. What the hell for? His heart ached. It was very painful. Miss Zhong Linger, where is Chloe now? Li Hao asked tentatively. Zhong Linger pretended to be a little embarrassed, then bit her lip. Chloe is with Li Shenzhou. What? Li Hao was shocked, not realizing that his white moonlight was with his enemy. No way. Don't you know that? The Northern Liang God Princess has already proposed marriage to the Lin family, and the two will soon be married. Zhong Linger once again added her words. As soon as these words came out, Li Hao's face changed drastically. His eyes were streaked with blood, and his entire body was like being struck by lightning. The other side. Ding! Li Hao's resentment has increased, gaining an emotional value of plus 100. Ding! Li Hao's resentment has increased, gaining an emotional value of plus 100. At this time, Duan Mushui was standing behind Li Shenzhou, gently arranging his clothes for him, while the beeps in Li Shenzhou's ears were ringing non-stop. In just a short period of time, he had gleaned thousands of points of emotional value from Li Hao. At the same time, Duan Mushui asked softly, World Sun, Miss Lin Luo will be arriving soon. Should I evade the situation? She was well aware of her status and position, and she also understood the relationship between Lin Luo and Li Shenzhou. As such, she didn't think anything of it. Upon hearing this, Li Shenzhou replied indifferently, no harm done. It's a short but powerful statement. When Duan Mushui heard this, a warmth surged in her heart. She had originally thought that Li Shenzhou would ask her to recuse herself, but she did not expect that he would trust her so much that he would allow her to stay here. Thus, a grateful smile appeared on Duan Mushui's face, and a gentle light shone in her eyes. Chapter 13 Everything is so just right. Taba Pavilion, above an attic, the aroma lingered, and the sound of the Tao was bursting. Li Shenzhou and Lin Luo sat opposite each other, and their gazes met in the air, neither one of them avoiding it, both of them silently sizing up the other. This was the first time since Li Shenzhou crossed over that he had observed Lin Luo so closely. For her beautiful name, Li Shenzhou had long heard about it through the original owner's memories. And although Lin Luo had already seen Li Shenzhou many times on various occasions, sitting at the same table up close and face to face like this was an unprecedented first time. A hint of surprise flashed through Lin Luo's eyes. The man in front of him had a handsome appearance, elegant temperament, and his deep eyes were devoid of impurities, just like a clear pool of water, which made people feel good. It was really impossible to connect with Li Hao's mouth, that unforgivable bad guy. Meanwhile, Li Shenzhou was similarly sizing up Lin Luo, thinking to himself, this long-famous beauty really lives up to her name. There was never a lack of beautiful women accompanying him, but there were not many women who were as refreshing as Lin Luo. She is like a snow lotus blooming on the top of a snowy mountain, noble and elegant, emitting a charming fragrance. Even with Li Shenzhou's heart and experience, he could not help but feel a stirring in his heart when he saw such a beautiful person. Just before the two of them met, Li Shenzhou had planned to destroy the other party with a hot hand. But now, he's changed his mind. After all, Lin Luo, this kind of pretty girl, if so ruined is really too bad. The two of them were just like this, looking at each other in silence. For so many years, Lin Luo had seen a lot of young brides and sons of powerful families. Some people coveted her beauty. Some people had a moralistic appearance, and almost no one was able to escape from her sharp and discerning eyes. Other than Li Hao, Li Shenzhou was the second man that she could not see through. The other party is too excellent. Whether it is family history, appearance, temperament, heart, none of them let her marvel. Li Shenzhou, truly a good son of the turbid world. After a tea, Duan Mushui came with a light step. She owed a slight bow and moved gracefully to refill the tea for both of them. Lin Luo looked at Duan Mushui, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. What a strong breath. Moreover, she looks so beautiful. Li Shenzhou's maid is actually so stunning and her strength is so strong. She really deserves to be the Northern Liang God King's prince. Her heart was filled with shock and admiration. Only then did Li Shenzhou slowly open his mouth. His voice as pleasant as a clear spring in an empty valley. Ms. Lin, although you and I are in the same extreme bliss city, we seldom move around with each other, which is really a regrettable thing. Lin Luo smiled faintly. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes as she said softly, it's indeed very regrettable. However, getting to see it today has slightly made up for this regret. Her words were gentle and proper, and she showed the demeanor of a great lady. Lin Luo had been reluctant to come to see Li Shenzhou, partly because she was prepared to have her father reject the Li family's marriage proposal, and partly because of this relationship between Li Shenzhou and Li Hao. Since she had already chosen Li Hao, she didn't want to have anything to do with Li Shenzhou so that she wouldn't be misunderstood by Li Hao. This time, they came to meet each other, mainly out of the courtesy of interaction between the two great families. What she did not expect was that this meeting made a thought pop into her mind. That is, don't reject Li Shenzhou's proposal first, and then observe. But it was quickly vetoed by her. No, how can I have such thoughts? I have already chosen Li Hao, so I should make a decisive decision to draw a line with Li Shenzhou. As the two of them sipped tea and talked, Lin Luo realized that she was becoming more and more in tune with Li Shenzhou. Li Shenzhou's speech was extremely uncommon. He really had a gully in his chest, and he also had deep insights into the way of cultivation. And in just a few words, he made Lin Luo have a great deal of enlightenment. In particular, the half-quote poem that Li Shenzhou had just casually recited. The Book of Bets eliminated the fragrance of spilled tea, and at that time, it was only commonplace. Even more so, it made Lin Luo mesmerized, repeatedly savoring the moods and emotions contained within it. These two lines of poetry seemed to open a door, allowing her to see a whole new world and feel a peace and beauty she had never felt before, especially that line about it being only unusual at the time, which she mumbled in her mind for a long time with a lot of emotion. She was eager to have Li Shenzhou compose another poem, yet, she was too embarrassed to speak up for fear of appearing too eager or presumptuous. After all, poems like this don't just happen, they require the perfect combination of inspiration, talent and state of mind. At that exact moment, Li Shenzhou's deep starry eyes lifted slightly as he gazed at the beautiful and moving Lin Luo in front of him. Lin Luo could not help but feel a hint of shyness and discomfort as she was caught in his gaze. Her face was flushed with a faint blush, as delicate as a peach blossom in full bloom. She lowered her head and asked shyly, "World son, why are you staring at me like this?" The voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of charming shyness. Li Shenzhou smiled slightly. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "Because you remind me of a poem." When Lin Luo heard these words, a wave of curiosity and anticipation surged in her heart. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she pursued, "Really? Seiji, can you tell me about it?" The tone of his voice was full of eagerness and longing, as if he were a student with a passion for knowledge. Li Shenzhou smiled and nodded. His voice was low and magnetic as he slowly chanted, "Clouds want to dress and flowers want to look. Spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. If I didn't see it at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would meet it under the moon at Yao Tai." As he read the last word, the entire space fell into a silence. Lin Luo's eyes widened with astonishment. She had never heard such beautiful poetry, and every word was like a sharp arrow that hit her heartstrings. Her heart raced and her breathing became rapid. She couldn't help but exclaim, This is really, am I really that beautiful?" Li Shenzhou nodded with a smile on his face. Lin Luo immediately revealed the expression that a small woman should have. Excited, Duan Mushui stood to the side, quietly listening to their conversation. As Jiang Bijuan's beloved, and also the owner of the Smoke and Rain building, she originally thought that she already knew Li Shenzhou very well, but only now did she realize that there were many more surprising sides to him. Her eyes showed admiration and love. Another thought popped up in Lin Luo's mind, was Li Shenzhou, who could recite such beautiful verses, really as unforgiving as Li Hao said. Could it be that Li Hao had some prejudice against Li Shenzhou? She couldn't help but be in a tangle of contradictions. However, at that moment, Li Hao and Zhong Linger happened to pass by. Zhong Linger pretended to be shocked for a moment, then her expression made a show of pulling Li Hao to walk fast. "Li Hao, let's hurry up. The auction is going to start after a while. It's still early until the auction starts." Li Hao is much more refined. A quick glance showed that the other side was trying to cover something up, and one that doesn't want to see itself. So, his eyes inadvertently looked toward the ornate loft not far away, and at this moment, Li Shenzhou was sitting there with Lin Luo, talking happily. Inside the attic, Lin Luo covered her face and laughed from time to time, clearly in a very happy mood, her smile as bright as a flower blooming in spring. All of this was coincidentally passing by Li Hao's eyes. His eyes became sharp, and his heart surged with an uncontrollable feeling of jealousy. Chapter 14, The Son of Fortune is crippled by the pit. Li Hao was trembling with anger when he heard the bursts of laughter coming from inside the attic. Asterisk. How dare you? His eyes were bloodshot. The flames of anger enveloped his entire person, and his originally clean face became hideous. Anger had gotten the best of him. Ever since he knew each other, Li Hao regarded Lin Luo as a forbidden domain, and simply couldn't allow others to have a trace of intimacy with her. Once a rich gentleman just praised Lin Luo beautifully a few more times, and was assassinated by Li Hao while the night was still young. But now, not only was Lin Luo talking to other men, but what made it even more unbearable for Li Hao was that man was actually Li Shenzhou, his undying enemy. No wonder he didn't want to bring himself to the auction. so he wanted to have a private meeting with Li Shenzhou behind my back. What a ding! Congratulations to the host. The rift between the son of Qi, Li Hao, and Lin Luo is getting wider and wider. Gaining mood value plus 200. Li Hao's anger value exploded, and his emotional value was plus 100. After Lin Luo and Li Shenzhou exchanged ideas for a while, although she was a bit reluctant to leave and wanted to chat with him for a while longer, but her heart was hung up on Li Hao's matter, so she had to leave reluctantly. However, the brief conversation had planted a fluttering seed in her heart, though she wasn't willing to admit it. Lin Luo repeatedly told herself that Li Hao was the one she should cherish. Li Shenzhou was indeed very outstanding, but for her, she could only treat him as an ordinary friend. I'm afraid that if she wants to develop the relationship further, she still can't do it. This ambivalence confused and disturbed her. Li Shenzhou stood quietly in place, his gaze always falling on top of Lin Luo's fading back, the corners of his mouth quietly spreading a wry smile. Say ho, it looks like Lin Luo has a pretty good crush on you. Duanmu Shui, who was on the side, spoke softly, yet an unspeakable sourness surged unconsciously in her heart, but she still tried to suppress this emotion. Li Shenzhou did not directly respond to Duanmu Shui's words, but slightly raised his head, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as if he had seen through everything. He reached out his fingers and gently cupped Duanmu Shui's chin, asking with a few teasing tones, "What? Jealous?" Duanmu Shui's heart was shocked, and she hurriedly lowered her head and replied with fear and trepidation, "My subordinate wouldn't dare." Seeing this, Li Shenzhou smiled slightly, then loosened the hand that was cupping Duanmu Shui's chin. With his hands behind his back, he said leisurely, "All right, the real show is about to begin next. Go ahead and arrange it according to the plan." Duanmu Shui responded, then turned around and left, ready to execute the next step of the plan. Li Shenzhou, on the other hand, still stood in place, his eyes deep in thought. After Lin Luo's soulful departure, she happened to encounter Li Hao and Zhong Linger on her way back, and couldn't help but display a smile on her face. "Brother Hao, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." These words seemed to Li Hao to be all an act for him. It was clearly an insult to his intelligence, as if he was being treated like a cutie. His face was extraordinarily grim, and his mouth said coldly, "Is it because you think I shouldn't have come? Or rather, shouldn't have come and spoiled it for you?" Li Hao's words caused Lin Luo to be a bit puzzled. Her brows furrowed as she patiently asked, "Brother Hao, what do you mean by that? I somewhat don't quite understand." "Don't get it?" Li Hao was exasperated and laughed. The other party not only insulted his personality, but also his intelligence. Doesn't that make him look like a fool? Little cutie, can all see what's going on? And asked me what I meant. "I heard that this asshole Li Shenzhou has proposed marriage to your family?" Hearing Li Hao say this about Li Shenzhou, Lin Luo had an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Just now, talking with Li Shenzhou, the other party mentioned Li Hao all in praise, and also made clear the ins and outs of digging the other party's supreme bone in the first place. The reason why he dug Li Hao's supreme bone was not because he wanted to rob him of his supreme bone, but to help him harbor this bone. It turned out that Li Hao's body was a cultivation waste body with blood vein stagnation, and instead of being useful in his body, the supreme bone would aggravate blood vein stagnation. That was why Li Yuanshan had asked someone to dig out the supreme bone and place it inside Li Shenzhou's body to contain it. When Li Hao grew into an adult and his body was able to withstand the might of the supreme bone, then he would receive it back for him. Only, Li Hao was unwilling to believe the truth, wishfully believing that it was Li Shenzhou who robbed him of his supreme bone. The current Li Hao was completely delusional in Lin Luo's eyes. He himself has such a good brother as Li Shenzhou who doesn't know how to cherish it and goes around saying bad things about others. Li Shenzhou has never said a bad word about you. The temperament and pattern of the two men were high and low. Lin Luo hadn't planned to hide it from Li Hao, so she explained, "Yes, the Li family has proposed to our family, but I'll ask my father to put it off." "Push off? This kind of good thing, even if you want to push it, is your family willing to do so?" Burning toilet paper in the grave. Fooling the ghost? Li Hao had become infuriated at this moment, losing his previous judgment. His words were like sharp knives, viciously stabbing at Lin Luo. "You, Hao, what's wrong with you today? Why are you mouthing off? This isn't like you at all." Lin Luo looked at Li Hao with wide eyes, as if she had seen a stranger. Because of his anger, Li Hao's handsome face became hideous, like an evil ghost. Zhong Linger began to shade up at this time, appropriately adding her knife. Maybe it was because she hid it too well in the past. Maybe, this is the real him. Mean and ungrateful, unappreciative. This kind of man, don't even want it for nothing. Sometimes couples are ruined by girlfriends and buddies, and Lin is no exception. Zhong Linger's words poked right at Lin Luo's heart, causing her to be incomparably nauseous as if she had eaten a dead fly. He was clearly thinking of Li Hao in every way. But the other party was so small-minded that he didn't understand his own pain and was unreasonable. Is such a heart really a good match for you? Can such a city be a great thing? Just when Li Hao was about to scold Zhong Linger for being a dead, a cool sensation came from his mind, stabilizing his angry emotions. The 9 miraculous Linglong Pagoda came into play, helping him stabilize his emotions with a ray of clear aura. I'm sorry, Chloe, I was out of line just now. Ding! Congratulations to the host son of Qi, Li Hao, whose dislike for Lin Luo is getting deeper and deeper. Gain, emotional value plus 300. Ding! Zhong Linger's inner admiration for the host is growing. Emotion value plus 50. Chapter 15. Li Hao realized that what he had just said was too heavy. Right now, he still needed Lin Luo to help him with a few things, and he couldn't tear his face off right away. After all, his wallet is cleaner than his face. If you want to buy the treasures you need in the auction, you still need to look up to people. When he thought of this, Li Hao hated his teeth. Li Sinker, sooner or later, I'll skin you and pull your tendons out of your body to ease my heart's hatred. Li Hao walked to Lin Luo's side. His expression immediately became gentle. Luo, I'm sorry, please forgive me for losing my temper just now. It's all because I care about you too much. No more anger, okay? When Lin Luo saw Li Hao's sincere apology, her heart softened a bit and she decided to give the other party another chance. So, sighing softly, he said, Brother Hao, I know that you and Li Shenzhou have a long-standing grudge against each other, but we still have to take into account the brotherhood. The reason why I went to see him is also because I want to speak to the other side to understand my own feelings. So don't think too much. When Li Hao heard the 3 words Li Shenzhou, his fists were once again clenched, but his expression was pretending to be relaxed. What Chloe said and is, it's me who made too much of a fuss. Lin Luo nodded her head, indicating that she could understand. The 3 of them walked side by side, preparing to go to the 99th floor for the auction, but the atmosphere was a little stiff, each with their own concerns, never returning to the closeness of the old days. Li Hao tried to find some light topics to liven up the atmosphere several times, but Zhong Linger interrupted him out of time. Looking at Lin Luo and Zhong Linger whispering from time to time, Li Hao's heart was in pain, always wondering if it's behind his back. It made his mind very fried. I really wanted to go up and punch Zhong Linger to death, but after all, the other party is Lin Luo's good girlfriend. If they really want to make trouble with her, they may really have to lose Lin Luo. However, he always felt that Lin Luo was drifting away from him. Taba Pavilion. This is the most enormous chamber of commerce in the entire feathered immortal dynasty. Here, it is not just the auction that is the only form, but covers a wide range of business activities. From the 1st to the 98th floor, each floor was equipped with countless stores of varying sizes and stalls for bartering, and these places gathered merchants from all directions, whether it was rare heavenly materials, ancient magic treasures, or mysterious feats. Everything was available here. In the Taba Pavilion, there were many casual cultivators from all over the immortal region who came to buy and sell. The merchandise they carried varied in origin, but none of it was of great value. Some items may come from various secret realms, while others may come from the caves of ancient cultivators, or even worse, perhaps relics from the tomb of an old ancestor of a great family. Of course, one cannot exclude the possibility that some of these goods were obtained by improper means. After all, in this world, the law of the weak and the strong never changed. Some of these commodities were precious and incomparable ancient treasures. For example, a broken sword was placed on a certain stall, but it emitted a terrifying aura. The stall owner said that this broken sword was a sword used by a certain great emperor during the ancient times, and even though it was broken, the sword intent contained in it still gave people chills. There was also a stall with a broken jade tablet, which was engraved with dense runes, and the stall owner said that it was dug out from an ancient tomb and might be related to the ancient inheritance. These treasures may really be as magical as the stall owner says, or they may be worthless trash. In the face of so many real and fake goods, if you want to find the real treasure, you must have strong treasure identification skills and chance to do so. If you don't have enough eyesight, you can easily fall for the scam and get screwed out of your bottom. Taba Pavilion, as a neutral force, they had always adhered to an all-inclusive business attitude, not pursuing the origin of any goods. As long as someone was willing to sell, they would provide a trading ground and charge a certain percentage of commission. This loose way of operation made Taba Pavilion a place where all kinds of treasures converged, whether it was a righteous cultivator or a devil cultivator, whether it was a human cultivator or an alien cultivator. They would all bring their excess or useless treasures in their hands to be sold here. As a result, the Taba Pavilion's business was exceptionally red-hot, with thousands of cultivators flocking to the Taba Pavilion to hunt for treasures every day, with some getting rich overnight and others losing their money. On the 98th floor of the Taba Pavilion, there was an open square. At this moment, Scattered Man Song Koan and a few other Seal King Realm Scattered Amendments were organizing a small private auction here. This mini auction can be seen as a warm-up for the upcoming official Taba auction. Li Hao, along with Lin Luo and Zhong Linger, happened to arrive at this small auction. The place is filled with a dazzling assortment of items. Li Hao's eyes glowed as he looked at the wide array of treasures. He knew that the only way to pick up a bargain was at this kind of loose auction. Like in Taba Pavilion's official auction, all of the goods up for bidding were strictly appraised, making it almost impossible for him to pick up the slack. Ha ha, I really came to the right place, Li Hao said excitedly. Yes, there are quite a lot of treasures here. Lin Luo followed suit and exclaimed. Li Hao was secretly happy in his heart. His purpose of coming here was to pick up the pieces. However, in order to pick up the slack, one must first have enough spirit stones. However, Li Hao didn't have many spirit stones on him. Therefore, what he lacked the most right now was spirit stones. Thinking of this, Li Hao couldn't help but glance at Lin Luo beside him. He knew in his heart that without the help of this little rich girl, he was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to gain something from this auction. Zhong Linger came in at an inopportune moment. Duke Li, have you brought enough spirit stones? The treasures here are all worth a lot. These words were obviously ridiculing Li Hao, who didn't know that as the prince of the Northern Liang Divine King's residence, he was even poorer than the subordinates? Ahem, Miss Lin, later on, if I see a treasure of my choice, I might ask you to help me pay for it, and I'll pay you back later, Li Hao said with some embarrassment. Brother Hao, what are you talking about? As long as it's something you like, I'll buy it for you. Lin Luo nodded without hesitation. At that moment, Zhong Linger directly gave Li Hao a blank stare, thinking, soft rice actually eats so peacefully. How did Lin Luo look at such a guy? Chapter 16, I'm the king of pickups. Li Hao also saw Zhong Linger's gaze that was filled with dislike, but he didn't snap on the spot. He just secretly gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Bitch, you wait for me. You would never have guessed that Laozi is the son of good fortune favored by the heavenly Tao. When I pick up a few pieces of ancient treasures, I'll give you a good smack in the face. At that time, you'll know who is the true protagonist of the realm and who is the man you should be flattering. Thinking of this, Li Hao couldn't help but feel smug, as if he had already seen his future scenery. At the same time, above the square, many loose cultivators had shrouded the treasures they were preparing to sell with a ball of divine thought light, so as to avoid being peeked at by those with bad intentions using secret techniques. These treasures could be lifelong treasures for them, or opportunities that they risked their lives to get, so they were extra cautious and careful. While those from the worldly families, powerful families and powerful clans traveled between the stalls, scrutinizing each item. Most of them don't know how to identify the authenticity and value of treasures, and they just rely on their own vision and experience to determine whether it's worth buying. Some people even specifically invited treasure experts to help palm their eyes, hoping to buy some rare treasures or ancient curiosities. In fact, even these stall holders could not fully articulate the true function of the treasures. So, the vast majority of picking these treasures has an element of gambling, but it's the uncertainty that makes the whole treasure hunt so much more exciting and fun. The big shots loved the excitement, and they enjoyed the tension and anticipation that came with each selection of treasures. Li Hao, Lin Luo, and Zhong Linger also followed the crowd as they wandered between the various stalls, stopping to watch from time to time. The place is full of treasures that will overwhelm you. Some treasures look plain and ordinary, but may hide amazing value. Others are magnificent in appearance, but are actually just ordinary items. So, to find a real treasure here, you need not only a keen eye, but also chance. Just then, the bustling crowd suddenly exclaimed. Li Hao and the others followed the sound and were seeing the star-studded Li Shenzhou. Two Taba Pavilion guards in front of him opened the way, accompanied by Duan Mu Shui, the absolute beauty and owner of Smoke and Rain Building, and followed by 20 ladies-in-waiting with impressive appearances. Li Shenzhou's appearance caused quite a stir. The bigwigs and noble dukes along the way were not as arrogant as before. Instead they all showed expressions of awe and currying favor as they saluted Li Shenzhou in greeting. Seeing this scene, Li Hao's face was horribly gloomy and his teeth clenched. In his mind, it should have been his. He's the one who should be standing there and receiving the pilgrimage of the crowd. And now, all he could do was stand aside and watch his enemy enjoy the honor. All of this was seen by Lin Luo, and in her heart, she gently sighed. Li Hao's heart was not half a star worse compared to Li Shenzhou. Li Hao's resentful eyes made her feel a little cold. Ding! The son of Qi. Li Hao's hatred for you has deepened. Reward, emotional value plus 100. Ding! The son of Qi. Li Hao's hatred for you has deepened. Reward, emotional value plus 100. Right at this moment, Li Shenzhou suddenly glimpsed Li Hao with an angry face in the crowd, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile that appeared to be there. This smile was like a spring breeze that made many women around him fall for it. His Royal Highness actually smiled. It's so charming. I feel like I'm going to suffocate, a woman said excitedly. His Highness must be smiling at me. Does that mean he's interested in me? The other woman blushed and muttered to herself with anticipation. However, someone immediately poured cold water and said, "Don't daydream. Just based on your looks, I'm afraid you can't even compare to the maidservant beside His Highness the World Prince. Indeed, His Highness the World's Son can truly be described as a son of the world without equal, and I wonder which woman will be fortunate enough to receive His Highness the World's Son's favor in the future." Another person sighed. Haven't you guys heard? The Northern Liang Divine King's mansion has already proposed marriage to the Lin family, and Lin Luo will soon become the World's Son's consort. Suddenly, a voice broke through the crowd's murmuring. As soon as these words came out, countless pairs of eyes immediately focused on Lin Luo's body. These gazes contain a wide range of emotions, from envy, to jealousy, to congratulations, and even hatred. Lin Luo was a little embarrassed by the many people watching her. She gently lowered her head and a shy blush spread across her face. Ding! The son of Qi Li Hao's hatred for you has deepened. Reward, emotional value plus 100. Ding! Lin Luo's favorability towards you has increased. Reward, emotional value plus 100. Abominable! Li Hao tightly pulled Lin Luo's hand, turned around and resolutely left the crowd. His gaze flickered with a resolute light. All of you wait. When I pick up a few ancient treasures, I'll show you who is the son of the realm. After leaving the crowd, Li Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves inside and regroup. He decided to continue searching for treasures that could enhance his strength, so he began to travel between the stalls. At this moment, the 9 myriad Linglong pagoda on his body was constantly flickering with light and was screening and appraising the treasures around him. Li Hao focused on observing the reaction of the 9 myriad Linglong pagoda, expecting to discover a truly precious treasure. However, the results were a huge disappointment to him. Only 2 towers lit? Garbage. When the 3 towers are lit up, it's also garbage. Li Hao shook his head in disappointment. Li Shenzhou silently watched Li Hao's every move, a hint of doubt on his face. With his years of experience in reading online literature, he gradually understood what Li Hao's golden finger actually was. Judging from the current situation, it was very likely that Li Hao possessed a magic treasure that could identify treasures. This discovery made Li Shenzhou excited, because in this way, although he could not accurately judge the actual value of these treasures, as long as Li Hao, the treasure-hunting mouse, was around, the chances of finding something good would greatly increase. Thinking of this, the corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth could not help but rise slightly as a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Li Hao walked to a stall and suddenly stopped. The 7 layers of the 9 myriad Linglong pagoda within him flickered with light, indicating that this treasure in front of him must be of great importance. This stall owner was unassuming in appearance, also a loose cultivator, and he only had one treasure in front of him, a broken bronze tripod. To an outsider, this bronze tripod is a piece of junk, not very impressive in itself, or mutilated. Almost no one is hitching a ride, but Li Hao knew that this small tripod was bound to have a secret. He asked, "Fellow Daoist, how many spirit stones for this broken tripod?" Li Hao deliberately emphasized the word broken, mainly to first disparage the quality of the goods, so that it was easy to press the price. The stall owner sighed softly. This broken tripod was something he had found in a grave somewhere. That ancient tomb had been raided by other great cultivators, leaving only a few insignificant treasures, and this broken tripod was one of them. His cultivation was not high, his luck was not good, and he was very strapped for cash, so he could only bring this broken tripod for sale. How can I say that it is also a treasure from the tomb of an ancient cultivator? 5,000 spirit stones. 5,000 spirit stones was indeed not high. In terms of the prices of the North Martial Immortal region, even the most ordinary chi-gathering pill would still require 500 spirit stones apiece. But even so, Li Hao still frowned. He was really poor. Alright, I'll take it if it's 4,000 spirit stones. Chapter 17. Words are not meant to be heard. Li Hao thought in his heart that he didn't have much money, so if he could spend less, he should spend less. So he once again pressed the stallholder for a cheaper price. Gouging. 5,000 spirit stones. And you still need to bargain? Boss, I'll take the 5,000 spirit stones. However, right at this moment, a bag of spirit stones suddenly appeared on the stall with a crisp ringing sound. Li Hao turned his head to look and realized that the bag of spirit stones was thrown over by someone named Zhou Fei. This person was the young master of the imperial household and had always looked down on Li Hao. The Zhou family of the imperial household was nominated by the divine king of Northern Liang to be an official and took orders from the Li family. Zhou Fei could be said to be one of Li Shenzhou's lapdogs. Seeing Zhou Fei's actions, Li Hao angrily roared, "Zhou Fei, what do you mean by this? Didn't you hear that this broken tripod has been bought by me?" Zhou Fei looked at Li Hao contemptuously and replied coldly, "Did you pay?" This sentence made Li Hao freeze for a moment. He really hadn't paid yet. Li Hao knew that this small tripod was definitely not an ordinary item, and he must get it no matter what. So the sophistry began. I was here first. There's a saying, it's called money and goods. Get it? Didn't give money to say, Zhou Fei said with a sneer on his face. Boss, do you think there is any truth in what I said? When the stall owner heard this, his eyes lit up, thinking that this kid is quite good at talking. So as soon as he grabbed the spirit stone, he probed it with his divine sense. And sure enough, it was 5,000 spirit stones. The stall owner said with a smile on his face, this gentleman is right. Whoever pays first is the one who gets it. After saying that, he handed the small tripod to Zhou Fei. The stall owner is also quite annoyed with customers like Li Hao, who belittles his own things, has no money and still loves to save face, and is endless in his calculations. Zhou Fei proudly received the small tripod, secretly rejoicing in his heart. In fact, he had been instructed by Li Shenzhou to come and find trouble with Li Hao. The purpose was simple, to provoke the other party and make Li Hao reveal his worst side in front of Lin Luo. As for why Zhou Fei was asked to do this, that's of course because of Zhou Plain Spirit. The little witch Zhou Fei wasn't just a name for nothing. He naturally knew what to do in order to complete the mission. This could make Li Hao angry enough. Just now he was already disgusted by Li Shenzhou, and now his little brother came to rob his chance. If an uncle can tolerate it, an aunt can't. Zhou Fei, what exactly do you mean? Is it deliberately looking for a fight? Li Hao's fists clenched and cackled, and the aura on his body began to rise continuously. Yo, ready to make a move if you don't make sense? This young master is not afraid of you. Zhou Fei's cultivation was not weak, having already reached the strength of a half-step great power, and was considered a heavenly pride among the younger generation. Li Hao, if I didn't see that you're the brother of the world's son, just based on trash like you, I would have beaten you to death and thrown you into a mass grave to feed the dogs, Zhou Fei said with a cold smile, a disdainful look on his face as if he was looking at an ant. His tone was full of mockery and contempt, and his words were like a knife that pierced Li Hao's pride, making him feel incomparably angry and humiliated. Brother Hao, forget it, it was Mr. Zhou who paid first, let's go to another stall. Lin Luo pulled Li Hao's sleeve, not wanting him to cause trouble in public. Li Hao nodded. Things had come to this, he didn't want to cause more trouble. Anyway, there were plenty of treasures, and this broken tripod only had 7 layers. Just as Li Hao was about to turn around and leave, Zhou Fei's sneer came from behind him. A waste is a waste. It all depends on eating Miss Lin's soft rice to survive. If I were you, I would have found a piece of cotton and crashed to death. These words were too hurtful to Li Hao's self-esteem. He did eat Lin Luo's soft food, but he didn't want others to say this about him. Right at this moment, the aura on Li Hao's body suddenly erupted out, a powerful aura gushing out from his body, just like a long-sleeping lion awakening. His eyes became sharp and determined, and at the same time, a raging mass of true qi surged up from his fist, accompanied by gusts of purple current flickering and crackling. Li Hao's movements were swift and stern, like a descending tiger, carrying an unrivaled might as he turned around and fiercely blasted a fist towards Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei was originally filled with contempt and disdain for Li Hao, believing him to be nothing but a useless piece of trash, and didn't put him in his eyes at all. However, when Li Hao's fist smashed towards him like a heavy mountain, he was shocked to realize that this seemingly weak opponent had such a powerful strength. How is it possible that you are already in the great power realm? Zhou Fei's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He had never thought that Li Hao was actually able to perform such a terrifying fist technique, which was definitely not an ordinary martial arts aptitude, but a supreme divine skill above the earth rank. That massive power was like an unshakable mountain that pressed down on him, causing him to feel unprecedented fear and powerlessness. At this moment, the people around them were also stunned. They had all originally thought that Li Hao was a useless waste, but they didn't expect him to burst out with such amazing strength. Especially those who had once mocked him and belittled him felt groundless. Impossible. How could this kid be so powerful? Wasn't it said that he wasn't well liked in the Northern Lian Divine King's mansion? Why has he cultivated such a profound technique? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? Or has he gotten some kind of miraculous encounter? The crowd began to murmur, with all sorts of speculation and skepticism. Some people even had a brainwave, wondering if the Li Hao they saw now was still the guy who was called a waste. Could it be that some strong person had taken over Li Hao? The words are not meant to be heard. Li Hao was dropped. Was this Li Hao taken from his body? Li Shenzhou heard the crowd talking from afar, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jia jia jia. What a great idea. Chapter 18, Harvesting Emotional Madness. Just in time, the corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth flashed an imperceptible smile. Then he made a wink towards Duan Mushui at his side. Duan Mushui nodded slightly, indicating that she understood what Li Shenzhou meant. Immediately after that, the pace was light as she stepped out from Li Shenzhou's side. and then a terrifying aura burst out from her body like a tidal wave. This aura was like surging waves, as vast as the sea, instantly permeating the entire space. At the same time, an unrivaled pressure accompanied by an explosion of air enveloped this area where Li Hao and Zhou Fei were fighting. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their eyes widened and their faces showed horror as they exclaimed in unison, "Void God Realm Powerhouse!" Li Hao was even more caught off guard. He hadn't anticipated this situation at all. That powerful pressure was like a Tarzan pressing down on him, directly suppressing him to the point where he could not move. His body felt like it was being held tightly by a big invisible hand, unable to break free. "Who the hell are you? Why are you trying to stop me?" Li Hao roared angrily, his voice resounding. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, falling hard on Duanmu Shue's body with a look of disbelief in his eyes. It was only at this moment that Li Hao noticed the beautiful woman in front of him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, as if a fairy had descended to the earth, transcendent. Even when compared to Lin Luo, she was no slouch at all. However, his heart was filled with doubt, not understanding why such a stunningly beautiful woman would stop herself from punching Zhou Fei. Duanmu Shui didn't talk, just suppressed him with an expressionless face. Flowers bloom again, and people are never young again. With the recitation of this poem, the originally somewhat noisy scene instantly quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from, only to see a tall, handsome-looking young man holding a folding fan and walking out from the crowd with a smile on his face. This young man was none other than Li Shenzhou. His appearance was like a light that attracted everyone's attention, especially when the folding fan in his hand gently fanned. That dashing and flowing look was something that people couldn't help but fall in love with. Many women saw this scene and their eyes went straight. "Help! I'm going to die. Seiji actually knows how to write poetry. What beautiful verses. Running water as fresh as a mountain spring, as pure as a mountain spring, so refreshing to the mind. His Highness the World's Son is really both civil and military. No one in the younger generation can look at his back. In comparison, Li Hao is indeed not worth mentioning." In the face of the crowd's praises and marvels, Li Shenzhou only smiled faintly. There was a confidence and calmness in his smile, as if these compliments were nothing more than a family affair for him. At this moment, Li Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, was filled with bitterness. He muttered in his heart, "When exactly did this bastard learn to compose poetry? It's really ungrateful to have this pussy loaded by him. Originally, I thought that I already knew enough about this His Highness, but now it seemed that I had still underestimated him too much." Li Hao's face became very ugly as he tried to stand up, but realized that he couldn't move at all. That pressure from a Void God Realm powerhouse was like a mountain pressing down on him, leaving him breathless. At this moment, he felt like a mole cricket being stepped on. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile, and the murmurs of the people around him were like sharp daggers that mercilessly pierced his proud heart. "Big brother, it's clear that you're the one who is in the wrong. So why are you being so ruthless with Mr. Zhou?" Li Shenzhou came to the kneeling Li Hao and looked down at the other party, asking in a calm tone. His voice was calm, but it revealed the powerful might of a superior. Everyone present revealed a look of awe towards Li Shenzhou. Li Hao clenched his teeth, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness, staring fiercely at Li Shenzhou. The anger in his heart prevented him from giving in, but his body was unable to stand straight and could only face Li Shenzhou in such a humiliating position. "You, Li Shenzhou, you bastard. Less sympathetic here." Li Hao squeezed these words out of his teeth with difficulty, each word carrying endless hatred. Hearing that Li Hao dared to disrespect himself, Li Shenzhou's face was ancient and appeared to be extremely deep in the city. Before he could open his mouth, Duanmu Shui, who was on the side, suddenly had a steep surge in her aura, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped Li Hao. Pust! Li Hao couldn't withstand the pressure, and immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, the whole person powerlessly lying on the ground, no longer able to move. When the people around them saw this scene, scorn appeared on their faces. They knew that the majesty of this northern Liang God King's son was not to be offended, and that his men possessed such terrifying strength. For a time, the entire room was silent. No one dared to make a sound easily anymore for fear of angering Li Shenzhou. Li Shenzhou suppressing Li Hao was taken for granted in everyone's eyes. After all, he was the son of the world, while Li Hao's status was only that of a bastard. There is a huge difference in status. At this time, Lin Luo stood on the side and witnessed the entire process. Feeling very torn inside, she understood that she wasn't qualified to speak as an outsider, but couldn't bear to see Li Hao being humiliated like this. Finally, she bit her lip, gathered her courage and walked over to Li Shenzhou and said softly, "Your Highness, can you spare Li Hao this time for the sake of Luo's face?" It wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to be heard by those around him. Li Shenzhou looked at the slightly reddened and beautiful Lin Luo in front of him and a faint smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself that this woman was really interesting. He thought that she would immediately come out to stop herself, but he didn't realize that she didn't come out to speak for Li Hao until now. It's not like they're in love with each other. Thus, he responded indifferently. Since it was Ms. Luo who begged for leniency, then I will let you off this time for now. I hope that you can show some self-respect in the future and not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to let you off next time. After saying that, Li Shenzhou signaled Duan Mushui to withdraw her breath. And instantly the mountain-like pressure instantly dissipated. As if relieved, Li Hao struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Lin Luo, and instead of being grateful to the other party for pleading for him, he blamed her for not stepping in to help him earlier. Ding! Li Hao has a grudge against Lin Luo. Host gained 200 points of emotional value. Ding! Lin Luo is a little disappointed in Li Hao. Host gained 200 points of emotional value. Ding! Zhong Linger's loyalty to the host has increased, and the host gains 200 points of emotional value. Listening to the tinkling sound in his ears that kept coming, Li Shenzhou revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 19, Words Without Meaning. Li Shenzhou in his previous life, mixed in the officialdom, good at guessing the hearts of the people. For the skills of driving others is even more comfortable. He was handsome, with an outstanding temperament, an unfathomable cultivation level, elegant and generous in his speech and literary style, and his demeanor exuded a kind of majesty and self-confidence of a superior person. This unique charisma made the famous women in the audience fall for it and scream. If it wasn't in this public place, I'm afraid some crazy woman would have jumped on him without a second thought. However, in stark contrast to the highly regarded Li Shenzhou is the tragic situation of Li Hao. He was virtually unseen and uncared for in the eyes of the crowd. Even when Lin Luo tenderly handed over a handkerchief, he didn't appreciate it and even pushed her hand away with force and responded indifferently. I don't need your hypocritical concern. When Li Shenzhou's men struck just now, why didn't you help me? He didn't speak until he had humiliated me to the bone, clearly wanting to see me laugh. Could it be that you have already moved on and are looking at this bastard Li Shenzhou along with those mediocre fans? When he finished speaking, he silently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before resolutely turning away. Lin Luo stayed in place. Her heart was aggravated. She had to be able to help even if she wanted to. The other party was a void god powerhouse. How could she help? At this time, Zhong Linger took the opportunity to appropriately eyeball him and said disdainfully, "Che, no ability and a big temper." These words undoubtedly gave Li Hao a heavy blow, causing Lin Luo to have one more point of stigma in her heart. Lin Luo's face changed slightly, secretly thinking, how did Li Hao become like this? It's completely different from the Li Hao that I knew in the beginning. A strange thought suddenly welled up in her heart. Could he really have been taken over? The thought lingered once it arose. After all, while such things were rare, they weren't completely impossible to happen. Thinking about this, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a chill come over her. At this moment, Lin Luo was completely disappointed in Li Hao. She had thought that all the previous events had been a misunderstanding, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Perhaps this was his true character, and it was just that he had been blinded by his appearance before. But, alas, she sighed, her mind hesitating. Despite her disappointment in Li Hao, she still can't let go of the relationship easily. After all, the good times that the two of them had shared together in trouble in the secret realm made it difficult for her to part with them. In the end, Lin Luo still softened her heart and decided to give Li Hao one last chance. So, she quickly caught up with Li Hao, hoping to have a good talk with him. On the other side, the 99th floor of the star-picking platform, inside Li Shenzhou's exclusive Tianzi No. 1 private room, Zhou Fei was in for a false alarm just now. He had thought that he would definitely receive a fat beating, but he did not expect that at the critical moment, Li Shenzhou would decisively step in to protect himself. This sudden surprise made him a bit flattered, and he even had an impulse to die for his friend. I am grateful to your highness the world prince for coming to your rescue. I was really bad just now and actually disgraced you. This is the small tripod that Li Hao has his eye on. Please accept it. Zhou Fei thanked Li Shenzhou gratefully while carefully presenting the exquisite small tripod to him. Li Shenzhou took this broken ancient cauldron and carefully examined it over and over again. He wanted to know what exactly this thing did, but just like the others, he was equally unable to see the clues. It could only be blamed on the fact that his chi was too low to penetrate the chances in it. However, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as the chance wasn't obtained by Li Hao, he had plenty of time, and he would naturally be able to comprehend it when his fortune rose. So, he put the small tripod into his storage bag and said to Zhou Fei, "You've done a good job this time, so this purple yuan dan will be rewarded to you." After saying that, Li Shenzhou took out an elixir that emitted a purple glow and handed it to Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei was so excited that he could barely control his emotions, and his hands trembled as he received this precious and incomparable elixir. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Highness Shitsi, for your kindness." Zhou Fei will certainly do his best and work wholeheartedly for your highness the world prince in the future. This pill was called the Purple Yuan Dan, an extremely precious pill that could help Zhou Fei significantly increase his chances of breaking through the profound realm after taking it. For Zhou Fei, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity and a treasure he had dreamed of. Li Shenzhou waved his hand and Zhou Fei very sensibly retreated. The way of grace and mercy, the way of the master. Just now, Li Hao had planned to fling his sleeves and leave Taba Pavilion, thus breaking up with Lin Luo, but he hesitated and eventually stayed. It wasn't because of how much he still loved Lin Luo in his heart. It was just that he knew very well that if he couldn't take care of the Lin family, he wouldn't have a chance to turn the tide at all. There were very few courtiers in the court today who could fight against the Northern Liang God King, and Lin Jiaxing was one of them. Such a thick thigh. Even if you are reluctant, you have to hold on tightly. Otherwise, he had no chance of winning against the mother and son pair of Zhang Bijuan and Li Shenzhou. Thus, he forced himself to endure the disgust in his heart, and once again, a look of deep affection appeared on his face, pulling Lin Luo's hand, and said tenderly, Luo, there seems to be an earth-level cultivation technique in that small square tripod, and I was planning to buy it to give it to you, but it was snatched away by Zhou Fei. I'm sorry for making you worry. Let's not do it again, okay? Lin Luo was originally a soft-hearted person, and after hearing Li Hao's explanation, she forgave the other party. Inside the star-picking platform, the originally bright environment suddenly became pitch black, unable to reach out. The crowd clamored. However, right at this moment, a bright and clear moon slowly rose from the ground, getting higher and higher until it was suspended high above the head, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire star-picking platform. At this time, the roof of the star-picking platform had turned into a bright river of stars, with countless stars flickering with faint light, just like being in the vast universe, which was breathtaking. At the same time, a melodious immortal sound came from a melodious melody that lingered in the ears, as if it came from beyond the heavens, mesmerizing people. Along with the immortal sounds and moonlight, a white mist gradually filled the air, like a dream. Before the crowd could react, a group of coolly dressed, graceful beauties walked slowly from the mist, their light steps as if they were fairies descending from the earth. This group of beauties held long damasks and danced. Every movement was so beautiful and moving, showing the feminine softness and beauty to the fullest. These beauties began to dance the fairy moon watching dance. Their graceful and elegant movements, like fairies dancing in the moon palace, were so beautiful that the guests were overwhelmed by them. After the show, the auction officially begins. Chapter 20, The Body of Heavenly Fragrance. Stargazer's Terrace. A high platform slowly rose up like a huge pagoda, shining with a mysterious light. An old man dressed in gorgeous robes, as if he were a god, slowly appeared from the void as he stepped onto the high platform, his gaze gently scanning the surrounding guests. The old man's face was filled with a kind smile, yet the aura emanating from him was as thick as a rolling torrent, allowing one to feel the majesty and power of a void god realm powerhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Taba Pavilion auction. I am Taba Pavilion's auctioneer, Xi Jin. I will personally preside over today's auction, and I hope that all of you will participate to your heart's content and bid enthusiastically. His voice was gentle and pleasing to the ear, resounding throughout the square like a Taoist tone. As soon as the words left his mouth, he gently raised his palm, and an exquisite wooden box appeared in his hands. Everyone's eyes turned to the wooden box in unison. Honored guests, this is the first lot of the day, the Voltron Xian Dan. His voice was like a stone falling into a pool of water, and it instantly made waves as the entire scene was shaken by the name. A wave of amazement welled up in the hearts of the crowd, and the atmosphere of the auction became blazing and exciting. As the wooden box slowly opened, a mysterious aura filled the room, as if the entire room was enveloped in a layer of magical light. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came out from the wooden box, causing everyone present to draw in a breath of cold air. In that instant, a true dragon's silhouette appeared above the elixir, the dragon's body snaking and circling as if it was about to rise up from the elixir. Such a shocking sight left everyone dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. Voltron Xian Dan, the legendary ancient immortal elixir, was refined using dragon's energy and precious spiritual herbs, rumored to be able to allow the Seal King realm to break through the bottleneck and advance to the Void God realm, and it even possessed a miraculous healing effect. However, for Li Shenzhou, such treasures did not arouse half of his interest. The Voltron Xian Dan was also considered a precious elixir in the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, and only those at the clan elder level were able to obtain it, using it to assist in breaking through the Void God realm. Li Shenzhou had 9 of them in his storage ring, which was not rare for him. However, most of the people present were attracted by the Voltron Xian Dan, and they all jumped at the chance to obtain this rare immortal elixir. This kind of ancient immortal pills were fewer than one, and they all wanted to take advantage of the appearance to buy them back for their family's strongest members to take. One more void god powerhouse in the family was one more point of strength, enough to allow the family to stand firm in the northern martial immortal region. Voltron Xiandan. Starting price 1 million spirit stones. The Xiaijin auctioneer's voice was resounding, and as soon as he announced the starting price of the Voltron Xiandan, some people couldn't wait to start making offers. 1.5 million, 2 million, 2.5 million. The price climbed like a tidal wave after wave, and in just a few breaths of time, it had soared to 10 million spirit stones. Li Hao looked at the crowd's offer regardless of the cost. A hint of envy appeared on his face. His position in the northern Liang Divine King's mansion was awkward. The cultivation resources he could get on a regular basis were not as good as an inferior. An offer that high could only make his jaw drop. With his stubborn character, in the face of this situation, his expression was a little strange. Coldly said, "Che, really the officials' clothes stink. The people more hungry and cold flow. These playboys have money terrific ah?" Lin Luo, who was just about to raise her hand to make an offer next to her, was a little twisted in her heart. When Li Hao said that the official big clothes stink, is it also referring to herself? Her father is exactly one of the official big. Is this how Li Hao sees himself? She thought of her father, Lin Jiaxing, as a good official who worried about the country and the people, and when she heard such sour words from Li Hao, she naturally felt uncomfortable. She was so disinterested that she immediately lost interest in the offer, and she felt a trace of more alienation towards Li Hao. Also a brother, Li Shenzhou's heart was too much more composed than Li Hao. Ding! Lin Luo's favorability towards the host has increased again, gaining emotional value plus 100. Li Shenzhou realized that among the guests competing for this Voltron Xiandan, there was a beautiful young girl who was particularly eye-catching, and she was the most active bidder among them. She wore a long light blue dress and stood slightly sideways, like a delicate flower swaying in the wind. Duan Mushui saw that Li Shenzhou was paying special attention to this young girl, so she said softly, "Your son." This young girl is called Tang Yuro, the daughter of the Tang sect master. Li Shenzhou nodded at his words, signaling the other party to continue. The Tang sect is a great dark weapon clan of the northern martial immortal region. Back then it also held a place in the feathered immortal dynasty, and its ancestors were also founding ministers, but unfortunately, it has gradually started to decline over the years, and it no longer has the same scenery as it once did. Now that the Tang sect's old ancestors' cultivation has been stuck at the peak of the Seal King realm, unable to break through to the Void God realm, it is thought that there isn't much longevity left, which is why Tang Yuro is desperately striving to obtain this Voltron Xiandan to help their old ancestor break through the Void God realm. If the Tang clan's oldest ancestor falls, the Tang clan's strongest fighting force will be greatly reduced, and we will inevitably end up being divided up at that time. Hearing this, Li Shenzhou felt a little tedious. The rise and fall of the family is a usual thing in all dynasties. He did not care at all. Duan Mushui's words turned and continued. Son of the world, this woman is not bad, although her cultivation is not outstanding, but her physique is also rare to the extreme. It is a rare body of heavenly fragrance. It is an excellent stove body. The body of heavenly fragrance? This is to make Li Shenzhou some interest. In his memory, if with the body of the heavenly fragrance of the woman's dual cultivation not only can greatly enhance the cultivation, but also further improve the physical quality. What is even more amazing is that a woman with a heavenly scented body can make a man hardy. Li Shenzhou's gaze fell on the young girl named Tang Yuro, a playful smile on his face. In the end, the Voltron Xiandan was won by Tang Yuro with a high bid of $30 million, which was all the Tang sect's possessions that they could take out, in order to get a foothold in the Tang clan. Even so, she didn't mince words. She had heard a lot about what happened to those fallen families in the end, even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. With a stove body like hers, it is likely that she will be captured by a powerful family or force and wantonly harvested, and her end will definitely be very miserable. There is a small family once out of a young girl with the body of the furnace, was a large family son, forcibly captured, after picking up into the waste, and finally thrown to the mine slaves as a lust tool. The end of the world is worse than death. Every time she thought of this, Tang Yuro hated herself for having this physique. Chapter 21, The Han Family's Provocation. After the dust settled on the Voltron Xiandan, Master Xiaijin once again took out a lot. This time, the lot was the inner elixir of a 6th-ranked demonic beast, the green Xian toad. The inner elixir took on a deep green color, emitting a faint green light within Master Xiaijin's palm. The inner elixir of the green Xian toad was the most and cold thing, and its coldness was so strong that it caused the temperature of the entire space to plummet, and even Master Xiaijin's palm was covered with a thin layer of frost. However, such a coldness was not a big deal to the powerhouses of the Void God realm, but those powerful sons and daughters with weaker cultivation levels had difficulty with it and could not help but sneeze. Seeing this, Their attendants rushed to clothe them in outer garments to ward off the cold. Li Hao looked at the inner elixir, envy and surprise flickering in his eyes. This 6th order Qing Xian Toad's inner elixir contains its origin power. This kind of thing is a treasure that is rare to come across once in 1,000 years. Chloe, you must capture it. If you can absorb this inner Dan and combine it with your technique, then you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Your cultivation will definitely be able to get a huge boost, and it will also help you purify your physique. Other people simply couldn't see the real preciousness of this inner Dan. And the 9 myriad Linglong pagoda in Li Hao's bosom lit up the 8 layers and hinted out for Li Hao that the inner Dan concealed the origin of the Qing Xian Toad. Well, then I'll listen to you and make sure to auction off this Qing Xian Toad's inner elixir. One of the reasons why Lin Luo purposely asked Li Hao to come to the Taobao pavilion with herself was because she hoped to utilize his unique ability to help palm the eyes. After all, she deeply knew that Li Hao possessed a special ability to detect chances that were difficult for ordinary people to detect. At this moment, Xiaijin on the auction stage smiled and said, "Honored guests, now presented before your eyes is a precious inner elixir, with a starting price of 5 million spirit stones." As her words fell, the atmosphere of the scene warmed up and the crowd began to bid. Someone immediately shouted out, 6 million spirit stones. It was followed by a bid increase to 7 million. Lin Luo sat there elegantly. Her beauty was like the brightest star in the night sky, attracting the gazes of countless people. Finally, she lightly opened her vermilion lips and quoted, 10 million spirit stones. When this price was quoted, it immediately caused a gasp of amazement. Many people couldn't help but sigh. Ooh, worthy of being the Lin family's daughter. The moment she opens her mouth it's $10 million. It seems like she's determined to get this inner elixir. Those forces that were friends with the Lin family, on the other hand, had chosen to withdraw from this competition. This was because they understood that if they continued to bid, they would only offend the Lin family and invite unnecessary trouble for themselves. So they wisely gave up the competition and turned their attention to other items. But at the same time, the forces hostile to the Lin family refused to let up. Right at this moment, Han Feng, the son of Right Prime Minister Han Shantung, suddenly stood up, and with a smug expression on his face, he shouted, $15 million. His voice echoed throughout the auction house, causing an uproar. The crowd turned their heads to look at him with expressions of surprise and envy on their faces. The price is just too high and beyond most people's expectations. People began to mingle and talk, speculating why Korea Wind was clinging to Lin Luo. Did he really want to openly challenge the Lin family? Lin Luo's brows frowned slightly as a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes after hearing this offer. She didn't expect that there would be someone competing for this inner elixir at such a high price, and that person was actually Korea Wind. She cursed in her heart, this guy is really hateful. However, Korea Wind didn't pay any attention to the gazes of the people around him. He still wore a smug look on his face, and even glanced at Lin Luo provocatively. Obviously, he was confident in his offer and thought that he would be able to successfully capture this inner elixir this time. One had to know that although the Lin family's power was huge, the Han family was likewise not easy to deal with. Especially Han Shantung as the right prime minister. High status, but also with the Jinnan Wang family marriage. Its strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. Lin Luo looked at Korea Wind's arrogant appearance and was very unhappy in her heart. She knew that she was afraid that it wouldn't be that easy for her to get this inner elixir. She wasn't about to give up on it. Though, after all, this inner elixir meant a lot to her. And if she missed this opportunity, she might not be able to find a suitable replacement. So, after a little contemplation, she still made a new offer, 20 million spirit stones. When this number came out, the whole room was in an uproar. 25 million spirit stones. South Korea Wind shouted out this figure with a smile on his face, his voice calm and confident, as if this price was easy for him. With Korea Wind's bid, the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. This price was too high, far beyond the actual value of a 6th-ranked demonic beast's inner pills. Although the 6th order inner pill was precious, its value usually did not exceed 15 million spirit stones. However, now, the price had unexpectedly broken through $20 million, directly soaring to 25 million. And at this moment, there was no one more pleased than Xiaijin. He sat on the podium with a satisfied smile on his face. As an experienced auctioneer, he knew what this price meant. He gets a sizable commission from it. 25 million spirit stones. Miss Lin, do you still want to follow? Xiaijin asked as she looked at Lin Luo with a smile on her face. Lin Luo bit her lips tightly. Despite the Lin family's deep pockets, she didn't have many spirit stones at her own disposal. In the end, Lin Luo took a deep breath and made a decision. She clenched her own fists tightly, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes before she shouted, 30 million spirit stones. The shout was like a thunderbolt that made the whole place boil up again. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at the Lin family's strong financial resources as well as Lin Luo's amazing vigor. However, just when everyone thought that this thrilling battle of riches was about to come to an end with Lin Luo's price of $30 million, Korea Wind once again shouted out a staggering new offer, $35 million. The whole room was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked and dumbfounded by the number. Even Si Aijin didn't expect Korea Wind to continue raising the price. He was secretly delighted, thinking how nice it would be if he could come across such a good thing every day. He was snotty with delight. At this moment, the people around them began to talk. It seems that the rumors of an extremely high-grade spirit stone mine being dug out within the Han clan's fiefdom are true. Another man chimed in. Yeah, how else could they be so wealthy? Lin Luo did want this inner elixir very much, but the current price was indeed beyond her reach, so she could only sigh and sit back in her seat. Korea Wind looked proudly at the despondent and downcast Lin Luo and smiled teasingly. Thank you, Ms. Lin, for your generosity. Damn it! Li Hao glared at Korea Wind's villainous face and gritted his teeth in anger. His hands clenched his fists tightly and his joints cackled. There was nothing he could do but curse. After all, he was shy, his pockets were cleaner than his face, and trying to save face was a fool's errand. At this moment, he was chagrined in his heart. If he had enough wealth and strength, how would he have allowed Korea Wind to be so arrogant? He once again blamed Li Shenzhou for his predicament. Ding! Li Hao's resentment towards the host has deepened, gaining an emotional value of plus 100. Li Shenzhou heartslander. How to hate me again. So nice to have mood value to earn again. If there is no price higher than $35 million, then the inner elixir of this Qingxian toad goes to. Just as Si Aijin was about to drop the hammer, a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly came out. 40 million spirit stones. The crowd's eyes followed the direction from which the voice came. Only the voice came from the second floor's Tianzi number 1 room, and the bidder turned out to be Duanmu Shui, the subordinate of the Northern Liang God King's Prince Li Shenzhou. It's an offer from Li Shenzhou, the son of the Northern Liang God King. The Northern Liang Divine King's mansion has deep roots, so how could it be interested in the inner elixir of this Qingxian toad? Maybe it's just an opportunity to show off their family's wealth. I love watching His Highness show off his wealth. So handsome and stylish. Love it, love it. I love anything your highness does. Chapter 22 Treasures for a Beautiful Woman. Li Hao's chance appears. Li Hao saw that Li Shenzhou actually quoted $40 million and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Bastard. Out to pretend again. Ding. Li Hao's resentment towards the host has deepened, gaining an emotional value of plus 100. Li Shenzhou sat on the chair, enjoying the personalized service of several beautiful maids and listening with satisfaction to the system beeps that kept coming from his head. This was the effect he wanted. Lin Luo did not expect Li Shenzhou to join the offer, and it was still a direct 40 million spirit stones. She couldn't help but sigh. It's really deep. Seeing that it was Li Shenzhou who made the offer, Korea Wind's face became very ugly. He dared to call out the Lin family, but he didn't dare offend the Northern Liang God King Li family. After all, they are known as Li Half Dynasty, and the princess is also the sister of the current immortal emperor. With this background, the Han family really can't afford to mess with them. Not to mention the fact that the Northern Liang God King has millions of soldiers guarding the northern border. The name of the Li family alone is enough to discourage the Han family. If they really pissed off the Li family, they could easily kill the Han family by just finding an excuse to come back with troops. Thinking about this, a layer of fine sweat could not help but appear on the forehead of Korea Wind. If it is the world prince who wants this inner elixir, I will withdraw myself. South Korea Wind arched his hand towards the second floor of the Tianzi number 1 room, and sat back to his seat in a grayish manner. Alright, this inner elixir of the green Shin toad is won by His Highness, the world son of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion for 40 million spirit stones, Saizen said as he dropped the hammer. Lin Luo didn't expect the inner elixir to end up being captured by Li Shenzhou, so she had no choice but to sigh and leave it at that, lamenting the fact that I missed a great opportunity. However, just at this moment, Duanmu Shui however, came to Lin Luo's side. This caused both Lin Luo and Li Hao to be shocked, not knowing the other party's intentions. Miss Lin, our world son knows that you like this inner elixir very much, and specially asked his concubine to auction it off and give it to you. Duanmu Shui took out the inner elixir and handed it to Lin Luo, who was filled with shock. This is too expensive? Lin Luo stuttered a little in excitement. She never dreamed that Li Shenzhou spending 40 million spirit stones to buy the inner Dan was actually a gift to himself. The world son said that as long as Miss Lin likes it, even if it's a star in the sky, he'll go and pick it for you. Duanmu Shui smiled faintly and said in a soft tone. Hearing these words, Lin Luo couldn't help but blush a little, and an unspeakable feeling of emotion and joy surged in her heart. On the other hand, Li Hao, who was on the side, had an iron face and clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger and jealousy. Chloe, We don't want this bastardly Shenzhou stuff. Li Hao couldn't stand it any longer. He hurriedly snatched the inner elixir from Lin Luo's hand and returned it to Duan Mushui, gritting his teeth. Lin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Li Hao. In his heart, he secretly blamed Li Hao for doing things so recklessly. Do you think Li Shenzhou is really that kind? He's just trying to use you, Li Hao said with an indignant face. Li Hao, how can you talk about your own brother like that? Lin Luo didn't want him to talk about Li Shenzhou in such a way, so she spoke out to stop him. Humph, am I wrong? He's just a hypocritical guy who only uses such tactics to please women. The more Li Hao said, the angrier he got, and he couldn't wait to immediately rush up and give Li Shenzhou a punch. At this time, Zhong Linger spoke again as she mocked. TSK, the things that His Highness the Son of the World gave to Chloe. When did it become your call? You're not capable yourself, and you can't see that others are capable. What a lower head. Hearing these words, Li Hao was so angry that he almost made a move. He looked at Zhong Linger angrily and roared. You, at. However, Duan Mushui's breath erupted and her powerful aura shook Li Hao back a few steps. She coldly said to Li Hao, get lost, there's no place for you to talk here. At this moment, Lin Luo was sandwiched between Li Shenzhou and Li Hao in a somewhat difficult situation. She was torn inside, not knowing how to choose. Just as she was hesitating, Zhong Linger brought the inner elixir over and placed it in her hand and said softly, Your Highness, the world prince has good intentions. If you refuse it will affect the relationship between the two families. Why don't you accept it first, and then find a chance to return it to the world prince face to face in the future? After Lin Luo thought for a moment, she felt that this seemed to be a feasible method. So, she took the inner elixir and said to Duan Mushui, Alright, please tell His Highness the world prince on my behalf that the celluloid will thank him in person afterward. When Li Hao saw Lin Luo accept the inner elixir, the anger in his heart grew more and more intense, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Luo looked at the angry Li Hao, believing that he was both reckless and selfish, and was so small-minded that he couldn't even tolerate his own best friend, Zhong Linger. The good feeling towards Li Hao was getting less and less. Li Hao's heart ached, feeling that the woman who belonged to him was getting farther and farther away from him, and it seems that some kind of mysterious power is fading away. Ding! Li Hao's resentment towards the host has deepened, gaining an emotional value of plus 100. Zhong Linger, who saw this scene from the side, almost laughed out loud in triumph. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. Li Hao, this brat, really thought that he had pinned Lin Luo to death, thinking that the other party had trust in him. Isn't this a daydream? As the high-minded Lin family's eldest miss, her first consideration was definitely her family's interests. Then comes your own happiness. As for Li Hao, well, indeed some of the heart, but really compared with the interests of the family, can only lean back. No one understood Lin Luo better than Zhong Linger. She knew that under her own maneuvers, Lin Luo already had a grudge against Li Hao, and as long as she added another fire, she would definitely give up on the other party. As the auction continued, Li Hao sat beside Lin Luo and looked at the other party, his heart incomparably lost. The gap between the two seemed to grow wider and wider, yet he had a feeling of powerlessness. Everyone, the next thing to be auctioned is this local rank technique, Golden Jade Strength. With a starting price of 1 million spirit stones, Golden Jade Strength was an extremely common body training technique, and most of the people present were not too interested in it, and there were very few bids. 1,001,000, 1,200,000. Lin Luo naturally wouldn't be interested in this kind of body refining technique, but Li Hao beside him had a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and his gaze landed on that Golden Jade Strength. The 9-second Linglong pagoda in his arms lit up its 9 layers after a long time, like a bright pearl in the dark night, emitting a mysterious light. This meant that this Golden Jade Strength was definitely more than just an earth rank technique, and was likely hiding some great opportunity. Then, a line of small characters appeared above the pagoda. Golden Jade hide the mystery, and the fire bath reveals the true appearance. Chapter 23, Robbing the Chance. As Li Hao looked at such a great opportunity in front of him, his heart couldn't help but surge with an uncontrollable excitement. He secretly resolved to hold on to this rare opportunity no matter what. Thus, he carefully reached out to his storage bag and gently probed into it. Yet when he saw the scene in the bag, his face suddenly became a bit stiff. As it turned out, there were merely 100,000 or so spirit stones left in the storage bag. Although the auction price of the Golden Jade Power was not expensive among the many treasures, it was undoubtedly an astronomical figure for Li Hao. In the past year, with the magical treasure identification ability of the 9 myriad Linglong Pagoda, he had indeed been quite rewarding and had obtained quite a few precious opportunities. By selling those one items and chances, he also managed to gain a considerable amount of money. However, at the same time, his own cultivation required the consumption of an equally large amount of resources. The proceeds of these sales have been consumed by him to the point where he has very little left. 1,900,000 spirit stones. 2 million spirit stones. Looking at the few offerers on the scene, Li Hao was secretly pleased in his heart. The fact that everyone couldn't see through the preciousness of the golden jade power was simply a great thing for him. It meant that he had the chance to pick up a big leak at a low price. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable smile appeared on Li Hao's face. However, in order to successfully photograph this treasure, it is not enough to have an eye, but also money. Thus, he shyly approached Lin Luo and lowered his voice. Luo, I really like this auction item, but I don't have enough spirit stones on hand. Can you help me auction it off? For Li Hao, it wasn't once or twice that he had asked Lin Luo to help him buy things. In the past, as long as he made such a request, Lin Luo would definitely agree to it without hesitation and would do anything for him with joy. But the situation was different now. After a series of events, Lin Luo had already created some resentment towards Li Hao. When she heard that Li Hao once again asked for her help in auctioning this golden jade strength, Lin Luo couldn't help but have hesitation. This subtle change didn't escape Li Hao's keen gaze, and he immediately detected Lin Luo's inner turmoil. Although he felt a little disappointed, in order to obtain this rare supreme treasure, he had no choice but to continue to ask Lin Luo for help. Lin Luo hesitated slightly, but in the end, she couldn't resist Li Hao's pitiful, begging eyes, and her heart softened. So, she gently raised her hand and softly shouted, 3 million spirit stones. This price caused the people present to look sideways. After all, they had originally expected that the value of this lot should be around $2 million. Seeing that Lin Luo directly quoted $3 million and was obviously determined to win, everyone was unwilling to offend the Lin family for a rare gold and jade power, and they gave up their quotes. Li Hao was overjoyed in his heart, thinking that $3 million shouldn't be robbed by anyone with himself, right? It's not like golden jade strength is a high-level technique. Zhong Linger, who was sitting beside Lin Luo, took all of this in, a wry smile appearing on her face. In his heart, he secretly admired Li Shenzhou's ingenuity. Even Li Hao's words were word for word. One could not help but be more in awe of Li Shenzhou. Ding! Zhong Linger is in awe of the host, gaining emotion value plus 100. The system prompt had just fallen, and Zhong Linger's secret message transmission followed. Master, Li Hao wants this golden jade strength very much. It seems that there are hidden mysteries inside. He doesn't have any money on him, begging Lin Luo to auction it for him. Inside the second floor Tianzi number 1 box, Li Shenzhou was embraced by his left and right. Someone massaged him and someone fed him grapes. Hearing Zhong Linger's voice transmission, a smug smile appeared on her face as she was finally going to strike again. 3 million, one time. 3 million, twice. Distinguished guests, if there is no price higher than 3 million, then this lot belongs to Miss Lin. Saizen had the hammer in his hand, ready to fall. Although Li Shenzhou didn't know what exactly was the mystery of the golden jade strength, he knew that since Li Hao valued it so much, it would definitely not be wrong. So he made a snap decision to grab it first. 4 million spirit stones. As a result, the woman's pleasant and melodious offer was heard from within the Tianzi number 1. The gazes of everyone present once again followed the voice to the second floor. It's His Highness. He's struck again. The crowd began to murmur, and someone asked curiously, why would His Highness the World Prince be interested in such a thing? Right. What kind of high-level gung-fu doesn't the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion have? Does it still need to bid on such low-level feats? Is it still to buy it and give it to Lin Luo? I'm so envious of Lin Luo, being favored by His Highness the World's Son. Hearing that Li Shenzhou actually made a bid for the golden jade power, Li Hao's face instantly turned iron blue. He was very anxious and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Li Hao deeply knew that treasures that could make the 9 myriad Linglong Pagoda light up the 9 layers of the tower were rare. He had traveled to numerous markets, auction halls, and ground stalls over the past year, and had only seen them twice. Every time one encounters such a treasure, it is extremely precious and incomparable. Now, the golden jade strength was such a rare treasure, and it was also a great opportunity of the 9th tier rank, so he had to obtain it no matter what. And the person who grabbed the treasure with himself was still Li Shenzhou. More than that, he couldn't stand it. Chloe, you have to help me shoot it. Raise the price. Li Hao was angry and anxious in his heart, and his whole body became manic. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glittering with anger, his whole body like an angry bull. Looking at Li Hao in this state, Lin Luo frowned tightly, her face somewhat gloomy. She didn't expect that Li Shenzhou, the golden jade strength that Li Hao was looking at, would also bid on it, which put her in a dilemma. The Li family's status was transcendent, and Lin Luo knew that the Lin family couldn't compete with it now, and she simply didn't want to clash with the Li family in her heart, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble to the family. What's more, Li Shenzhou had just given herself a precious gift that made her feel very grateful, and there was even less reason to compete with the other party. Continuing to bid with Li Shenzhou, nonetheless, would offend the Li family, and was also a bit uneducated. Lin Luo was very torn. Chapter 24, A Complete Break. Seeing Lin Luo's silence, Li Hao was very anxious. Without putting himself in Lin Luo's shoes, he naturally didn't know the other party's difficulties, and he was now overcome with anger. In his eyes, Lin Luo's hesitation was betrayal. It was thought that Lin Luo had completely fallen to Li Shenzhou and wanted to go and become the other party's worldly consort. This chance was very important to him, and he held back the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Chloe, help me one last time. Just this once." Zhong Linger was a bit unable to look at her and once again spoke out to sneer. "Li Hao, you're really selfish. You never think about Luo. Do you want Luo to become a sinner of the Lin family? If you really love the celluloid as much as you say you do, you shouldn't force her to do these difficult choices." The moment her words left her mouth, she once again touched Li Hao's reverse scale. Li Hao was furious and raised his clenched fist, wanting to slam it towards Zhong Linger. However, right at this moment, Lin Luo suddenly stretched out her hand and blocked his attack, and sternly shouted, "Stop it, Li Hao, you're really going too far." Her voice was full of disappointment and anger. Li Hao glared at Lin Luo, anger flickering in his eyes, but more than anything else, it was unwillingness and pain. His fist trembled slightly, but eventually he slowly retracted it. Lin Luo sighed deeply and looked at Li Hao helplessly, saying in a heavy tone, "Li Hao, you should calm down and think about it." Li Shenzhou made a bid for this item. "We are simply unable to fight against it. Can't you see that? Even if we fight harder, we are doomed to fail, so why should we offend each other because of this? You need to calm down now." Li Hao's eyes remained cold and firm as he clenched his fists and growled in a low voice, "Calm? How do you want me to be calm? Everything I cared about was taken away by that bastard Li Shenzhou. Even you." Lin Luo gently shook her head with a hint of sadness in her tone. "Li Hao, you've misunderstood me. I never wanted to leave you. I just hope that you can be more sensible." Li Hao laughed coldly and interrupted Lin Luo's words. "Lin Luo, you don't have to say anymore. I've already seen your true colors. It turns out that you're no different from those rich and powerful girls. All of them are so vulgar. Well, since you chose Li Shenzhou, then you go ahead." Lin Luo's heart stung as she listened to the heartless words coming out of Li Hao's mouth. Li Hao clenched his fists and roared, "Lin Luo, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. 3 years from now, I will definitely impress you and all the people who once despised me. At that time, you will definitely regret today's decision. Words are a roadblock. Clothes are creepy hair." Li Hao's words were like a sharp sword that pierced straight into Lin Luo's heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the familiar stranger in front of her. His expression was cold and determined, causing Lin Luo to feel a chill rise up her spine. Lin Luo's face instantly became as pale as paper, and her lips trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but then she retracted it. She clenched her teeth and tried to keep the tears from flowing, but she couldn't help the tears that were welling up in her eyes. Her gaze fell on Li Hao, her eyes filled with disappointment and pain. The man she had spent countless good times with was now such a stranger. His words pierced her heart like a knife, making her unable to believe that this was the same optimistic, cheerful, resolute and decisive teenager back then. Thinking back to the past, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel her heart twisting like a knife. She used to think they had a deep bond, that they understood each other. However, it now seems that it was all just wishful thinking on her part. She had even gone so far as to reject the Li family's marriage proposal for Li Hao. But what she got in return was this. At this moment, Li Hao became impatient, as if he had lost his soul. Lin Luo thought with heartache, why is he the way he is today? Lin Luo, from now on, there is no longer any relationship between us, and this is the end of grace and justice. After Li Hao said this, he threw his sleeves with force and left without looking back. Lin Luo stood frozen in place, her gaze dull, her face pale, and her eyes revealing despair and pain. She clenched her lips as tears continued to slip from the corners of her eyes. Looking at Li Hao's departing back, the last shred of hope in Lin Luo's heart was dashed. I didn't realize the other side was so ruthless, just didn't help him shoot a piece of gongfu, and then he broke with himself. Her body faltered and eventually collapsed helplessly to the ground. Zhong Linger, who was on the side, rushed forward to support her and said heartily, Luo, this kind of person isn't worth letting you be so sad. He's simply unbelievable, like a mad dog. Lin Luo was in tears and said with a trembling voice, I always thought that he would understand my suffering, but I didn't expect him to be so desperate. Zhong Linger said angrily, he doesn't understand how good you are at all, and only knows to accuse and complain. Such a man, don't want him. Same as brothers, Li Shenzhou sure treats people like a spring breeze. It's really true that the 9 sons of a dragon are all different. Zhong Linger continued to comfort. When Lin Luo heard this, her heart was mixed. Thinking about the short time she spent with Li Shenzhou, it was indeed very pleasurable. She sighed softly and said, "It's just that. Maybe this is fate. This incident also made me see Li Hao's true colors, and I won't have any lingering feelings from now on." Zhong Linger tightly hugged the sad Lin Luo, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a treacherous smile. She knew that with Lin Luo's character, after this incident, the two of them were considered to have completely broken up, and that's exactly how she wanted it to turn out. How will the master reward himself for his great deeds? Thinking of Li Shenzhou's handsome face, the means to make people sink physically and mentally, Zhong Linger licked her lips, eating the marrow. Chapter 25. Li Shenzhou scrutinized the golden jade power jade simplex in his hand that he had obtained from the auction. His deep eyes flickered with essence as he tried to use his divine sense to probe the mysteries within. Like the crowd, he was unable to penetrate the mystery. The chi is still not enough nah. In desperation, he could only resentfully put it into his storage bag, waiting to slowly study it in the future when his chi increased. He cast his gaze downwards and saw that Li Hao and Lin Luo had completely broken up, and he couldn't help but have a smile of satisfaction well up in his heart. After losing the support of the Lin family, Li Hao's path was narrowed, and it was all under Li Shenzhou's control. Hiryushi. Li Shenzhou held back the crowd around him and softly called out. As his words fell, a figure dressed in black suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. This person knelt on one knee and responded in a respectful tone. "World Sun, my subordinate is here. It's time to start executing the next part of the plan," Li Shenzhou commanded expressionlessly, his voice so flat that it was hard to catch the true thoughts within his heart. Hearing this, Shiyusher replied without hesitation. "As you command, my subordinate will immediately go and make arrangements." After saying that, his figure quickly disappeared like a gust of wind, as if he had never appeared. After Shiyusher left, Li Shenzhou slowly closed his eyes, a cold smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. He murmured in a low voice, "Li Hao, Li Hao, it's time to send you on your way next." Li Shenzhou is a ruthless person, but he has never done nothing but disguise himself very well. He had a good reputation in the feathered immortal dynasty, especially in the hearts of a group of young women who were dream lovers. Lin Luo recalled the time she spent with Li Shenzhou and was a little unfulfilled. The other party's refined and dashing elegance all left a deep impression on her, especially the stunning verses that came out of her mouth, which brought back memories. Previously, under Li Hao's constant indoctrination, she was somewhat prejudiced against Li Shenzhou. Now she was considered to completely see Li Hao and understood that she seemed to have misunderstood Li Shenzhou, especially since the other party had also given her a precious 6th grade demon pill. This friendship made her heart feel guilty. Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. Li Shenzhou, who had just returned to his chambers, had the system's beeps in his head once again. Ding! Lin Luo feels a hint of guilt towards the host. Favoritism continues to increase, gaining emotional value plus 200. The host already has 5,000 emotional values. Do you want to do a lottery? Drawing. Consume 5,000 emotional value for 5 draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 elements pill x3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Xingqiu Fox's tail x1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, charisma plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 10 luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining demonic chi. 5 elements pill, fusing the essence of 5 elements of heaven and earth. It can harmonize the 5 elements in the practitioner's body to achieve a balanced state, thus enhancing the practitioner's physique and cultivation. The 5 elements pill was an ancient immortal pill, and the formula for its refinement had been lost. Even if there was a Dan formula, it was useless. And now that this aspect was no longer able to extract the pure 5 elemental essences, it was simply impossible to refine the 5 elemental Dan. The tail of the green fox? Li Shenzhou took it in his hand, and after scrutinizing it carefully, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The needle is not poking. Charisma and chi are good things. Seeing this clump of demonic chi rewarded by the system, Li Shenzhou pondered slightly and a cunning smile appeared on his face. With something like this, one's plan could be even more seamless. Li Shenzhou no longer thought much about it, took out a 5 elements Dan and put it into his mouth and began to cultivate in seclusion. For every 5 elements pill that was refined, it could raise one small realm, but it was limited to cultivators below the Seal King realm. There were no years in cultivation. Time passed, and soon a month passed. Inside the grand hall, auspicious light was like a waterfall. The sound of the Tao was soothing. Li Shenzhou sat cross-legged, and above him, the mountain and river cauldron runes flickered, enveloping him tightly. He slowly opened his eyes, which contained a refined aura like 2 bright stars. Li Shenzhou successfully refined the 3-5 elemental pills. His cultivation steadily increased to the 9th level of the Seal Marquee realm, and a powerful aura filled the hall. This 5 elements pill is truly worthy of being an ancient immortal pill, allowing me to ascend 3 minor realms in a row in just 1 month. Li Shenzhou was overwhelmed with emotion. If the outside world were to learn that he had risen 3 minor realms in a row within a month, it would definitely cause shockwaves. This was the Seal Marquee realm. Even those supreme geniuses would take months to raise a small realm. Raising 3 minor realms in a month was absolutely explosive news. Nah, Li Shenzhou is a hanging wall, possessing the heavenly Yuan sacred body, the supreme bone, the mountain river tripod and the 5 elements Dan. Hugh sure. Come meet me in the great hall. Li Shenzhou's face was bland as he suddenly said into the void. As soon as the words fell, there was a fluctuation of energy in the void, and a black shadow appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee and saying respectfully, "Congratulations to His Highness, the world's son, whose cultivation has broken through 3 times in a row, a rarity in the world." Shi Yushur was already over 800 years old and was considered to be rich in experience, and had seen what kind of heavenly pride, but such a wizard as Li Shenzhou was really unheard of. Such a demonic talent made him not dare to show half a bit of disrespect. Li Shenzhou waved his hand and said indifferently, "How is the matter that I asked you to do? My subordinate has captured a demon from outside the domain and has already planted a slave seal for him, and would absolutely not dare to disobey orders," Hiawatha reported. The feathered immortal dynasty had zero tolerance for demons, and the Northern Liang Divine King had led his troops to hold down the northern border all year round, just to prevent demons from moving south. The entire feathered immortal dynasty hated demons from top to bottom, and people in every household were killed by demons. Even the last generation of emperor of the feathered immortal dynasty, Jiang Bijuan's father, died from injuries sustained in a great battle with the demon king. Therefore, in the feathered immortal dynasty, the word demon was taboo. Chapter 26 Who the hell is the devil? Shi Yushur took out a magic weapon and gently shook it, and from it came out a vicious-looking demon with open teeth and claws and a fierce face, as if it wanted to choose people to devour. When a demon reaches the realm of a demon general, it is no different from a human. This demon's cultivation had obviously reached the strength of a demon general, and his appearance had already turned into that of a middle-aged man, only that he was more fierce-looking, as if he was a night fork, with a cross-eyed face full of transverse flesh that made people shudder. The aura of his body was very powerful. The demonic aura lingered around him, and he looked at Li Shenzhou viciously, as if a hungry wolf was staring at its prey. Obviously, there's still some defiance. "On your knees," Shi Yushur said sternly, although the demon was subjected to the slave seal. But his mouth was not convinced. His face showed disdain for Li Shenzhou. These demons only submit to power. And he saw that Li Shenzhou was young and gentle, and his entire appearance was that of a dude. Naturally, he is not convinced. "Are you displeased with this Shitsi?" Li Shenzhou looked at the demon kneeling on the ground and asked indifferently. "No, have the guts not to use the slave seal. You fight with me fairly, win and I'll be convinced. Then I'll be at your disposal. Even if I have to take this life I have no complaints." The demon yelled in defiance. Its voice is shrill and piercing as a cat whose tail has been stepped on. The corners of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly. He knew that the demon clan were all mu strong, submissive to the strong, not submissive to their status. "Good, then let you be convinced to work for this Seiji." The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth lifted as he said towards Shi Yushur, "Release his slave seal. World's son, 10,000 times must not. He is a demon general cultivation." Shi Yushur's face instantly turned pale. His voice seemed a bit hoarse as if his throat had been pinched. A demon general of a demon is equivalent to a human seal king realm. Shi Yushur's lips trembled. He was afraid that if Li Shenzhou had a slip-up, he would really be skinned and soul extracted by Li Yuanshan. "I told you to let go. Can't you hear me?" A hint of coldness flashed in Li Shenzhou's eyes, and his voice was as chilling as the cold wind. The majesty of the higher-ups made Shi Yushur not dare to disobey, so he had to obediently do as he was told. "Be careful, Seiji." With the release of the slave seal, the demon's aura became even more furious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he were an enraged beast. The devilish aura enveloped the entire hall like a dark cloud, weighing people down. "Ha ha, are you really not afraid of death?" Saying this, the demon's nails suddenly became longer, like sharp swords, flashing with a cold light, and rushed towards Li Shenzhou. Li Shenzhou's expression was flat as usual. His eyes flashed with essence and the mountain river tripod appeared in front of him. The mountain river tripod absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and at this moment, the body of the tripod was flickering with runic symbols and the flow of Taoist rhythms, and a breath of ancient vicissitude shrouded it. With a shocking pressure, "Go!" Li Shenzhou let out a soft cry and gently lifted his right hand. The mountain river cauldron glowed greatly and became 100 times larger in size. enveloping the demons that rushed up. Thousands of thin filaments stretched out from the mountain and river tripod, binding the demon as a whole. Ah, what kind of magic treasure is this? How come I can't break free? Let go of me dash. The more the demon that was bound by the mountain and river tripod, the more it struggled, the more it was entangled, and the power in its body was still being continuously sucked by the mountain and river tripod. It was also the first time that Shi Yushur had seen this treasure of Li Shenzhou's, and he muttered, a quasi-saint level magic treasure. There would not be more than a handful of such treasures in the entire feathered immortal dynasty. His Highness the Sejin actually owns one. This world's magic treasures were categorized into the following grades: mortal, Xian, earth, heaven, immortal, quasi-sacred, and holy. The demon looked at such a powerful magic treasure and felt the loss of life force, trembling in fear, as if it was a falling leaf in the wind, no longer having the frenzy it had just had. Spare me, son, spare me, I'm willing to submit to you. The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth lifted, the essence in his eyes flickered slightly, and the mountain river tripod withdrew the thin threads of mana as if it had a telepathic connection, letting go of the half-dead demon and returning the absorbed life force to the other party. Li Shenzhou still intends to let him do a great thing. How can he be willing to kill him? The current demons faced Li Shenzhou with only awe in their hearts, respectfully kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads at all. Seeing this scene, Shi Yushur also admired Li Shenzhou, determined, thoughtful, and far-sighted. He will be a great man in the future. His loyalty to Li Shenzhou became even stronger. What is your name? Li Shenzhou asked indifferently. The demon didn't dare to shout anymore and said softly, World Son. The young demon is called Kunlun Nu. Quincy? What a way to name names. Li Shenzhou secretly laughed in his heart. This son is going to let you do something. And if it's done well, not only will you be set free, but you'll also be given favors. He smiled. World Son, despite your command, Kunlun's slave will certainly do his best to do it. Not daring to ask for favors, Kunlun Nu was now completely and utterly convinced. Li Shenzhou nodded with satisfaction, so he told the other party about his plan. As Kunlun Nu listened to the plan, his face gradually became shocked. He did not expect Li Shenzhou to play such a big game. Even a murderous demon like him broke out into a bit of a cold sweat upon hearing this. The look also became more alarmed. In my heart, I thought, I am a demon. Killing and setting fire is my nature. This son of the world killing and setting fire is just a means to an end. Really ruthless. Kunlun Nu didn't dare to hesitate for a second. World Son, I understand. I'll go do it now. Chapter 27, Zhou family destroyed. That day, after Li Hao left the Taba pavilion, his heart was incomparably depressed. A moment of impulse, a moment of pleasure, a moment of fun and regret. He regretted his impulsive behavior, but it could not be undone. Looking at the bustling imperial capital, this city of extreme bliss, people were coming and going, bustling with activity. Yet, he felt out of place in the world, as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. Severing his ties with Lin Luo made him feel pain, but it also meant that his carefully designed path to rise in life was completely cut short. Having lost the support of the Lin family, he didn't know how to rise up next. Thinking that Lin Luo would become Li Shenzhou's woman filled his heart with endless pain and unwillingness. The supreme bone that had just awakened on his body seemed to have sensed his inner pain and kept buzzing. It sounded like a mockery of his incompetence and a reminder of the shame he had felt. Li Hao clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with blood, and secretly swore in his heart, I will definitely take back the supreme bone that Li Shenzhou snatched away. Although the words were said so, for some reason, there was always an ominous premonition in his heart, as if something had changed. Ever since he had obtained the 9 myriad Linglong Pagoda, his luck had simply exploded, constantly obtaining all sorts of opportunities. It made him feel overwhelmed, and he felt that he had finally found a shortcut to success and could easily go to the top of his life. What made him happiest was that he met Lin Luo, a stunning beauty. He had originally thought that he could use the Lin family's power to realize his ambitions and dreams. However, reality slapped him mercilessly. The overwhelming opportunity he encountered was not only seized by his nemesis Li Shenzhou, but he also faked a wave in his wake, stealing all the limelight. He didn't get anything for himself, but instead, he broke up with Lin Luo. Even worse, he felt a mysterious power within his body was fading away. The feeling filled him with fear and unease. Over the past day, he had gone through a nightmarish ordeal, falling from heaven to hell. His Taoist heart began to waver and was no longer as firm as before, and the supreme bone in his body became faint and faint, as if it was proving his suspicions. Right when Li Hao said that he was breaking off his favor and leaving Taba Pavilion, Lin Luo's heart seemed to be stabbed by something hard, and an unspeakable sadness surged to her heart. Their time together had not been short. They had been through several thrilling adventures together, and Li Hao had even saved her life. These memories flooded her mind like a tidal wave. making her heart ache so much she couldn't breathe. However, all the things that happened today made her feel deeply disappointed in Li Hao. Especially his indifference and desperation just now had cut her heart to the core. At that moment, Zhong Linger was gently comforting Lin Luo. She tells Lin Luo that Li Hao is not a man worth committing his life to. Lin Luo quietly listened as the pain in her heart gradually eased. She begins to look at the relationship and realizes that Li Hao might not really be the one to spend the rest of her life with. At this moment, she realized that her expectations of Li Hao were too high, while the reality of Li Hao was far less than her imagination. When she looked up at the imposing and gentle Li Shenzhou, a trace of guilt could not help but well up in her heart. She realized that she had been foolish to refuse the marriage. Originally, she had planned to return the precious Qin Xian toad in her den to Li Shenzhou, but he didn't give her that opportunity and silently left before her. This action further caused Lin Luo's heart to be incomparably entangled. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess invites you to come over." Hearing this, Li Shenzhou let the maids help him straighten up his clothes and crown before getting up and heading to the royal concubine's chambers. Not long after, Li Shenzhou arrived at the royal concubine's chambers and saw his mother sitting there waiting for him. "Son has met mother consort." Li Shenzhou saluted. Zhang Bijuan smiled and nodded her head signaling Li Shenzhou to sit down. "Zhou, it's only been a month since I've seen you, and you're already at the peak of the Seal Marquis realm?" Zhang Bijuan looked at her precious son with a face full of surprise, and her face showed a joy that she couldn't hide. "Yes, mother consort, my son has gone through a lot of trouble this time in seclusion, and has finally gained something, and is now on the verge of touching the King Seal realm." Li Shenzhou replied with a smile. On the side of the Duanmu Shui, eyes full of envy, secretly muttered in his heart, "Which is so hard, obviously very easy. Well, His Highness the World Sun's talent can simply be described as a demon." Although Zhang Bijuan's heart was filled with joy, she couldn't help but show a touch of shock in her eyes. In just a month's time, rising 3 small realms in a row, such a cultivation speed was too amazing. Even those supreme geniuses of the Feathered Heaven dynasty since ancient times had never had such a speed. I'm afraid, she herself was a person of extraordinary talent back then, but it took a full 3 months to raise a small realm in the Seal Marquis realm. Yet now, his own precious son was able to continuously break through 3 minor realms in just 1 month. It's a real people pleaser, but it's a good thing that this amazing character is his own son. Otherwise it would really make people want to get rid of him. Not bad, not bad. Boat child must not be impatient. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance you will fall back. It may not be a good thing to advance too fast. You still need to build a good foundation. Otherwise the cultivation is vain. My son has memorized the teachings. Mother consort, don't worry. I heard that this time at Taba Pavilion, you met that sinful bastard Li Hao? Zhang Bijuan's words changed and asked about Li Hao. Yes, mother consort. This sinful bastard seems to want to use the Lin family's power to get himself out of his current predicament. The Lin family rejected my marriage proposal. It seems that Lin Luo is determined to marry Li Hao. Zhang Bijuan said with a gloomy face. Mother consort, don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Li Shenzhou said with a confident smile. You shouldn't take it lightly. This sinful seed is a bit evil. We've been suppressing him like this and we still haven't gotten rid of him completely. Now the clan elders have some thoughts about him and secretly sent people to protect him. It's simply impossible to get rid of him now. Zhang Bijuan gritted her teeth. She realized that her son had recently become more and more calm and steady-minded, as if he had grown up overnight. No longer the fickle-minded, never growing up dude. Boat, this time I called you here, mainly to tell you something. What is it? Mother consort? Last night, the Zhou family of the imperial household was attacked, and the entire family was wiped out, with extremely vicious means, said to be the work of a demon. Zhang Bijuan's face was grave as she continued. The Zhou family is a vassal of our Northern Lian Divine King's house, and his family's extermination is most likely aimed at us. So in these few days, you need to be more careful and try not to go out. Duanmu Shui, you have to watch over Shitzi. If he loses a hair on his head you'll be the only one to blame. Hearing Zhang Bijuan's order, Duanmu Shui nodded her head and said yes, and in her heart she castigated, dropping a cold hair? Last night he dropped several on me. Chapter 28, The Zhong family suffers. Zhong Linger learns the truth. When Li Shenzhou heard this news, he pretended to be very surprised. Mother consort should also be careful. Targeting our Li family's vassal is guaranteed to be someone who hates us. The matter of the demon was only known to him and Shi Yushur. Even Duanmu Shui was not clear. He is meticulous, and knows that those who plan great things, hidden in the heart of the action, things to secret into, words to leak the defeat of the truth. Even his own mother, he didn't intend to let her know the inside story. His acting skills were completely considered to be at the level of a movie star. Not to mention that Duanmu Shui didn't see the signs. Even Zhang Bijuan didn't notice in the slightest. What's the point of sacrificing the entire Zhou family for the sake of killing Li Hao? What's next? There's going to be a bigger surprise. Returning to his own Shi Great Hall, Li Shenzhou gently clapped his palms after dismissing the crowd. There was a fluctuation of energy in the void, and the Shiryu stone appeared in front of him. Greetings, Your Highness, Shiyushir said respectfully as he knelt on one knee. How did things go? Li Shenzhou asked indifferently. Kunlun Nu killed the entire Zhou family as instructed and left clues behind, Shiyushir reported. Well, you tell Kunlun Nu to be cautious and not to be caught by the people of the Jinmu division, and then it's time for the climax. Li Shenzhou muttered in his heart. Don't blame this son for being ruthless. This is all to get rid of Li Hao. Get a grip on it. Subordinate obeyed. Just as Shiyushir was about to turn around and leave, Li Shenzhou furrowed his brows and called out to him. Wait. Subordinate is in. Shiyushir stopped and turned around. Tell Kunlun Nu not to kill Zhonglinger. Let him say this. Li Shenzhou whispered in Shiyushir's ear, arranging the plan afterward. After saying this, the corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. Yes, subordinate understands. Shiyushir nodded before turning to leave. Li Shenzhou looked at the back of Ziyushi's departure and secretly sneered in his heart. Zhonglinger, on the basis that you still have a use for you, let's leave you alive. He sighed softly after Hiyoshi left, wondering if he had gone soft. The Bell family. Zhong Beishan and seat on the seat. Recently he has some spring breeze. Handstrokes beard said, our Zhong family rising opportunity finally came. Thanks to the great prince appreciation. Want to recommend me to become the secretary of the Ministry of War. One of the clan elders below said. Patriarch, our Zhong clan has always looked up to the Li clan, and the Li clan is backed by the second prince. If we change our clan, will we be criticized by the world? And I'm afraid that it's not a wise move to offend the Li clan. A woman's opinion. As the saying goes, those who know what's right are wise. His Highness the Grand Prince is the first son, and will be made the Crown Prince. Sooner or later, he will be honored to ascend to the throne. It is only wise to defect to the Grand Prince. There is no need to say more. Zhong Beishan was dry and resolute, ready to take a big gamble. Zhonglinger's face was slightly unnatural when she heard that her father was preparing to change the doorway. She was about to tell Zhong Beishan about Li Shenzhou holding the secret of the Zhong family. Let him not have any illusions. Li Shenzhou can make the Zhong family finished with just one word. But the words came to her lips and then retracted, knowing that even if she said them, her father would not believe her. After all, the Zhong family had already been wallflowers for so many years, with a very keen sense of smell for interests, and had long been accustomed to falling with the wind. And now that it was so hard to get on the line of the Grand Prince, how could they give it up so easily? Zhonglinger could only silently sigh, secretly praying in her heart that she hoped that the Zhong family would not be plunged into a place of no return because of this choice. But at that moment, a strange laughter suddenly came from the sky above the Zhong clan. The sound was as creepy as a night lord hissing. Immediately afterward, a cold and low voice rang out. Zhong family, today is the day you die. With this angry cry, an evil aura quickly spread out as if it was going to devour the entire Zhong family. Jia Jia Jia. The voice came again, carrying endless killing intent and mockery. Zhong Beishan and the others' faces changed drastically when they heard this voice, and they immediately realized that it was a demon. So, without hesitation, they rushed out the door, ready to deal with the crisis. When they stepped out of the gate, the scene in front of them stunned everyone. Only a middle-aged man with wings on his back was standing over the Zhong clan, his wings flapping and bringing gusts of wind. His eyes were cold and fierce, revealing an indescribable majesty. His body exuded a frightening aura, one that was so full of blood and killing that it sent shivers down one's spine. It's none other than Quincy, a demon general level demon? Someone shouted in horror. Could it be the one that overthrew the Zhou family? The other man shuddered. A wave of panic welled up in the hearts of the crowd. They knew that demon general level demons were extremely powerful, and were by no means something that ordinary people could fight against. The Kunlun slave killed the Zhou family and devoured the blood souls of thousands of people, and his strength went to the next level. At this moment, Zhong Beishan, the strongest person in the Zhong clan, also felt an unprecedented pressure. Even though he had already stepped into the Seal King realm, he was simply not enough to look at compared to this demonic general. Most of the other Zhong family members were only at the Seal Marquis realm or Mighty realm, and they felt incomparably desperate in the face of such a powerful enemy. The physical bodies of demons were extremely powerful, and even demon generals equivalent to the Seal King realm were able to compete with ordinary Void God realm experts among humans. For a Seal King realm powerhouse, they were more than capable of completely crushing them. This power disparity put the Zhong family in extreme danger, and they faced a test of life and death. A few moments later, the originally brilliant Zhong family had been turned into ruins, with blood and corpses all over the ground. Thousands of people from the Zhong family were slaughtered by the Kunlun slaves. and Kunlun Nu's strength had been greatly improved. Even if a void god powerhouse, he was not afraid now. However, he still did not dare to disobey Li Shenzhou's orders. This was not only because of the bondage of the slave seal, but also because Li Shenzhou's ruthlessness frightened him. Li Shenzhou's methods could be much more brutal than demons. Kunlun Nu's hands tightened around the neck of Zhong Linger, who was the only survivor of the Zhong family. At the moment, she had been scared out of her wits and her face was as pale as paper. Gg, what a nice blood meal. Kunlun Nu let out an eerie laugh, his eyes glittering with greed. Zhong Linger had no other way but to cry at the moment. The mind was overwhelmed with fear, knowing that he was going to die. Who told you to offend our lord? Now, you'll immediately become our lord's blood meal. The fishy odor from Kunlun Nu's mouth made Zhong Linger almost vomit, and her body trembled, unable to move. You? Who exactly are you males? How could I have offended you demons? I've never seen a demon at all. Zhong Linger was trembling with fear, like a broken leaf in the wind. Jia, you are about to die, and I am not afraid to tell you that our male son is Li Hao. Kunlun Nu's words shocked Zhong Linger beyond belief. Li Hao is your male son. Could it be that he is also a demon? Jia. He was taken over by our male son. You already know the truth. Be a good boy and be my blood meal. Kunlun Nu opened his mouth wide, ready to eat Zhong Linger. Sinner, let her go. Chapter 29, Yellow Mud Soup falls in the crotch of pants. It's not sh*t, it's sh*t. Just as Zhong Linger was losing all thoughts and waiting to die with her eyes closed, a woman's dainty voice came out like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Stop! Kunlun Nu and Zhong Linger looked toward the visitor at the same time. The person who came was none other than the commanding officer of the Demon Suppression Division, Nangong Meng, who had the appearance of a city. Behind her were hundreds of demon suppression envoys, each of them with extraordinary cultivation, at least as strong as the Great Power Realm. Nangong Meng, as the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, had been investigating the case of the Zhou family's extermination. After receiving the news just now, he hoofed it towards the Zhong family, but he was still a step too late. In fact, she had come just in time because it was all carefully arranged by Li Shenzhou, including the one who tipped her off. Lord Nangong, save me. When Zhong Linger saw the people from the Demon Suppression Division arrive, she immediately cried out for help as if she had grasped onto a life preserver. When Kunlun Nu saw Nangong Meng, he pretended to be shocked, and as soon as he let go of Zhong Linger, he flapped his huge wings and fled towards the distance. Jia Lu, you take Team A and go after them. As you wish, Lord Nangong. With a wave of her jade hand, Nangong Meng signaled her men to chase after Kunlun Nu, while she herself quickly stepped to Zhong Linger's side and asked with concern, Miss Zhong, are you alright? Oh, I'm fine, but all the people in the Zhong family are dead. My father, my mother, they were all killed by Li Hao. Zhong Linger wiped her tears, and her eyes revealed monstrous hatred. What? Li Hao killed him? Nangong Meng asked in surprise. Yes, Lord Nangong. Just now the demon himself admitted that it was Li Hao who sent him to exterminate our Zhong family's entire clan. And just because I disapproved of Lin Luo getting too close to him, he held a grudge and killed him. Zhong Linger accused as she cried. The demon said that Li Hao has already been taken over by his master, and that the current Li Hao is already a demon. There's such a strange thing? Nangong Meng's face was grave, not realizing that there was such a big hidden agenda. Taken? She knew that Li Hao had a special identity, and although he had now been taken over by a demon, he was still the Grand Duke of the Northern Liang Divine King's house after all. If he went to the Northern Liang Divine King's residence to ask for someone at his door, I'm afraid that it would bring some trouble. Thinking of this, Nangong Meng couldn't help but fall into deep thought, thinking of a way to deal with it. Lord Nangong, the Zhou family's extermination was definitely if Li Hao did it. Before in Taba Pavilion, Zhou Fei had friction with Li Hao. With his ferocious nature, he must have done it. Nangong Meng nodded. If Li Hao was really taken over by a demon, then this all seemed to feel reasonable. Ms. Chung, take a look. Do you recognize this thing? Saying that, Nangong Meng took out an object from her bosom and opened the black cloth on the outside, revealing a jade pendant inside. Zhong Linger recognized it at a glance and said loudly, Lord Nangong, this is Li Hao's accompanying jade pendant. Hearing this, Nangong Meng's face sank slightly, her brows furrowed. Come on, head to the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. There was nothing new in the imperial capital Extreme City, and the news of the Zhong family's destruction quickly spread through the streets. The matter of Li Hao being taken over by a demon was even more publicized. The Lin family. When Lin Luo heard the news that the Zhong family had been exterminated, her mouth was wide open and she was filled with shock. She never dreamed that Li Hao had really been taken over, and that he had sent his demons to exterminate the Zhou and Zhong families. This is just inhuman and heartless. At this moment, She finally understood why Li Hao's words and behavior were so abnormal that day in Taba Pavilion. Turns out it's because he's been taken over. Thinking of her good girlfriend's entire family being exterminated, Lin Luo's face instantly turned iron blue, and her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with anger and hatred. She clenched her pink fist so tightly that her bones whitened and made a crunching sound. I must avenge Zhong Linger's entire family and seek justice for Zhong Linger as well. Lin Luo gritted her teeth and said with endless indignation in her voice. Right at this moment, Lin Luo suddenly remembered Li Shenzhou, and a wave of complex flavors surged in her heart. She had almost succeeded in being provoked by Li Hao, the demon. Before. Now. She began to worry about Li Shenzhou. After all, Li Hao was a demon. Would he be unfavorable to Li Shenzhou? At the thought of this, Lin Luo could no longer sit still, her heart burning with anxiety. Even though his family was blocking him, he still did not hesitate to run directly to the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. One thing, there is no doubt that Lin is an emotional person. At the entrance of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, there were already many demon suppressor ambassadors standing. They wore black armor and held swords. Their faces were serious, and they exuded a ferocious aura. Their formation was neat and majestic. These people were all demon suppression envoys of the Demon Suppression Division, and there were many of them with high cultivation levels. At this moment, they were standing silently in front of the Northern Liang Divine King's residence, waiting for orders. Among this group of demon suppressor ambassadors, the most notable one was the leader, Nangong Meng, who was the cousin of the current immortal emperor and the daughter of King Yen. She was dressed in black with a black dress and riding boots. Her body was graceful and beautiful, but her eyes were cold and majestic. Nangong Meng is extremely efficient and will take immediate action once she realizes there is a problem. This time was no exception. When she learned that Li Hao had already been taken over, and that the physical evidence found by the Zhou family was what he had with him, without the slightest hesitation, she immediately led a group of devil-quenching ambassadors to the front of the Beiliang God King's mansion and demanded that Li Hao be handed over. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even dare to come to the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion to arrest him. After all, this is the residence of the King of Northern Liang. Passing by here, civil officials get off their sedan chair, military officials get off their horses. But Nangong Meng was different. She relied on her noble status to have the guts to lead people to the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion to arrest them. In addition to the people from the Demon Suppression Division, there were also quite a few melon eaters who had heard the news who had also surrounded this place with 3 layers of water. This kind of big melon, no one could resist the temptation. However, all of this was actually within Li Shenzhou's calculations. Although the butler Li Fu didn't have any good feelings towards Li Hao, he still showed a firm stance in the face of the Jin Demon Division's aggressiveness. Lord Nangong, have you misunderstood? How could our male son Li Hao be a demon? Li Fu frowned. Nangong Meng responded nonchalantly. We have human and material evidence. Saying that, she pointed to Zhong Linger, who was still trembling from fear. Zhong Linger came in and out of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion from time to time, so Li Fu naturally recognized her. Then Nangong Meng took out Li Hao's accompanying jade pendant, and Li Fu's heart couldn't help but sink. In the face of this situation, Li Fu knew that he could not make the decision, and could only say helplessly, I can't make the decision, and now I will immediately go to ask the princess. After saying that, he turned around and hurriedly left, leaving behind a gloomy Nangong Meng and a group of silent Jin demon envoys. Just as Li Fu turned around and was about to ask Jiang Bijuan for instructions, Li Shenzhou slowly walked out from the inner courtyard with Duan Mushui in tow. Uncle Fu, what has happened to make so much noise? Li Shenzhou looked at everything in front of him, pretending to know nothing, and asked with a puzzled face. Uncle Fu hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake and said in a terrified tone, Your Highness, the Department of Demon Suppression said that eunuch Li Hao had been seized by a demon and killed thousands of people from the Zhou and Zhong families. Hearing this, Li Shenzhou secretly laughed in his heart, but on the surface he still put on a shocked look and asked incredulously, surprisingly, there is such a thing? Then, he looked at Nangong Meng on the side and asked suspiciously, Lord Nangong, could there be a mistake somewhere? Nangong Meng shook her head in affirmation. She pointed at Zhong Linger, who was sitting on the carriage and shivering, and said, There will be no mistake. There are all the witnesses and material evidence. Miss Zhong is the witness, and Li Hao's accompanying jade pendant is the material evidence. Zhong Linger saw Li Shenzhou at this moment, seemed to see a life-saving straw, at once kneeled in front of Li Shenzhou, tearfully accusing, Li Hao killed my family of 1,300 people. Shitzi should do it for me. Miss Zhong, please get up. If it's really my big brother's doing, this Shitzi will never harbor him. Chapter 30. Li Hao is pitted. Li Shenzhou's face instantly grimaced, his eyes cold as ice, and his tone sternly said, Uncle Fu, immediately send someone to call my big brother Li Hao out to me. When Li Fu heard this, His face changed slightly and he hurriedly walked to Li Shenzhou's side and lowered his voice. The Grand Duke has been out for many days and has yet to return. What? You've been out for days and haven't returned? Li Shenzhou deliberately showed a stunned expression and shouted. These words naturally fell into the ears of Nangong Meng, who was on the side, which added a few more points to her suspicion of Li Hao. If this matter really had nothing to do with Li Hao, then why had he not returned home for many days? Lord Nangong, I'm really sorry. My elder brother is indeed not in the mansion. Do you think we should wait for him to return before making a decision? Li Shenzhou explained to Nangong Meng by putting on an apologetic face. Nangong Meng's face became heavier and heavier. She knew that the relationship between Li Shenzhou and Li Hao had long reached the point of incompatibility. Therefore, Li Shenzhou would never cheat her for the sake of Li Hao. In that case, it will have to do for now. Despite her unwillingness, Nangong Meng could only temporarily close the team at this moment and return to the Yamen to issue an arrest warrant for Li Hao. However, just as the crowd was about to leave, a loud cry suddenly came from the crowd. It's Li Hao! Li Hao is back! As soon as these words were uttered, all eyes followed the sound. Li Hao, who had just returned from his outside training, was wondering why so many people had gathered at the entrance of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. It was somewhat puzzling to find the crowd looking at him with strange eyes. Li Hao, you are suspected of exterminating the Zhou family and the Zhong family. Please follow us back to the Jin Demon Division to be interrogated. An ice-cold voice came out, like a cold wind piercing the bones, making people shiver. Li Hao jerked his head up and saw the figure appearing in front of him, a surprised look on his face. Lord Nangong, what did you say? Li Hao looked at the woman in front of him with a shocked face. He wondered if he had heard wrong. Nangong Meng had a stunningly beautiful appearance, but at the moment, she exuded an aura of solemnity. Li Hao had once chased after Nangong Meng, only that the other party thought he was a brat and a scrapper, so they ignored him. Li Hao, don't come up with this. You killed thousands of lives of the Zhou and Zhong families. Quickly follow me back to the Jin Demon Division to be interrogated. Nangong Meng's tone was cold, and with a wave of the horse whip in her hand, she pointed at Li Hao. At the same time, the more than 10 surrounding demon suppressor envoys immediately acted and surrounded Li Hao. Li Hao stared wide-eyed, his face full of incredulity, and said, What makes you say that? I didn't kill anyone at all. This is slander. He really couldn't figure out how he had become a murderer when he had only gone to the demon beast forest to practice for a month. Nangong Meng let out a cold laugh. Her eyes looked at Li Hao indifferently, and said, With all the human and material evidence, you still dare to argue. After saying that, she pulled out a jade pendant from her bosom and threw it at Li Hao. Li Hao took the jade pendant and took a closer look, realizing that it was indeed his own jade pendant. He was puzzled in his mind and hurriedly explained, This is indeed my jade pendant, but I didn't kill anyone. However, Nangong Meng didn't listen to his defense at all and coldly responded, The physical evidence is here. What else do you have to say? Li Hao's face stared and said, My jade pendant was lost some time ago. Humph. Sophistry. Nangong Meng already had a stereotypical impression of Li Hao, and naturally she wouldn't believe anything he said. Ms. Bellringer, tell us what you saw. When Zhong Linger saw that it was her enemy, Li Hao, her pretty face became furious. If she wasn't able to beat Li Hao, she really wanted to go up and dismantle him. Li Hao, just because I didn't agree with Chloe to be with you, you hold a grudge and sent demons to kill our whole family. You are really a snake with a scorpion's heart. I hate that I can't eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Li Hao was even more confused when he heard Zhong Linger's words. Why do you have to eat my flesh and sleep in my skin? Are you a demonic beast? Zhong Linger, you dead, chewing on your tongue all day long. Don't talk nonsense here. What kind of demon? What kind of killing your whole family? If you talk nonsense again, I won't be able to spare you. Li Hao's words were a naked threat in the eyes of the crowd. His tone carried a hint of anger and dissatisfaction, but he also seemed to be a bit vain, making people wonder about his identity. It was really getting darker and darker. The crowd murmured, fear and caution flashing in their eyes. They began to believe everything Zhong Linger said and regarded Li Hao as being taken over by a demon. Everyone began to fall back, vacating a large open space around Li Hao. I really didn't expect that the wasteful young master of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion is actually a demon. It's really hard to tell what a person is like, someone whispered, their voice revealing surprise and disbelief. No wonder he used to be a strip of waste and suddenly rose by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years. It turns out that he was taken over by a demon. That makes sense. Another person chimed in, an expression of sudden realization on his face. Humph, that's right. How can a regular person's strength increase so quickly? Someone else sneered, his gaze filled with contempt and disdain. Lord Nangong, quickly catch this demon, administer justice, and also return a clear sky to the imperial capital. The crowd looked towards Nangong Meng, facing the accusations from the crowd. Li Hao was so angry that his face turned blue, his hands clenched into fists, and his veins rippled. He stared angrily at the surrounding crowd, his heart filled with anger and helplessness that these people had gullibly believed Zhong Linger's one-sided words. Since his birth, he has been subjected to difficulties and cold words at every turn, and his character is very extreme. No matter how he defended himself, he could not change the prejudice and misunderstanding that people had already formed. At this moment, he felt incredibly lonely and helpless, as if the whole world was against him. In the face of unwarranted accusations, the scars deep in the heart are once again uncovered. What are you assholes babbling about? Who is a demon? Who has been taken over by a demon? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you all. Li Hao roared. His eyes flashed with anger, and with a swish, he drew out his long sword and held it in his hand, exuding a biting, killing aura. The crowd retreated, a look of horror on their faces. They didn't dare to look directly into Li Hao's eyes for fear of angering this demon. For a while, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Lord Nangong, Li Hao is going to kill. Someone shouted in terror, his voice trembling. Nangong Meng swung his horsewhip and bellowed, "Go, take him down." Yes. After he said that, a great power realm devil suppressor envoy came towards Li Hao, holding a devil bundling rope in his hand, ready to lock him up and take him. Li Hao sees that things have come to this point. He cannot argue, can only first break out and then find a way to prove his innocence. Chapter 31, Death. The daughter of heaven's destiny falls in love with the villain. Li Hao's feet violently stepped on the ground and shouted. His body's aura immediately increased steeply. What? He broke through to the mighty realm? Everyone was stunned, not expecting Li Hao to break through again in a short period of time. And indeed, he had been taken over by a demon. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain this demonic cultivation speed. When Li Shenzhou saw this scene, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nowadays, Li Hao has been taken to death by him. No matter what he does, the more he describes, the blacker he gets. I, Li Hao, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain to others? His voice was low and powerful, as if roaring from the depths of hell. The crowd was shocked and murmured. People only want to believe what they want to believe. A wry smile appeared on Li Shenzhou's face as he pretended to cry out in pain. Big brother, why are you doing this? If you are really aggrieved, you should follow Lord Nangong back to the Jin Demon Division and the court will find out the truth and return justice to you. Li Hao sniffed and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. He knew that no matter what he did now, he would not be able to clear his name. He turned to look at Li Shenzhou, his eyes filled with killing intent. Li Shenzhou, you bastard, you're the one who set me up. Li Hao roared angrily, his voice resounding throughout the entire area. Ding! Li Hao, the son of heaven's destiny, hates the host beyond measure. Reward, emotional value plus 200. At this moment, he was radiating a powerful aura that was constantly climbing, as if he was about to break through the clouds. However, in the eyes of the crowd, his words were ridiculous and laughable, like a mad dog tearing at random. Li Hao, seeing as you're the son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house, I advise you to obediently tie your hands so as not to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. That demon suppressor envoy held the demon binding rope and warned coldly. Facing the threat of the demon suppressor envoy, Li Hao not only didn't have the intention to retreat, but instead, he showed a scowl. Scram! All of you are in league with Li Shenzhou, wanting to put me to death. He knew that if he fell into the hands of the Demon Suppression Division, the vicious mother and son, Jiang Bijuan and Li Shenzhou, would surely find ways to put him to death. Thus, without hesitation, he swung his fist and ruthlessly slammed it towards the Demon Suppression envoy. Only a faint light flickered on Li Hao's fist, which contained an indescribable power. His newly awakened supreme bone happened to be located at the little finger bone of his right hand. This punch, with the help of the mysterious power of the supreme bone, was terrifying in its power. The Jin Demon envoy did not expect Li Hao to dare to openly rebel at all, not to mention that his strength was so powerful. This sudden punch caught him off guard, and he was directly sent flying with a heavy blow, spewing out large mouthfuls of blood that stained the ground. Li Hao, how dare you resist arrest and beat and kill the Demon Suppression envoy of the Demon Suppression Division? It's really an added offense. Nangong Meng's face turned cold when he saw his men being killed. You're all snakes and rats. None of you are good people. So kill them. Li Hao now knew that he was speechless, and he decided to kill his way out, relying on the fact that he had quite a few cards. His face was hideous. He looked at Zhong Linger viciously, thinking of all the traps she had set up against him. His evil turned to his guts. Zhong Linger, you stinking. You're the one who has been harming me. I'll kill you today. Saying that, with the crowd caught off guard, his figure was like electricity, leaving a residual shadow in place, and the person had already arrived at Zhong Linger's side. Go to hell. The light of the supreme bone on his fist blossomed, This punch was so powerful and incomparable that Zhong Linger was so scared that she couldn't even shout for help. Just when the crowd thought that Zhong Linger would surely die, a huge palm blocked in front of her, hard slapping the charging Li Hao out. Unbridled. Big brother, don't be obsessed. This sun will not allow you to kill indiscriminately, Li Shenzhou said coldly. Zhong Linger had thought that she would surely die, but she did not expect Li Shenzhou to save her. Looking at the other party with a grateful face, if not for the fact that so many people were staring at her, she would have really jumped into the other party's arms to repay them properly. Ding! Zhong Linger is immensely touched inside. Reward, emotional value plus 200. Ha! Li Hao's body fell heavily on the ground, looking at Li Shenzhou with disbelief. Not only him, everyone present looked at Li Shenzhou in surprise. Li Shenzhou's Shi is so terrifyingly strong. What kind of divine ability is this? To actually be able to condense a large palm in the void, and it's very powerful. Peak Seal Marquis Realm? Nangong Meng saw the strength displayed by Li Shenzhou and uttered in surprise. Truly worthy of being the most talented person in the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion for 10,000 years. At this moment, Lin Luo had also just arrived and happened to see this scene. Women are all strong. Li Shenzhou's display of strength left her dumbfounded. Her vermilion lips slightly opened, unable to speak for a long time. Ding! Lin Luo admires the host very much. Reward, emotional value plus 200. When Li Hao saw Lin Luo, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Chloe, they're falsely accusing me of being taken over by a demon. So quickly say something for me. This cry called Lin Luo back from her shock, and she coldly looked at Li Hao. Li Hao, didn't you say that we've broken off? Why are you still asking me to speak for you? And what's there to say? Judging from what you've been saying and doing lately, maybe you're not the same Li Hao I knew back then. You surrender obediently. Otherwise I won't spare you either. Lin Luo quickly came to Zhong Linger's side and held her in her arms. Linger, I'm late. I'll definitely help you take revenge. Celluloid. When Zhong Linger saw that her best friend had arrived, her highly tense spirit relaxed and her entire body fainted in Lin Luo's arms. Chloe, you're here, Li Shenzhou said softly. Your Highness, thank you for saving Linger just now, Lin Luo softly said. The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth gently rose, revealing a smile that was like a ray of warm sunlight that gently sprinkled on Lin Luo's heart. Knowing that she is your bosom friend, naturally I can't let her get hurt. Also, we are friends. Just call me Shenzhou from now on. Lin Luo's cheeks were slightly flushed, as delicate and lovely as a peach blossom in full bloom. She nodded softly and responded. Okay, sinker. Now, Lin Luo's favorability towards Li Shenzhou was rising like a rocket. Ding! Lin Luo has fallen in love with the host. Reward, emotional value plus 200. Ha! Is Destiny's daughter starting to fall in love with herself? That's kind of interesting. Saves a lot of trouble. Chapter 32. The Son of Fortune is pitted in a bad way. Lin Luo's good feelings towards Li Shenzhou grew stronger, and she felt that this man in front of her constantly gave her surprises. The two of them got along as naturally as old friends who had known each other for a long time, without the slightest hint of formality or strangeness. Li Shenzhou's temperament was noble and elegant, revealing an innate elegance in his demeanor, while Lin Luo was beautiful and mesmerizing like a fairy descending from the earth. The two stood together as if they were a match made in heaven, both in terms of looks and temperament. They were a perfect match. This is so beautiful and harmonious that you can't help but want to see more. As Li Hao watched Li Shenzhou and Lin Luo talk happily, the anger in his heart continued to burn, especially when he saw that the woman he had desired for a long time was so close to the enemy of his life and death. The pain could not be described in words. The jealousy, anger and helplessness in his heart were intertwined, making him almost lose his mind. He stared at Li Shenzhou with wide eyes, staring at him dead on, itching to rush up and tear him apart immediately. His fists were clenched, his nails sunk deep into his palms, blood oozing from between his fingers. But he was oblivious. His Taoist heart began to crumble. Ding! The anger of Li Hao, the Son of Fortune, has deepened, causing the heart of the Tao to gradually collapse. Reward, emotional value plus 500. Right at this moment, Li Shenzhou suddenly received a system beep. However, in the face of such good news, Li Shenzhou did not show much joy. On the contrary, his face remained as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Nangong Meng, who was on the side, saw that Li Hao didn't have the intention to tie his hands and seriously injured one of his men. It was decided that there would be no more delays and that he would immediately make a move to take Li Hao down. After all, Li Hao resisted arrest and injured people, according to the law should be killed. So, she signaled to the other guards, ready to strike together and put Li Hao on the spot. Li Shenzhou knew that with Li Hao's current behavior, facing Nangong Meng, a powerful king sealer, and hundreds of demon suppressor ambassadors, he would probably be beheaded. But he hasn't had his fill of theater yet. As the world son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house and also Li Hao's younger brother, he had to show that he valued his kinship, playing the whole game. Thus, he stepped forward and said with a guilty and heartbroken face, "Lord Nangong, it is indeed wrong for my elder brother to injure the demon suppressor envoy, but it seems that he really has some sort of grievance. I hope that Lord Nangong will not harm his life for my sake." After saying that, Li Shenzhou bowed deeply to Nangong Meng and the demon suppressor ambassadors. Then, he took out a life renewal pill from his pocket and said, "This pill can bring people back from the dead. Now please take it for this demon Jin envoy. This is also considered me making amends to you on behalf of Big Brother." Hearing these words, the people present all revealed shocked expressions and began to whisper. Previously, everyone felt that Li Shenzhou had been making things difficult and suppressing Li Hao, but after seeing his performance today, they realized that all these rumors must be false. It must be Li Hao who spread rumors everywhere to slander Li Shenzhou because he didn't become the son of the world. Unexpectedly, Li Shenzhou not only didn't blame him, but instead, he had always defended him. What a small-minded person. It seems the real bad guy is actually Li Hao. However, Li Hao was overwhelmed by Li Shenzhou's actions and was puzzled in his heart, not knowing why he would speak for himself. Just then, the surroundings were suddenly enveloped by a strong demonic aura. Not good. There's a demonic aura. Everyone be careful. A demon is coming. Someone shouted in horror. With this cry, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the void, followed by a middle-aged man with wings on his back. It is the male counterpart of this great drama. Quincy. Kunlun Nu let out a strange laugh. Jia jia jia. You stupid humans. How dare you make things difficult for our Demon Wing Clan's demon son. You are really bold and deserve to die. My lord, the old slave is late. I'll take you away now. Li Hao looked at the scene in front of him, his heart filled with doubts. He looked around, wondering who this demon was talking to. Just when he didn't know what to do, a voice came from his ears. Li Hao, you really are a demon. What else do you have to say now? Li Hao was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look at the sounding place, only to see Nangong Meng with a furious face, waving his horse whip, followed by more than 100 devil suppressor envoys, waiting in strict formation to surround him. 3 big question marks popped up on Li Hao's head, thinking what the hell is going on here? He looked blankly at Nangong Meng and tried to explain. I don't know him, and I'm not a demonic son of any kind. I don't know why he said that. However, Nangong Meng thought that Li Hao was pretending to be a fool, and accused in an increasingly harsh tone. Cunning, the witnesses and material evidence are all there, and your henchmen have also identified you. It's already ironclad evidence, but you still want to make a sophistry. It's really abominable to the extreme. Li Hao felt incomparably wronged and aggrieved as he stared with wide eyes, his eyes filled with innocence. Big brother? Are you still my big brother or not? Li Shenzhou pretended to have a shocked and heartbroken look on his face and shouted towards Li Hao. His voice was filled with disappointment and heartache, as if he couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. However, Li Hao's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Li Shenzhou and cursed. Bastard! Don't you dare to be hypocritical here. This is all a conspiracy of yours, right? His tone was tinged with anger and resentment, as if he understood Li Shenzhou's plan. Li Shenzhou was secretly pleased in his heart, but his face showed an innocent expression as he shook his head and said, Big brother, how can you say that? We are a family ah. At this moment, Lin Luo on the side couldn't stand to watch anymore, and she chirped in reprimand. Li Hao, count me as blind, and I actually thought of you as a friend. I didn't expect you to be a demonic son. No wonder you've been whispering bad things about Shenzhou in my ears all day. I was almost fooled by you. Demon, quickly submit to the law. I want to avenge Linger's family. Ding, the daughter of heaven's destiny, Lin Luo, feels guilty towards the host. Reward, emotional value plus 500. After saying that, Lin Luo grabbed the air in the void, and a long spear with a flickering flame glow appeared in her hand. It was the Lin family heirloom, the Fire Phoenix Prairie Fire Gun. She gripped her spear tightly and stared at Li Hao with firm eyes, ready to avenge her good girlfriend. Li Hao, on the other hand, looked a bit flustered as he hurriedly explained. Chloe, please listen to my explanation. I really don't know any demons, and I'm definitely not a demon son. You must believe me, this is all a plot by this asshole Li Shenzhou. However, his explanations were becoming more and more pale and ineffective, to the point of making people feel that he was just trying to discredit Li Shenzhou rather than actually clarifying the facts. The crowd didn't believe it at all. Seeing that the time was ripe, Kunlun Nu incited his wings and blew the crowd out of their eyes, shouting, My lord, my old slave will take you out of here. Demon, don't talk nonsense. I don't know you at all. Li Hao roared towards Kunlun Nu. Don't let them escape. Release arrows. Seeing that the demons were preparing to take away Li Hao, Nangong Meng swung her horsewhip to attack Kunlun Nu while commanding the crowd to release arrows. The might of the demon suppressor arrow was quite astonishing, and countless arrows enveloped towards Kunlun Nu and Li Hao like a torrential rain. Kunsai fought to fend off the rain of arrows by stirring his wings. With a flash of his body, he quickly flew to the dumbfounded Li Hao. "My lord, the old slave will save you from here," Kunlun's slave said in a pretense of anxiety. However, Li Hao was completely unaware of what was happening as he stared wide-eyed, waved his fists and blasted towards Kunlun Nu, and shouted angrily, "Demon! You deliberately set me up. I'm not your male." After devouring thousands of people, Kunlun slave's cultivation had already taken half a step to Void God, and he easily grabbed Li Hao's wrist with his hand, then injected the strand of innate demonic chi that Li Shenzhou had given him into Li Hao's body. When that strand of innate devil chi entered Li Hao's body, it immediately stained his supreme bone. As the demonic chi continued to spread, Li Hao felt as if his head was going to explode with unbearable pain. "What the hell did you asshole, put in my body?" Li Hao roared in pain. Kunlun Nu didn't answer his question, but instead grabbed him tightly and carried him towards the void. "Don't go. The demonic aura emanating from you is so strong, and you still dare to say that you're not a demonic son." Lin Luo sensed the abnormality, and the Fire Phoenix prairie gun in her hand shook, directly stabbing towards Li Hao and Kunlun Nu. Chapter 33 Li Hao becomes a devil completely. The long spear in Lin Luo's hand burned like a flame, as if it was a phoenix reborn in fire, stabbing straight towards Kunlun Nu and Li Hao. Kunlun Nu was already at the half-step Void God realm, and Lin Luo didn't even put it in her eyes. However, when he saw that there was a great relationship between Lin Luo and Li Shenzhou, his heart was so jealous that he didn't dare to easily harm her. Thus, he slammed out a palm, shocking Lin Luo back a few steps. Then he spread his wings, kicked up a gust of wind, and quickly fled the scene. "Release the arrows!" Nangong Meng shouted loudly. In an instant, arrows were shooting at Kunlun Nu like rain. However, all of these arrows were easily parried by Kunlun Nu with his wings, and did not threaten him in the slightest. Kunlun Nu thus wrapped up the unconscious Li Hao and left in style. Rumor has it that demon flesh is incomparably strong, and it's true to its name, Nangong Meng said through gritted teeth, a hint of hatred flashing in her eyes. She turned her head to the crowd behind her and ordered, "Everyone hurry up and chase after them. Never let Li Hao escape with this demon." Then, she turned to Li Shenzhou and bowed respectfully to bid farewell. "Your Highness, please inform the Divine King and Your Highness of the fact that Li Hao has been seized by a demon." Li Shenzhou still put on a look of pain and sadness as he heavily nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, Lord Nangong, don't worry. I will definitely report this matter truthfully to father and mother consort. At the same time, I will also immediately dispatch the experts in the royal palace to track down the whereabouts of the demon." After saying that, he looked at Li Hao's faraway back with a sad face, but in his heart, he was secretly happy. "Please don't be sad as well, Your Highness. The world prince, Li Hao, has already been taken over, so please accept my condolences." After saying this, Nangong Meng respectfully bowed to Li Shenzhou before turning around and leaving with the people from the Demon Suppression Division to chase after Kunlun Nu and Li Hao. After the crowd left, Zhong Linger slowly woke up and saw Li Shenzhou and Lin Luo. She felt a sudden wave of sadness flood over her. "Linger, why don't you go back with me?" Lin Luo looked at Zhong Linger's appearance and advised with heartache. However, Zhong Linger had her own thoughts. She tightly pulled Lin Luo's hand and said, "Luo, our Zhong family was originally subordinate to the Northern Liang God King, and now our Zhong family has been exterminated by the demons. But I still want to stay here and continue to serve the Northern Liang God King." Saying this, she turned to Li Shenzhou with determination and gratitude in her eyes. "Your Highness, thank you for saving my life just now. Zhong Linger is willing to become your consort and accompany you forever," Zhong Linger said sincerely. When Li Shenzhou heard Zhong Linger's words, he pretended to be heartbroken and touched as he hurriedly picked up Zhong Linger and said gently, "Miss Linger, in that case, from today onwards, you will stay in the Northern Liang Divine King's residence." When Zhong Linger heard this, a delighted smile appeared on her face. She looked at Li Shenzhou gratefully and secretly vowed in her heart to serve Li Shenzhou well. Ding! Zhong Linger is grateful to the host. Her loyalty has reached 100%. Reward, emotional value plus 500. Ding! Lin Luo's favorability towards the host has increased and she has respect for him. Reward, emotional value plus 500. Jia Jia Jia. From now on, he has a beautiful maid by his side, and it's still loyal. Since Zhong Linger had her own ideas, Lin Luo no longer forced herself. "Chloe, lately you should also be careful. Li Hao might go looking for trouble from you," Li Shenzhou said with feigned concern. Lin Luo's heart was touched for a moment and her face was gentle. "Well, I'll go back and have the mansion strengthen its guard. Shenzhou, you also need to be more careful. This demon son seems to be very resentful towards you. Don't worry, the Divine King's mansion has many experts. He wouldn't dare do anything on a barren mountain tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, Extreme Bliss City, there was a cave covered by dense weeds. Li Hao slowly opened his eyes and climbed up from the cave with great difficulty. His face was as pale as paper. His head ached as if it were going to explode, and a bone horn had grown out of his forehead. Li Hao tried to recall everything that had happened before, and finally remembered the thrilling battle and the mysterious black demonic chi, and that horrible demon. He looked around in horror and realized that he was in a deserted cave, surrounded by silence and emptiness. Li Hao felt a chill surging through his heart as he realized that his body seemed to have undergone some kind of strange changes. He looked down at his body, only to see that the supreme bone had become dull and a strange horn was growing on top of his head. No! Li Hao let out a miserable scream, the sound echoing throughout the cave. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. He had turned into a demonic appearance. He suddenly thought of something. Li Shenzhou, it must be you bastard who caused me harm. Today's revenge. I will return it 100 times 1,000 times over. Li Shenzhou, Jiang Bijuan, you pair of vicious mothers and sons. I will make you beg for your lives and beg for your deaths. After saying that, he began to run the circumference. Li Hao suddenly realized that he seemed to have been blessed by the disaster, and his cultivation seemed to have increased quite a bit after his body changed. What surprised him even more was that his fleshly body was even stronger. Ha ha, old me actually got blessed by a disaster. As long as I can kill Li Shenzhou's mother and son, so what if I become a demon? So he began to cultivate frantically within the cave. I am not sure that what he has done is being watched. Northern Liang Divine King's Mansion. Li Shenzhou reported what had happened to Crown Princess Jiang Bijuan. Jiang Bijuan was also taken aback when she heard this, but soon a smile appeared on her face. This is very good. Now no one will dare to say anything more if we get rid of that sinner. It's really heaven's help. Li Shenzhou concurred. Yes, now it seems that Li Hao has really run out of gas. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Bijuan's eyes as she turned her head to Duanmu Shui and said, Duanmu Shui, you immediately have Smoke and Rain House find out the whereabouts of this son, and make sure to cut him down to the roots. Yes, subordinate will go and do it now. Duanmu Shui led the order and left. Li Shenzhou looked at the departing Duanmu Shui and pretended to be worried as he asked, Mother consort, Li Hao is after all the devil's son. Do we need to send more men? Jiang Bijuan patted Li Shenzhou's shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, Zhou. Smoke and Rain Tower's forces are spread all over the world. They will definitely have a way to find this devil's son. Moreover, since Li Hao is the devil's son, he is bound to attract the attention and pursuit of all forces. At that time, we just need to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Aha! Li Shenzhou nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Bijuan continued to exhort. However, Zhou, you must also be more cautious. The demon's demonic son. His ability is certainly not weak. You must not take it lightly. Child understands. Li Shenzhou responded. Jiang Bijuan looked at her son tenderly and smiled slightly. Li Shenzhou's heart warmed. Although Jiang Bijuan was vicious, she had always cared for herself. At this time, a maid walked in to report. Your Highness, news has come from the Lin family that Lin Luo has agreed to marry the young master. When Jiang Bijuan heard this, she immediately smiled with joy. Ha ha, I told you, with my son's condition, which woman can refuse it? Li Shenzhou smiled faintly and did not say anything. Returning to his own bedchamber, Li Shenzhou thought in a happy mood, after working so hard for so long, he can finally enjoy himself. His gaze unconsciously fell on Zhong Linger's beautiful and moving figure. Thinking of the items rewarded by the system earlier, Li Shenzhou revealed a wry smile. Ding! Zhong Linger feels shy. Gain, emotion value plus 100. She blinked her big eyes and asked Li Shenzhou suspiciously. Li Shenzhou gently gathered her into his arms and softly explained its use in her ear. Listening to Li Shenzhou's words, Zhong Linger's face gradually flushed red and was as shy as a ripe apple. Ah, this. Zhong Linger lowered her head, her face filled with shyness and embarrassment. But in the face of Li Shenzhou's request, she did not dare to refuse, and could only obediently nod her head and replied delicately. Ling Air, complies. Ding! Zhong Linger's curiosity has been fully explored by the host, gaining an emotional value of plus 200. Chapter 34, The Final Reckoning. Time passed quickly. A month passed, and Li Hao and the demon seemed to have completely disappeared from the feathered immortal dynasty. Wanted notices were posted in every state and county, but they could never be found. The Department of Devil Suppression also searched around and still found nothing. However, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, in an unassuming cave on a barren mountain, it was a different story. In the cave, white bones were piled up, and there were many beasts' corpses lying around. The entire space was filled with a thick devilish aura that made people shiver. And in the midst of this horrifying atmosphere, a young man with 2 horns on his head was sitting quietly, with a 9-tiered pagoda suspended in front of him. This pagoda was originally supposed to emit a radiant haze. but now it was shrouded in a bizarre demonic light. The young man is Li Hao. He had relied on the 9 myriad Linglong pagodas to find quite a few treasures in the past, including a copy of the blood demon scripture. Since he had already become a demon, he decided to change his path of cultivation and began to cultivate this mysterious demon Dao technique. In just a month's time, he had actually managed to break through to the middle stage of the Seal Marquis realm. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and 2 blood-red rays flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour everything. Li Hao's face was filled with hatred as he gritted his teeth and said, "Li Shenzhou, I didn't expect it. After I changed to the devil's way, my strength has increased so much." In his heart, he was secretly glad that if he followed the original method of cultivation, breaking through to the feudal marquis realm might be at least half a year. But it was different now. As long as he was given a few more months, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the King Seal realm. However, if the blood demon scripture wanted to continue to improve, merely relying on the blood and flesh of wild beasts could no longer satisfy the demand, and one had to absorb the blood souls of the living in order to do so. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately decided to go down the mountain to find a village or town, slaughter all the people inside, and then absorb their blood souls to continue his cultivation. As long as he continued to cultivate in this manner, he believed that he would soon be able to take revenge. As soon as he thought of this, his mood became excited, and his figure instantly turned into a black light, speeding towards the village and town thousands of miles away. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. Only raising his cultivation was the most important thing. In his eyes, the lives of those ordinary people were like blood food, at his disposal. "Li Shenzhou, this is all because of you," he said as he flew while comforting himself. Inside the northern Liang Divine King's residence, the sun was shining brightly, and the breeze gently ruffled the green trees and flowers in the courtyard, bringing a burst of freshness. In the courtyard, a spacious pavilion was set up with a comfortable recliner, and Li Shenzhou leisurely lay on it, enjoying the peaceful time. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Zhong Linger stood on the side, gently waving her fists and pounding her legs for Li Shenzhou. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, as if she was afraid of hurting this honorable son of the world. 2 beautiful maidservants stood beside them, one carefully peeling off the skin of the grapes and handing the crystal-clear flesh to Li Shenzhou's mouth, while the other one held a wine cup and filled it with wine from time to time, and then respectfully handed it to Li Shenzhou to taste. At this moment, Li Shenzhou placed a heaven-peeping mirror with a mysterious light flickering in front of him, and the mirror reflected Li Hao's figure that was flying towards the village and town, tens of thousands of miles away. Sure was giving him a live feed in real time. When Zhong Linger noticed Li Hao's appearance, her face instantly became gloomy, anger burning in her eyes. Her teeth clenched as if she couldn't wait to rush up and fight him to the death immediately. Li Shenzhou sensed Zhong Linger's change in mood and stretched out a hand, gently caressing her forehead as he tenderly said, "Linger, this Shitzi will definitely avenge you." His voice was full of firmness and determination, making Zhong Linger feel a hint of comfort. "Aha!" Zhong Linger nodded her head slightly, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. She had no doubt that Li Shenzhou would definitely seek justice for her and make the person who had hurt her pay. Li Shenzhou smiled faintly before turning his head to the guards beside him and said, "Come on, tell the Department of Devil Suppression the news that Demon Son Li Hao has appeared in Plowing Cow Town." His tone was flat, but it contained an unquestionable majesty. "As you wish," the black-clothed guard responded respectfully, then quickly turned around and left. It soon disappeared from sight. Li Shenzhou slowly stood up and said with a bland expression, "Change your clothes, I'm going out." He stood there silently, his gaze falling on the already demonized Li Hao in the heaven-peeping mirror. His lips moved slightly as he murmured softly, "Cheap big brother, it's time for us to come to an end." On the other hand, Li Hao moved very quickly and soon reached Plow Town. This town was located in a remote place with a population of about 20,000, and people lived a leisurely life on weekdays. However, the atmosphere today was unusually weird. When he stepped into the entrance of the town, the streets that should have been bustling with people were empty and dead silent. Li Hao frowned and looked around, but never saw any silhouettes. This struck him as very strange, and a sense of foreboding came over him. No good. This must be a trap. A chill surged up his spine as he suddenly realized this, and he turned around in a hurry, ready to flee the place. Just then, he heard a delicate shout from behind him. "Demon Son Li Hao, where else do you want to escape to? This place has already been dragnet by us. Today is the day of your death." Li Hao's heart shook and he hurriedly turned around to look, only to see a group of people emerge from all directions and surround him. It was Nangong Meng who surrounded him with a group of demon suppression envoys from the Demon Suppression Division. And it seems to have been prepared. The spiritual light around Plow Town flickered, and it seemed that someone was activating some kind of grand formation. Facing such a situation, Li Hao secretly grumbled in his heart. He knew he was in a desperate situation, and he was afraid it wouldn't be easy to escape. I was wrongly accused by Li Shenzhou, Li Hao shouted again. But even he himself was a bit weak when he said this. After all, he is now, by all accounts, a demon. Chapter 35, The Invisible Hand. As the skyrocket formation was activated, Li Hao's face turned as white as paper. His eyes filled with despair and fear. He had thought he had a chance of survival, but now it seemed that it was just his wishful thinking. It was as if his heart had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and an endless chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He always felt as if he had always been in the middle of other people's calculations, like a mole cricket trapped in a spider's web. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape his fate. That black hand hidden in the shadows seems to follow like a shadow. He couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. However, right at this moment, Nangong Meng's petulant scolding voice came out. Li Hao! No, devil's son! You obediently confessed to the crime. You won't be able to escape today. His Highness the World's Son was righteous enough to report your whereabouts to me. Otherwise it would be really hard to catch someone as cunning as you are. The words were like a thunderbolt that brought him to his senses. Li Shenzhou, it's you again. Bastard. I must kill you. I can't die now. He realizes that he can't just sit around and wait for it to happen either. He still has revenge to take. He had to find a way to break out of his predicament and find a silver lining. Thus, Li Hao began to calm down, his brain running rapidly, thinking of a way to deal with it. It had to be said that Li Hao's character was indeed resolute. Even when faced with such a difficult situation, he did not give up easily. On the contrary, he became more and more determined. He took a deep breath and swept his gaze around, trying to find a break in the skyrocket formation. Humph. Demon son, it looks like you won't be obediently ambushed. Nangong Meng snorted coldly, a look of disdain on her face. With a wave of her right hand, she ordered loudly, for great commanders, strike. Yes, as Nangong Meng's order was given, four neat responses suddenly came from within the crowd. Immediately afterward, four figures with thick breath flew out from the crowd like lightning, instantly appearing around Li Hao and tightly surrounding him. These four people were none other than the four commanding ambassadors of the feathered immortal dynasty. Each one of them was a peak Seal King realm powerhouse with unfathomable strength. In order to deal with the half-step Void God realm's Kunlu Nu, Nangong Meng was fully prepared. Not only did he personally lead the army to come, he also specially transferred four commanders of the peak of the Seal King realm to surround Li Hao together. The four commanders cultivated the four techniques of the four elephant divine arts, namely the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu, and they cooperated with each other and shared the same mind. Once they joined forces, their power was enough to rival that of a Void God realm powerhouse. At this moment, they pushed the four elephant divine power with all their strength, and their majestic chi was like a surging sea wave, sweeping towards Li Hao. Li Hao's face instantly became grave when he felt the powerful pressure from all directions. The pressure was like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, giving him a feeling that he couldn't breathe. Only Li Hao's brows were furrowed, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. The demonic aura on his body continued to skyrocket, and the rich demonic aura blazed like a black flame. At the same time, the blood chi in his body was also stimulated and permeated out through his skin, forming a blood-colored shield around his body. Blood Demon's Kung Fu. Seeing the blood devil aura emanating from Li Hao's body, Nangong Meng's eyes turned cold and her heart became even more hateful. Take him. With Nangong Meng's order, the four commanding ambassadors struck out at the same time. A powerful aura erupted from them, and four divine beast shadows emerged from behind them, simultaneously pouncing towards Li Hao. In everyone's eyes, although Li Hao had some strength, he would surely die in the face of the four commanders' joint attack. However, right at this moment, a red aura suddenly flashed in Li Hao's eyes, and a mysterious talisman appeared in his hand. It's not that easy to kill me. Li Hao roared angrily and burned out the talisman with demonic chi. The attacking aptitudes of the four commanders struck Li Hao like a raging storm. However, at that very moment, his body was enveloped by a dazzling white light, and then disappeared without a trace. What? The crowd stared in shock. Disappeared? What's that spell? Could it be the legendary teleportation talisman? People began to murmur, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. How could they have never imagined that Li Hao would have such precious treasures? One must know that the last time a teleportation divine talisman appeared was 10,000 years ago, and since then, one had never heard of anyone possessing such a high-level divine talisman. This was an advanced talisman that could only be crafted by those who had mastered the power of the laws of space and time. And nowadays, there was no one in this world who could cultivate the power of the 3,000 laws. So naturally, there was no one who could create this kind of high-level divine talisman. It could tear through the void and allow one to instantly teleport to any place. which was a product of the ancient period of 3,000 gods and demons. Looking at the disappearing Li Hao, Nangong Meng stomped her foot in anger. Again, he got away. Pine and green vegetation, barren mountains and rocks. Right at this moment, a violet energy fluctuation suddenly came from the void, and then a crack broke open, and a young man covered in wounds and blood escaped from it in a sorry state. This young man was none other than the hunted Li Hao. Ow! On the barren mountain, there was a hissing sound of a wild beast. They seemed to sense the scent of blood and appeared to be extraordinarily excited. Hoo. At this moment, Li Hao felt that all the bones in his body had been broken, and if he hadn't already become a devil and his flesh was incomparably strong, I was afraid that he would have been torn apart by those 4 people. He braced himself and staggered toward the cave where he was perched. At this moment, the most important thing he needed to do was to properly recuperate from his injuries, and the cave was still surrounded by a powerful boundary that he had set up, so that even a void god realm powerhouse would not be able to perceive its existence. When I recuperate from my injuries, I will go to other immortal realms and go incognito. The North Martial Immortal Realm doesn't seem to be able to mix. Lee Sinker, Ginger Bijuan. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. It is not a gentleman who does not take this revenge. Just as he returned to the cave, ready to start healing his wounds, a familiar voice came. Big brother, long time no see. Why are you in such a sorry state? Chapter 36, Mountain River Tripod vs 9 Myriad Linglong Pagodas. Li Hao turned around in horror and realized that the person standing behind him was his life and death enemy, Li Shenzhou, and Li Shenzhou was followed by 2 other people. One was Hayoshi, and the other was the demon Kunsight. When Li Hao glanced at Kunlun Nu, he immediately came to a realization. It turned out that all of this came from Li Shenzhou's machinations. A sense of shame at being played with instantly flooded his heart, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. Li Shenzhou was like a lingering nightmare in his heart. The ghost was still there. Whenever he appeared in front of Li Hao, he would make Li Hao feel palpitations. Damnable! All of this was planned by you, Li Shenzhou. You are just as vicious as Zhang Bijuan. Li Hao roared angrily, endless killing intent flashing in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes became red. The demonic chi around him surged and surged. His aura continued to climb, and his entire person gradually demonized even more severely, and his body swelled up a whole lot, completely losing his human appearance. Li Shenzhou smiled faintly. Not bad. I planned all of this. Are you trying to leave evidence with a shadow retaining stone? It's useless. Li Shenzhou's gaze fell on Li Hao's body, revealing a teasing smile. Li Hao's face sank. He had planned to use the shadow retaining stone to record all this and prove his innocence, but he didn't expect to be seen by the other party. Big brother, I've personally come to give you a ride. I don't feel comfortable handing your life over to someone else. Li Shenzhou smiled wryly and took 2 of his men towards Li Hao in a tight step. For a son of luck like Li Hao, it was impossible to completely kill him without a villainous aura. It was for this reason that Li Shenzhou went out of his way to bring someone specially to result in Li Hao. Li Hao watched Li Shenzhou approach step by step. His face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I know that you have obtained 2 teleportation talismans from the ancient mysteries. However, here I have purposely placed a spatial seal, so your teleportation talismans cannot function, Li Shenzhou said with a smile, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Hearing Li Shenzhou's words, Li Hao's heart instantly sank to the bottom. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Shenzhou. He had originally thought that he could escape with the help of a teleportation talisman, but now he realized that this hope was also dashed. Why? Why do you know these things? Li Hao's voice trembled, filled with despair and anger. The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. He slowly said, because the celluloid told me. These words were like a bomb exploding in Li Hao's heart, causing his face to become hideously twisted. His eyes widened and he let out a furious cry. Asterisk. To actually tell Li Shenzhou my secret. Li Hao's heart was filled with indignation towards Lin Luo, and he felt that he had been betrayed by the people closest to him. He clenched his fists and cursed through clenched teeth. How dare she betray me? However, the truth was that it wasn't Lin Luo who betrayed Li Shenzhou, but rather, it was the Smoke and Rain Building's intelligence network that told him. Li Shenzhou only said this because he wanted to deliberately provoke Li Hao and make him lose his mind. This way, Li Shenzhou would be able to defeat Li Hao more easily. Ding! Li Hao is furious and his Dao heart has completely collapsed. Reward, emotional value plus 1,000. Your Highness, let the old slave take care of him. Shi Yushir asked for battle in an icy tone. However, Li Shenzhou gently waved his hand to indicate his refusal. Seeing this, the Kunlun slave on the side hurriedly said, Master, let me go. Li Shenzhou still shook his head and waved his hand once again, faintly saying, Li Hao is my elder brother. You guys are not qualified enough to kill him. All of you back off. Hearing Li Shenzhou's words, Shi Yushur and Kunlun Nu didn't dare to disobey him. They could only helplessly retreat to the distance, keeping an eye on the two's every move. And as long as Li Shenzhou was in danger, they wouldn't hesitate to step in. At this time, Li Hao was secretly happy to see that the two powerhouses didn't make a move, thinking that Li Shenzhou was really as arrogant and cocky as ever, thinking that he was invincible and didn't need help from others. Thinking of this, Li Hao's confidence doubled and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Thus, he roared furiously, his voice as deafening as explosive thunder. At the same time, the aura on his body violently erupted out like a raging torrent, spreading out in all directions. Countless divine abilities were frantically unleashed by him, each of them containing tremendous power, as if they were going to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. These divine abilities intertwined in the air, killing each other. Li Shenzhou's face remained as calm as water in the face of such a terrifying attack, as if everything was under control. Big brother, you're really surprising, breaking through to the 5th level of the Seal Marquee realm in just a short period of time. If you're allowed to continue like this, there's a real possibility that you'll reverse the Heavenly Dipper. However, after today, everything will be over. Li Shenzhou looked at Li Hao in front of him. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He didn't have the slightest hint of nervousness. Instead he looked relaxed and at ease, as if he had already won. In the face of Li Hao's overwhelming attack, Li Shenzhou only smiled gently, put his hands behind his back, lightly tapped the ground with his feet, and his figure drifted backward and retreated. At the same time, his deep, star-like eyes flickered slightly, and a mysterious light shot out from them. Immediately afterward, a small tripod emitting an ancient aura quietly surfaced in front of him. This small square tripod was ancient and solemn, its body inscribed with dense runes and patterns, every detail filled with traces of age. As Li Shenzhou's mind moved, the small tripod grew against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a person's height and landed steadily on the ground. Above the small tripod, an ancient aura spread out, blending with the surrounding heaven and earth, stopping all of Li Hao's attacks. When Li Hao saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, realizing that this must be a rare supreme treasure. He hastily summoned his 9-myriad Linglong Pagoda. However, when the 9-myriad Linglong Pagoda appeared, the originally white as jade, crystal clear body of the pagoda was now covered by a layer of dark demonic aura, emitting wisps of pitch-black demonic light, and no longer shining with the flow of Tao rhythms and haze of light as before. Not only that, this pagoda had also lost its ability to detect qi, and its power was even less powerful than before. Is that your bottom line? Li Shenzhou sneered with a hint of disdain in his tone. His finger gently lifted and pointed at the mountain river tripod in front of him. In an instant, the mountain and river tripod shone brightly, and countless Tao symbols were transformed into strands of radiant silk threads, like meteors crossing the sky, flying towards Li Hao and attacking him at great speed. Li Hao's heart tightened, and he hurriedly maneuvered the 9-myriad Linglong Pagoda to meet the mountain river tripod. The two sides met in the air, and the white divine light and the black demonic light kept colliding, emitting deafening roars that resounded through the heavens and earth. Chapter 37, Regicide. Between heaven and earth, endless flashes of gorgeous light shone, and the void trembled violently. In an instant, the two supreme treasures kept clashing fiercely. Even though Li Hao had fallen into a desperate situation, he still exploded with unrivaled power. However, today's Li Shenzhou was already very different from the past, and the villainous aura that emanated from him was like a heavy shackle that deadened the other party's qi. What? Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene in front of him. His 9-myriad Linglong Pagoda was gradually tightly entangled by the countless rune filaments released by the mountain and river tripod, and the demonic light above the pagoda gradually dimmed, losing its former might. While Li Shenzhou's expression remained calm as water, the corners of his mouth gently lifted to reveal a faint smile. He casually waved his hand, and an immense and incomparable palm quickly coalesced in the void, and then fiercely grabbed towards Li Hao with a thunderous momentum. This giant hand contained a supreme killing aura, causing Li Hao to feel desperate and unable to resist. No way! I will never lose! Li Hao hissed angrily. In the sky at this moment, the remnant sun was as colorful as blood, and its light enveloped the entire battlefield, revealing a domineering aura of ending everything. It was as if it was foreshadowing the impending end of this sun of qi. Li Hao was tightly grasped by Li Shenzhou's large, illusory hand, and blood kept spewing out of his mouth and nose, and his body began to twist and distort due to the immense pressure. Even though he tried his best to break free, he was never able to get out of his bonds. Li Shenzhou, killing your own brother, you will be disallowed by the heavenly Tao. Li Hao shouted unwillingly, his voice filled with despair and resentment. How could he be willing to do that? Originally, he had already embarked on a bright path, possessing ancient treasures, carrying powerful qi, and picking up treasures when he casually walked. Moreover, he had already established a friendly relationship with Lin Luo, the noble daughter of the Lin family, and would soon be able to win her heart. However, now he was in a desperate situation, about to be killed by his own brother. This ending was unacceptable to him, and his heart was filled with resentment. Li Hao's eyes became blood red as he stared wide and dead at Li Shenzhou, shouting, "I'm a son of Qi. Ah, blessed by the heavenly Tao. I won't die easily." He also fantasized that a miracle would happen and hoped to escape, but the reality was cruel and unforgiving. His body was getting weaker and weaker, and his life breath was dissipating. Li Shenzhou slowly walked to Li Hao's front, his eyes cold and indifferent. He quietly gazed at the other party, then softly spoke, "Li Hao, perhaps you are right. Killing one's own brother is indeed against the common sense of heaven. But unfortunately, I am not the real Li Shenzhou. Jia jia jia." At these words, Li Hao's entire body was stunned, looking at Li Shenzhou with disbelief. You are not Li Shenzhou?" "Yes and no, but that doesn't matter anymore. There's one more thing to tell you. Lin Luo has agreed to marry me. I'll take good care of her in the future." Right in the midst of Li Hao's unwilling expression, Li Shenzhou's eyes turned cold and his large palm in the void violently pinched, pinching the other party into a mass of blood mist. A generation of sons of Qi fell, just at the moment of the other's death. Some kind of metaphysical feeling surged through his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Li Hao, the son of fortune, and gaining 10,000 points of emotional value. Acquired 9 myriad Linglong pagodas. Whether or not to fuse the 9 myriad Linglong pagodas with the mountain and river tripod to obtain the holy ranked magic treasure, the tripod of the 9 states. Fusion. As the words fell, the mountain and river tripod and the 9 myriad Linglong pagoda in front of him instantly fused, and golden light blossomed, like a round of golden suns that enveloped this heaven and earth, and the haze of light fell from above the void, and in an instant, supreme Tao rhythms shrouded this barren mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy ranked magic treasure, the tripod of the 9 states. Acquired, supreme bone. Whether or not they are fused. Fusion. The Tao lines flowed at Li Shenzhou's little thumb, countless tiny runes entwined, and a piece of the supreme little finger bone fused with him. Right at this moment, the blood mist where Li Hao disappeared flickered with dots of golden light. A vicissitude of aura came from it, and a golden dragon of Qi like a small snake flew out. It wants to escape from this place. The tripod of the 9 states immediately flashed with haze, and countless Tao rhythm filaments surged out like a golden rope, entangling this golden dragon of Qi that was trying to escape, and then pulling it into the tripod. Acquired, golden dragon of luck. Ha! This is the golden dragon of luck? It's a little too small, isn't it? Li Shenzhou looked at the small Qi luck golden dragon inside the tripod of the 9 states and scared twice. Host, this golden dragon of luck is still a hatchling, and it will take time for it to become a true golden dragon of luck, so it can be nurtured by the luck of someone with great luck. So it is. Li Shenzhou was secretly glad that he had to get rid of Li Hao, the son of Qi. If he really let the Qi luck golden dragon in his body develop completely, then even if the immortal emperor made a move, there was nothing he could do to Li Hao. With a thought, his attribute panel surfaced in front of him. Host, Li Shenzhou. Identity, sons of the Northern Liang Divine King's House, true disciples of the Northern Martial Arts Palace. Title, Destiny's Great Villain. Cultivation, Peak Fengho Realm. Physique, Heavenly Yuan Sacred Body. Supreme Bone, 2 pieces. Technique, Jinwu Daojing, Small Completion. Avatar, Great Hands of the Void, Introductory. Magic Treasure, the Tripod of the 9 States, Sacred Artifact, and the 7 Treasure Dragon Sword, Celestial Order. Divine Beast, Golden Dragon of Fortune, Juvenile. Emotional Value, 12,000. The lottery function is on. Looking at his attribute panel, Li Shenzhou's face revealed a smug look. Take out a son of Qi and get yourself a full harvest. Ding! The host already has 12,000 emotional values. Does he spend 10,000 emotional values for a mysterious lottery? Mystery draw? It takes 10,000 emotion points. Is it that dark? The prizes of the mystery draw are special and therefore more expensive. This system is fair and square. The host can rest assured. Draw. Emotional value can be spent and earned again. Nothing to be upset about. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 emotion points and obtaining the magic seed, demon seed, planted in the body of a person who possesses a supreme Taoist heart. And the host can control the other person and continuously gain cultivation back from the other person's body. A cruel smile appeared on Li Shenzhou's face. It was really good. It fit the persona of his heavenly destiny villain. Newcomers, new work. See the official masters, more support. I thank you. Chapter 38, Dead People Don't Talk Nonsense. Drawl. Li Shenzhou looked at his remaining 2,000 reputation points and without the slightest hesitation chose the lottery option. As his words fell, the system interface began to shimmer, with various rays of light intertwining together, eventually resting on 2 golden cards. Congratulations to the host for drawing 2 rare items, cultivation enhancement card. Hearing the system beep, Li Shenzhou's heart rejoiced. The cultivation enhancement card was not an ordinary thing. It allowed one to instantly break through a small realm without the need for cultivation. This kind of good stuff can be found but not sought. I didn't expect to draw 2 of them at once this time. It seemed that after killing Li Hao, his own chi was also strong. Without hesitation, Li Shenzhou clicked to use it, only to see a golden light merge into his body, and a powerful force quickly filled his entire body. He had already reached the peak of the Seal Marquee realm, and at this moment, he had even directly broken through the Seal Marquee realm and stepped into the first level of the Seal King realm. Immediately after that, he clicked to use another cultivation enhancement card once again, and his cultivation was once again enhanced, successfully stepping into the second level of the Seal King realm. The entire process was just a few short breaths, and Li Shenzhou's cultivation level soared like a rocket, which was jaw-dropping. However, all of this was done under the system's effect, and even a saint-level powerhouse was unable to peek into its mysteries. In the eyes of Shi Yushi and Kunlun Nu who were on the side, they only saw Li Shenzhou standing there, and within a few breaths, the aura on his body changed drastically. The original cultivation at the peak of the Seal Marquee realm had unexpectedly reached the second level of the Seal King realm at this moment. It was a miracle. One must know that the gap between the Seal Marquee realm and the Seal King realm was huge, and many people who had been practicing hard for decades might not be able to break through this bottleneck. And Li Shenzhou easily crossed this barrier in such a short period of time. It was really unbelievable. Shi Yushi and Kunlun Nu looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They knew that Li Shenzhou was gifted, but they did not expect him to grow so fast. It could no longer be described as a demon, only a miracle. The two did not receive orders from Li Shenzhou and could only cast admiring glances from afar. Li Shenzhou stood quietly, his gaze gazing at the area where Li Hao died, as if he wanted to penetrate the void. He stood for a long time, motionless, like a statue. Shi Yushi and Kunlun Nu stood on the sidelines. They were not aware of Li Shenzhou's true thoughts. They only felt that His Highness the Prince seemed to have a special emotion towards Li Hao, perhaps remembering the brotherly love, and couldn't help but secretly mutter in their hearts, "It seems that His Highness the Prince is still too soft-hearted after all." The truth is that it is not. Li Shenzhou stood still for a long time because he was worried that Li Hao would return from the dead. He knows that many villains end up being counter-killed because after defeating the protagonist, they become too complacent and turn away too soon, only to lose their lives instead of pretending. He didn't want to make the same mistake. Even if the other party became a blood mist, he still decided to continue observing for a while to make sure everything was fine. After waiting for a long time, Li Shenzhou once again utilized his divine sense and carefully scanned the area of dozens of miles around, but he did not detect any of Li Hao's aura. After confirming that there was no longer any scent of Li Hao at all, he called the duo of Shi Yushi and Kunlun Nu and ordered them to completely raze the entire cave to the ground. Then, he personally set up a powerful boundary to seal off the place. After completing this series of actions, Li Shenzhou finally revealed a satisfied smile. He examined his masterpiece, his eyes revealing a hint of accomplishment. Then he turned and left the place in style. Kunlun Nu, you did a good job this time. I kept my promise to let you go. Li Shenzhou faintly said to Kunlun Nu, "Your Highness, is what you said true?" Kunlun Nu looked at Li Shenzhou incredulously, unable to believe that the other party was really going to let himself go. "Of course it's true. This son of the world has always been true to his word." The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. The Kunlun slave was delighted in his heart, but quickly became wary again. "Then why hasn't the world son unlocked my slave seal?" Li Shenzhou smiled gently and said, "Shi Yushi, untie him." Shi Yushi came forward, stretched out his finger, and gently tapped it on Kunlun Nu's forehead, and a ray of light instantly shot out from his fingertip, and did not enter Kunlun Nu's brow. Kunlun Nu only felt a strange power surging into his body, and the slave seal that originally bound his soul began to loosen and dissipate. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes as he felt the changes in his body. In his heart, he thought, he knew the secret of this worldly son, so he might be able to do something about it in the future. However, it was then that the unexpected happened, only to see Kunlun Nu suddenly screamed miserably as his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. "Sorry about that, only the dead keep secrets forever." Li Shenzhou's face was calm as if he had just killed a mole cricket. "Well, let's go back." The Shiryu stone broke through the void and the two returned to the royal residence. The next day, the entire imperial capital exploded. The son of the world, Li Shenzhou, led a group of strong men in his residence to kill Li Hao, who had been seized by the demon, and all of his men. The news swept through the city like a storm, and people were talking about the thrilling battle. It's as if you're seeing it with your own eyes. During this period of time, The name Li Shenzhou was being talked about within the entire imperial capital Extreme City. The people passed him off as a model of righteousness and justice, a real man enough to be a leader of the younger generation. As for the protagonist of the story, Li Shenzhou, he was currently lying leisurely in his own mansion, enjoying the paper-drunken life surrounded by beauties, fine wines and delicacies. Linger, I've avenged you. How will you repay your master? Li Shenzhou took a bite of the spirit fruit handed by the beautiful servant girl and slowly asked. Joan Linger was wearing a cool and translucent sarong. Her exquisite and delicate figure was hidden. Her beautiful face was slightly flushed, and she said shyly, "Thank you, Your Highness, the world's son." Meanwhile, Lim Luo learned the news that Li Shenzhou had killed all of Li Hao and the demons. She remembered the bits and pieces of the time when she had traveled to the secret trial with Li Hao, and her heart was filled with complex emotions. Li Hao, we are not destined to have a destiny. Why were you taken away from your body by a demon? Lim Luo sighed with a heavy heart. Chapter 39, The Tang Sex Crisis. The northern border of the feathered immortal dynasty. This place was so vast that it was boundless as far as the eye could see. At this moment, a burly man was commanding a thrilling battle in this pale land. He was none other than Li Yuanshan, dressed in golden armor, holding a demon-slaying gun, and riding a huge fire qilin. Looking majestic. Under his leadership, the army of the feathered immortal dynasty was engaged in a fierce battle with a wolf clan outside the Great Wall. This wolf clan was exceptionally fierce, but they were powerless before Li Yuanshan and his army. They could only flee in all directions and almost faced extinction. Outside the northern realm's Great Wall, various clans of demons and devils stood in abundance, and they often launched attacks on the feathered immortal dynasty and plundered the people in the surrounding area. However, since Li Yuanshan came to this place to defend it, the situation was reversed. Attacking and defending the alien now, he led an army of millions and completely defeated several of the fiercest demon clans in the neighborhood, causing them to beg for mercy from him. For those demon clans that did not know better and did not surrender, Li Yuanshan drove them to extinction without mercy. Li Yuanshan's cultivation had reached the true god realm. Waving the demon slayer gun in his hand, stabbing out with a single shot, the sky shook and the earth shook. His power intimidates everyone. At this time, one of his men hurriedly arrived and reported the battle to Li Yuanshan. God King, the demon wolf race's wolf king has been killed. We captured the demon wolf queen, princess, and more than 3,000 other women of the wolf race. May I ask what to do with them? Li Yuanshan looked at it indifferently, not caring about these so-called queens and princesses. He waved his hand casually and said, "Reward them as slaves to the generals who have merited battle." "Yes, sir." The henchman immediately turned around and left, carrying out Li Yuanshan's order. Li Yuanshan is a man who is not good at women, but extremely good at killing. Ever since he came to the northern realm, a small battle would erupt here almost every 3 days, while every 10 days there was bound to be a big battle. This caused the surrounding demons to fear him, knowing that the northern Liang God King was not to be messed with. At this moment, Li Yuanshan returned to his marquee with a look of disinterest. Not long after he sat down, one of his men hurriedly rushed to report. Reporting to the God King, 100,000 urgent messages have come from the imperial capital's royal residence. Read it. Li Yuanshan sat on a chair and gestured for the maid next to him to help him remove the armor on his body while saying in a calm tone. However, the expression of that henchman looked very difficult as he said softly, "God King, your eldest son Li Hao has been taken over by a demon." Upon hearing this news, Li Yuanshan's brows immediately furrowed and his face became gloomy. Everyone around them looked at each other, not expecting Li Hao to be seized by a demon. This is more or less unthinkable. Li Yuanshan faintly asked, "Oh, there was such a strange thing that happened?" He didn't take it seriously. "Yes, Lord God King." Not only that, after being taken over, Lord Li Hao also ordered his demons to slaughter thousands of people from the Zhou and Zhong families. When these words came out, the people present were shocked. The martial generals looked at Li Yuanshan with disbelief. This was a shocking event. Damn it! This rebellious son is trying to ruin my reputation for the rest of my life. Li Yuanshan was furious and violently slammed the helmet in his hand heavily on the ground. It felt like his whole life was going to be ruined by Li Hao. "God King, please calm your anger. However, it is worth celebrating that His Highness, the world's son, has already killed Li Hao and all the demons under him, which can be considered a great justice." The underling replied carefully, afraid of offending the God King in front of him. Li Yuanshan's face changed slightly. He stood with his hands on his head, looking out, standing for a moment before he laughed out loud. Well, what a great righteousness. But he's not hurt, is he? The subordinate respectfully replied. Back to the divine king. His Highness the world's son was not only uninjured, but also made a breakthrough during the battle, and now his cultivation has reached the second level of the Seal King realm. When these words came out, Everyone present was shocked and dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Congratulations, Divine King. The World Sun is truly a rare talent in 10,000 years. This has just broken through the Seal Marquee realm not even 2 years ago, and he has already reached the Seal King realm, the first in the feathered immortal dynasty in 100 years. When Li Yuanshan heard the compliments from the crowd, his face burst into a joyful smile, his heart incomparably proud and pleased. He said proudly, Zhou, truly worthy of being the unicorn son of my Li family. At this moment, he completely put Li Hao's matter behind him, with only appreciation and love for Li Shenzhou in his eyes. The crowd also congratulated. Congratulations, Divine King. His Highness the World Sun is definitely a future generation of heroes. With such talent and strength, he will definitely be able to help the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion prosper for millions of years. Yes, Lord God King, His Highness the World Sun will definitely become a world-renowned figure in the future. That's right, Your Highness will definitely be able to make the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion more prosperous. Li Yuanshan smiled and nodded in response to the congratulations of the crowd, and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then, he turned his head to look at the people around him and ordered, "Go and bring over those well-endowed demon race princesses we captured." Soon, several captured demon princesses were brought before them. They were both beautiful and elegant women, but at the moment they were full of panic and helplessness. Li Yuanshan glanced at these demon princesses before commanding, after planting slave seals on them, immediately send them back to the imperial capital and hand them over to Zhou as maidservants. As you wish, Lord God King. These few demon princesses were inwardly somewhat glad that instead of being slaves to the generals here, being a handmaiden to the World Sun was definitely the best place to return to. In the long history of the northern martial immortal region, the Tang sect had once been a highly regarded existence. This famous dark weapon clan was renowned for its exquisite skills and great strength, having produced several strong individuals of the heavenly god realm, becoming the object of admiration for all. Their old ancestor had even participated in Zheng Taishu's great cause of establishing the feathered immortal dynasty, adding endless glory and splendor to the Tang sect. However, the years went by like a shuttle, time passed, and the splendor of the Tang sect gradually faded. Today, the Tang sect was no longer as radiant as it used to be, and it had even been tens of thousands of years since a strong person above the void god realm had been born. The Tang sect was now facing an unprecedented predicament. The cultivation of Tang Wanyan, the old ancestor of the Tang sect, had been stuck at the peak of the Seal King realm for decades, and had been unable to break through the shackles. Despite pouring his entire life into it, he had never been able to cross the void god realm. After all, crossing into the void god realm required not only hard cultivation, but also talent and chance. Not everyone was like Li Shenzhou or Li Hao, where realm advancement was as easy as drinking water. As time passes, Tang Wanyan's lifespan is gradually coming to an end, and in order to seek a last hope, the Tang sect spares a great deal of wealth and allows Tang Euro to bring back a precious Voltron Xiandan, ready to gamble the fate of the Tang sect in a desperate attempt. Tang Wanyan knew that if this attempt failed, then the Tang sect would be plunged into an unprecedented crisis. As the backbone of the Tang sect, once he was unable to break through the void god realm and sat down, the future of the Tang sect will become bleak and may even lose everything. Faced with such a difficult situation, the Tang sect crowd could only pray silently, expecting a miracle. If unfortunately it fails, the Tang clan must prepare for the worst. After all, in this world of the weak and the strong, a once famous clan that now didn't even have a single Seal King realm powerhouse, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to avoid the fate of being annexed by other forces. The rise and fall of the Tang sect seems to have been predestined for a long time. Outside the imposing Tang sect ancestral shrine, there stood a group of nervous-looking sect members, both Tang clan members and Tang sect members. Everyone gazed intently at the somewhat vicissitudes of the ancestral shrine, waiting for the final result. Suddenly, dark clouds coalesced over the ancestral shrine, thunder rolled in the sky, winds rose, and energy converged here, as if something big was happening. It's like the calm before the storm, a calm that seems to hide a huge storm behind it. Tang sect master Tang Junman, who had a calm and steady mind, was now also anxious, pacing back and forth and constantly looking towards the ancestral shrine. Old ancestor has reached the critical time for a breakthrough. Heaven forbid, it must succeed. Tang Euro nervously clasped her hands together and kept praying, and beside him stood a young man with a stoic look, his expression as usual, not showing his emotions, very deep and urban. The young man's name was Ning Tian, a disciple of the Tang sect, who had grown up with Tang Euro since childhood and could be considered a childhood friend. Looking at his bamboo horse so worried, Ning Tian had the urge to go up and hug the other party. Euro, old ancestor will definitely break through the void god realm. He didn't dare to put his foot down, but could only speak softly and comfortingly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached 80. 000 words here. Officially started to verify. I hope more support. I've been working on it every day. And I'm tired of it all. If you can give a 5-star book review, I will work harder. Chapter 40 Tang Yuro's Decision. For old ancestor Tang Wanyan's breakthrough to the Void God realm this time, the Tang sect could be said to have emptied their family treasures. 30 million spirit stones of Voltron Shendan, and various other heavenly materials and treasures, just to fight for this chance. The consequences would be unimaginable if we end up losing the effort. The clouds over the ancestral shrine gradually thickened, and the thunder in the sky was deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. At the same time, a powerful force was gathering, seemingly heralding the upcoming breakthrough. Tang Junman watched this nervously, his heart filled with anticipation and anxiety. Each thunderbolt from the sky felt like it struck his heart, making his heart beat more and more violently. Just then, however, the situation suddenly changed. The originally dense clouds instantly dissipated. The sound of thunder came to an abrupt end, and the heaven and earth visions in the sky above the ancestral shrine disappeared into thin air. All the energy that had gathered here quickly collapsed, as if everything was just an illusory dream. Tang Junman stared blankly at the scene before him, his body collapsing helplessly to the ground, his face bloodless. He muttered, "Old ancestor." He failed. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of everyone in the Tang sect, causing everyone's emotions to sink to a low ebb. "Zoe, come in. Everyone else disperse." A pale, feeble voice came from within the ancestral shrine. The Tang sect's crowd all looked at the ancestral shrine with some confusion, not knowing what was going on inside. Tang Junman patted Tang Yuro's shoulder and said softly, "Go, the old ancestor is waiting for you." Tang Yuro had not yet recovered from the shock she had just experienced. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and slowly pushed open the heavy door of the ancestral shrine before walking in. Inside the secret room of the ancestral shrine, the light was dim and an ancient and decadent aura permeated the room. Tang Yuro walked inside and saw an old man with white hair, sitting cross-legged. It was none other than old ancestor Tang Wanyan. At this time, he had a head of white hair that was disheveled, and his entire body appeared very haggard, as if he had run out of oil. An ominous aura emanated from his body. His face was as gray as paper, and a trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. Tang Yuro's heart sank violently as she looked at the old ancestor's appearance, and she immediately understood that the old ancestor's great limit was approaching. When Tang Wanyan saw Tang Yuro walk in, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said with a strong spirit, "Yuro, I'm sorry everyone. I've failed you all. Not only did I not succeed in breaking through to the Void God realm, but instead, I was revolted by my heart demon, and I can't live much longer." Hearing this, Tang Yuro was overcome with sadness and couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Tang Yuro had tears in her eyes as she sobbed, her voice choking. "Old ancestor, tell me, what do I have to do to cure your injuries? No matter what the cost, even if it requires going up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, I'm willing to try." Tang Wanyan sighed, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Alas, Roar, this is all a matter of destiny. My talent is limited, and my blessings are not deep enough, so such a fate today cannot be changed. So, Roar, you don't have to be too sad and upset." Tang Wanyan stretched out his hand to gently caress Tang Yuro's hair and said tenderly, "Roar, ever since I was a child, I've always loved you very much." Tang Yuro gently nodded, indicating that she knew. However, Tang Wanyan suddenly turned his words around, a trace of guilt showing on his face as he continued, "Actually, old ancestor has some selfishness. I hope you won't blame me." Tang Yuro had a puzzled look on her face after hearing this, blinking those big beautiful Kazran eyes as she asked in disbelief, "Old ancestor, Roar doesn't quite understand what you mean." Tang Wanyan smiled faintly and explained, "Roar, your father is a person with a weaker character, and it's difficult for him to take on this family business of the Tang sect. Over the years, thanks to you who have been silently helping him share the pressure behind the scenes, it's really been hard work." Tang Yuro hurriedly replied, "Old ancestor, this is all a responsibility I should fulfill as a part of the Tang sect." Tang Wanyan nodded and continued, "Roar, after I am seated, the Tang sect will be faced with two choices. The first choice is to sell the family property, demobilize the sect members, and from now on stay away from the imperial capital and return to the old home in Chuanmao. This will still be able to preserve the Tang sect. If we stay in this place of wrongdoing, I'm afraid that we'll soon be exterminated just like the Zhou family and the Zhong family." When Tang Yuro heard this choice, her heart felt as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and a hint of despair and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Millions of years ago, the Tang sect's old ancestor led his clansmen to follow the feathered immortal dynasty's great ancestor, Jiang Taishu, in a bloodbath, paying an extremely heavy price before they managed to walk out of the desolate land of Chuan Desert. and now to have them go back to that place again was worse than killing her. She bit her lip tightly and shook her head gently, indicating that she couldn't accept the choice. Tang Wanyan looked at Tang Yuro's agonized expression and felt a stabbing pain in his heart, but he knew that now was not the time to be soft. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "The second option might aggravate you a bit." His voice was slightly low, revealing a sense of helplessness and guilt. Tang Yuro raised her head and looked at Tang Wanyan with firm eyes, stating without hesitation, "Old ancestor, feel free to say it, as long as it's for the Tang sect, no matter what it is, Roar will do it without hesitation." Her tone was filled with determination and resolve, causing Tang Wanyan to be moved. Tang Wanyan nodded slightly, his gaze gazing at Tang Yuro as he continued. "In fact, the reason why the old ancestor has tilted all of the resources within the sect towards you for so many years isn't purely because of his love for you. A more important reason is that you possess a rare heavenly fragrance body. I want to offer you to a certain powerful force if it comes to the point of no return, in exchange for their patronage of the Tang sect." Hearing this, Tang Yuro's face changed violently, and her entire body froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Tang Wanyan, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. However, after only a moment, a look of relief appeared on her face. She sighed deeply and said softly, "I see. However, if it is possible to exchange my sacrifice for the survival of the Tang sect, then I am willing to take on this responsibility." Although her voice was soft, the firmness it contained made Tang Wanyan sad. "Zoe, are you really willing to do this?" Tang Yuro bit her lip and nodded heavily. "For the Tang clan, I'm willing to do anything." Chapter 41, The Fairy in the Ring. Ning Tian stood quietly outside the ancestral shrine door waiting for Tang Yuro, and a wave of worry couldn't help but well up in his heart. Finally, Tang Yuro slowly walked out from within the ancestral shrine, her complexion looking somewhat abnormal, as if she was under tremendous pressure. Ning Tian immediately greeted him and asked with concern, "How is the old ancestor's situation? Is it in danger?" However, Tang Yuro didn't answer his question, but whispered, "Don't ask." Her voice held a hint of exhaustion and helplessness, as if she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Ning Tian frowned as he sensed that Tang Yuro's mood was a bit low, but he still couldn't help but continue to pursue. "What exactly happened? Can't even I say?" Tang Yuro shook her head, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. "It's not that I can't tell you, but I don't know what to say." After saying this, she no longer paid any attention to Ning Tian and walked straight towards her residence. Ning Tian had wanted to follow Tang Yuro's footsteps, but she suddenly turned around and drank. "Don't follow me, I want to be alone." Her tone was resolute and stern, causing Ning Tian to involuntarily stop in his tracks. Looking at Tang Yuro's departing back, Ning Tian's face became a bit gloomy. Right at this moment, the ring on Ning Tian's hand suddenly emitted a faint glow, followed by a woman's voice entering his ears. "TSK, TSK, little fellow, good eye. This Tang Yuro carries the body of heavenly fragrance, which is of great benefit to your pure yang body." He glanced down at the ring in his hand and said softly, "Fairy Yun Xiao." This young man did not come to the Tang sect for the sake of a woman, but in order to obtain the Tang sect's untold secret, the Stormy Rain Pear Blossom Needle. This strange ring was something that Ning Tian had just obtained a few days ago when he was passing by a barren mountain. That day also happened to be the day that Li Shenzhou killed Li Hao. "Little fellow, do you dare to say that you don't have the slightest idea about this girl?" The cloudy sky fairy within the ring asked with a smile. Ning Tian's expression was ancient, his mind deep. "Fairy Yun Xiao, you mustn't make fun of this Shitsi. I only want to become stronger now and reclaim the throne that belongs to me as soon as possible." The cloud fairy within the ring skimmed her lips. "Ha ha, little fellow, this fairy can hear your heart. Don't try to be sophomoric. It's clear that you want to take in both wealth and color. There's no need to pretend." Hearing that his heart's desire had been crashed through, Ning Tian continued his sophistry with a blushing face. "Fairy Yun Xiao, don't talk nonsense. Che, human kid. This fairy observes that this woman's chi is by no means something you can handle. It's better not to mess with it." A slightly teasing voice came from within the ring. Ning Tian was startled in his heart. "Fairy Yun Xiao, you still know the art of chi fortune?" "That's of course. This fairy knows a lot of things. Dan Dao Ray refining weapon making talisman everything. This chi fortune art is just one of them." Fairy Yun Xiao said with a slight show off. "Please teach me, fairy. I want to be strong." When Ning Tian heard that the other party actually knew so many divine abilities, he immediately spoke in a respectful tone. Immortal Cloud said faintly, "It's not impossible if you want to learn from me. You have to promise me 2 conditions. Ning Tian was delighted in his heart and hurriedly asked, "Fairy, please tell me, if we can learn the real skills, not to mention the 2 conditions, even if it's 200. "There's no problem." Cloud Fairy laughed softly and said somewhat contemptuously, "No hair on your mouth. No firmness in your work. There are still 200 of them. It's good that you can do these too. Ning Tian scratched his head and smiled heatedly. What does the fairy require? Please just say it. Immortal Yun Shao put away her smile and looked serious as she said earnestly. First, if you want to learn the skills of my three heavens palace, you must worship under me and become my disciple. Second, you must promise this fairy to help me remake my physical body after you have completed your studies. After hearing this, Ning Tian secretly pondered in his heart. It's good to talk about worshipping the master. As for remodeling the physical body, it was extremely difficult. Not only did it require cultivation to reach the saint realm, it also required a large amount of precious heavenly materials and treasures. If he didn't agree to this condition, Immortal Yun Shao would not pass on the technique to him. Thinking of this, Ning Tian decided to verbally promise first, and when he became strong enough later on, whether he was willing to help Immortal Yun Shao reshape her flesh or not, that would be up to him. So, he immediately replied, okay, I promise the fairy's request. My three heavenly palaces. Originally a lineage of the Interceptor sect, the news of the Tang sect ancestors' failed breakthrough was like a heavy bomb that quickly spread throughout the entire Extreme Bliss City. This incident not only threw the Tang sect into chaos internally, but also aroused the attention and covetousness of many outside forces. Those forces that had formed a bond with the Tang sect saw an opportunity to take advantage of this and began to move. The first to be hit was the Tang sect's workshop. These workshops were originally one of the Tang sect's important economic sources, but now they had become the target of attacks by hostile forces. Immediately afterward, the Tang sect's martial arts center also encountered provocations and challenges from their opponents. For a while, the Tang sect was facing an unprecedented predicament. Tang Wanyan and Tang Junman had originally planned to marry off Tang Yuro to the Grand Prince Jiang Bobing in order to seek the support of the royal family to save the Tang clan from the crisis. However, when they got in touch with Jiang Bobing, they found that the other party did not show enough sincerity. Jiang Bobing only asked Tang Wanyan to send Tang Yuro into the palace, while keeping his mouth shut about assisting the Tang sect through the difficult times. Obviously, he wanted to take this opportunity to whore himself out for nothing without paying any price. And naturally, Tang Yuro wouldn't agree. The second prince was only 4 years old and was not of much value to the Tang sect. As a result, the Tang family had to look for other ways out again. Currently, the only way Tang Yuro could think of was to turn to the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. Although the Tang sect had never had any friendship with the Northern Liang Divine King's house, there was no choice at the moment. However, Tang Yuro wasn't sure if the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion would be willing to help, for fear that if she was willing to serve as a cauldron for the other party, they wouldn't want it. How contemptible that seems. Just then, she remembered Zhong Linger. The two had known each other before, so perhaps they could get assistance from the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion by connecting the dots through Zhong Linger. Thus, Tang Yuro decided to write a letter to Zhong Linger first, making her intentions known and hoping that she would help convey it to the Northern Liang Divine King's house. Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. Inside the Shizi Grand Hall, Zhong Linger, who was massaging Li Shenzhou, received Tang Yuro's voice transmission. After hearing the contents of the voice transmission, Zhong Linger's brows furrowed and her face was a bit unnatural. She didn't expect that Tang Yuro would let her pull the strings in the middle, and that the other party wanted to use her heavenly fragrance body as a condition to exchange for the blessing of the Li family. Isn't it obvious that he's competing with himself for favor? Zhong Linger was 100 times unhappy in her heart and muttered, "Do you really think that your smelly skin is so delicious? My master doesn't care about it. Spirit, why have you stopped moving?" Li Shenzhou was lying on the chair and was resting his eyes. Sensing Zhong Linger's abnormality, he casually asked. Zhong Linger was already 100% loyal to Li Shenzhou. Even though she was 100% unhappy in her heart, she didn't dare to hide it from the other party, so she said in a low voice, "My former old acquaintance, Tang Yuro of the Tang sect, entrusted me to send a message to the master." "Oh, Tang Yuro? What's the word?" Li Shenzhou seemed to be interested. "Wasn't Tang Yuro that heavenly sent body?" Seeing that Li Shenzhou seemed to be interested, Zhong Linger felt uncomfortable and pouted her lips. She wants to use her body as a condition in exchange for her master's sheltering of the Tang family. I was just about to turn her down. No need to refuse. I agree. Chun Ling Air. Chapter 42, Is this a begging attitude? Zhong Linger could never have imagined that a character like Li Shenzhou would actually be interested in the body of heavenly fragrance, and her heart could not help but be flooded with a sour feeling. However, she knew deep down that she was nothing more than a plaything by Li Shenzhou's side and did not have the qualifications to be jealous. Thus, she could only lower her head in resignation and whisper, "I understand, master." Li Shenzhou did not care about her change in mood because he was clear that a woman like Zhong Linger likes strong men the most. The only way to make her submit willingly is to be high above the other person. Soon Tang Yuro learned that Li Shenzhou wanted to see her. Her heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Although she had never met this Northern Liang Divine King House's world son, rumors about him had long spread throughout the entire feathered immortal dynasty, especially after his great righteousness. His prestige was skyrocketing and he became the object of admiration for countless people. It is widely rumored in the imperial capital that if you don't know Li Shenzhou, you can call yourself a heavenly pride in vain. You Ro, where are you going? I'll accompany you. Ning Tian had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart when he saw Tang Yuro going out well dressed. Tang Yuro's face sank slightly as she said coldly, Ning Tian, I only treat you as a senior brother. Please don't pry into my privacy. After saying that, she got into a precious carriage without looking back and sped towards the Northern Liang Divine King's residence. Ning Tian looked at Tang Yuro's departing back, and couldn't help but feel a bit lost and doubtful in his heart. He didn't know why Tang Yuro was suddenly so cold to him, nor did he know what exactly she was going to do. Right at this moment, Fairy Yunxiao's voice entered Ning Tian's ears. Little fellow, they've made it clear to you that they only see you as a senior brother, which shows that she doesn't have that side of the story for you, so don't get entangled in it. In the end, the only one who will get hurt will be yourself. Hearing this, Ning Tian felt a stabbing pain in his heart, but still said firmly, no, I believe that Yuro must have some unspeakable suffering. Subsequently, the imperial beast ring on Ning Tian's wrist flashed, and a divine illumination mythical beast flew out of it. This divine illumination mythical guy beast was the spirit pet that Immortal Yin Xiao had given to Ning Tian, and although its current cultivation level was only equivalent to the human seal marquee realm, it actually had a huge potential and could eventually become a divine beast comparable to the human great emperor level through continuous evolution. Little fellow, what are you going to do? Cloud Fairy was a bit speechless. Having given him such a clear explanation, why was he still persistent? Ning Tian flew onto the back of the divine illumination mythical beast, his eyes firmly looking in the direction Tang Yuro had left, and said in a resolute tone, this Shitzi has never been weak in his life, and the woman he sets his sights on must be chased down. After saying that, Ning Tian's divine thoughts moved, establishing telepathic communication with the divine illumination mythical beast. Sensing his master's intentions, the divine illuminated mythical guy beast let out a hissing roar up to the sky, and then unfurled its enormous wings, carrying Ning Tian up into the air and flying rapidly in the direction Tang Yuro had left. Meanwhile, in the square outside the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, a magnificent treasure carriage slowly stopped, drawing the attention of the surrounding people. Ha! Isn't that the Tang sect's treasure carriage? Someone shouted in surprise. How did someone from the Tang sect come to the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion? The crowd murmured. This precious carriage was beautifully decorated and exuded an air of honor and mystery. When the precious carriage came to a stop, the door curtain was gently picked up and a beautiful figure walked out from it. It was none other than Tang Yuro. Today, she was carefully dressed up, wearing a gorgeous red feathered dress that showed off her delicate figure to the fullest. Her figure was shapely, her legs were long and slender, and her skin was as white as snow, glistening with a charming luster. A long, curly hair swept like waves and gave off a light fragrance. Her eyes were as bright as stars, her nose was high and straight, her lips were bright and colorful, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth carried a sweet smile. The shell teeth were as white as jade, shining with a crystalline light. Her features were exquisite and flawless, and with her delicate melon face, she was even more magnificent and mesmerizing. It was Tang Yuro's first time coming to the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. As one looked around, the entire royal mansion was like a small country, covering an area of 1,000,000 miles, with countless magnificent peaks, suspended empty islands, and all sorts of cavernous blessings spewing out haze. This shocked Tang Yuro greatly. The Tang sect is also considered a first-class force, but compared to the Northern Liang Divine King's house, it's really a difference between the clouds and mud. The little bit of pride in her heart was aroused. He thought to himself, he can't be looked down upon by the other party. If he is coy, he will definitely be looked down upon by Li Shenzhou. She forced herself to walk towards the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here at the Bei Liang Divine King's mansion? The gate guard of the Northern Liang God King's mansion had a cold look on his face. His stature was as stout as a mountain. His breath was thick, and he was clearly a Seal Marquee realm powerhouse. Tang Yuro's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Great Power Realm, and she was more or less powerless when facing this gatekeeper. But she still forced herself to calm down and said, I'm Tang Yuro of the Tang sect, and I have an appointment with His Highness the World Prince. The doorman asked indifferently, is there a voucher? Tang Yuro shook her head. No. Get lost if you don't have it. Don't hang around at the door. The doorman's attitude was extremely brutal. One could even say that he was arrogant and domineering, completely not putting her, a noble daughter of the Tang clan, in his eyes. Tang Yuro's eyes were wide with rage. To think that she, the great miss of the Tang family, had ever suffered such humiliation, and someone actually dared to tell her to get lost. However, when she felt the aura of the Seal Marquee realm on the doorkeeper, she had to hold back the anger in her heart. After all, she was here to beg and was no match for the doorman. Right at this moment, Tang Euro suddenly remembered the voice transmission jade slip with Zhong Linger. She hurriedly took it out and handed it to the doorman. Is this okay? The gatekeeper looked at the sound transmission jade slip and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The arrogance on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by respect and enthusiasm. Okay, Ms. Tang, please come in. Saying that, he hastily opened the gate and made a gesture of welcome. Tang Euro laughed coldly in her heart as she watched the doorman's arrogance, then stepped into the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. Someone specialized in leading Tang Euro towards the interior of the royal residence. On the other side, Zhong Linger also got the news from the doorman and hurriedly came, standing fixed in front of Li Shenzhou and softly said, Master, Tang Euro is here. Li Shenzhou nodded slightly, indicating that he knew, then slowly stood up. He was wearing a white robe with a fluttering sleeve. He was handsome and elegant, just like an immortal descending to the earth. Tang Euro on this side was led by the subordinates of the royal residence through several corridors and paths to a quiet courtyard. The scenery here is breathtaking, with pale pines and cypresses, ancient trees, fish ponds and pavilions, as if it were a paradise on earth. She, stopping to admire the beauty in front of us, a sense of serenity and joy could not help but well up in my heart. Just then, she heard two soft footsteps coming, and she turned her head, her eyes landing on two people walking in the distance. Walking in front of him was a tall and imposing man. His face was handsome, his gaze was deep, his eyes revealed a kind of composure and confidence. His steps were light and elegant. Each step carried a transcendent aura as if it blended in with the surroundings. And he was followed by a beautiful and moving woman, dressed in a long, elegant dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind as if it were a blooming flower. The woman was none other than Zhong Linger. Tang Euro's gaze fell on Li Shenzhou's body, secretly sighing in her heart. Of all the men she had seen in her life, none of them could compare to this world sun in front of her. What surprised her even more was that Zhong Linger, the once proud daughter of the heavens, was now following behind the world sun like a maidservant, obsequious and not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Even if the Zhong family had suffered annihilation, it wouldn't be so presumptuous, would it? In addition, Tang Euro also noticed a strange phenomenon. Zhong Linger has a furry fox tail dangling behind her. What the hell is going on here? Is she a vixen? Just as she was suspicious, Li Shenzhou's words came faintly. You are Tang Euro? There was a hint of indifference and majesty in his voice that made people not help but be in awe. Tang Euro hurriedly came back to her senses and respectfully replied, My little daughter, Tang Euro, has met His Highness the World Prince. She blessed herself slightly. You want to exchange your body for the shelter of the Xian in exchange for your body? Li Shenzhou sat on a chair, crossed his legs and looked at Tang Euro who was standing in front of him, and bluntly opened his mouth to ask. His voice was low and calm, but it carried an undeniable majesty. Tang Euro's face was a little embarrassed. Slightly biting her lips and taking a deep breath, she raised her head and looked straight at Li Shenzhou and replied, That's right, Your Highness. If you don't mind my little daughter's coarseness, I'm willing to offer my heavenly scented body in exchange for the Northern Liang Divine King House's blessing on the Tang family. Her tone was a bit icy, but it was more of a determination. She knew it was the only way to save the family. Although her heart was filled with humiliation and unwillingness, she also understood that the world was just so cruel. However, Tang Euro's inner pride was at work, preventing her from completely letting go of her dignity, and her tone didn't reveal the slightest bit of humility. Is that a begging attitude? Chapter 43, Greedy of your body? You've got to be kidding me. World Sun, I've already offered myself to you. What more is needed? A hint of stubbornness flashed in Tang Euro's eyes. She thought that she had already given her most precious thing. There was no need to stoop any lower. Li Shenzhou sniffed. His face remained ancient. He secretly sneered in his heart, thinking that the woman in front of him had thorns in her body and still needed to be whacked before she could do anything. He said lightly, You find your heavenly scented body very attractive? A man would go crazy for it? Tang Euro froze, obviously not expecting Li Shenzhou to say this. She stared wide-eyed with an expression of disbelief. Isn't it? She asked subconsciously. The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Seeing Li Shenzhou's expression, a trace of annoyance surfaced on Tang Euro's face, but she quickly regained her composure. She took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm as she continued. The Northern Liang Divine King's mansion is mighty in the immortal region, and His Highness the World Sun is righteous, so it should be easy to protect a Tang clan, right? My little lady also knows that there's no free lunch under the sky. I'm willing to give my most precious body to Gengzi. Isn't that enough? If His Highness the World Sun is willing to shelter the Tang sect, that would be saving tens of thousands of Tang sect members. which is a great merit. Seeing that Li Shenzhou did not speak, Tang Yuro was standing on the moral high ground, wanting to morally kidnap Li Shenzhou. However, Li Shenzhou didn't eat this set of words at all. His gaze was cold. Seeing the other party's appearance of not seeing the coffin, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneer. What does the death or life of the Tang sect have to do with me? Then he instructed Zhonglinger, go and call the 4 of them. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, over to me. Yes, master. Zhonglinger responded respectfully before turning around and leaving. Her eyes didn't forget to glance obliquely at Tang Yuro, secretly muttering in her heart, humph, daring to talk to the master like this, really treating yourself like an onion. Tang Yuro was completely puzzled and didn't know what exactly Li Shenzhou wanted to do. After a while, Zhonglinger led 4 beautiful women of great beauty and poise into the room. Each of them had stunningly beautiful faces and shapely bodies that were not inferior to Tang Yuro's, or even better. Moreover, the thin, cicada-like gauze skirts they wore on their bodies perfectly presented their delicate figures, making them look especially charming. Greetings, master. The 4 people saluted Li Shenzhou in unison. Tang Yuro looked at Li Shenzhou with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he had called these women here. Is it just to admire their beauty? The corners of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly as his eyes revealed a faint hint of laughter. He slowly shifted his gaze to the dainty maid named Chunlan who stood at the side, and softly asked, Chunlan, come tell this Miss Tang Yuro your identity, and your physique. Chunlan glanced indifferently at Tang Yuro, then responded with a bit of pride, yes, master. She turned towards Tang Yuro, and at this moment, there was no longer the sense of humility she had just felt, but instead, she had replaced it with an unspeakable confidence and majesty. Chunlan said, I am the 2nd princess of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. My original name is Jialan. When Tang Yuro heard this news, a stunned look appeared on her face. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chunlan and muttered, the princess of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. She had heard about the ancient kingdom of Lulan in the north. It was a powerful and mysterious kingdom. However, for a princess of a country to willingly become Li Shenzhou's maid, this was really mind-boggling. Immediately afterward, Chunlan lifted her chest and proudly shouted towards Tang Yuro, my physique is the Taiyin body. Taiyin body is an extremely rare and powerful physique. The owner will not only get the superhuman cultivation talent, and its dual cultivation can be a huge gain, absolutely no less than the body of heavenly fragrance, the princess of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, and also has the body of Taiyin. Tang Yuro's face grew more and more surprised. She couldn't imagine the depth of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. A single maid had such a powerful background. Li Shenzhou nodded towards Chunlan with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the hot and choppy pretty maid on the other side. Xiaohe, he asked softly, tell Ms. Tang who you are. Xiaohe deeply blessed his body towards Li Shenzhou, very humble. Then, lifting up her plump breasts, she replied in a tone full of pride, I am a goddess of the cat demon clan, named Meadow, and I possess the body of a demon spirit. A demon goddess? Or the body of a demon spirit? Tang Yuro's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide, once again shocked by the other party. As Zhou and Dong Mei finished talking about their identities and physiques, Tang Yuro's original self-confidence was gone, and even her face looked a little pale, as if she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. What does the safety of your Tang sect have to do with me? What makes you think that you can use your own body in exchange for this worldly sun sheltering of the Tang sect? It's really ridiculous. At this moment, Li Shenzhou's expression became abnormally cold, his eyes as cold as frost, causing one's heart to tremble. Tang Yuro suddenly realized how childish and ridiculous her previous thoughts were. Her face instantly turned green and red, her hands swinging at a loss, completely losing her earlier composure. At this moment, she finally understood that Li Shenzhou did not care about her heavenly scented body at all, much less be moved by her beauty. After all, the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion was too powerful, and Li Shenzhou was no mortal. Moreover, it was absolutely impossible for him to be like those vulgar people who would rise up and lose their minds at the sight of beauty. Thinking of this, Tang Yuro plopped down on her knees, no longer the stubbornness she had just shown. Her tears welled up in her eyes and her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone as she said, Yuro was wrong. Please, Your Highness, save our Tang sect. She knew deep down that if Li Shenzhou rejected her, then the Tang clan would have no other choice but to flee back home. That would be worse than killing her. Li Shenzhou stood up and with a gentle lift of his hand, he directly wrapped Zhonglinger in his arms and then held Jialan in his arms. Both women were humming delicately when he did this, their cheeks scarlet like ripe apples. He didn't bother with Tang Yuro and turned around to leave the place. At this exact moment, the Kyushu tripod inside his body suddenly reacted, and a few lines of small words appeared in Li Shenzhou's mind. Name, Tang Yuro. Identity, the daughter of the head of the Tang clan. Cultivation, peak of the great power realm. Physique, heavenly fragrance body, can be advanced to heavenly fragrance style body. Luck, purple. The level of chi is divided into black and white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple and 9 levels. Loyalty, -30. Introduction, Tang Euro, the white moonlight of Ning Tian, the son of the new chi, is bent on revitalizing the Tang clan and is willing to pay any price for it. Could it be that he had absorbed the 9 myriad Linglong pagodas and gained a new skill? So that's how it is. Tang Euro is a new Heaven's Destiny heroine. Immediately after that, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Heavenly Destiny heroine Tang Euro is in awe of the host. Mood value plus 200. The opportunity for wool gathering has come again. Is the new son of Qi called Ning Tian? It seemed that as long as he took care of Tang Euro, this Ning Tian was his own treasure-hunting mouse. Another good wave of leeks to harvest. Chapter 44, The Right Way to Open the Heavenly Destiny Heroine. Li Shenzhou turned around and left with a few women in a pretense of anger, leaving Tang Euro kneeling in the same spot. He then commanded a few words in Zhong Linger's ear. Zhong Linger listened and nodded, but a flash of jealousy flashed across her face. Understood. Master. Spirit will go and do it right away. She didn't dare to disobey Li Shenzhou's orders, and despite her reluctance, she went to carry out the other party's arrangements. Li Shenzhou clapped his hands and Duan Mushui appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee. My subordinate has met your highness the world son. Now you do as I ask. As you wish. My subordinate will get right on it. Duan Mushui respectfully bowed her hand. Then her figure instantly disappeared in place. Tang Euro was still kneeling on the ground, bewildered and at a loss for words, tears flowing continuously as she silently prayed in her heart for a miracle to happen. Just then, Zhong Linger's graceful figure appeared once again. When Tang Euro saw Zhong Linger, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and she eagerly said, Linger, can you plead with His Highness the World Prince for me? I really know I was wrong. As long as His Highness the World Son is willing to help the Tang family, I am willing to be an ox and a horse and serve His Highness for the rest of my life. Zhong Linger sighed in mock regret and said, I can't help you if you are so rude in front of your master. When Tang Euro heard these words, a wave of despair welled up in her heart, and tears gushed out like a dam as she choked out. Linger, for the sake of us knowing each other for a while, can you please help me? Old ancestor can't last a few more days. If he passes away, the Tang sect might face extinction. Tang Euro cried her eyes out in tears, her heart filled with endless remorse. She was remorseful that her own damn pride had made her so passive. Zhong Linger replied indifferently, if I had known this, why would I have bothered? How dare you be so rude in front of your master? Tang Euro heard the reproach in Zhong Linger's words. Linger, I'm willing to kneel here long enough to beg forgiveness from His Highness the World Prince. Looking at Tang Euro's determined look, Zhong Linger shook her head helplessly, showing a hesitant expression. He finally moved to compassion, gently whispered a few words beside its ear. The rest is up to you. I can only help you so far. Zhong Linger looked at Tang Euro with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. She gently took out a set of clothes from her storage ring and handed them over to Tang Euro's hands before turning to leave, leaving Tang Euro alone and kneeling in place. At the same time, Ning Tian rode his divine illumination mythical beast to the surroundings of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. At a glance, he saw Tang Euro's precious carriage parked there, and in his heart, he immediately understood that Tang Euro had already entered the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. Little fellow, this Northern Liang Divine King's mansion really does have a strong heritage. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. I detect at least dozens of powerful auras above the Void God realm. Don't make trouble here. Immortal Cloudsoar said to Ning Tian with some concern. She was once a Saint Lord, and in her prime, she rode the immortal realm and was admired by all. But now only a wisp of her residual soul remained, and her strength was only 1/10,000th of her original strength. So she simply couldn't fight against the powerhouses of the Beiliang Divine King's mansion. If Ning Tian really offended the other party, then she would have to follow her bad luck. When Ning Tian heard Immortal Yun Zhao's words, although he was a bit unconvinced in his heart, he still nodded. I won't act rashly. I'll just wait here for you Ro to come out. Still really infatuated. Just afraid that the other party won't appreciate it. Cloudy Sky Immortal shook her head, looking at Ning Tian's face of infatuation. She secretly sighed in her heart. How could this silly brat know that feelings were not something that could be obtained by stalking? You Ro, why did you come to the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion? Could it be to beg for that person known as the Duke Wushuan Li Shenzhou? Ning Tian's face was grave. He was a very jealous person, and was extremely jealous of Li Shenzhou, who was praised by everyone. This jealousy had now turned to hatred, and he spurred himself on at times by making the other man a target for him to surpass. Now that his own white moonlight came to beg Li Shenzhou, it was very unacceptable to Ning Tian. He muttered in his heart, Li Shenzhou, sooner or later I will trample both you and the Northern Liang Divine King's house under my feet. The other side, Tang Yuro was constantly struggling with her thoughts, and the Tang sect, old ancestor, and her father constantly appeared in her mind. In the end, for the sake of the Tang sect and her loved ones, she ruthlessly gritted her teeth and resolutely decided to put on the clothing left behind by Zhong Linger that made her feel quite ashamed. The dress was as thin as a cicada, making the outline of her body visible. However, it seemed to be more conservative compared to the foxtail she held in her hand. Tang Yuro's face turned red from shyness, and she had no clue on how to use this tail. However, after all, Tang Yuro was gifted, and as she associated it with Zhong Linger's tail, she suddenly came to a realization. Her face instantly turned red with shyness, but she firmly told herself inwardly, everything I do is for the Tang clan. A moment later, the blushing Tang Yuro quietly appeared in Li Shenzhou's bedchamber. She was dressed in a white, gauzy thin dress that showed off her perfect figure like a blooming flower. It gives a mysterious and tantalizing feeling. Her beauty is mesmerizing and beyond words. When her gaze gently swept across the room, she found 4 beautiful maids of spring, summer, autumn and winter respectfully serving beside Li Shenzhou, while Zhong Linger was comfortably lying on his lap like a lazy kitten. Tang Yuro hurriedly retracted her gaze, pretending that she hadn't seen anything. Linger, what's with this outfit? Did you give it to Ms. Tang? Isn't this difficult for people? Li Shenzhou pretended to be angry. Your son, your highness, don't blame Linger. I begged her to give it to me, Tang Yuro hurriedly explained. Li Shenzhou pretended to be surprised. Isn't this an offense to Miss Tang? You are a noble daughter of the Tang clan who is high and proud. His words were laced with sarcasm, causing Tang Yuro to blush a bit awkwardly. Ding! Daughter of Heaven's Destiny. Tang Yuro feels humiliated and gains an emotion value of plus 500. Jia. That's not where the emotional value comes in. Li Shenzhou was secretly happy in his heart. Ding! Zhong Linger is feeling a bit embarrassed, gaining emotion value plus 100. Ding! Tang Yuro feels ashamed and gains emotional value plus 200. Chapter 45, Guests of the Tang Sect. Li Shenzhou had an expression of enjoyment as he laughed. Tang Yuro, you're very smart and sensible. Thank you, Your Highness the World Prince for the compliment. Tang Yuro said accusingly. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You came to this world's sun for help, but I don't see any sincerity from you nowadays. Tang Yuro was silent for a moment as she sniffed. She was indeed smart and immediately understood what Li Shenzhou meant. The defeat of her family was more than she could bear compared to the shame. If it wasn't for the Tang clan, if it wasn't for the old ancestor, she would never have been able to stoop so low to a man in her life. Your Worldly Highness, I won't let you down, but before that, please, Your Highness, please promise to shelter our Tang sect first. Tang Yuro tilted her head and looked at the towering Li Shenzhou. Li Shenzhou laughed. Tang Yuro, you don't seem to be clear about your situation. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Yuchan understands. Ding! The host has made Tang Yuro feel incredibly humiliated, gaining an emotion value of plus 500. She felt that Li Shenzhou was like the devil. All the people of the Tang sect were full of sorrow lately. The news of the old ancestors' failed breakthrough was already well known, and the sect's industries were being wantonly appropriated by hostile forces. According to Tang Wanyan's instructions, everyone began to prepare their luggage one after another, preparing to return to the Chuanmu ancestral land. Recently, compared to the imperial capital, Extreme Bliss City, the Chuan Desert was very desolate and barren. Or else the Tang sect's first ancestor wouldn't have spent a great deal of money to bring his clan out of the Chuan Desert back then. People don't want to go back to that hole, but there's no way around it. Ning Tian had already made plans in his mind that he would not go to the Chuan Desert. If he wanted to rise up, he had to stay in a place that was rich in resources like Extreme Bliss City. He also wanted to persuade Tang Yuro to stay with him. Just now, when he saw Tang Yuro come out of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion with a pale face, he secretly speculated in his heart that it was likely that she had been rejected by the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. Ning Tian planned to confess his feelings to Tang Yuro today, so that the other party would stay and accompany him to break through the world. His mind was clearly seen by Fairy Yin Shao. Little fellow, you should stop hitting on Tang Yuro's idea. She won't like you. Hearing the cold water splashed by Immortal Yin Shao, Ning Tian felt uncomfortable in his heart. But the other party was his nominal master after all. So he said, Master, why are you so sure? Seeing that he looked unenlightened, Immortal Yin Shao sighed and said, Don't you see how the other party came out of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion? Understand what? Ning Tian looked puzzled. Seeing the other party's unenlightened look, Cloud Fairy was speechless for a while. This kind of thing still needs to be pointed through? Ning Tian was a bit impatient, muttering, I'll make Tang Euro fall in love with me, and when the time comes, I'll get both the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. As he spoke, a hot light flowed from his eyes. It's the glow called ambition. Seeing that Ning Tian was so confident, Immortal Yan Xiao didn't want to strike him down lest she hurt the peace, so she couldn't say anything else. Alright, I believe in my disciple. Just don't push yourself too hard. In fact, Immortal Cloudy Sky had been inwardly praying that Ning Tian wouldn't do anything stupid and just get himself involved. Just as Tang Euro was still being baptized at the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, the Tang sect was buzzing with activity. Inside the Tang sect's main hall, the atmosphere was very grave. Tang Junman sat in the main seat with a serious face, and on the guest seats were two heavyweights, the head of the Iron Palm Gang and the head of the 10,000 Swords sect. Tang Junman wondered what the two arch-enemies of the Tang clan meant by their sudden visits to the door. Are you trying to kill everyone? If the two major gangs united to strike at the Tang sect, then there wouldn't even be a chance to return to the Chuan Mo ancestral land. The Tang sect crowd was very nervous, unable to guess the purpose of the two men's visit. A few days ago, the Iron Palm Gang and the 10,000 Swords sect had not infringed on the Tang sect's properties, and had even injured many of the Tang sect's disciples. So were the two families coming to the door this time to give the Tang sect an ultimatum? Gangmaster's son, Sect Master Tian's grand arrival has truly brought the Tang sect to life. Even though Tang Junman was reluctant in his heart, he still had to wear a respectful smile on his face. Until the moment of the figure of speech, the polite words that should be there should still be there. Iron Palm Gang's son Gangmaster was the oldest and strongest of the two, and he spoke first on behalf of the two. He didn't speak as condescendingly as usual. Instead, he was full of respect, arching his hand with a smile on his face and said, Sect Master Tang, there's no need to be courteous. Our two families are friendships that have been passed down since the ancient times, and in the future, we'll have to be more pro and more proximity to each other. Looking at the Sun Gangmaster's enthusiastic appearance, Tang Junman had a kind of unreal feeling. A few days ago, he was still shouting and fighting, encroaching on the Tang sect's industry. Today, how to speak so politely? Could it be a trick? Not waiting for Tang Junman and the Tang sect people to come back to their senses, Master Sun took out a bunch of real estate deeds. Tang sect master. These are the Tang sect's properties, and now they are returned to their original owners. It's all because of Sun's inept management of the gang. His men didn't know what they were doing and encroached on the Tang sect's properties. I've already heavily punished these men and kicked them out of the Iron Palm Gang. Looking at the land deed that Sun Gangmaster had forced into his hands, Tang Junman was extremely distressed. These were all the properties that had been taken away by the Iron Palm Gang over the years, and they were finally being returned to them. But why did the other side do it? Why would you want to spit out the meat in your mouth? Chapter 46 I disagree. I agree. Not only was Tang Junman inwardly surprised, the other Tang sect executives were shocked beyond belief. They had expected a fierce clash to break out, but what was happening in front of them was completely unexpected. Sect Master Tang, do you think it's okay to handle it this way? Iron Palm Gang's Sun Gang leader asked with a fawning smile. There was a hint of ingratiation in his tone that made people wonder. Tang Junman nodded somewhat bewilderedly, muttering in his heart, could it be that this guy has taken the wrong medicine? Why has he suddenly become so polite? The Tian sect master of the 10,000 Blades sect also came forward, holding a few deeds of the martial arts school in his hands. He respectfully handed it to Tang Junman and said, Sect Master Tang, on behalf of the 10,000 Blades sect, I will return all the martial arts halls I previously occupied to you. These are the relevant deeds. Please take a look. After speaking, he took out another exquisite storage ring and gently placed it in front of Tang Junman. What is the meaning of this? Tang Junman looked at Sect Master Tian with a puzzled expression. Sect Master Tian hurriedly explained. A few days ago, a few unruly disciples under our sect injured some of the Tang sect's disciples. There are 5 million spirit stones in here, which are considered medical expenses and compensation for the injured disciples. I hope Sect Master Tang can accept this token of appreciation. 5 million spirit stones? Medical expenses? Tang Junman's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tang sect's crowd behind him were also surprised with their mouths wide open, disbelieving expressions on their faces. This is so unexpected. Someone whispered. The always arrogant 10,000 Blades sect actually took the initiative to admit their mistake and make compensation? It's really unprecedented. Another person marveled. Tang Junman took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked towards Sect Master Tian and Gangmaster Sun and slowly spoke. Both of you, what exactly happened today? Why did you suddenly change your attitudes? The two of them, Gangmaster Sun and Sect Master Tian, looked at each other in dismay before pretending to scold. Sect Master Tang, still pretending to be confused with us. Just now His Highness the Prince sent the owner of Smoke and Rain Tower to inform us that he is prepared to take Miss Tang as a concubine, and told us to watch over it. Sect Master Tian said. Sect Master Tang, you are the father-in-law of the future Northern Liang Divine King. We naturally don't dare to offend. Sect Master Tang, we still hope that you can put in a good word in front of His Highness the Prince. Hearing these words, Tang Junman's heart shook, instantly understanding everything. It turned out that the Northern Liang Divine King's house had agreed to shelter the Tang sect, which made him feel very surprised and elated. But at the same time, he also understood that this was all because of his own daughter. Thinking of this, a wave of sadness could not help but well up in his heart. He knew it was not honorable to give his daughter as a gift in exchange for shelter. Originally, he hadn't held much expectation for the Northern Liang Divine King's palace. After all, the other party's threshold was too high, and they simply couldn't look at a small force like the Tang sect. He even feared that Li Shenzhou would be as untrustworthy as Jiang Bobing and just covet his daughter's beauty. However, the truth was out of his expectation. The other party actually wanted to marry his daughter and even made a move to shelter the Tang sect. Tang Junman understood what this meant. From then on, the Tang sect embraced Li Shenzhou's thighs and soared to the heavens. No one dared to underestimate them in the extreme bliss city anymore. When Tang Wanyan heard this news, the corners of his mouth also revealed a pleased smile as he murmured, "Roar, you've been wronged. The Tang sect was preserved because of you." Hearing this good news, the entire Tang sect was extraordinarily excited. Not only do they not have to leave the imperial capital, but they also have the shelter of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. So in the future, they don't dare to say that they will walk horizontally, but they are also no longer bullied by others. Ning Tian's face became unusually ugly when he heard this news. Ning Tian had already regarded Tang Yuro as his woman, and had even thought about double dating with her in the future and traveling the northern martial immortal region. But now things have gone wrong. The woman he liked was actually going to become Li Shenzhou's concubine. At this moment, Ning Tian was incomparably furious within, his fists clenching. The heart roared, "Li Shenzhou, why are you trying to steal Yuro from me?" While looking at the ecstatic Tang sect crowd, Ning Tian looked out of place. Everyone in the Tang sect was all smiles at this moment, but this atmosphere contrasted sharply with the pain Ning Tian felt inside. It's shameful that a huge Tang sect would need to trade Tang Yuro's happiness for peace. Ning Tian's voice exploded like thunder, shaking the entire venue. The moment these words were uttered, everyone in the room suddenly changed color and turned their heads to look at Ning Tian. Their expressions varied. Some were shocked, some were angry, and others carried a hint of disdain. Everyone thought that Ning Tian had gone crazy. How dare he mouth off here? Ning Tian, there's no room for you to speak here. Hurry up and leave. Tang Junman's face became very ugly as he glared fiercely at Ning Tian and angrily rebuked. The Tang sect had managed to secure such a great situation with great difficulty, and it absolutely could not be destroyed by a tiny Ning Tian. I don't agree with Tang Yuro marrying Li Shenzhou as a concubine. She should have a better life. Ning Tian was unimpressed by the crowd's rebuke, and his voice was firm and powerful, echoing within the great hall. No? What are you? Is it your turn to disagree? Some Tang sect disciples who had long been looking at Ning Tian in a bad light opened their mouths and sneered. Ning Tian, you're not just a tiny disciple of the sect, you don't even look at your own several pounds, and you actually dare to say you don't agree. Ning Tian had always thought too highly of himself and had a bad relationship with most of the Tang sect disciples except for Tang Yuro, and now the crowd was accusing him of rudeness. What is this place? Your turn to talk? Another man chimed in, his tone full of arrogance and contempt. Missy marrying the son of the Northern Liang God King, this is an honor for the entire Tang sect. Someone shouted excitedly, pride in their voice. The Northern Liang God King's son, divine and wise, a rare talent in 10,000 years. How many women's dreams is it to be able to marry him? Missy and the prince are a match made in heaven. Another person added. They hadn't met Li Shenzhou, but they had often heard about each other's deeds. Li Shenzhou's reputation was getting louder and louder. Naturally, without the credit of Smoke and Rainhouse, Duan Mushui sent her men around to spread Li Shenzhou's positive deeds and establish his high and mighty image. The effect is very noticeable. The crowd's murmurs rose and fell, becoming more and more intense, as if they were about to drown Ning Tian out. Tang Junman was still quite appreciative of Ning Tian. Cultivation talent was very high, and was the strongest among the young disciples of the Tang sect. He had wanted to focus on him, hoping to become the leader of the new generation of the Tang sect. There was even the idea of having Tang Yuro be with Ning Tian. However, nowadays, the situation was different, and compared to the Northern Liang Divine King's son, Tang Junman would naturally not favor Ning Tian. No matter how good Ning Tian's talent was, could it be as good as Li Shenzhou's? 3 small realms in January. A few breaths to break through the King Seal realm. Moreover, Li Shenzhou's identity was self-evidently expensive, and his background was even more terrifying. There is simply no comparison between the two. Ning Tian, don't talk nonsense. I do. Just as the crowd was accusing Ning Tian, a voice like that of a lark came from outside. Chapter 47, Tang Yuro's determination. The gazes of the crowd, as if attracted by a magnet, looked towards Tang Yuro in unison. At this time, Tang Yuro, with a face like a peach blossom, was delicate and moving, and her face did not show any of the worries and sorrows of the past. Not only that, her whole temperament had changed drastically, radiating a sense of confidence and composure from the inside out. As for the reason for this, I'm afraid only she knows best. Everything Tang Yuro had given for the Tang clan was there for all to see, whether it was a high-ranking figure in the sect or an ordinary clan disciple. When they saw this great Miss Tang clan now, they all exuded reverence. Thinking back to when she left the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, Tang Yuro's heart was filled with bitterness and sorrow. At that time, she was filled with the thought that Li Shenzhou simply wanted to humiliate her a bit. However, when she returned to the Tang clan, she learned from her clansmen that Li Shenzhou had already released news to the outside world, declaring that he would incorporate her into his residence and become his concubine. Those nemesis of the Tang sect not only stopped attacking the Tang sect, but also came to the door to apologize and send back the Tang sect's properties. This sudden news made Tang Yuro feel doubly shocked, as if she was in a dream. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Tang Yuro's heart was filled with gratitude towards Li Shenzhou. Li Shenzhou really acts in a calm and practiced manner, and is true to his word. Then again, when you think about all the behavior you've done to yourself before, it seems like you're just teasing yourself. However, unlike the crowd's elation, Ning Tian's face went through a series of complicated changes, from joy to shock, to anger, and finally to feeling heartache. He couldn't accept the fact that Tang Yuro was going to be a concubine to Li Shenzhou. He firmly believed that Tang Yuro could never willingly make such a choice, and that this must have been forced on her by Li Shenzhou. Ning Tian's heart ached as if it had been stabbed by millions of knives as he recalled the days he had spent with Tang Yuro after escaping from the Great Zhou dynasty. In the beginning, after he hastily escaped from the Great Zhou dynasty, he became a disciple from worshipping the Tang sect. Since then, Tang Yuro had always given him meticulous care and attention, and deep down in his heart, he had long regarded her as the love of his life, and even treated her as if she was forbidden. He'd been waiting for a time when he could soar to the top and marry her in style. But now, just as he was about to take off, his beloved woman had become someone else's concubine. How could he bear it? Ning Tian deeply knew that Tang Yuro was by no means the kind of person who coveted glory and wealth, and that her agreement to be a concubine to Li Shenzhou must have been due to some kind of coercion. Thinking of this, a strong determination surged in Ning Tian's heart. No matter how much it cost, he had to rescue her from the sea of suffering. You were forced by this bastard Li Shenzhou, right? Ning Tian looked deeply at Tang Yuro, his tone filled with unwillingness and anger, his voice trembling as he asked. When Tang Yuro heard Ning Tian speak so rudely, she couldn't help but frown, her expression turning serious as she responded indifferently. Ning Tian, don't talk nonsense. His Highness has never forced me, and it's my good fortune to be His Highness's concubine. Then, she increased her tone of voice to emphasize. Also, the word Yuro is not something you should call me. I am the great miss of the Tang sect, the future sect master, and you are just an ordinary disciple. Tang Yuro didn't know why Ning Tian always acted like he knew her well. She usually cared for him only because Ning Tian's qualifications were still good, and she wanted to let him grow up quickly and become her right-hand man. As for the love of men and women, she hadn't even thought about it. It was all wishful thinking and fantasizing on Ning Tian's part, but Ning Tian didn't think so. His lips trembled slightly. He couldn't understand why Tang Yuro would treat him like this, even defending Li Shenzhou and reprimanding himself in his words. Inside, it's full of bitterness. Seeing that Ning Tian dared to speak out against Li Shenzhou, Tang Junman, who was on the side, was afraid that these words would reach Li Shenzhou's ears and cause trouble, so he hurriedly rebuked loudly. Come on, drive this disgraceful fellow out of the great hall for this hall master. As soon as the words fell, several disciples who had been harboring resentment towards Ning Tian immediately rolled up their sleeves and walked towards him with fists rubbing their hands, their eyes flashing with smugness. On normal days, they knew that their strength was inferior to Ning Tian, but now that they had the backing of the sect master, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of Ning Tian anymore, and instead, they would take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge and vent their heartfelt hatred. However, Ning Tian was not a soft persimmon to be needed by others. He had always been high-minded and proud. How could he tolerate others flaunting their power in front of him? Only to see him take a deep breath, the aura on his body instantly erupted out like a volcano about to erupt, causing the air around him to freeze. But right at this moment, Tang Yuro's voice came again. Ning Tian, do you really want to put the safety of the Tang sect at risk? These words were like a heavy hammer hitting Ning Tian's heart, causing his face to change dramatically. He could care less about anyone, but he couldn't be indifferent when facing Tang Yuro. Thus, Ning Tian had no choice but to force down the anger in his heart, collect his aura around him, and responded coldly towards the several Tang sect disciples who had surrounded him. I'll leave on my own. After saying that, he turned away without looking back. When he brushed past Tang Yuro, he still couldn't help but whisper, Missy, I won't let you marry Li Shenzhou. Then, it was off in stride. Tang Yuro was somewhat speechless, looking at Ning Tian's departing back. His eyes were complicated, and for a moment, he didn't know how to reply. And after seeing Ning Tian leave, Tang Junman flashed an apologetic smile towards Sect Master Sun and Sect Master Tian and said, I've made you two laugh. It's all because of Tang's poor discipline. Sun Sect Master stroked his hand through his beard and said faintly, Tang Sect Master must not lose big because of small. In case His Highness the Son of the World blames it, then the consequences. Tang Junman naturally understood the stakes, and hastily nodded his head and responded, what Sect Leader Sun said is very true, and Tang will definitely teach his disciples in the sect well, and will never have a similar situation again. The two of them, Sect Master Sun and Sect Master Tian, glanced at each other, and then, the two of them arched their hands towards Tang Junman and Tang Yuro and said, Sect Master Tang, Miss Tang, it's getting late, so it's time for us to take our leave. From now on, let's get closer and closer and move around more. Saying so, the two left with their respective people. As it should be, Tang Junman said as he returned the salute, looking at their nemesis, who had once shouted and killed, now treating them respectfully, both father and daughter. Tang Junman knew the reason for this. It was all due to that Seiji. In the face of profit, any enmity is a floating cloud. Chapter 48. The first wife came to ask for a claim. Li Shenzhou smoothly harvested emotions. It's night, inside the Tang sect ancestral shrine. As night fell, the color of the moon sprinkled down like water on top of the Tang sect ancestral shrine, adding a sense of serenity and mystery to this ancient and solemn building. Tang Yuro took off her previous gaudy attire and replaced it with a long, plain dress as she slowly walked into the ancestral shrine. The candlelight inside the ancestral shrine swayed, reflecting Tang Yuro's beautiful and resolute face. After sending off wave after wave of forces that came to congratulate her, Tang Yuro finally had the time to come inside the ancestral shrine to pay her respects to the old ancestor. Tang Wanyan sat on the questioning futon in the center of the ancestral shrine, his face much better than before, his eyes revealing an unspeakable light. Even though he stayed in the ancestral shrine, nothing that happened in the outside world escaped his ears. At the moment, he was as immersed in joy as the Tang sect crowd. Tang Wanyan looked at Tang Yuro in front of him, his heart filled with guilt. He knew deep down that for the future of the Tang sect, Tang Yuro was carrying too much pressure and responsibility that didn't belong to her age. He sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Roar, the Tang sect has finally been preserved. It's just that you've been wronged. Tang Yuro gently shook her head, her face not showing the slightest bit of dissimilarity. She smiled faintly and said softly, Old ancestor, what are you doing talking about this? As a member of the Tang family, isn't it my duty to pay for the Tang clan? As long as I can bring peace and prosperity to the family, I am willing to pay any price. Tang Wanyan was deeply moved by Tang Yuro's words, his eyes slightly moist. Besides, the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion is the #1 family in the Immortal Dynasty, and His Highness, the world's son, is one of the world's few wizards, so what's wrong with me becoming his concubine? Tang Yuro continued again. Tang Wanyan's gaze fell on Tang Yuro's arm, and he was relieved to find that the other party's palace guard San was still there. He knew in his heart that the reason why Tang Yuro was coveted by so many men was not only because she was stunningly beautiful, but more importantly, she possessed a heavenly fragrance body. This type of physique was extremely special, and was an excellent hearth physique. If one were to dual cultivate with her, one would gain great benefits. Roar, you also know your physique. I'm really afraid that the Northern Liangshire Z will use you as a cauldron to wantonly harvest you, Tang Wanyan said worriedly. Tang Yuro, however, was calm and smiled faintly. Old ancestor, Yuro understands your concern, but this is my destiny. Born with this kind of physique, perhaps fate was already predetermined, even if Li Shenzhou uses me as a cauldron. So what? The big deal is that my cultivation will regress and I won't be able to step onto the path to immortality. Tang Yuro's tone was soft, as if she had already accepted this reality. Besides, there are no absolutes, so maybe there is a way to have the best of both worlds? Even if there's really no way out, I'll still be able to enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth in the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, Tang Yuro said with a smile, a determined light shining in her eyes. Looking at Tang Yuro so understanding, Tang Wanyan heart a stabbing pain. 1 hour later, Tang Yuro left the ancestral shrine. As she passed a dense bamboo forest, a dark shadow suddenly sprang out of it. Tang Yuro's heart was startled, immediately stopping her footsteps. her right hand quietly hidden into her sleeve, ready to launch a concealed weapon attack at any time. She whispered a question. Who is it? The black shadow slowly approached, and Tang Yuro saw his face clearly. So it was Ning Tian. Only to see Ning Tian's face filled with anxiety, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes filled with eagerness. It's me. Tang Yuro frowned slightly and asked unhappily, what are you doing here so late? Ning Tian looked straight at Tang Yuro, as if he hadn't heard her words, and said to himself, Yuro. Oh no. Missy, come with me now. What do you mean? Tang Yuro looked at Ning Tian in surprise, completely puzzled. Missy, don't hesitate any longer. Let's go together. Leave the Tang sect and stay away from the imperial capital Extreme City. Ning Tian's tone grew more and more agitated, as if he could no longer control his emotions. Tang Yuro froze. She had never thought that Ning Tian would say something like this. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. Why should I go with you? Why should I leave the Tang sect? Ning Tian's eyes widened. His eyes filled with eagerness as he grabbed Tang Yuro's shoulders with all his might and shouted, because only in this way can you truly be free. Tang Yuro was a bit baffled by him, breaking away from Ning Tian's hand and saying coldly, Ning Tian, do you know what you're saying? Are you crazy? Yes, I'm crazy for love. Ning Tian hysterically roared. I don't want to see you become a victim of the family's interests anymore. I don't want you to be played by Li Shenzhou. I want to take you to a place that belongs to us. Love? Tang Yuro's eyes widened as she looked at Ning Tian in front of her, a puzzled expression on her face. She didn't know why Ning Tian misunderstood that the two were in love, and why she felt she was willing to go far away from him. She was so furious that she was trembling, violently pushing Ning Tian away and angrily shouting, That's enough. Ning Tian, stop talking nonsense. I only treat you as a senior brother and don't love you. I won't go far away with you. Ning Tian was pushed back a few steps, but he didn't give up, still persistently reaching out his hand to Tang Yuro, begging bitterly, Yuro, the Tang sect is only using you as a bargaining chip for benefit exchange. It's not worth your sacrifice like this. As long as you're willing, I can give you happiness. Tang Yuro couldn't hold back any longer and raised her hand to slap Ning Tian in the face. The crisp ringing sound echoed in the silent night, and Ning Tian's cheeks instantly flushed with 5 red marks. Shameless. Back then, you were covered in wounds and desperate, and it was the Tang sect that took you in. Now that the Tang sect is in trouble, you actually said such heartless words. Count me as having misjudged you. Ning Tian received a slap, and his entire body froze in place. And at this time, Fairy Yun Xiao, who was hiding in Ning Tian's ring, also felt very depressed and muttered in the ring, Ning Tian, Ning Tian, why don't you listen to persuasion? Didn't I tell you that Tang Yuro is not someone you can mess with? Why are you still so stubborn? Tang Yuro was completely disappointed in Ning Tian. She said with a frosty face, Ning Tian, I'll pretend that I haven't heard today's words, and if there's a next time, I won't be blamed for being merciless. After speaking, her figure disappeared into the night like a ghost, leaving Ning Tian messy in the wind. Ning Tian's heart instantly fell into the ice cellar, chilling to the bone. He did not resent Tang Yuro, but he was filled with hatred towards Li Shenzhou. He was convinced that it was Li Shenzhou who had ruined the beautiful marriage between him and Tang Yuro. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared into the boundless night. In front of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, a luxurious emperor's carriage slowly came to a stop. The door curtain was gently raised, and a stunningly beautiful figure walked out from it, dressed in a long, light green dress. Lin Luo was like a fairy in a dream, stepping lightly out of the car. Ever since she learned that Li Shenzhou wanted to take Tang Yuro as a concubine, she couldn't just sit back and watch and decided to come and inquire about the matter in person. After all, how could she, the explicitly wedded wife, take a concubine first before she was even married? The gate guards naturally didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow when they saw that it was the future world prince consort. They hurriedly walked up and respectfully greeted Lin Luo, then carefully invited her into the royal residence and quickly sent someone forward to report to the world's sun. After a short while, Zhong Linger, dressed in a gorgeous palace dress, walked out from the inner courtyard in a graceful manner. Her beautiful figure was like a brightly colored peony flower, swaying 3 times a step. Very seductive. Celluloid. Spirit. Lin Luo couldn't help but be slightly stunned when she saw Zhong Linger. The Zhong Linger in front of her eyes had undergone a significant change in her complexion compared to the past, becoming as rosy and delicate as a peach blossom. Not only that, her cultivation seemed to have been greatly enhanced, as if she had completely stepped out of the shadow of the extermination. Linger, are you doing well in the royal residence? Lin Luo asked with concern, her eyes filled with worry for her best friend. She held Zhong Linger's hand tightly, as if she was afraid of losing her. Very good. The Northern Liang Divine King's mansion has given me a warm feeling of home. Zhong Linger smiled faintly. gratitude shining in her eyes. She told Lin Luo that here, she felt unprecedented care and attention. After exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, the two of them came together to the Great Hall of the World's Sun. At this time, Li Shenzhou had long been waiting outside the hall accompanied by the four maids of spring, summer, fall, and winter. He was dressed in a white coat of snow, elegant and handsome. Luo Luo, you're here. After Li Shenzhou saw Lin Luo, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he took a few steps forward to pull the other party's hand, saying that there was no end to his tenderness. Humph. I came to congratulate you on your concubine. Lin Luo pouted and tried to draw back her hand as if she was gambling, but she was firmly clutched by Li Shenzhou. Ding! Heaven's Destiny's daughter Lin Luo was angry because the host took Tang Euro as a concubine, gaining emotion value plus 500. Thanks, Li Shenzhou faintly responded. A hint of cunning was revealed in his eyes, thinking, get angry. Go ahead and get angry. Let me earn more mood value. You, Lin Luo didn't expect the other party to even have an explanation, so she glared fiercely at Li Shenzhou in anger. Aren't you going to explain? Ding! The Heavenly Destiny's daughter Lin Luo was angry because of the host's indifference, gaining emotional value plus 500. Why do you need to explain? I take concubines openly and honestly. What do I need to explain? Li Shenzhou spread his hands and said. Lin Luo choked on his words. Indeed, it is normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world. Not to mention that Li Shenzhou's status as the world son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house was so honorable. She suddenly felt that she seemed a little too petty for coming to raise an offense, and she had a feeling of being groundless. Ding! The daughter of Heaven's Destiny, Lin Luo, is ashamed of her irrationality and gains emotion value plus 500. Li Shenzhou also saw the change in her expression, which was exactly the effect he wanted. Chapter 49, The Secret Realm of the Unseen. Li Shenzhou secretly sighed in his heart. It is really convenient to have a system. Not only can one harvest the emotional value of a person with good fortune, there are so many benefits. In this way, one no longer needs to bother guessing the minds of others. He couldn't help but feel a little elated. Thus, he gently pulled Lin Luo's small hand that was like sheep's fat white jade, gazed deeply into her bright eyes, and softly said, tying the hair as husband and wife, love and affection are not in doubt. As a PhD student in Chinese in my previous life, I could basically recite these verses off the top of my head. After Lin Luo heard this, she immediately turned red with shame and pouted. Who wants to be husband and wife with you? You're annoying. You only use these verses to please me. However, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose, and it was clear that her heart was still very happy. Li Shenzhou smiled and responded. They are all words from the heart of this Shitsi. After all, as a person who had experienced 2 lives, it was easy to deal with a simple, naive and world-weary little girl like Lin Luo. With just a few words and a few affectionate glances, you can easily capture her heart. There's no need to explain. That would look like a falsehood. Only to see Li Shenzhou's stunningly handsome face, a 3-part sincere, 7-part tender smile appeared, and he softly said to Lin Luo, Luo, I heard that the moon is charming tonight. Why don't you stay and enjoy the moon with me? Lin Luo first froze, then nodded, and for a moment, her pretty face was slightly red, and she even forgot about Li Shenzhou's upcoming concubine. It had to be said that as the daughter of the mandate of heaven, Lin Luo's appearance and temperament were nothing to write home about. Her features were exquisite and stunning, as if they had been carefully carved by the heavens. A pair of eyes were like deep autumn water, eyebrows like distant daisies, and 3,000 green silk naturally hung down on the white shoulders, like a waterfall as smooth and bright as a waterfall. At this moment, her pretty face was flickering with a moving luster under the moonlight. Her skin was like solid fat, crystal clear, so that people couldn't help but want to play with it. The two of them stood side by side on the highest moon-picking peak within the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, as perfect as a pair of golden children. Shenzhou, in the past, I was compelled by Li Hao to be prejudiced against you. You won't blame me, right? Lin Luo looked at the bright moon and said with feeling. Li Shenzhou didn't rush to answer, but silently gazed at Lin Luo's beautiful face, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. He gently reached out and embraced Lin Luo tightly into his arms. Feeling her warmth and softness, Lin Luo trembled slightly as she felt Li Shenzhou's warmth and sincerity. Her heart raced and her cheeks flushed a shy blush. Li Shenzhou slowly lowered his head. His lips lightly touched Lin Luo's forehead, bringing a warm touch. This simple action was filled with endless tenderness, causing Lin Luo's heartstrings to flutter. The moonlight poured over them as if it had covered them with a mysterious glow, making the whole picture even more beautiful and romantic. No sound is better than sound here. After a long time, Lin Luo opened her mesmerized eyes, looked at her beloved, and softly said, Shenzhou, the main reason I came here this time is to tell you that I will be returning to the Yaoqi immortal sect tomorrow. Oh, Why are you in such a hurry? Li Shenzhou asked in surprise. The unseen mysteries will be opening in half a year, and the sect has requested that the disciples who are outside return to the sect immediately for seclusion. Lin Luo explained. The secret realm of the unseen? Li Shenzhou was shocked when he heard this name and immediately began to recall information about the unseen mysteries. Through his memories, he learned that it was a secret realm created by a great saint of the ancient times, the Unseen Lord. There were countless precious heavenly materials and treasures, and there were even opportunities for the inheritance of saints. Such a tantalizing treasure naturally attracted various forces to salivate and eye it. A secret realm created by a great saint, the level of danger in it could be imagined. After all, in this vast and mysterious land of the immortal realm, the great saint realm could be considered a phoenix-like existence. In those supreme Taoist systems are also old ancestor-level powerhouses, and their lifespans are even as long as 100,000 years. As a result, the major powers had urgently recalled their own disciples and allowed them to cultivate in seclusion, which was both a consideration for the lives and safety of the disciples and also a responsible performance. According to common plot settings in metaphysical novels, whenever such a secret realm opens, it often becomes a stage for the sons of Qi to show off their skills. They will fight fiercely in it, staging a murderous treasure hunt and eventually winning the hearts of the beautiful people. The inheritance in the secret realm could not be obtained by those who did not have great fortune. Li Shenzhou was still very self-aware. With his current fortune, even if he entered the secret realm, he would only be able to find some ordinary things. That saint's inheritance was not something he could covet at all. There was also the possibility of the son of Qi pretending to hit his face and becoming a stepping stone for the other party to make a name for himself. If you want to obtain the inheritance, you have to use the sons of Qi as treasure hunting rats. The Tang sect's compound covered an extremely large area, as large as 1,000 miles in circumference. Its rolling hills, lakes and courtyards and pavilions are scattered, and it looks very grand. And today's Tang sect is even more lively. The whole Tang sect is decorated with lights and colors, and is full of joy. At this time, in the Tang sect's main hall, it was already packed with people. All of these people were richly dressed and had an extraordinary demeanor. They congratulated a middle-aged man sitting in front of them. The middle-aged man, named Tang Junman, was dressed in black robes, with a stalwart face, a short beard, and a powerful aura emanating from his body. Hearing the compliments from the crowd, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. Brother Junman, I'm really envious of you. You've given birth to a good daughter. I didn't expect you to become the father-in-law of that Shitzi lord. Someone smiled with a fawning face. That's right. Brother Tang is so lucky. We'll have to rely on Brother Tang to take care of us in the future. Another man chimed in. Yes. When His Highness the Prince comes down later, Brother Tang will have to say a few more kind words. Another person said. Tang Junman smiled and nodded, his heart secretly happy. Tang Yuro sat beside Tang Junman, her face slightly embarrassed as she listened to the crowd's complimentary words. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure was tall, and her long red dress fluttered in the wind, making her look especially charming, especially the delicate melon face, with picturesque eyebrows and an aura of spirituality between the flowing eyes. Seeing how beautiful and touching Tang Yuro was, many of the young sons in the great hall were mesmerized by the sight. In a remote corner of the main hall, there stood a young man with an extremely ordinary figure and appearance, his gaze resolute, his face sunken like iron, staring dead on at Tang Yuro on the stage. Instead of being mesmerized like the crowd, he felt heartbroken. Ning Tian clenched his fists, his nails embedding into his flesh. Tang Yuro is mine. Li Shenzhou, you asshole. Chapter 50, Splash of Riches. Just then, a disciple hurriedly came to the main hall and knelt on one knee. Sect Master, the Prince of the Northern Liang God King has arrived. What? Tang Junman's face was shocked as he stood up. Coming so soon? Hurry to greet them. His heart tightened and he hurriedly said. Tang Junman didn't expect Li Shenzhou to come so quickly and didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He hurriedly brought Tang Yuro and the many guests along to greet him. After all, to them, Li Shenzhou was in existence like a god. Who dared to be disrespectful? Although Tang Junman was nominally Li Shenzhou's future father-in-law, in front of absolute strength, all these identities were insignificant. The crowd arrived at the square in front of the Tang sect's compound, only to see a huge treasure carriage parked there. The precious carriage was pulled by 4 Jiao dragons, each of which was majestic and emitted a powerful aura, constantly emitting low hissing sounds. Around them also stood 100 golden helmeted and golden armored guards, who were tall and straight, with solemn expressions and thick breaths. Their cultivation levels were all above the Avatar realm. Such a spectacular scene shocked and awed everyone. All the guests who had come to congratulate him looked at what was in front of them and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, secretly marveling in their hearts at the power and status of this Northern Liang God King's prince. It's actually 4 black water Jiao dragons. What depths the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion has. It's truly terrifying. This is how powerful the immortal family is. Even the ordinary guards are Avatar realm powerhouses. The guests whispered, all showing reverence. They were overwhelmed with emotion in their hearts. Such a foundation could only be possessed by an immortal family like the Li family. The young talents who came to the banquet, on the other hand, each had a glint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. Seiji, I've kept you waiting. Tang Yuro rushed to Li Shenzhou's treasure carriage before the crowd. She was wearing a long red dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind like a fairy. The curtain of the treasure carriage was raised, and Li Shenzhou, accompanied by Zhong Linger, walked out from within the treasure carriage. He was dressed in white clothes that were snowy, handsome and peerless, with a superb demeanor, and an air of superiority immediately followed, causing everyone to hold their breath and not dare to show any disrespect. Yuzo, when Li Shenzhou saw the beautiful person in front of him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. She gently nodded and walked to Li Shenzhou's side, the two of them standing side by side like a divine couple. At this moment, the entire scene was quiet, as if time had stopped flowing. Everyone looked at them quietly, with envy and blessings in their eyes. Only Ning Tian in the crowd revealed a cynical gaze. Ding, son of fortune detected. Ding, detected that Ning Tian, the son of Qi, is feeling angry towards you. Gained 500 emotion points. Ding, please ask the host to kill the son of fortune, Ning Tian, as soon as possible to receive a large reward. Hearing the system beep echoing in his head, Li Shenzhou raised an eyebrow. His eyes fell on the Tang Sex crowd. The JoJo tripod in his body also reacted, only to see the golden rays of light dropping down from the top of Ning Tian's head in the crowd. So the son of Qi is hiding here. Li Shenzhou's heart fluttered and he recognized Ning Tian, the son of Qi Luck, in the crowd at a glance. A panel of attributes that only he could see emerged before his eyes. Name, Ning Tian. Identity, Grand Prince of the Dacian Dynasty. Disciple of the Tang sect. Protagonist of Heaven's Destiny. Cultivation, 5th level of the Fengho realm. Physique, Sangtian bastard body, small success. Luck, purple. Introduction, as the eldest prince of the Dacian dynasty. He should have been the heir to the throne, but after the death of the Dacian emperor, the empress supported the second prince to ascend to the throne and sent people to assassinate Ning Tian. Under the desperate protection of his loyal men, Ning Tian escapes to the North Martial Immortal region to join the Tang sect, and obtains a mysterious ring that hides a great saint powerhouse. So that's the routine. The old grandpa in the ring. Li Shenzhou's gaze swiftly swept through the crowd and finally landed on Ning Tian, but it was withdrawn after just a single glance. It's easy to kill him, but it's a bit of a shame to kill him just like that. It's not bad to be a treasure-seeking rat. After all, leeks are only good for harvesting when they're fattened up. Thinking of this, the corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Right at this moment, Tang Junman led a group of Tang Sex executives and respectfully walked to Li Shenzhou, arched his hand and saluted. Welcome, Your Highness. Your Highness. Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will forgive us for our failure to welcome you from afar. Li Shenzhou hurriedly reached out to help Tang Junman up and said with a smile, Sect Master Tang, there is no need to be so polite. From now on we are all family. His voice was gentle and kind, making it comfortable to listen to. Tang Junman was flattered and nodded his thanks. Afterward, he sidestepped and made a gesture of invitation and said to Li Shenzhou, Your Highness, please follow me. Li Shenzhou was not polite, holding Tang Yuro's small hand and entering the Tang sect with her. His Highness the World Prince has rewarded the Tang sect with the following items. 50 million in spirit stones, 100 pieces of Xian-ranked magic treasures, 10 earth-ranked magic treasures, 100 bottles of extreme spirit gathering pills, 10 bottles of 4th grade purple yuan dan. Zhong Linger's voice continued to come, and the entire hall instantly quieted down. The announcement of each reward was like a thunderbolt that shook the hearts of the crowd, especially Tang Junman and the guests present. They were shocked by Li Shenzhou's handiwork. These rewards were not only huge in quantity, but also extremely high in quality, enough to make an ordinary family rise to become a top power. The guests who came to congratulate him cast envious, jealous, and even hateful glances at Tang Junman. They secretly sighed. Why hadn't they given birth to a daughter as outstanding as Tang Yuro? If there had been a daughter of such excellence, perhaps they would have been able to receive an equally generous reward, thus changing the fate of their family. Tang Junman was now unable to hide his inner joy and couldn't close his mouth with happiness. Just when the crowd thought it was over, Zhong Linger paused for a moment and then said loudly, The World Sun specially gave the Tang sect's old ancestor a god-breaking pill to help him break through the Void God realm. A word fell. The entire hall was once again quiet. God-breaking pills. How precious. An elixir that can break through the Void God realm 100% after taking it. And His Highness said he'd give it away? His Highness is really willing to give up. How much did this love Tang Euro to make such a big deal? Donsgate is so lucky. Damn. Ning Tian could no longer stand it. Ding. Detected that Ning Tian, the son of Qi, is feeling angry towards you. Gained 500 emotion points. Chapter 51 Ning Tian wants to break the sky. The crowd congratulated the Tang sect, but they were more interested in flattering Li Shenzhou. The words of praise for him also became more and more carnal, to the point of being sickening. However, these words caused Ning Tian and the crowd to feel incredibly disgusted and unbearable. At this moment, Ning Tian's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness as he stared wide-eyed at Li Shenzhou, who was sitting in the upper seat. Watching him enjoying the fawning admiration of the crowd while having two beauties, Zhong Linger and Tang Euro, accompanying him, and as the son of a dynasty, he should have inherited the throne and become the emperor, but he watched the throne being taken away, but he could only hide in the east. Now it's time to watch the woman you love be taken away from you. All of this caused Ning Tian's mind to become unbalanced, and the noble side of his heart could not accept such humiliation. He secretly gritted his teeth in his heart. This hateful fellow, Li Shenzhou, I won't let you have your wish. Right at this moment, Li Shenzhou suddenly heard the system beep in his head. Ding, the son of Qi, Ning Tian, has a monstrous hatred for the host, gaining emotion value plus 100. Ding, the son of Qi, Ning Tian, has a monstrous hatred for the host plus 1, gaining emotion value plus 100. Ding, the son of Qi, Ning Tian, has a monstrous hatred for the host plus 1, gaining emotion value plus 100. Li Shenzhou almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Ning Tian was simply a super well-behaved leak. Before he himself had even made a move, he had volunteered to give away a large amount of emotional value. He should really thank his ancestors for 8 lifetimes. So, Li Shenzhou decided to give him a little kick in the pants. Only his eyes were slightly narrowed and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a look that seemed like a smile. His entire person exuding an ineffable and transcendent aura. At this moment, the young girl beside him was emitting a faint fragrance, as fresh and pleasant as musk, lingering around his nose, causing an inexplicable and marvelous feeling to well up in his heart. Li Shenzhou slowly looked at Tang Euro with gentle and affectionate eyes. He gently stretched out his hand and placed Tang Euro's jade hand gently in front of his nose, inhaled deeply, and then whispered, "It smells so good." Then, he continued to read, "There is a beautiful woman in the north. Absolutely independent. Once you look at her, you'll fall in love with her city, and then you'll fall in love with her country." His voice was low and magnetic, each word clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing these words, the entire room was astonished and silent, and all eyes were focused on Li Shenzhou, especially Tang Euro. Her face seemed to freeze instantly, her eyes wide, her sandalwood mouth slightly open. For a moment she was unexpectedly unable to speak. After a long time, she came back to her senses and said in a low voice, "World son, you have such beautiful words and phrases, you really cannot afford it." Despite what she said on her lips, Tang Euro's heart was very pleased. Her face became as rosy as a ripe peach, her shyness overflowing. "My Zoe definitely deserves that compliment." Li Shenzhou's tone was firm and incomparable, and his eyes were filled with sincere emotions. As he spoke, he reached around Tang Euro's slender waist as if no one else was there and embraced her tightly in his arms. Ding, the son of Qi, Ning Tian, has a monstrous hatred for the host, gaining emotional value plus 100. Ding, Tang Euro's favorability towards the host has increased, gaining emotion value plus 100. Ding, Zhong Linger is jealous of the host's love for Tang Euro, gaining emotion value plus 100. Under Li Shenzhou's easy take, several men and women who possessed Qi luck contributed emotional values to Li Shenzhou. The crowd couldn't help but be in awe. They had never thought that this son would not only have an illustrious family background and amazing cultivation talent, but also have such a brilliant literary talent, casually speaking a sentence that shocked the world with its beautiful poetry. Immediately afterward, a new round of boasting sounded, and the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic. A sharp pain came from Ning Tian's heart as if he had been viciously stabbed by a sharp knife. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and tighten his fists, anger spewing from his eyes. Suddenly, he fiercely blasted his fist on the wall behind him with a dull and loud sound, as if the entire hall trembled for it. This sudden move caught the attention of the entire crowd, who turned their gazes towards Ning Tian with expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. Inside Ning Tian's ring, immortal Cloudsoar, however, felt helpless inside. Within this great hall, experts were gathered, and she knew that she couldn't easily reveal her identity, not to mention that she didn't dare to communicate with Ning Tian, so as not to be discovered by the strongest of the strong and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, she could only silently watch what was happening in front of her. cursing Ning Tian in her heart for his recklessness and for not stopping to advise him. But it doesn't help anymore. One can only listen to God. Li Shenzhou, you bastard. Ning Tian's voice carried endless indignation as it resounded throughout the entire hall. These words were like a thunderbolt, instantly making the originally noisy environment silent. People's gazes were focused on this young man who was going to stab the sky, and their hearts were filled with astonishment. Everyone's eyes revealed a look of disbelief, as if they were questioning whether they had heard wrong. After all, daring to publicly provoke Li Shenzhou like this was undoubtedly seeking death. Tang Junman and the other people of the Tang sect were now scared white by this move of his. Tang Yuro's pretty face was even a little ironic, not understanding why Ning Tian was doing this. In his heart, he cursed, is this bastard Ning Tian trying to get the Tang clan killed? Ning Tian, shut up, don't you want to live? Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to His Highness the World Prince. A senior member of the Tang sect's hierarchy grimaced as he angrily rebuked. The guests present had now come back to their senses and put up a show, murmuring and waiting for things to fester further. Yu-chan, I won't stand by and watch you jump into the fire. Ning Tian's voice was low and confident, and his gaze was full of perseverance. But it was like looking at a little cutie in the eyes of the onlookers. Like looking at him. Ning Tian didn't seem to care about other people's gazes as he slowly stepped forward, his footsteps steady and strong, each step seeming so determined. His eyes stared straight ahead without the slightest intention to retreat. His figure gradually approached Li Shenzhou, and the atmosphere around him became more and more condensed, as if a storm was about to come. Stop! Tang Junman bellowed, looking at Ning Tian with a face full of anger as he loudly chided. Have you lost your mind? How dare you talk nonsense here? His Highness is willing to incorporate Roar into his residence as a concubine. This is a supreme honor for the Tang sect, a match made in heaven and earth. How can a mere disciple like you oppose it at will? Ning Tian felt the killing intent on Tang Junman's body and knew that the other party had murderous intentions towards him. But he has a resolute character and will never turn back from what he has agreed to do. Sect Master, you gave your own daughter to Li Shenzhou as a concubine in exchange for glory and wealth. The Tang sect is really out of this world. These words caused Tang Junman and the Tang sect crowd to blush green and red. In front of so many guests, Ning Tian was slapping the face of everyone in the Tang sect, especially Tang Junman's. Tang Yuro trembled a little at Ning Tian's words, unable to speak for a moment. At this point, the entire scene was in chaos, with guests mingling and talking. This brat is really bold. How dare he charge His Highness the World Prince? He's simply seeking his own death. Not only is he going to die himself, I'm afraid the Tang sect will also be implicated because of him. Yes, if the Northern Liang Divine King's Palace blames the Tang sect for a crime of indulging in discipleship, then the Tang sect's sin will be great. I wonder what His Highness will do. The guests murmured, and Tang Junman's cold sweat ran down his face. If the Northern Liang Divine King's Palace really blamed it, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Tian would die for sure, and the Tang sect would not be able to escape their fate. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Li Shenzhou, hoping that he would give a clear instruction. Tang Junman was even more trembling, not daring to make a decision easily. Although he was the master, he also had to look at Li Shenzhou's face at this moment. Tang Junman's face was extremely complex as he looked at Li Shenzhou and respectfully requested, Your Highness, everything is my fault. It was my failure to properly teach my disciple that allowed him to offend Your Highness. I ask Your Highness the World Prince to allow me to personally dispose of this son. Chapter 52, Innuendo. Tang Yuro's eyes were reddened and her eyes gazed deeply at Li Shenzhou. Your Highness, Shitzi, I don't have any relationship with Ning Tian. Please make sure you don't misunderstand. When the crowd saw this, they all held the spirit of eating melons and dropped their gazes on Li Shenzhou's body. Li Shenzhou looked as usual, seemingly not affected by Ning Tian at all, and did not distinguish between joy and anger. He picked up his teacup and gently took a sip. The bottom of his eyes had no ripples, as if he didn't put Ning Tian in his eyes at all. Tang sect master. Roar, a mole cricket is just a mole cricket. Why should you be so alarmed? At these words, the entire room present fell silent. Li Shenzhou, let's talk big there. Don't you rely on the fact that you are the son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house? Others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Ning Tian gritted his teeth and said, Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. His Highness the World Prince and Miss Tang Yuro are a natural pair. When is it your turn to tell you what to do? How can a toad want to eat swan meat? That's right. Miss Tang is such a beautiful person. With you also dare to covet? You don't take a piss and look in the mirror to see what you're like. The crowd chimed in to sneer at Ning Tian, their eyes filled with contempt and ridicule. At this moment, everyone was treating Ning Tian as a fool who didn't know the heights of heaven. At this moment, everyone used mocking Ning Tian as an opportunity to show their loyalty to Li Shenzhou. They mercilessly humiliated Ning Tian as if this was the only way to win Li Shenzhou's favor. However, Li Shenzhou just sat there, his expression still cloudy, with his right hand wrapped around his beautiful woman. His left hand knocked rhythmically against the edge of the table, muttering in his heart, being a villain was really quite refreshing. No matter where he went, he could enjoy the flattery of others. In contrast, the son of Qi Luck always seemed to run into walls everywhere, and suffered from the cynicism of others wherever he went. At this time, Tang Yuro finally couldn't help herself. She gently got up from Li Shenzhou's embrace, and her beautiful face was streaked with tears. Her soulful eyes gazed at Ning Tian. A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes, her vermilion lips slightly opened, and she said in a hoarse voice, "Ning Tian, get out of here. Get out of the Tang sect and never come back." Hearing these words, Ning Tian's body violently trembled, his gaze fixed dead center on Tang Yuro, as if the entire world was instantly collapsing. He couldn't believe that the woman he loved so much in front of him could be so desperate. Thinking that his beloved woman would be fingered by a shameless man like Li Shenzhou, an endless wave of pain surged through his heart, making him almost suffocate. Ning Tian's heart was filled with endless anger. His eyes turned red, and his killing intent surged like a tidal wave. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails sunk deep into his palms. Blood trickled down his fingers, but he was oblivious. His gaze crossed over the crowd and landed straight on Li Shenzhou, as if he wanted to eat the other party alive. If you can't even get the woman you love, what kind of line of work is there to cultivate? Yuro, I'm going to take you away no matter what. Ning Tian was already possessed at the moment, his eyes red as hellish demons, his gaze almost killing everyone. This elder is about to clean up for the Tang sect. The loud bellowing voice came from none other than Tang sect law enforcement hall elder Tang San. His nature was like a fierce fire. He had already endured Ning Tian for a long time, and now he couldn't hold back. On the one hand, he couldn't stand to see Ning Tian pretending to be a pussy, and on the other hand, he wanted to make a good impression in front of Li Shenzhou. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the Seal Marquis realm, and he was just short of an opportunity to break through to the Seal King realm. Ning Tian was a rare genius disciple of the Tang sect in the past 1,000 years, and since immortal Yun Shao had already quenched his body with pills and activated the Tsung Tian hegemony body, he was not the least bit afraid even if he faced the elders of the Tang sect. Tang San, others are afraid of you, but I, Ning Tian, am not afraid of you. Ning Tian had no fear and was still a bit excited. He was naturally strong and liked to show off his force, and with all this in plain sight, it was the perfect time for him to act like a pussy. Ning Tian just wanted to show the crowd his talent and make Tang Yuro fall in love with him. Boom! Elder Tang San didn't talk any nonsense, and came up and threw a punch towards Ning Tian, which was like thunder, overturning all the surrounding tables, chairs, and benches. This was the Tang sect's Xian Thunderfist, which belonged to the Earth-ranked martial arts. The crowd watched the two in the battle with unblinking eyes, and in their hearts, they all felt that Ning Tian was dead. That's all you got, old piker? Ning Tian's face was as normal, a disdainful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he sneered. In the face of Tang San's blazing attack, Ning Tian's figure gently indulged, and he flew up like a light butterfly, easily dodging his opponent's attack. Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but be shocked, secretly marveling at Ning Tian's agility. He had originally thought that the Xian Thunder Palm, which he had already cultivated to the grand completion realm, would definitely be able to easily defeat Ning Tian, but at this moment, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. Being teased by a junior like this, Tang San's old face flushed slightly. He couldn't accept that his Xian Thunder Palm had been dodged so easily by Ning Tian. However, right at this moment, Ning Tian's figure moved slightly, and a faint hint of killing intent flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Only his palm was gently raised, and an imperceptible white aura flashed through his sleeve robe. Seeing this, Tang San immediately realized that Ning Tian was going to strike back. He took a deep breath and once again executed the Xian Thunderfist, launching a new round of attacks towards Ning Tian. However, when he saw Ning Tian's arm shaking violently, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. In an instant, a dazzling silver light instantly burst out, like a bolt of lightning across the night sky. This silver light was extremely fast, as if it was an arrow off the string, carrying a harsh air-breaking sound, heading straight for Tang San's throat. Tang San hadn't expected Ning Tian to use a concealed weapon on himself, so he was a bit careless. However, when the silver light flashed before his eyes, he immediately realized that it was a concealed weapon. As a concealed weapon expert, Tang San reacted quickly, shaking his right hand and sending out a concealed weapon at the same time, attempting to ward off the opponent's attack. Two crisp impact sounds rang out as the two concealed weapons met in the air before both crashed to the ground. Tang San's heart was relieved. thinking that he had successfully blocked the other party's concealed weapon. However, right at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from his shoulders and legs, causing him to involuntarily fall to his knees. Insinuating shadow. You've actually learned the Tang sect's unspoken secret weapon. On the side, Tang Junman's eyes widened as he shouted in surprise. He clearly saw that the concealed weapon that Ning Tian had just executed was none other than the Tang sect's concealed weapon. Insinuating shadow. Containing sand and shadow is a unique concealed weapon of the Tang sect, which is delicately designed with 3 needle-like concealed weapons hidden inside. After this type of concealed weapon is struck, once it encounters an obstruction, it will automatically release the hidden concealed weapon. Due to its extremely high concealment, speed and penetration, even a master of concealed weapons is difficult to guard against. The Tang sect has 3 major hidden weapons: the Sand Shot, the Stormy Rain Pear Blossom Needle, and the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. An expert from the Thunderbolt Hall said excitedly, "These 3 concealed weapons are all the Tang sect's treasures of the town, and each of them has earth-shattering power." He paused for a moment and continued, "However, the methods of making these hidden weapons and the techniques of using them are all secrets of the Tang sect, and only the Tang sect master and young sect master are qualified to learn them. However, now that this young man is able to use such a supreme hidden weapon as the Sand Containment Shadow, there is only one possibility: to steal and learn it." He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Could it be that this young man really stole the lessons from the Tang sect? Otherwise, how could he have mastered such profound concealed weapon skills?" The gazes of the Tang sect's crowd toward Ning Tian became angry. Chapter 53, Identify Yourself. But it doesn't matter. Although stealing the secret techniques of the Tang sect was disgraceful, it was undeniable that the strength Ning Tian was displaying at this moment was truly shocking to everyone. Who would have thought that the hallowed Tang sect law enforcement hall elder would be easily defeated by a young junior? Ning Tian was clearly several small realms behind Tang San. Why is he such a strong fighter? Even if he had stolen the secret arts of the Tang sect, but to be able to skillfully master them in such a short period of time, this was simply a supreme genius. Seeing what was happening in front of him, Li Shenzhou was in a cloudy state. He didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and his brows were all bland. In his heart, he secretly muttered, "The other party is the son of Qi. Isn't it normal to fight across the ranks and pretend to be a pig eating a tiger? You guys don't have the villain's aura, so naturally it's hard to escape the fate of being punched in the face. How is this possible?" Tang Yuro's beautiful eyes were wide with disbelief, and at this moment, Tang Yuro's eyes flickered with a strange light, her body trembling slightly as a strong hatred surged in her heart. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have been tricked by Ning Tian, and, also, he was downright lied to. Thinking back, when she had treated Ning Tian as her younger brother, she had not been wary of this naive and honest-looking teenager. It was precisely because of her carelessness that Ning Tian had the opportunity to determine where the 3 secret arts of the Tang sect were stored. Now that I think about it, she was so naive back then. Ning Tian, what exactly is your purpose in coming to the Tang sect? Is it just to steal the Tang sect's secret techniques? Tang Yuro stared angrily at the smug Ning Tian and questioned loudly. At this moment, Ning Tian, who was enjoying the shocked gazes of the crowd, slowly put away the smug smile at the corner of his mouth when he heard Tang Yuro's voice, and a slight look of guilt appeared on his face. He took a deep breath, then looked at Tang Yuro and said, "Yuro, stealing the Tang sect's secret techniques was indeed my fault, but I might as well tell you the truth today. In fact, I am the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty, and only because the throne was taken by the empress, I came to the Tang sect to hide from the pursuers and wanted to learn the 3 great techniques of the Tang sect so that I could go back and reclaim the throne that originally belonged to me in the future." Ning Tian knew that the Tang sect's 3 great stunts were comparable to an army if learned. That was the purpose of his coming to the Tang sect in the first place. Getting close to Tang Yuro was also part of this plan. It was just that Ning Tian didn't expect that he would fall in love with the other party. The crowd was shocked at what they heard, not realizing that Ning Tian had this identity. No wonder he had such a high level of talent. Located in the East Martial Immortal region, the Dacian imperial dynasty had a legacy of hundreds of thousands of years and tens of billions of children, and it couldn't be compared to the feathered immortal dynasty. That's right, it was indeed wrong of me to steal the Tang sect's techniques, but I had no choice in the matter. As long as I can reclaim the throne, when I ascend to the throne of the great Qian emperor, I will definitely repay your Tang sect tenfold. Ning Tian spoke confidently, seemingly feeling that his behavior was completely reasonable. For the sake of the restoration, for the sake of reclaiming his throne, so all other rules and morals should give way for it. Then, he turned his head to look at Tang Yuro, his eyes filled with anticipation as he said, "Yuro, you must be able to understand my pain, right? After I successfully ascend to the throne and become the emperor, you'll be my empress, okay?" Ning Tian looked at Tang Yuro with affection, a sincere light flashing in his eyes. He firmly believed that as long as he revealed his true identity, the woman in front of him that he liked would definitely fall in love with him uncontrollably. After all, that was the high and mighty empress with an incomparably noble status. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Tang Yuro wasn't as ecstatic as he expected, but instead, her face was filled with anger, and her body's killing intent surged out undisguised. Shameless! Whoosh! Tang Yuro's lotus root arm violently raised, and a sharp dart flew out from her hand, shooting rapidly towards Ning Tian. Ning Tian was shocked in his heart. He had never expected Tang Yuro to respond with darts. He scrambled to tilt his head to the side as the dart grazed his temple and whizzed by. Yuro! What is the meaning of this? Why are you doing this to me? Ning Tian asked with a trembling voice as he looked shocked and puzzled. Tang Yuro's eyes were filled with anger and disappointment as she gritted her teeth and replied, "A liar and a thief like you. Even if you become the heavenly emperor, I will never like you." These words caused Ning Tian's pride to suffer an unprecedented blow, his face instantly becoming pale and pale, his shoulders trembling slightly. It was difficult for him to accept such desperate words from Tang Yuro, and he was in agony inside. Nope, this was not Tang Yuro's intention. She was protecting me. She saw that Li Shenzhou was outnumbered and wanted to provoke me with words. Let me escape this place. Yes, it must be. He thought to himself that perhaps Tang Yuro was only saying this on purpose because she was worried about his safety. As a son of Qi, how could he give up so easily? His self-confidence was once again inspired, and he was convinced that he would be able to win Tang Yuro's heart. Yu-chan, you're trying to protect me, aren't you? Ning Tian asked towards Tang Yuro, who was filled with anger. Upon hearing these words, everyone present froze, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Was this man out of his mind? It's so obvious that you can't understand it. Only the corners of Ning Tian's mouth rose slightly, an evil smile appearing on his extremely ordinary face, as if he felt that everything was under his control. Ning Tian looked at Li Shenzhou's entourage of so many golden armored guards, as well as the secret Taoist protectors. His heart was a bit weak, worried that they would come up together to beat himself up in a group. So he shouted, "Li Shenzhou, if you have the ability to do this, let's fight one-on-one." The entire hall was plunged into a dead silence as everyone's eyes were focused on both Li Shenzhou and Ning Tian. Facing Ning Tian's provocation, how would Li Shenzhou react? One had to know that Ning Tian had secretly learned the Tang sect's secret art of concealed weapons, and his strength was not to be underestimated. So if he didn't deal with it carefully, the consequences would be very serious. Li Shenzhou heard Ning Tian shouting, sipped his tea and then gently put the teacup down. His expression didn't have the slightest ripple, as if it was a trivial matter, and gently gripped the catkin of the beautiful person beside him. Yuro, don't be angry. It's not good for your skin. This kind of villain will be solved by my husband. Hearing this, Tang Yuro's pretty face flushed and she nodded slightly. This scene is really enviable, and in the eyes of the crowd, it is a husband and wife. Ding! Tang Yuro is shy about the host's confession. Emotion value plus 100. Ding! Zhonglinger feels jealous of the host's confession to Tang Yuro. Emotion value plus 100. Ding! Ning Tian is incomparably angry at the host's performance. Emotion value plus 200. Li Shenzhou, asshole. Accepting or not accepting my challenge? This scene nearly caused Ning whether to explode in place, his face becoming distorted as he radiated monstrous battle intent. Ever since he had met Tang Yuro, he had regarded the other party as his forbidden domain. The scene before him sent him into a frenzy. There was a vague sense of a prairie overhead. Chapter 54, The Power of the Pinky. Li Shenzhou had a trace of a contemptuous smile on his face, deliberately stroking Tang Yuro's small hand gently in front of Ning Tian, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. An emperor of the Great Qian dynasty? Ha ha ha. There are more emperors like the Great Qian dynasty in the four immortal regions than there are wangbangs in the moat of the imperial capital. What's there to show off? After saying that, his eyes became deeper and deeper, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint color of teasing and playfulness. Hearing these words, Ning Weather was trembling with rage, and the anger in his heart felt as if it was going to burn the entire world. He stared at Li Shenzhou in front of him with wide eyes and dead eyes, gritting his teeth and roaring, "You damned bastard." At this moment, he was like an enraged lion, and the true qi in his body surged wildly, emitting bursts of crackling sounds. The big battle is imminent. However, Li Shenzhou only laughed coldly and continued to provoke unimpressed. Ning Tian, is it that you think that you can be invincible in the world just because you have awakened the Tsong Tian hegemony body? Let me tell you, I don't put it in my eyes at all. When Ning Tian heard this, his heart shook violently, and his face instantly became shocked. How could he not have imagined that his Tsong Tian hegemony body, which had just been awakened not long ago, would be easily recognized by the other party? And this matter was known to no one except immortal Yin Shao, nor has it been shown in front of anyone. So how did the other party know about it? Just as Ning Tian was deep in thought, Li Shenzhou's gaze suddenly swept towards the ring Ning Tian was wearing on his right hand intentionally or unintentionally, but he quickly retracted his gaze. A trace of deep meaning flashed through his eyes as he slowly said, "There's no need for you to know about this because it means nothing to you, a person who was about to die." When Ning Tian heard this, he couldn't help but look at the ring on his hand, and a hint of suspicion rose towards immortal Yunxiao. It's not possible that she revealed it, is it? Otherwise why would Li Shenzhou want to look at his own ring? A seed of doubt is planted. The crowd present exploded when they heard that Ning Tian actually possessed the ancient physique Song Tian hegemony body. One by one, they exchanged words and looked shocked, as if they couldn't believe it, because they knew that this kind of physique was an extremely rare and powerful existence, and could even be comparable to the legendary desolate ancient saint body. The most notable feature of this type of physique was that the physical body was incomparably strong, and almost no one could fight against it. And what was even more amazing was that according to rumors, the hegemonic body also had 9 mysterious divine forms, each of which contained endless power and mysteries. The full body of the hegemonic body has the characteristics of various divine beasts such as the dragon head, the transforming snake tail, the white tiger claws, the phoenix wings, the unicorn armor, the Xuanwu back, etc. It is as if it has fused the essence of all things in the world, and it displays the most rigid and strongest power that is indestructible and unbeatable. Li Shenzhou knew that the other party possessed that Song Tian hegemony body, yet he stood with his arms folded and said with a relaxed expression, "Ning Tian, I'll give you a chance to kill me. This son of the world will only use one little finger to deal with you." As he said that, Li Shenzhou raised the little finger of his right hand, that expression of contempt and disdain, as if he regarded Ning Tian as an ant. The people present were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, isn't the prince of the Northern Lian divine prince's house a bit overconfident? The opponent was a mid-seal marquee realm powerhouse with the Song Tian hegemony body, and he had also learned the secret art of the Tang sect. Could he defeat his opponent with only his little finger of picking his nose? This is playing with fire. Tang Yuro beside Li Shenzhou was also full of worry. She hurriedly opened her mouth to discourage. Seiji must not be so careless. If he really has the Song Tian hegemony body, his strength is not trivial, and there are also hidden weapons. On the side, Tang Junman and the others also chimed in, stating that they could not take the enemy lightly. However, Li Shenzhou only gently raised his hand, signaling them not to continue. His eyes were firm and confident, and one couldn't help but feel an irresistible majesty. When the people saw this, they did not dare to say anything more because they knew that once Li Shenzhou had made up his mind, any more counseling would be futile and might even incur a severe reprimand. Many people shook their heads and sighed, muttering in their hearts that this world's son was facing Ning Tian, who possessed the Song Tian hegemony body, and was actually answering the battle with only a pinky finger, which was really a bit arrogant and presumptuous. Some people were worried, and naturally, some people were happy. There was no one happier than Ning Tian, who nearly jumped up and down in excitement. Using your pinky against yourself? Li Shenzhou was clearly looking for death. It seemed that he was truly a person of great fortune, a favorite of the heavenly Tao, a heavenly destined protagonist chosen by the supreme will. With this in mind, Ning Tian didn't say any more nonsense, and his body suddenly rushed towards Li Shenzhou like an arrow out of a string. Since the fact that he possessed the Song Tian hegemony body had already been discovered, there was no need to hide it any longer. Immediately energizing it, a domineering aura that seemed to be ancient spewed out all over his body, causing the crowd present to be incomparably stunned. Li Shenzhou, let you taste the power of one of my Song Tian hegemony body divine power. Song Tian hegemony fist. Ning Tian shouted, his entire body becoming a radiant purple color, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. His fists clenched tightly, as heavy as mountains, and with endless might, he fiercely blasted towards Li Shenzhou. As he swung his fist out, true qi surged wildly throughout the hall. Tables and chairs flew about, and the walls shook violently. Everyone's face changed drastically, looking at the scene in front of them with disbelief as they felt an incomparably powerful aura. So strong, is this the power of the Song Tian hegemony body? Someone couldn't help but marvel, their eyes filled with awe. This punch, even the Seal King realm can't eat it, it's too strong. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Li Shenzhou's face did not change, he only slightly raised his right arm. A terrifying power emanated from within his body, and his golden true qi gushed out as if it were a floodgate opening. Everyone present felt this powerful pressure, and even their souls began to tremble as the air rippled with a song of energy. When Ning Tian felt this majestic aura, the purple light on his body was suppressed for the most part, and his light became dim. He held back the fear in his heart and swung a heavy dominating punch towards Li Shenzhou. Li Shenzhou's face did not change. The runes on his right little finger shone and flowed, and the light of the Supreme Bone instantly illuminated the entire hall. Supreme Bone! The entire audience exclaimed out in shock. It was rumored that Li Shenzhou had a Supreme Bone dug out from Li Hao's body in his body, but he had never seen him use it, and he didn't expect to see it today. The Supreme Bone turns out to be on the pinky. In fact, the piece of Supreme Bone that was dug out in the first place was a rib. This Supreme Bone of Little Thumb was fused by the system for him after killing Li Hao. The heavenly robbing light. Li Shenzhou didn't bother to pay attention to the shock of the crowd and shouted as a golden pike shot towards Ning Tian. Ah! The moment that Song Tian Hegemony Fist made contact with the heavenly robbing light. Plop! Ning Tian was shaken out by the powerful shockwave of the heavenly tribulation light and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 55, Ning Tian's Unwillingness. Yun Zhao's Disappointment. No! Ning Tian let out a heartbreaking cry, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. With this shout, the true qi around his body suddenly disorganized, and as if his entire body had lost its support, he collapsed limply to the ground. His eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief as he stared dead at Li Shenzhou in front of him. At this moment, Ning Tian's heart was filled with remorse. Originally, he thought that he had finally waited for a good opportunity to show his face, and that he could make a name for himself by defeating this Bei Liang Divine King's House's world son in full view of everyone. However, the reality was so cruel that he couldn't even catch a single move from his opponent and was directly defeated. Li Shenzhou's eyes revealed a touch of sarcasm, like a deity on high, looking down on Ning Tian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said in an icy tone, "Kneel down. Did this son of the world tell you to get up?" His voice was not loud, but the might it contained was chilling. As he spoke, a majestic pressure erupted from Li Shenzhou's body, like an invisible mountain, ruthlessly suppressing Ning Tian. Ning Tian only felt that his entire body felt like it was being pressurized by a titanic mountain, so heavy that he could barely breathe and was unable to move at all. At this moment, the entire scene became unusually quiet, and the picture was as if it had stood still. Everyone in the room stared at the two with wide eyes and open mouths. They witnessed the battle with their own eyes and couldn't help but marvel at the formidable strength of this Bei Liang Divine King's House's son. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a reputation. And the strength of this Bei Liang Divine King's House's world son really lives up to its name. Ding! The son of Qi is fearful of the host, gaining emotional value plus 500. Ding! Tang Euro is shocked by the host's powerful strength. A hint of admiration arises within her, gaining emotional value plus 300. Ding! Zhong Linger's admiration for the host borders on insanity, gaining emotional value plus 300. Good enough. Another wave of emotional value was harvested. Adoration bordering on insanity. It's not going to turn sick, is it? This is Li Shenzhou's true strength, completely crushing Ning Tian, who possessed the Song Tian hegemony body. Tang Euro's knowledge of Li Shenzhou went from being forced to some admiration, showing a look of awe. Li Shenzhou took a step in front of Ning Tian and said coldly, "Ning Tian, if you hadn't met this son of the world, you might have been a heavenly pride enough to be proud of yourself, but in front of this son of the world, a heavenly pride is just a threshold to meet me." Once this statement was made, the entire room was once again in an uproar. This kid was really crazy enough. However, the crowd couldn't think of any rebuttal. At this moment, Ning Tian's hair was disheveled, his eyes were covered in blood, and his face was filled with a grimace as he desperately gathered the true qi in his body. "Master, help me." The ring was unresponsive and there was only silence. "Master, please, lend me your power. I want to kill Li Shenzhou, and I also want to kill all those who underestimate me." When Immortal Cloudsore heard Ning Tian's almost frantic pleading voice, her heart ached and a hint of intolerance appeared on her face, but she still firmly shook her head. "If I easily reveal my existence, I will be discovered by those supreme powerhouses hiding in the shadows, and we will both be killed at that time. Previously, in order to help you awaken the Song Tian hegemony body, I have already used up a large amount of energy. If I forcefully fuse with you again, I'm afraid that it will result in damage to my soul. This Li Shenzhou is unfathomable. Even I can't deduce his future, so it's best not to go against him. However, I can pour all my strength into helping you leave this place. Staying green is not a worry. Ning Tian, listen to my advice," Immortal Cloudsore patiently explained, hoping to make Ning Tian understand what was at stake. Only, the current Ning Tian was already overwhelmed by anger and shame, completely losing his mind. He couldn't bear to be so insulted in front of everyone, and his heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. At this moment, he no longer cared if Immortal Yun Shao would be harmed and only wanted to take revenge on Li Shenzhou. Thus, he nonchalantly said to Immortal Yun Shao, "Master, we only have a relationship of interest between us. If you don't help me, even if I die, you won't be able to get away with it." Hearing these words, Immortal Yun Xiao was so angry that she stomped her feet. She had never imagined that her disciple, whom she had always trusted and relied on, would threaten her in such a way. She was very disappointed and felt she had misjudged the man. However, she was also clear that with Ning Tian's character, if he really disregarded everything, the consequences would be unimaginable. She had no choice but to let out a long sigh and agreed. All right, Ning Tian. Her voice no longer carried any emotion in it, as if she was completely disappointed in Ning Tian. In an instant, immortal cloud source power merged with Ning Tian. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura erupted from Ning Tian. His cultivation increased dramatically in a short period of time, leaping from the Seal Marquis realm to the 7th level of the Seal King realm. Throughout the entire process, Ning Tian's aura also changed dramatically, becoming even more stern and cold. What? How the hell did he do that? It's too strange, actually raising his cultivation to the 7th level of the Seal King realm in the blink of an eye. Everyone present was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. Their mouths were wide open as if they could stuff down an egg. Li Shenzhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared tightly at Ning Tian, muttering in his heart, so that's how it is, letting the old grandfather in the ring possess him? This is a dog's way of jumping over the wall. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile, as if everything was under control. Under Fairy Yunxiao's boost, Ning Tian's strength instantly soared. Not only did his cultivation reach the 7th level of the Seal King realm, even his body's various attributes received a huge boost, and his speed was even more astonishingly fast. Only his figure was seen moving as quickly as lightning, leaving only a residual shadow in place, dazzling people. Whoosh! In a single instant, Ning Tian arrived in front of Li Shenzhou and stood face to face with him. Cthulhu Buster Fist. With a furious roar, Ning Tian unhesitatingly swung out an angry fist. This punch was like a wild dragon coming out of the sea, carrying an unrivaled might as it ruthlessly smashed towards Li Shenzhou. The wind of the fist roared as if it could break mountains and rivers, and the earth trembled. The surrounding people were stunned as they felt the terrifying power contained in this punch and secretly marveled in their hearts. As for Li Shenzhou, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest in the face of this sudden attack, and he just quietly looked at Ning Tian. Master, be careful! Zhong Linger cried out in shock, her face filled with a panicked expression. Without hesitation, she wanted to rush forward and block this fatal blow for Li Shenzhou, but her cultivation was too weak and her speed was just too slow, and before she had the chance to reach Li Shenzhou's side, she had already been sent flying by that powerful shockwave. Husband, be careful! Tang Yuro's heart was so anxious that she couldn't help but cry out loudly, even calling out a name that she had never called before. Just when everyone thought that Ning Tian would succeed with this overpowering strike, Li Shenzhou's eyes suddenly flashed with a divine aura, and a brilliant light flew out from his body, transforming into an ancient and mysterious cauldron that hovered steadily above his head. This cauldron exuded a vicissitude of aura, as if it had gone through the baptism of countless years, and strange runes flickered on top of the body of the cauldron, flowing with mysterious power. With the appearance of the cauldron, the surrounding space seemed to become condensed as countless channels of haze gushed out from the cauldron, intertwining like a brilliant colored ribbon to form a sturdy and incomparable shield that protected Li Shenzhou tightly. Chapter 56: Ning Tian's Fight to the Death. What? A holy magic treasure. Immortal Yun Zhao's eyes widened with horror as she looked at the tripod of the 9 states in front of her, her voice trembling as she shouted out, how is that possible? The Beiliang Divine King's mansion actually had a holy magic treasure as well. A magic treasure of this level was an extremely rare existence even in the entire feathered immortal dynasty. At this moment, the crowd under the field was also stunned by this news and were talking, oh my god, is it really a holy grade magic treasure? Wasn't it said that only one feathered immortal sword of the royal family in the entire feathered immortal dynasty is a holy product? Yes, I didn't expect the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion to actually have this kind of supreme treasure. Sacred treasures are an opportunity to become a saint, and with such treasures, a saint is going to appear in the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion. Now, I'm afraid the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion is going to make a big move, right? Right at this moment, Ning Tian's Tsangtian hegemony fist had already heavily bombarded the shield of the tripod of the 9 states. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were shaken, as loud booms continued to resound, and the entire grand hall shook. However, despite the incredible power of this punch, it failed to bring any substantial damage to the tripod of the 9 states. As this fist fell, surging true chi stirred up like a tidal wave in the great hall, but surprisingly, such a fierce and peerless strike only caused a ripple on the shield. The shield of the 9 states tripod was still impenetrable, and not even a single crack appeared. How is that possible? When Ning Tian saw this, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Immortal Yun Xiao had already possessed her body, but she actually couldn't even shake Li Shenzhou. This filled his heart with unwillingness and anger. He had thought that he could easily defeat Li Shenzhou with the power of immortal Yun Xiao, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. Li Shenzhou looked at Ning Tian with the same contempt as if he were looking at a mole cricket. Still can't see the gap between you and me? Overrate yourself. I'm not happy. Ning Tian let out an unwilling roar. All these years, he had endured humiliation. How much bitterness and humiliation had he endured? He had not yet looked down proudly on the 4 great immortal continents. He had not looked down on all beings. He must not die. Even more so, you can't admit defeat so easily. Right at this moment, he only saw Ning Tian suddenly reach into his pocket before slowly pulling out a golden lotus flower. The lotus flower looked very peculiar. It was not made up of real petals, but of some special metal. Each petal shimmered with golden light, while at the center of the lotus flower, there was a ruby-like gemstone set in the center of the flower, emitting a bright and dazzling light, as if it was on fire. When the crowd took a look at the item in Ning Tian's hands, they couldn't help but change their faces drastically, and someone exclaimed in disbelief, "No good, it's the Buddha's Wrathtang lotus." Another person cursed angrily, "That bastard Ning Tian, is he trying to blow all of us up into the sky?" Others cried out in horror, "Crazy!" The Tang sect executives who were present there were all shocked as they instantly recognized that what Ning Tian was holding in his hands was none other than the Buddha's Wrathtang lotus, one of the Tang sect's 3 secret arts. No one had expected that Ning Tian had already mastered such a powerful concealed weapon, and was even prepared to use it at this moment. The two of them, Tang Junman and Tang Yuro, instantly turned pale as they screamed in their hearts. If Ning Tian were to allow this Buddha's Wrathtang lotus to be successfully executed, then not to mention this great haul, I'm afraid that half of the Tang clan would be reduced to rubble in an instant. In the face of such a crisis situation, Li Shenzhou did not show the slightest bit of panic. His face sank slightly, and his eyes revealed an airy blandness. Li Shenzhou didn't give him any chance to cast the Buddha's Wrathtang lotus at all. As his right hand gently lifted, the tripod of the 9 regions emitted a buzzing sound, and countless ancient runes erupted out, transforming into strands of silk threads that wrapped around Ning Tian. The threads quickly wrapped around Ning Tian's hand, preventing him from forming seals. These runic threads contained a powerful force, as if they were capable of imprisoning everything in the world. Not good. Ning Tian stopped fooling around and run away. There's something odd about these silk threads. Immortal Yun Xiao was alarmed when she saw the extraordinary nature of these runic threads, and she knew that once she was entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Tian still wanted to fight to the death. Fairy Yun Xiao didn't want him to destroy himself. She ignored the risk of damaging her soul and forcibly manipulated Ning Tian's body, offering up her magic treasure, a bead that glowed with azure color. Blast! A woman's voice came out of Ning Tian's mouth. Rumble! As a deafening explosion rang out, the entire hall was enveloped in white light, and everyone was briefly blinded. What kind of magic treasure is this? Why can't I see anything? Someone exclaimed. Me too. My eyes hurt. Another chimed in. Damn Ning Tian. Why did he make a woman's voice just now? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Another person cursed angrily. Ning Tian really isn't a good person. The others also expressed their dissatisfaction. These people were temporarily blinded by the sudden white light, and their hearts were filled with fear and panic as they cursed at Ning Tian. However, Li Shenzhou was completely unaffected because of the shelter of the tripod of the 9 states. He watched as Ning Tian managed to escape the danger with the help of the mysterious higher power in the ring. In fact, Li Shenzhou didn't want to take things too far. After all, the unseen mysteries were about to open and he needed to leave Ning Tian alive to act as his own treasure-hunting rat. With his current villainous chi, if he wanted to look for a chance, it would simply be harder than climbing up to the sky. He decided to let Ning Tian off the hook first, and then get rid of him after the treasure arrived. That's the right way to open the Sons of Qi. Thinking about this, the corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth once again revealed a wry smile. Inside, some anticipation rose. Not long after, the vision of the entire crowd gradually returned to normal, and they rubbed their eyes and looked around. When they saw the empty hall in front of them, a look of surprise and doubt appeared on their faces, and at that moment, Ning Tian had long since disappeared without a trace. No one cared where he went because at the moment they were all focused on Li Shenzhou. Li Shenzhou stood in place, his expression indifferent, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. They looked at Li Shenzhou respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence, and some of them even couldn't wait to immediately go up and kneel down to lick this Northern Liang Divine King's house's world son. In the hearts of the crowd, Li Shenzhou was not only powerful, but he also possessed a holy weapon. Such a character is bound to do great things in the future. As a result, their attitude towards Li Shenzhou became more and more respectful, hoping to climb into a relationship with him. At the same time, in a wilderness 10,000 miles away from the Tang sect's compound, the air suddenly trembled violently, then cracked open a gap. A young man, bruised and bleeding from the corners of his mouth, fell through the crack. He landed heavily in the middle of the grass, and a sharp pain came from his body, causing him to frown. After a while, the man slowly opened his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. This person was none other than Ning Tian, who had just escaped. Not knowing where he was, he began to look around and muttered, "Where is this place? How did I get here?" Then, he suddenly remembered something, and his face turned as pale as paper. "Master! Master!" Ning Tian shouted towards the ring on his finger. Chapter 57 9 Changes of the Gods and Demons. Northern Liang Divine King's Mansion. Divine King Consort Zhang Bijuan frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of worry as she paced back and forth in her bedchamber. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps, and she immediately stopped, an expectant look on her face. When she saw the person who walked in, Zhang Bijuan's originally cold and stern face instantly became gentle as she quickly greeted her with a quick step, her eyes full of concern. "Zhou, I heard that you encountered an attack in the Tang sect. Were you injured?" Li Shenzhou smiled faintly and comforted. "Mother consort, don't worry, child is fine. A small thief is just a small thief. It can't hurt me yet." Zhang Bijuan frowned slightly and said in a firm tone, "I heard that the brat named Ning Tian who attacked you ran away and dared to attack my son. I must not let him live." As she said that, a cold aura flickered in her gaze and killing intent filled her. "Duanmu Shui, to have allowed the world's son to be attacked, what crime should you be held responsible for?" Hearing this, Duanmu Shui cold sweat, hurriedly kneeled down and said, "Wang Fei, subordinate dereliction of duty. Subordinate sins deserve death." Li Shenzhou quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Mother consort, don't blame Duanmu Shui. It was me who told her not to make a move." Zhang Bijuan looked at Li Shenzhou's confident smile and his heart settled down slightly, but he still couldn't help but remind, "Zhou, remember, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself." Li Shenzhou gently nodded his head and said with a smile, "Mother consort, don't worry, this matter has been planned by the child." Zhang Bijuan's gaze was filled with tenderness as she watched her favored son mature, revealing the kind smile of an old mother. Li Shenzhou nodded slightly. "Understood, mother consort." Returning to his chambers, Li Shenzhou pulled out a golden lotus flower from his bosom, which was the Buddha's Fury Tang lotus in Ning Tian's hands. The very moment Ning Tian escaped, he snatched him over with the tripod of the 9 states, Buddha's Wrath Tang lotus, as a secret art of the Tang sect. Even if it was made according to the production process and drawings in the secret art, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to complete it. This was because making such a concealed weapon not only required extremely high skills, but also rare materials such as cold heart iron essence and super concentrated gunpowder. Since the founding of the Tang sect, a total of only 3 Buddha's Fury Tang lotus had been made. Li Shenzhou couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ning Tian is truly worthy of being a person who was burdened with great fortune. In such a short period of time, he was able to get it out of him. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a wry smile as he said softly, "Someone come, have Chunlan come see me." In a matter of moments, a woman with a graceful figure and a gorgeous appearance came in with a curling manner. She was dressed in a long muslin dress, just like a fairy descending to the earth, each step carrying an indescribable charm. "Master, you asked for me?" Chunlan said softly. Her voice was gentle and melodious. Her eyes were like autumn water, flowing with a hint of flirtatiousness. At the moment, her face was beaming with enthusiasm and anticipation, as if she had guessed what was going to happen next. Li Shenzhou smiled faintly and reached out to take Chunlan into his arms, tenderly stroking her hair, then gently cupping her chin and scrutinizing her beautiful face. With a bad smile on his lips, he said, "Master wants to have you do something for me?" Chunlan tilted her head slightly, her large watery eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation as she asked softly, "What is it?" There was a hint of tenderness in her tone, as if she was pampering Li Shenzhou. Her heart had long been filled with joy, thinking, "Is it finally my turn?" Li Shenzhou caressed Chunlan's smooth and delicate skin and said to Chunlan in a tone full of playfulness, "Go and cheat." Hearing this, Chunlan blinked her big eyes and looked a little confused. North Martial Immortal Region, Cloud Dream State. This state was located in the northwest of the Feathered Immortal Dynasty, bordering the Lulan Kingdom, and although it was called Yunmeng, it was actually an extremely barren environment. This place is infested with bandits and demonic beasts from time to time. The living environment is extremely harsh. Due to its remote location and lack of important resources, this place is not affiliated with any country or power and has become an abandoned place. However, because of this, it had instead become a good place to practice. Many of the young disciples of the Taoist forces would choose to come here to sharpen themselves. At this moment, in the midst of a certain menacing secret forest in Cloud Dream State, a bellowing voice came out, "Divine Demon 9 Transformations, Tiger Demon Bone Refining Heart Frenzy." Only a teenager was seen standing in place. His aura was like a rainbow, and his body was flashing with a brilliant light. As he roared, a silhouette that seemed like a tiger demon appeared behind him, waving a huge sharp claw and probing out across the sky. In an instant, a majestic and huge force surged out from the teenager's body, as if it was going to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. His fist was like a burning meteor, carrying endless might as it ruthlessly smashed into a Seal Marquee realm demonic beast in front of him. The demonic beast was terrified and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Only a loud bang could be heard as the teenager's fist instantly tore the demonic beast into shreds. Blood and flesh flew across the room and fell as a rain of blood. This tiger demon void, surrounded by tiger skin, with two black fleshy wings slightly unfolding behind it, gave off a powerful and mysterious feeling. The young man's face was plain and ordinary, but his eyes revealed a hint of majesty and dominance. This person was none other than Ning Tian. On that day, he was transported to this place by immortal cloud sacrifice. However, Ning Tian was worthy of being a son of fortune, obviously in a desperate situation. But he was blessed by misfortune and found a saintly technique, the 9 transformations of the divine demon, within a certain cave in the Yunmeng prefecture. This technique was a supreme divine technique from the ancient times, and once practiced, one could master the power of gods and demons and become an invincible existence. What was even more surprising was that Ning Tian had discovered a pool of demonic tiger essence blood within the cave, which was an even rarer treasure in the world. Under the guidance of immortal Yun Shao, Ning Tian began to cultivate the demonic tiger transformation from the 9 transformations of the divine demons. He integrated the demonic tiger essence blood into his body, and with the help of the magic of the Gongfu, he continuously broke through. In just 2 short months, Ning Tian had managed to cultivate the demonic tiger transformation to the grand completion realm. Nowadays, Ning Tian's strength had skyrocketed and had already reached the 2nd level of the Seal King realm. Moreover, he also possessed such a powerful physique as the Tsong Tian hegemony body, which, coupled with the power of the 9 transformations of the divine demon, allowed him to be strong enough to compete with peak Seal King powerhouses. Ning Tian, you are truly blessed with great fortune. Not only did you accidentally obtain the sage's technique, but you also cultivated the demonic tiger transformation technique within it to its grand completion in just 2 months. You truly do have the stature of a great emperor. Even a great powerhouse like Immortal Cloudsoar, who had seen so much, couldn't help but let out a heartfelt admiration for Ning Tian. However, Ning Tian's face did not show any joy after hearing this. Instead, it was filled with hatred and coldness. He clenched his fists tightly, a determined light flashing in his eyes. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. What this prince has lost, he must take back. Bastardly Shenzhou, Empress Lu Ruyan, you guys wait for me. I'm going to let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Ning Tian said viciously, crushing the demonic beast's heart in his hand. There is also Tang Yuro. He also wants to make this regret. Just as Ning Tian was fantasizing about a bright future, a shout of murder came from the distance. Catch her. Don't let this stinking escape. Chapter 58, The Beauty Racket. Hearing the voice, Ning Tian's brows slightly condensed as his body swept towards the direction of the voice. He gazed over and his face sank slightly. One could only see a woman wearing a light blue damask dress with a light veil covering her face, being chased by a group of thieving cultivators. That group of thieving cultivators Ning Tian had seen many times when he was practicing here, often robbing and killing young cultivators who came to Yunmeng Prefecture to practice. Stinking, injuring our evil Wolfgang's people and still want to run. Obediently go back with us and serve us well, maybe we can still keep you alive. The leader of this group of thieving cultivators, holding a wolf tooth stick, sneered. Ning Tian eyed this group of evil Wolfgang's thief cultivators. The leader was at the peak of the Seal Marquee realm, and the others were all pretty much the same. The woman, on the other hand, was shapely and elegant, and although she was veiled, it was difficult to conceal her beautiful face and noble aura. Her eyes were as bright as stars, revealing a cool glow that made people fall in love with her. At this moment, her face was a bit ugly, and she seemed to have suffered some injuries as well, her brows slightly furrowed in an endearing manner. Ning Tian, more is better than less, Immortal Cloudsoar commanded. But who was the son of Qi? How could his judgment be influenced by a bystander? What is courage in the face of injustice? As Ning Tian looked at the scene in front of him, especially since the other party was still a beautiful girl, his heart was instantly filled with anger. His gaze turned ice cold, completely ignoring Fairy Yunxiao's discouragement as he shouted, "You guys let go of this girl." Immortal Cloudsoar shook her head helplessly. She knew that Ning Tian was stubborn, and it was hard to change once a decision was made. "Where did you come from that doesn't know how to die? How dare you stop our evil Wolfgang's business?" The leader of the evil Wolfgang's thieving cultivator was holding a wolf tooth stick, pointing at Ning Tian ferociously, with a strong threat in his tone. Ning Tian snorted coldly. He really had no patience for this kind of people. And even more so, he didn't want to say more than half a sentence of nonsense with them. With a flash of his figure, he instantly executed the demonic tiger transformation. One could only see his body enveloped by a devil-tiger shadow, and a pair of mighty fleshy wings grew behind him. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the head of the thief cultivator and swung out a punch without hesitation. This punch contained terrifying power, as if a ferocious tiger had opened its fangs to pounce on the enemy. As his fist-ons attacked, the leader of the thieving cultivators felt a tremendous amount of pressure, and relying on his cultivation to be not weak, he vainly attempted to use the wolf tooth stick in his hand to fend off Ning Tian's attack. However, he had underestimated Ning Tian's strength. Ning Tian's demonic tiger whistling kill was incredibly powerful, and in just one strike, it blasted the wolf tooth stick and his body into powder together. Bastard! Dare to hit our evil wolf gang's hallmaster. Suffer death. Seeing that their leader was dead, the other thief cultivators swarmed up and surrounded Ning Tian, their faces showing ferocity and holding various weapons in their hands, ready to beat him up in a group. Facing these thieving cultivators, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile, his eyes flashing with confidence and contempt. His aura was as stern as a tiger descending from a mountain. Ning Tian's moves were wide open, each strike carrying a powerful force, and his figure flickered in the air, as if he was as elusive as a ghost. The masked woman on the side was stunned by the scene in front of her. Her eyes widened and she couldn't help but open her mouth. Gongzi, be careful. The voice was gentle and tingling to the bone. Ning Tian sniffed the tiger's body and turned his head to look at her. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. A hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "Don't worry, girl. Stand far away. Don't let the blood splash on you." Ning Tian's figure flashed with extreme speed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a thief cultivator and threw out a punch. The thieving cultivator screamed miserably as his body flew out backwards, knocking down several people behind him. Ning Tian smoothly turned around and kicked another thief cultivator in the chest, sending him flying. His movements were coherent, as if they were flowing, and every move was precise without the slightest bit of redundancy. In just a few breaths, the originally still aggressive thief cultivators had all collapsed to the ground, and the ground was filled with blood and broken limbs. Ning Tian clapped his hands and wiped the blood on his hands with the clothes of one of them, then turned his gaze to the masked woman. At this moment, Immortal Cloudy Sky suddenly voiced out a reminder in Ning Tian's mind. "Ning Tian, I'm afraid that this woman's origins aren't simple, so don't take it lightly." Immortal Cloudsore's voice caused Ning Tian's heart to tremble, his brows furrowing slightly as he carefully sized up this mysterious woman. He realized that the other party's aura was transcendent, completely unlike a disciple of an ordinary power. "Girl, is everything okay?" With a pleasing smile on his face, Ning Tian attentively walked forward and inquired with concern. His eyes surveyed the body of the beautiful person in front of him. The woman was watching him too. As they looked at each other, both of them became a little shy. Although the woman was wearing a veil, the outline of her pretty face could still be seen vaguely through the thin layer of veil, especially those bright eyes, as if they were clear lake water, sparkling with a charming light. He couldn't help but feel a rush of interest in the mysterious woman. The woman seemed to have not hidden her identity in order to thank Ning Tian for saving her life, and introduced herself. "I'm the princess of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. My name is Jialan." Her voice was crisp and clear, like heavenly music, and it mesmerized people. "So it's Princess Jialan." Ning Tian was delighted in his heart. He was well aware of the strength and status of the Lulan ancient kingdom. The Lulan ancient kingdom was even more powerful than his own Deqian imperial dynasty and belonged to a first-class power. I thought to myself, if I can get the help of Lulan ancient kingdom, I will have one more layer of chance to win back the throne. Next, Ning Tian naturally went through a number of routines. At Ning Tian's gracious invitation, the two of them partnered up all the way through Yunming Prefecture to train. Together they explore mysterious ruins, defeat powerful enemies, and share many thrilling adventures. In the process, they support each other, trust each other, and their relationship seems to be growing in familiarity. However, due to the differences between men and women, coupled with the fact that Ning Tian had deeper considerations, the two of them did not make any intimate moves. They always kept a certain distance and only referred to each other as Taoists. Nonetheless, they had become nothing but good friends between words. Looking at Ning Tian's various pleases, Jialan felt a wave of nausea in her heart and muttered in her mind, "Master, why did you let me please this kind of annoying guy? So annoying." Chapter 59 Jialan, you eat chicken, right? Jialan, here. Ning Tian handed Jialan a roasted and moisturized chicken leg, wanting to please the other party. Jialan looked at the oily chicken leg and frowned. As a princess of Lulan country, from childhood, pampered, mountain delicacies have been tired of eating. Not to mention the Northern Liang God King's House of Delicacies is even more rare. This looks like dirty chicken legs, is really difficult to enter. But she couldn't show her dislike. After all, she still had a mission to fulfill this time she came. So she could only gently remove the veil and force herself to take a few bites out of the discomfort. Right at the moment when her veil was removed, a beautiful and worldly face was immediately displayed before her eyes. What a stunner that was! Stunned, Ning Tian stood frozen on the spot as if time had stopped. His eyes widened and the roasted chicken in his hand was placed at his mouth, half biting down. So beautiful. Exotic beauty. Deep features, high nose, a pair of big eyes as bright as jewels, and a head of long fiery red hair like waves. It was beautiful. He had seen quite a few beautiful women, but this was the first time he had seen an exotic beauty with a special flavor like Jialan. Jialan was stared at by Ning Tian recklessly. Her heart was uncomfortable for a while, and she secretly slandered, "Why is this guy so impolite? I really want to gouge out his two uneasy eyeballs. What are you looking at?" Jialan deliberately pouted and gave Ning Tian a blank look. Not angry, okay? This anger, more flavorful. It caused Ning Tian's heart to pound. Ha ha. Although I was betrayed by Tang Euro, this woman, but heaven let me meet a better woman again. It is really the will of heaven. I am the son of Qi. Thinking this way, Ning Tian strengthened his determination to raid Jialan. He sighed softly on purpose, revealing a forlorn look. "Mr. Ning, what's wrong with you? Why are you sighing?" Jialan asked deliberately. "It's nothing. Remembering my past experiences. Remembering being betrayed by my beloved. I can't help but sigh." Ning Tian deliberately raised his head to look at the moon, displaying a look of deep emotion of being betrayed by his beloved. If it hadn't been forcibly suppressed, Jialan could have just thrown up. The other side is too loaded. Not caring whether Jialan was willing to listen or not, Ning Tian added more fuel to the fire and told her about his past. He described in graphic detail how he had been usurped by the Empress for the throne, and how he had suffered contempt and ostracism in the Tang clan. And the most painful thing for him was that his beloved Tang Euro was forcefully snatched away by that bastard Li Shenzhou with his power. He portrayed Tang Euro as a superficial woman who coveted power and wealth, while Li Shenzhou was even portrayed by him as a bad guy who did nothing wrong and was guilty of the worst crimes. When Ning Tian denigrated Tang Euro, Jialan secretly rejoiced in her heart, feeling very flattered by these words. However, when he mentioned Li Shenzhou, Jialan's heart ignited with a blazing fire of rage as she clenched her fists tightly, her joints making a cackling sound, itching to immediately rush up and give the Ning Tian in front of her a heavy punch. However, she knew that she could not do so because this was a task given to her by Li Shenzhou, and if she could not accomplish it she would be severely punished by Li Shenzhou. Jialan winced at the thought of the pain of being lashed with the black whip. Even though she was filled with loathing towards Ning Tian, she still forced herself to resist the urge. "Jialan, don't you also hate Li Shenzhou?" Seeing Jialan's clenched fists and gloomy face, Ning Tian mistakenly thought that she was similarly dissatisfied with Li Shenzhou, so he spoke more vigorously. The cloudy sky fairy inside the ring was a bit speechless, looking at Ning Tian's gushing appearance, and muttering in her heart, "What a straight man. Can't you see that the other party doesn't want to listen to these stale things of yours? Still talking non-stop." Jialan even slandered in her heart, "With this virtue of yours, you're not even as good as one of His Highness the World Prince's little toes. If I were Tang Euro, I wouldn't be able to look at you either." Not only is Jialan a face dog, but he also hates broken men. "Sir Ning, have you heard of the unseen mysteries?" Seeing that Ning Tian was cursing harder and harder, Jialan hurriedly changed the topic. "The secret realm of the unseen?" The unseen secret realm is a secret realm created by a sage. "Great opportunity na," Fairy Yunxiao within the ring said excitedly. "It's located at the junction of the northern martial immortal region and the eastern martial immortal region. It's an ancient and mysterious secret realm. Legend has it that the secret realm of the Wei Yang contains endless opportunities, with heavenly treasures, ancient pills, rare magical treasures, powerful techniques, and so on, and especially the saintly inheritance of the Wei Yang Shangren," Immortal Yunxiao explained excitedly. Ning Tian nodded slightly, indicating to Jialan that he knew about the secret realm of the unseen, allowing her to continue. Jialan continued, "I happen to have 2 Wei Yang orders in my hands, and in order to repay you for saving my life, I would like to give one of them to you. I hope you can accept this token of appreciation." Saying that, she took out an icy cold iron token from her storage ring, which was engraved with 2 large, ancient characters, Wei Yang. "Quickly take it, the Undying Order is incredibly precious. Only by possessing this token can you enter the undying mysterious realm." Fairy Yunxiao in the ring eagerly transmitted her voice to Ning Tian. "Today, in the outside world, each of the unseen orders is worth a very high amount of money. It had been speculated to 30 million spirit stones apiece." Jialan had expected the other party to push back again and again, Yet Ning Tian had surprised her and readily accepted. Che, taking a woman's things with such peace of mind. What a downtrodden man. Jia Lan's heart despised Ning Tian even more. And when compared to Li Shenzhou, he was completely very lowly. Ning Tian thought of his throne and Li Shenzhou's one-finger insult. But he didn't mind eating soft food. Anyway, whatever it takes to get stronger. The reason why Li Shenzhou was particularly concerned about Tang Yuro's heavenly fragrance body was not simply because of the attractiveness of this physique itself. In reality, the reason that really made his heart flutter lay in the chi enhancement she possessed as the Heaven's Destiny female lead. Only a physique that possessed chi luck could be the target of his pursuit. After successfully resolving Ning Tian as an obstacle, Tang Yuro finally entered the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion as she wished, smoothly becoming Li Shenzhou's concubine. The bond between the two grows deeper and deeper, and they revel in the sweetness of love for each other. As time passes, the years fly by like a shuttle. Li Shenzhou's cultivation increased rapidly like a rocket with the assistance of the nine-state cauldron, and within a short period of time, he had already reached the peak of the Seal King realm. At this point, there was only one opportunity left between him and the Void God realm. For many cultivators, breaking through to the Void God realm with the help of pills was a common method. However, Li Shenzhou had a higher pursuit. He was well aware that using pills to break through would result in an inability to condense the power of all things, thus preventing him from obtaining the foundation of the Supreme Void God. Li Shenzhou was the type of person who either did not do it or did it to the extreme, and he decided that he would fuse Ning Tian's Tsung Tian hegemony body to forge the Void God within his body. Chapter 60, Bodhisattva Slave. It was at this moment that Duan Mushue's voice came from outside the bedchamber. Duan Mushue begs to see His Highness the World's Son. Come in, Li Shenzhou said lazily. Duan Mushue, what is the matter? Li Shenzhou asked softly. Duan Mushue gracefully performed a salute and respectfully replied. Your Highness, the secret realm of the unseen is about to open. Upon hearing this news, Li Shenzhou's face revealed a look of delight. Ning Tian, the treasure-hunting mouse, could finally come in handy. During this period of time, Li Shenzhou had been dispatching Chunlan to work as an undercover agent beside Ning Tian, and he would often receive transmissions from Chunlan complaining to him. If we don't let Chunlan come back, I'm afraid that little ninny Chunlan is going to run back on her own. The secret realm will finally open. Li Shenzhou nodded. Yes, Your Highness the World's Son, Duan Mushui answered. There are already visions showing up in Taihua Prefecture. The ancient aura is constantly leaking out, and the space is starting to loosen. If there are no accidents, the secret realm will open in these 2 days. Smoke and Rain House's eyes have always been more reliable. Li Shenzhou did not doubt it. He nodded and said, That's good. Get ready to leave for Taihua State. As you wish. Receiving the restriction of the law, there were 2 conditions for entry into the secret realm of the unseen. One was that one must possess the unseen order, and the second was that the bone age could not exceed 25 years old. This had maintained the balance of the secret realm. Otherwise, the treasures within the secret realm would have been taken by the big powers in a single pot, and the other powers or loose cultivators wouldn't have had any chance at all. The news that the unseen secret realm was going to open quickly spread amongst the major powers. For a while, quite a few forces from the 4 immortal realms began to take action. It could be imagined that this trip to the secret realm would be a stage for the young prides to compete and discuss their strengths and weaknesses. And at this moment, in the distant Taihua Prefecture, in an ancient and mysterious mountain range, dense forests covered the sky and ancient trees stood in the sky. The aura of this place was tranquil and ancient. However, in the midst of this tranquility, 2 figures quietly appeared. It was none other than Ning Tian and Jielan, who had arrived in the dust. The 2 of them had traveled all the way through many battles and trials, and Ning Tian already had complete trust in Jielan. Quite a few things about him were told to Jielan. Of course, all these words were unreservedly informed by the other party to Li Shenzhou. The 2 of them finally arrived in Taihua Prefecture before the unseen mysteries opened. Before Ning Tian came to this place, Immortal Yun Xiao had privately instructed him that once he entered the unseen mysterious realm, he must search for the dragon bone of the Tsungtian ancient dragon and refine it, as it would greatly benefit his Tsungtian hegemony body, and could enhance his strength. Thus, Ning Tian embarked on this journey with this expectation and full of confidence. Immortal Cloud also specifically instructed him to help him do one important thing, which was to find the very important spirit medicine for reshaping the physical body, the 7 inflammatory spirit fixing grass. Ning Tian naturally agreed with all his heart. Whether he could find it or not depended on fate. In a bitterly cold place in the north, the wind was bitterly cold and snowy. This was the compound of the Demon Wing Clan, a mysterious and powerful group. Suddenly, a thick and terrifying voice echoed in the air. Bodhisattva Nun, you take this unseen order and go forward to the unseen secret realm to retrieve the War Demon Lance, a relic of the ancestors, that is sealed there. As soon as the words fell, A woman appeared in front of the crowd like a ghost. She had a head full of long purple hair that fluttered in the wind, and wore a tight black bodysuit with a pair of huge feathered wings on her back. Her face was delicate and moving, but she carried a stern and ruthless energy that made people shudder. This woman was none other than Bodhisattva Nu, who was the proud daughter of heaven among the Demon Wing clan, possessing unparalleled strength and talent. At the same time, she is also the daughter of Kunlunu, who has recently been searching for the whereabouts of her missing father. Bodhisattva Nu bowed respectfully in the direction from which the voice came and said, "Patriarch, as you command." She knew the importance of this mission and was confident in herself. "In addition, I heard people say that your father was captured by people from the Northern Liang Divine King's house in the beginning, so I think that his death must have been caused by the other party. So if you encounter a young heavenly pride from the Northern Liang Divine King's housely family, you can kill them on sight," the Demon Wing clan chief said coldly. Hearing this, Bodhisattva Nu's face turned ice cold and his fists were pinched. "Damn it! Patriarch, please don't worry. I will definitely kill all the people of the Li family of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion to avenge my father and the clansmen." The Northern Liang God King had been guarding the Northern Realm for generations, so naturally, he often dealt with these demon race people. It can be a blood feud, coupled with the fact that her father, Kunlu Nu, was also killed by the Northern Liang Divine King's house. Bodhisattva Nu already had killing the Northern Liang Divine King's house's young heavenly pride in her heart as her primary goal. By the way, you have to be more careful with that son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house, Li Shenzhou. I heard that he is very powerful and ruthless, the patriarch admonished. Possessing a cultivator battle body, Bodhisattva Nu had always been high-minded and proud, and did not take this reminder to heart. "Li Shenzhou? Is it as powerful as the patriarch said?" The patriarch said with a serious face. "There's a saying in the human race that caution is the key to success. It said that he has a heavenly yuan sacred body and his cultivation has also reached the Seal King realm, so he should definitely not be underestimated." The Bodhisattva Nun was unimpressed in his heart, but he still respectfully replied, "Thank you for reminding me, Matriarch, I will be careful." The patriarch knew that Bodhisattva Nu had a haughty character, and continued to urge, "Bodhisattva Nu, you are the leader of the younger generation of our demon-winged clan. This time when you go to the unseen mysterious realm, you must not be careless and lighthearted, and everything should be done with safety in mind." Bodhisattva Nu said confidently, "Don't worry, Matriarch, I'll be fine." After all, without having truly seen Li Shenzhou's strength, Bodhisattva Nu naturally didn't believe how terrifying Li Shenzhou was. Her cultivating Luo battle body had already been cultivated to the small completion realm, and her cultivation had also reached the peak of the Seal King realm, making her one of the top few in the younger generation. Bodhisattva Nu tightly gripped the Wei Yang order in his hand, a determined light flashing in his eyes. She spread her wings and instantly transformed into a black shadow, disappearing into the vast sky. "Patriarch, please don't worry. I'm protecting this girl in the dark." A terrifying aura came from the dark shadows. It would naturally be best if the Supreme Elder himself came out. The patriarch bowed respectfully to the black shadow. It was obvious that the other party's status was extremely high. Chapter 61 Princess Feng Yanran, Northern Huazhou, Weiyang City. Because of the appearance of the unseen secret realm, it caused the entire northern China prefecture to wind up, and as the news of the imminent opening of the unseen mysteries spread, it attracted many powerful forces such as the top Dao lineages, immortal dynasties, and the everlasting lineages to send their elite sons and daughters to compete for it. The disciples from these forces, each possessing a supreme talent, converged here from all directions. The most notable among them were the young prides from the top powers, who rode divine beasts, pulled magnificent chariots, or piloted huge warships, crossing the void. Each one of them exuded a breathtaking aura, as if they were the brightest stars in this heaven and earth. However, besides these top forces, there were many small and medium-sized forces and casual cultivators who also caught wind of the situation, hoping to get a piece of the pie. Although they couldn't compete with the pride of those top powers, they also had the same dreams and expectations, even though they knew deep down that the big heads of the secret realm were those of the top powers. As long as they could look for some opportunities in the periphery that had been overlooked by the other powers, it would be enough to change the destiny of their lives. Every time the secret realm treasure hunt was just a small experience for those top forces. However, for those small forces and the scattered cultivators without background, it is one of the few opportunities for them to embark on the road of cultivation. Many people had poured out their entire clan's strength or the entire country's strength to obtain a single uncharted order, just for the misty hope. In this cruel world, only through one's own efforts and luck can one seek opportunities in the secret realm and thus move to a higher realm. Thus, both the top forces and the small and medium-sized forces were filled with eagerness and anticipation for this unseen mysteries. "Look, Phoenix, that's a divine beast phoenix." Suddenly, Someone pointed at the sky and shouted. The crowd looked up, only to see a huge phoenix appear in the sky. This phoenix had an immense body, spreading its wings 1,000 feet long, and stepped on hot flames under its feet, as if it was a burning blaze. It soars from afar, each flap of its wings causing a gust of wind that inspires awe. Clanking, with a clear and loud phoenix chirping sound, the phoenix descended from the sky, shaking the sky and shaking the earth. The fiery red light emanating from the phoenix was as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire eternal night city as bright as day. And on the body of this divine beast, the phoenix, stood a woman in a long red gilt dress with a golden phoenix-tailed hairpin on her head. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, just like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Her body was bathed in divine light, radiant and gorgeous, making it impossible to look directly at her. Many people couldn't help but look at this woman, but with just one glance, many people's divine sense was injured by the other party's powerful power recoil. What a strong spiritual power! Just looking at it gives me a headache. A heavenly pride from the East Martial Immortal region marveled. To be able to harness an ancient divine beast is too strong. Another person concurred. The crowd murmured, filled with awe and curiosity towards this princess of the Phoenix Immortal Dynasty. Someone from the surrounding crowd suddenly said, I know who she is. She is the eldest princess of the Phoenix Immortal Dynasty. Feng Yanran. Another person chimed in. That's right. I've heard of her name as well. It is said that her cultivation has broken through to the Void God realm, and that she may have reached the 2nd level of the Void God realm. That's natural. I heard that she is the reincarnation of Yuan Feng, born with a cloud phoenix phantom, and her vision startled the entire Western Martial Immortal region. Hearing these words, the people around them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They looked at Feng Yanran with awe and envy in their eyes. To be able to cultivate to the Void God realm at such a young age is just too powerful. People are more than people. A person marveled. Yes, while those of us are still struggling at the Seal Marquee realm, others have already broken through to the Void God realm. This gap is simply desperate. Another loose cultivator at the peak of the Seal Marquee realm helplessly shook his head inside. However, a great power like the Phoenix Immortal Dynasty shouldn't lack resources, right? Why would they still come here to look for opportunities? Someone asked suspiciously. You don't know. Legend has it that the phoenix bone of the Yuanfeng is hidden within this Weiyang mysterious territory, and if it can be obtained and refined, it will be extremely beneficial to a phoenix nirvana body like Feng Yanyan. That's why she personally came to look for it. A person in the know explained. The crowd came to a realization after hearing this inside. So that's how it is. It seems that this trip to the unseen mysteries is not destined to be peaceful. Someone said worriedly. Inside the uncharted city. Greetings, Your Highness. A crisp phoenix sound came from the sky, and a huge fire phoenix came flying with its wings spread out, its fiery red feathers shining brightly. The Phoenix Immortal Dynasty's celestial pride knelt down to greet them, chanting under their breath, Greetings, Your Highness. Their gazes were filled with awe and adoration. Feng Yanyan did not look away as she rode the fire phoenix to slowly land in front of a gorgeous pavilion. She gracefully stepped off the fire phoenix and stepped inside the pavilion. The pavilion was beautifully decorated and gilded, highlighting the luxury and majesty of the Phoenix Immortal Dynasty. Feng Yanyan walked to the main seat and sat down, faintly asking, How many Void God Realm powerhouses are there in this secret realm opening? The voice revealed an unquestionable majesty. The underling bowed his head and replied respectfully, Princess, as far as we know, the Void God Realm powerhouses that came to the unseen mysteries this time, besides you, are Yi Wawu, of the Everlasting Family, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, Ancient Jianshan, as well as the Divine Son of the South Sea Dragon Clan, Long Xiaotian. His tone was very serious, as if he was reporting on a very important matter. Feng Yanran frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Those who can compete with the princess are only these few in comparison. Most of the other heavenly prides are at the Seal Marquee realm and Seal King realm. They are simply insufficient. The henchman continued, a hint of disdain in his tone. At the same time, the crowd within the uncharted city once again erupted into a clamor. Look! There are 4 scaly dragons pulling a carriage! Someone exclaimed. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see 4 huge auger dragons in the sky slowly flying and pulling a magnificent carriage. What kind of person has such a big row? Someone asked suspiciously. Before the words fell, the heavenly prides of the major forces in the city cast their gazes towards the sky. They were all the best of the younger generation, so they were naturally able to feel the sense of oppression brought about by this carriage. A dragon pulling a carriage. This is immortal emperor level treatment. Could it be that this person is an immortal emperor of a dynasty? Someone speculated. For a while, the crowd murmured, filled with curiosity and awe at the identity of this mysterious person. After all, to be able to have such a platoon, it must be a very impressive figure. It's someone from the feathered immortal dynasty. hanging the clan emblem of the Northern Liang divine king of the feathered immortal dynasty. Chapter 62 Li Shenzhou causes a stir. A conspiracy begins. Li Shenzhou's four-dragon pulling carriage, that was given by the immortal emperor of the feathered immortal dynasty at his birth, was honored beyond compare. This was enough to show the special and noble status of Li Shenzhou. Thinking back then, when Li Shenzhou was born, the heaven and earth moved differently, shocking the entire feathered immortal dynasty. The immortal emperor personally descended on the Northern Liang divine king's mansion, not only granting him his name, but also rewarding him with countless precious treasures, and this four-dragon pulling carriage was one of them. In addition, there was also a seven-treasure dragon beheading sword, which was specifically used to suppress the four giant dragons. The crowd looked up and saw that in the void, Li Shenzhou's precious carriage was slowly heading towards Weiyang City under the traction of four mighty scaly dragons. When the precious carriage steadily stopped at Weiyang City, the curtain slowly opened and a figure dressed in white slowly stepped out of the carriage. He stepped on the golden lotus. His expression was indifferent. His appearance was absolutely unrivaled. His skin was like snow, his bones were like jade, and his temperament was extraordinary, as if an immortal had descended to the earth. Li Shenzhou possessed the heavenly Yuan saint body, with Tao rhythm flowing around him, and with the addition of the supreme bone, he was amazingly powerful. He had just stepped out of the precious carriage and had already caused a sensation in the room. My goodness, is that the prince of the Northern Liang god king from the feathered immortal dynasty? The face is so great. Love, love, love. It's said that the feathered immortal dynasty is full of beautiful women, but it's clear that it's also full of handsome men. I'm dead, shot by the arrow of arrows. The first time we met in the city of Weiyang, once we saw the sinking boat mistaken for life. Why did the heavens let me meet this kind of magnificent face, so that there will be any man who can enter my eyes? A holy maiden of a great power. Her beautiful eyes were lost in thought and she was secretly sad. The moment Li Shenzhou appeared, the eyes of countless female celestial pride were drawn. The eyes were on him for a long time. Not to mention these flamboyant female celestial pride. Even those male celestial pride didn't take their eyes off of him. They did not feel any jealousy because the difference was too great. Regardless of family background, status, appearance and temperament, talent and cultivation, the other party was at the demon level, leaving people in the dust. Is this the world son of the Northern Liang divine king's house of the feathered immortal dynasty? Someone marveled. Truly a superb temperament and exceptional talent. Even within this Weiyang city where heavenly pride abounds, it's still a rare character. Another person concurred. I've heard that the Li family of the Northern Liang divine king's mansion has a supreme position in the feathered immortal dynasty, and even the imperial Jiang family is afraid of them, so I didn't expect him to come to the unseen mysterious realm as well. Another person lamented. Within this Weiyang city, there were likewise quite a few forces from the northern martial immortal region as well as the feathered immortal dynasty, who took the initiative to come forward to greet Li Shenzhou upon seeing him. Sun Boer of the Sun clan of the feathered immortal dynasty meets His Highness the World Prince. Tian Yuan of the northern martial immortal region's Iron Hand sect has met His Highness the World Prince. Greetings, Your Highness. In the face of the crowd's respect, Li Shenzhou only nodded slightly and responded with a bland expression. There is no need for everyone to be polite. Immediately, he brought his entourage to rest in the pavilion that had been prepared long ago within the uncharted city. Not far, inside the Phoenix Immortal Dynasty's pavilion, Feng Yanran slowly opened those beautiful eyes and looked towards Li Shenzhou who was surrounded by the crowd. Her brows were slightly knitted. Is this person the one who is the world son of the Northern Liang divine king's house? She asked softly. Yes, Your Highness, the henchman replied respectfully. A trace of color flashed in Feng Yanran's eyes. Indeed, a generation of pride, possessing a holy body and at the same time possessing a supreme bone. In time the achievements will certainly be extraordinary. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. And then she gently closed her eyes again, continuing to cultivate with her eyes closed. In his heart, however, he was calculating whether it was necessary to draw him in since this Northern Liang king's son was so outstanding. After all, the future achievements of such a genius were unlimited, and if he could establish a good relationship with him, it would be beneficial to both himself and the Phoenix Immortal Dynasty. At the same time, within another pavilion in Weiyang City, the Eternal Life family Yi Wuxi's residence welcomed a mysterious visitor. This mysterious figure's name was Lung Chang, and he was the pavilion master of the Clear Wind Pavilion. The Clear Wind Pavilion, like the Smoke and Rain Tower, was an organization specializing in assassinations and spying on intelligence, but they were affiliated with the forces of the Grand Emperor of the Feathered Immortal Dynasty. Lang Chang stood respectfully in front of Yi Wufei, arched his hand and saluted. Our Grand Imperial Highness sent me to pay a special visit to pay respects to Divine Prince Yi. Yi Wufei smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Oh, what is Your Highness the Grand Prince's business? Lang Chang lowered his voice and said, His Highness the Grand Prince wishes to cooperate with Divine Sun Yi against a person. There was a sly glint in his gaze, as if he had an unknown plan. Yi Woohoo, on the other hand, was in deep thought, pondering the possible pros and cons behind this proposal. With his intelligence, he naturally understood who the Grand Prince was trying to deal with. The immortal emperor of the feathered immortal dynasty had been in poor health ever since he was seriously injured, and was deteriorating, threatening to collapse at any time. And this immortal emperor had only 2 sons in his lap. One was the first Prince Jiang Bo Bing, and the other was the second Prince Jiang Bo Yao. According to common sense, the eldest prince, being the son of the empress, should be a strong contender for the throne, but in reality, the immortal emperor favored the second prince, Jiang Boyo. Not only that, the second prince's birth mother was also the eldest daughter of Li Yuanshan, the divine king of northern Liang, and having such a powerful background and backing made Jiang Boyo's chances of inheriting the throne much higher. Therefore, the Grand Prince naturally regarded the northern Liang divine prince's house as a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh, and hated to eradicate it immediately. And as the heir to the northern Liang divine king's house, Li Shenzhou naturally became a target that the Grand Prince was eager to get rid of. In the imperial capital Extreme City, due to the tight protection, it was difficult for the Grand Imperial Prince to lay his hands on Li Shenzhou. However, in this secret realm, life and death were regardless, and it was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to get rid of Li Shenzhou. Yi Wufei said indifferently, "The person that the Grand Prince wants to get rid of must be the son of that northern Liang divine king's house, right? Divine Sun is truly perceptive. It is precisely this person," Lang Chang said with a compensatory smile. "My Yi family does not have any grudges with the northern Liang divine king's house, so why should I kill Li Shenzhou?" Yi Wufei did not have the slightest interest in this suggestion. Lang Chang definitely didn't come to find Yi Wuhu on an impromptu basis, but came prepared. He respectfully said, "His Highness the Grand Imperial Prince will definitely not let Divine Sun Yi help for nothing. His Highness promised to offer 500 million spirit stones plus 2 extremely high-quality spirit mines if Lord Godson could help him to resolve Li Shenzhou, in addition to offering 100 beauties to Lord Holy Godson as a furnace." Lang Chang knew that Yi Wufei was horny by nature and had no resistance to beautiful women. Ayo? Yi Wuhu was clearly moved. Who didn't know that the feathered immortal dynasty was full of beautiful women? And he had long had his heart set on it. This, coupled with the sensation caused by Li Shenzhou just now, made Yi Wuhu, the eagle-eyed son of God, very upset. So he nodded his head, with a happy face. "The great prince is a big spender, and this matter, this divine son shall undertake." Hearing Yi Wuhu agree to this, Long Chang was overjoyed in his heart. Chapter 63, The Flooding Sect. Although the secret realm of the unseen had already had a strange movement, it would still take some time before it could truly open. During this period of time, Li Shenzhou barely left the house and stayed in the pavilion, spending happy times with his several beautiful maids. As a goddess of the cat demon clan, Xia He was lively and active by nature. She was full of curiosity about Weiyang City, so she mustered up enough courage to say to Li Shenzhou, "Master, I've heard others say that Weiyang City has a kind of white fish that's very famous, with tender and juicy meat that tastes very delicious. Should I go and buy it to make it for you to try?" Li Shenzhou smiled faintly and gently nudged her mind. "Little glutton, you don't want to make it for this Shitsi to eat, but you have a craving yourself." Xia He was poked through his little mind. His face instantly reddened and he shyly lowered his head. However, Li Shenzhou still agreed to her request. "If you want to eat it then you can go and buy it. Remember to buy a few more strips so that I can taste your handiwork." With his master's permission, Xiaohao was so happy that he immediately changed into a light dress and ran out to buy white fish with great gusto. It wasn't long before she arrived at a bustling market and caught a glimpse of the white fish of her dreams. What made her even more excited was that these white fish were all the very best that had survived for more than 100 years and were of superior quality. "Boss, how much does this white fish cost?" Xia He asked, pointing at a fat white fish. 10,000 spirit stones apiece, the shopkeeper said. Xia He was too lazy to haggle and was ready to pay and bring it back to taste with Li Shenzhou. But right at this moment, someone unreasonably snatched all the fish in one hand and said in an overbearing manner, "We Diozi want this fish." Xia He's willow brows knitted tightly, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at the person in front of her, her face showing a displeased color. She was originally a goddess of the cat demon clan, and now, although she was only Li Shenzhou's maid, in the feathered immortal dynasty, even court officials would greet her with a smile when they saw her, and now someone actually dared to snatch the fish from her hand, which was rare. The person who snatched her fish was dressed in a black robe with a big hong embroidered on it, and his breath was majestic, apparently having reached the peak of the Marquis Seal realm. Xiaohua's eyes stared and recognized the other party's identity at a glance. "You're from the Flood sect?" Xiahua was well informed and naturally recognized it. Count on you having some eyesight. These fish we, Floodsect Daozi, want to eat. Do you have a problem with that? The black-robed man's face was cold. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he stared tightly at Xiaohe and said in an icy tone. Obviously, he didn't know the true identity of Xiaohe. Do you know who I am? Anger grew in Xiaohe's heart, and she lifted her chest and asked in a delicate voice. She was immensely proud of herself as Li Shenzhou's maid. Just a tiny cat demon. Who cares who you are? The man in black looked at her gradually revealed cat ears with contempt, naturally recognizing her as a cat demon clan. However, he did not put Xiaohe in his sights. The outburst was also very domineering. There was a hint of teasing in the middle. Seek death. Xiaohe's eyes flashed with sparks of anger. No longer able to endure the other party's humiliation, she fiercely drew out the long whip in her own hand and lashed it fiercely towards the black-clothed man with an overpowering aura. The whip drew an arc in the air, like a ferocious viper, slithering and coiling, aiming straight for the opponent's vital parts. However, in the face of such a sharp attack from Xiaohe, the man in black only laughed coldly. Just the early stage of the Seal Marquis realm, and you dare to show off in front of me. His tone was full of disdain and mockery, as if Xiaohe was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Before the words fell, the figure of the man in black suddenly became blurred, leaving a residual shadow in its place. Immediately afterward, he appeared behind Xiaohe like a ghost, and his speed was jaw-dropping. Ha! Xiaohe was horrified, completely not expecting the other party to have such a terrifying body. She tried to turn and respond, but it was too late. Without hesitation, the man in black swung his fist up and slammed it heavily into Xiaohe's face. This strike was incredibly powerful and directly sent Xiaohe flying. Put! Xiaohe suffered a heavy blow and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth. Her pretty face quickly swelled up, causing heartache. The body lost its balance and went limp, making it difficult to get up for a while. At this moment, Xiaohe's heart was filled with fear and despair. She had never expected that this man in black would be so powerful, his strength far exceeding her imagination, and he himself was simply unbeatable in front of the other side. In his heart, he said, "Damn it, I've disgraced my master." The man in black picked up the white fish, sneered, and swaggered away. After a long time, Xiaohe dragged his injured body back to Li Shenzhou's pavilion. Li Shenzhou was originally resting with his eyes closed, and when he heard Xiaohe's voice, he didn't open his eyes, but just faintly asked, "Did you buy back the white fish?" Xiaohe, however, covered his cheeks and his speech became slurred. "No, no one is selling." At this time, Li Shenzhou suddenly opened his eyes. Two icy gazes shot at Xiaohe like sharp arrows, and asked in a harsh tone, "Nonsense, what happened to your face?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohe hurriedly knelt down and replied with fear and trepidation. It was the slave girl who accidentally fell and touched it. In fact, she was too embarrassed to say that she had been assaulted by someone else as a result. In her mind, her beating was a disgrace to her master. "If you don't tell the truth, I'm going to have to do the family law." Seeing that Xiaohe was unwilling to tell the truth, Li Shenzhou became furious and raised his hand to teach her a lesson. Xiaohe was so scared that he hurriedly covered his buttocks and warily explained, "The slave girl is useless, and has disgraced master. I had already bought the white fish, but it was snatched away by someone from the Flood sect. I argued with him, but was injured by the other party." After saying that, Xiaohe cried in aggravation. Hearing this, Li Shenzhou violently stood up, a powerful anger emanating from him, causing the entire pavilion to start trembling slightly. "Go!" Xiaohe asked in disbelief. "Where to?" Li Shenzhou's face was grim. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Of course it's to the Flood sect's compound." His words were filled with a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Daring to touch his own maid, this was definitely a provocation to him, and he would definitely not let it go. Xiaohe didn't dare to say anything more, so he had to follow behind Li Shenzhou. "I didn't expect the other party to care so much about such a tiny maid as her. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He's a villain. Vengeance can't last overnight." Little Flood sect also dared to bully to his Li Shenzhou's head, really looking for death. The other side, in the Flood sect's residence, Daozi Hikong was eating the freshly steamed white fish with a happy face. "Gui Wu. The white fish from Weiyang City is just delicious. These are afraid to be a 100-year-old portion, right?" Daozi really has a discerning eye. "These are all 100-year-old white fish with the most delicious flavor," the man in black said. "I took this from a cat demon." "Oh, male and female?" Hikong asked in disbelief. "Female, not bad looking. I should have known to catch it back and give Daozi a taste," the man in black said with some regret. "It's not too late to catch it, and I happen to have no entertainment after eating the fish," Hikong said. The man in black understood, rubbed his hands together and said, "Okay, Daozi, I'll go grab her and bring her back for you to play with." Chapter 64, Hikong. Just as He Kong and Gue Wu were talking, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came in from outside the attic they were in. What happened? Just as the two felt a hint of confusion, a huge palm descended from the sky like a meteorite burning with flames. Great handprint of the void. When He Kong heard the sound coming from outside, his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Not good!" Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he transformed into a ray of water and sped towards the outside like a torrent. Seeing this, Gue Wu followed suit and rushed outside. Rumble! The moment the two had just flown out of the pavilion, a void palm print smashed straight down as if it had covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, the flood sex attic was reduced to rubble, with only the remnants of the walls remaining, and at the place where the attic was originally located, an immense and incomparable palm imprint appeared. Those flood sect disciples who failed to escape the building in time, none of them were spared. All of them were slapped into meat cakes. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the people around them, and they rushed over to see what was going on. What's going on? Where's the flood sex attic? Holy, look at the huge palm print on the ground. It's been slapped out of existence. Who is so capable of attacking the flood sect? They're an affiliated sect of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. The entire Weiyang city was in an uproar, and countless people came from all directions, looking at the huge palm print on the ground and talking about it. Look, that's Li Shenzhou, the world son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house, a northern martial immortal region's heavenly pride said, pointing at the white-clothed man above the firmament. Above the dome of the sky, Li Shenzhou stood with his arms folded like a heavenly god. His body exuded a powerful aura that made people dare not look directly at him, and behind him stood a beautiful woman, the right side of her face slightly swollen, looking somewhat pitiful. Li Shenzhou? You actually dared to attack my flood sex compound. When He Kong saw that the visitor was actually Li Shenzhou, the son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house, he was instantly furious. His eyes were like two burning flames as he looked viciously at the two men in midair, his aura erupting steeply as a column of water shot up into the sky, haunting his surroundings. As the chief disciple of the flood sect, He Kong was very strong and had cultivated the Flood Sutra to a small level. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Seal King realm. He possessed the Great River Battle Body, which complemented the Flood Scripture and was capable of exerting strength far beyond his realm. Your Excellency, something big is wrong. The one standing behind the world son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house is the cat demon I was talking about. Gue Wu, who was on the side, recognized Xia He and came to He Kang's side and whispered, "What?" He Kong froze at his words, a trace of shock appearing on his face. He had never thought that the white fish that his men had snatched had been taken from Li Shenzhou's maid. It made him instantly realize the gravity of the situation. The mighty reputation of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion resounded throughout the entire Four Directions realm, and no one dared to mess with it easily. And He Kong even heard that the Northern Liang Divine Princess was ruthless and loved her son the most, so he secretly screamed in his heart. He glared hard at Gue Wu, blaming him for causing him such a huge problem. Even though the Flood sect wasn't a super large sect, as a first-class sect, along with the backing of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, he wasn't afraid of the Northern Liang Divine King's palace. Li Shenzhou questioned in a cold and overbearing tone, "Who gave you the guts to bully this son's maid? She can only be bullied by me. Anyone else who dares to lay a finger on her will only end up dead." The crowd was shocked at these words. Xiaoho's heart pounded as if it had been violently struck by a deer. On the other hand, many of the surrounding female cultivators showed envy and secretly sighed. "I really wish I could become Sinking Butcher Z's maid. That feeling of being protected is really wonderful." Their admiration and yearning for Li Shenzhou was overflowing. "Li Shenzhou, I know that your Beiliang Divine King house is not to be messed with, but we, Flood Sect, are not intimidated either. You actually destroyed my quarters and killed my disciples for the sake of a tiny maid. That's too unreasonable, isn't it?" With so many celestial pride surrounding them, if He Kong were to give in, what face would he and the Flood Sect lose? Reasoning? All I know is that if there's a grudge, there's a grudge. As the words fell, Li Shenzhou's gaze fell on Gue Wu's body. The moment Gue Wu's gaze came into contact with Li Shenzhou's deep eyes, his heart was like falling into an ice cave, pulling out cold. "Go to hell." Li Shenzhou's hand gently lifted. His pinky finger blossomed with golden light, and suddenly, a golden light pierced through the sky and attacked towards Gue Wu. "No, Daozi, save me." In the face of the heavenly robbing light shot out by the supreme bone, Gue Wu understood that he could not resist with his strength, and shouted for help as he fled. "Stop!" He Kong also did not expect Li Shenzhou to strike so quickly, rushed to point with two fingers. A water column like a water snake, winding and circling rushed toward that heavenly robbing light. Rumble! The heavenly robbing light collided with the water column, creating a violent explosion. The roar was unrelenting. The scene was spectacular, and the crowd of onlookers gasped in amazement. Just when Gue Wu was glad that he had escaped, Another golden light shot out from Li Shenzhou's chest and penetrated him before anyone could react. There was a proof of blood. Gue Wu's eyes widened with disbelief as he looked at the large hole in his chest before slowly collapsing to the ground. Gue Wu! He Kong exclaimed out in shock, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Humph! Self-importance. The person this Shitzi wants to kill will die. Li Shenzhou snorted coldly, not even glancing at Gue Wu's corpse. Li Shenzhou! He Kang's eyes widened in fury. His eyes flashed with bearish fury, and he hissed out the name as if he wanted to shatter the entire world. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt and could no longer be contained. 9 huge water pillars surged up around his body, which intertwined and twisted around each other like 9 ferocious pythons, each of which exuded a palpitating pressure and aura. At this moment, He Kong had been completely overwhelmed by anger. Li Shenzhou killed his junior and fellow disciples in front of him. This sense of shame was intolerable to him, and if he did nothing about it, what face would he have to gain a foothold on the Four Directions realm in the future? Even his Taoist heart would be affected by this. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the Northern Liang Divine King's house was good to be messed with or not. He only wanted to kill Li Shenzhou for revenge. As He Kang's palm swung violently, 9 columns of water surged out like 9 giant dragons, sweeping towards Li Shenzhou and Xiaohe with unrivaled might. The power of this strike was enough to destroy a small mountain. And this was precisely the terrifying aspect of the Great River battle body possessed by He Kong, being able to control the water currents as he wished and turn them to his own use. Master, be careful. Although Xiaohe's cultivation level was not bad, she was well aware of how powerful He Kang's move was and could not help but sweat for Li Shenzhou as she warned worriedly. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, Li Shenzhou appeared unusually calm. Chapter 65, Flooding Formation. Right in the middle of the crowd's shocked gazes, they only saw Li Shenzhou's arm slowly lifting up and a huge void hand appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Immediately after that, he injected the golden light of the Supreme Bone into it, and the great hand in the void immediately became golden in color, surrounded by golden runes, emitting a dazzling light. With the double might superimposed, the energy fluctuation contained in this large hand in the void was simply indescribable, as if it could make the entire heaven and earth change color, and the sun and the moon lose their light. Rumble, accompanied by a loud bang, terrifying energy ripples spread out rapidly in the void, and even the entire unseen city seemed to have shaken slightly, while the large handprint in the void that emitted golden light was like a golden meteor that rushed towards the 9 water pillars at an astonishing speed. When the two collided, they instantly erupted into an earth-shattering explosion. Under everyone's gaze, it was as if He Kong was grabbed by a giant invisible hand, and like a kite with broken strings, his entire body was ruthlessly slapped away by the great handprint in the void. At the same time, a stream of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth, forming a bloody arrow. He Kang's face was as pale as paper, bloodless, and his eyes showed unwillingness and disbelief. He stared at Li Shenzhou with wide eyes and dead eyes, as if he wanted to burn the other party's figure into his mind. The rumors all said that Li Shenzhou was demonically gifted and ruthless, even digging out his own brother's supreme bone and finally killing him in a big way. There are many things that are really hard to imagine to the extent that they are true if you don't see them with your own eyes. At this moment, He Kong personally felt that suffocating sense of despair. I guess, back then, Li Shenzhou's brother had also experienced such feelings. He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. What a bloodbath caused by a fish. His Highness the World's Son is not only handsome, but he's also super strong. It's really fascinating. The many female celestial pride surrounding the onlookers let out gasps of astonishment, their eyes flashing with adoration. Someone did not hide their affection for Li Shenzhou and boldly confessed, "World's Son, do you need a maid? I am very gentle and considerate." Oh. When Li Shenzhou heard these words, his brows frowned slightly and a helpless smile spread across the corners of his mouth. He turned his head sideways and swept a glance at the few female celestials who had confessed out of the corner of his eye, and his face was instantly covered with black lines. He muttered darkly, "Don't you guys know not to look in the mirror before you open your mouths?" Xiaohe looked at the graceful Li Shenzhou. Her heart was filled with admiration and love. She couldn't help but exclaim, "The Duke's world is unmatched, pushing the world's enemies horizontally." However, at this moment, He Kong had a look of frustration on his face as he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said unwillingly, "Li Shenzhou, I've lost." Although he was extremely reluctant in his heart, in the face of reality, he could only helplessly admit his failure. Upon hearing these words, Li Shenzhou's eyes turned cold and heartless as he indifferently responded, "Can a mere sentence of defeat atone for your sins?" He Kang's face became incredibly gloomy as he angrily stared at Li Shenzhou and viciously asked, "The culprit, Gue Wu, has already been beheaded by you, and numerous of our flood sect's disciples have also lost their lives, so what exactly do you still want?" Li Shenzhou's voice was as calm as water, but it carried an irresistible majesty as he said, "I will spare your life if you cut off the arm that eats fish by yourself." This short sentence was like an order, not to be questioned. When He Kong heard this, he was so angry that his body trembled as he shouted angrily, "Li Shenzhou, you are not too overbearing. Our flood sect is a subordinate sect of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Could it be that you refuse to give even this much face? Can't you understand what I'm saying?" Li Shenzhou's words were icy cold and his right hand was slightly raised, preparing to cast the ascension-robbing light without leaving the slightest bit of leeway. He Kong looked at Li Shenzhou with a look of resentment in his gaze as he gritted his teeth and said, "Li Shenzhou, don't give an inch. Since you're bitterly pressing for it, then don't blame me for being ruthless." He shouted towards the surviving flood sect disciples behind him, "Follow me in casting the flood formation." As you wish. The remaining dozen or so disciples of the flood sect had formed a formation, and with He Kong as the eye of the formation, they executed their sect's unique formation, the Flood Grand Formation. In a flash, the sky and the earth changed color, and all the surrounding water chi was gathering towards the big formation. The Flood Formation was an attack formation of the Flood sect, which could mobilize the water of heaven and earth to form a monstrous flood to attack the opponent, and was extremely powerful. This formation was passed down from the ancient times, and after successive generations of elders had improved it, it had now become extremely powerful. What's wrong with this He Kong? Obviously his strength is not good, but he's still holding on to his life and using a large formation against sinking boat's sun. Shameless. Many female celestial pride had become Li Shenzhou's brainwashed fans and naturally spoke toward him. The male celestial pride, on the other hand, were mostly silent. After all, Li Shenzhou's performance was too dazzling, making them somewhat ashamed of themselves as well. At this moment, He Kong and the other disciples worked their gong methods together, injecting their entire body's spiritual energy into the grand formation. Only a huge vortex appeared in the center of the large formation, and the water vapor around it continued to converge. The power of the flood formation was enough to destroy a city. In the face of such a powerful attack, the crowd of onlookers didn't dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly exerted their magical power to escape far away, fearing that they would be affected by the battle. As time passed, the vortex grew bigger and bigger, gradually turning into a huge wave tens of meters high that swept towards Li Shenzhou. Seeing this, Li Shenzhou's eyes turned cold and he took it seriously, forming seals with both hands and performing the Void Great Hand Seal. Immediately, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a large handprint in the void like a mountain descended from the sky, ruthlessly splitting on top of that huge wave. Only a loud bang was heard, and the huge wave was instantly slapped apart, turning into countless water droplets scattered all around, like rain falling from the sky. However, this is just the beginning. Li Shenzhou executed the heavenly tribulation light again, and a streak of golden light shot into the flood formation, completely destroying the remaining huge waves. Immediately after that, the third and fourth, until the 10th golden light shot out, the entire flood array finally could not withstand the pressure and completely collapsed. He Kong and the other disciples spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out backwards, landing heavily on the ground. Half of the flood sect's disciples were dead or injured, and He Kong was also seriously injured. Li Shenzhou, on the other hand, stood firmly in place, his body exuding a powerful aura like a god of war. The Northern Liang Divine King's son really lives up to his name. It's really strong. Even the flood sect's flood formation is powerless in front of him. I'm afraid that on this trip to the unseen mysteries, only those 4 great celestial prides will be able to contend with them. This battle shocked everyone, especially those male celestial pride who admired Li Shenzhou to the core. Chapter 66 Ancient Sword Dust. Li Shenzhou's long, shiny black hair flew in the wind, flowing and domineering as he led Xia step by step towards the severely injured He Kong. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in the golden light emanating from the supreme bone, and a majestic and incomparable pressure surged out from his body, as if it was going to overwhelm the entire space, causing everyone present to vaguely feel the urge to kneel down and worship in their hearts. What the hell do you want to do? He Kang's face was as pale as paper and filled with horror. He tried with all his might to struggle to stand up, but it was helpless that Li Shenzhou's pressure was too powerful, making it impossible for him to move a single bit. Since you can't afford to break your right arm, then let this son of the world do it for you, Li Shenzhou said expressionlessly, his voice cold and piercing, chilling. As he spoke, he already had an additional sword in his hand that was flashing with a cold light, the 7-treasured dragon chopper sword. As soon as this sword was unsheathed, it immediately exuded a biting coldness and a stern sword aura that made people unable to help but be chilled by it. Tian ranked magic treasure. There was a gasp from the crowd. The crowd stared at the sword in Li Shenzhou's hand with wide eyes, incredulously, their faces filled with surprise and envy. Heaven-ranked magic treasures were rare. It was the first time that many of the small forces' heavenly prides had seen a heavenly ranked magic treasure. Naturally very surprised. However, all of this was more than usual for Shaho. She muttered secretly, "These guys are really a bunch of unseen bumpkins. Just a mere heaven-ranked magic weapon scared them. If they were to know that His Highness the World Prince had an even more powerful holy weapon, wouldn't they have to directly kneel down and make a pilgrimage?" Thinking about this, Xia couldn't help but feel a trace of pride welling up in his heart. After all, being able to follow such a powerful master was truly something to be proud of. Just as Li Shenzhou raised the Seven Treasures dragon cutting sword and was about to cut down He Kang's right arm, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the distance. This energy fluctuation was exceptionally harsh, carrying an endless sword intent, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Sword intent? Li Shenzhou furrowed his brows slightly. His gaze quickly shifted away from above the sky dome and landed back on He Kang. "Stop! Let go of He Kang!" A cold and majestic voice rang out like thunder, shaking the surrounding air with ripples, and even the sky seemed to be trembling. Upon hearing this voice, the people around them revealed shocked expressions, and all their gazes were cast in the direction from which the voice came. A Void God powerhouse? Surprisingly, it's the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. I didn't expect the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land to come in person. This is going to be a good show. Right in the middle of the crowd's murmurs, a figure appeared in front of them. His clothes fluttered like an immortal descending to the mortal world, and with a long sword flashing with cold light under his feet, his entire person exuded an incomparable sword intent. This person was none other than the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, Gu Jianshan. The ancient sword dust saint son really does have the appearance of a sword immortal. Also handsome. Love. The appearance of Gu Jianshan caused the atmosphere of the scene to become lively once again, and many people were meeting this legendary saint's son with the innate sword body for the first time. "Your Excellency is Li Shenzhou, right? If you have to forgive others, why do you have to be so bitter?" Gu Jianshan said with a smile on his face and a gentlemanly demeanor. Li Shenzhou naturally understood the other party's intention, which was nothing more than putting on a moral gentleman's appearance in front of the crowd. "Prepare to kidnap yourself with morality. He's not going to eat that. Your ancient sword dust? I don't know what it is to be forgiving. I only know that if there is an enemy, it will be avenged," Li Shenzhou said indifferently. Gu Jianshan's expression changed slightly, then he changed back to a refined look and said, "He Kang is my friend. How about selling me face? When this son of the world says he wants an arm, he wants an arm. And it's no good even if the god of heaven comes." "Ah, my arm." Before Li Shenzhou's words fell, the long sword in his hand shook and sliced off He Kang's right arm in front of Gu Jianshan. How could Gu Jianshan not expect that the other party would actually make a sudden move and still chop off He Kang's arm in front of him, which made him lose all his face? Where did he care about his refined image? He directly cursed out loud, "Chow, Li Shenzhou, you seek death." As the words fell, the aura on his body violently erupted out, his entire body as if he had transformed into a divine weapon, emitting an endless killing aura that swept towards Li Shenzhou. Unbridled, death to those who dare to strike against our world sun. Right at this moment, two angry shouts rang out, followed by two figures instantly appearing in front of Li Shenzhou, blocking him behind. These two were no one else but Shi Yushi and Duanmu Shui. When they saw that one of the four great celestial pride, Gu Jianshan, dared to make a move against Li Shenzhou, they did not dare to be careless and immediately appeared from the shadows. Seeing two peak Void God Realm powerhouses appear, Gu Jianshan's face sank slightly. He wasn't afraid of the two peak Void God Realm powerhouses on the other side, and he also had Tao protectors in the shadows. Only, he knew very well in his heart that if he rashly made a move at this time, it would probably trigger a fierce battle between the two major forces, and as the secret realm was about to open, a fight at this time would definitely do him more harm than good. Although he was furious in his heart, Gu Jianshan quickly calmed down. After all, a mere He Kang was not worth putting his life on the line for. Thus, he took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart while collecting the aura on his body. Coldly looked at Li Shenzhou and said indifferently, "Li Shenzhou, the secret realm will open soon, so I don't want to entangle with you too much, but when we enter the secret realm, I hope you will have good luck and not run into the saint's son. Otherwise, bear the consequences." "Oh, that's what this world wants to say to you," Li Shenzhou said with a faint smile. "Men, take the injured flood sect disciple away." Gu Jianshan finished viciously and turned around to leave with his sword. "World son, it's all my fault for causing you trouble." He looked at Gu Jianshan's distant back and said with his head lowered as if he was a child who had done something wrong. Li Shenzhou pinched her chin and said in a cloudy manner, "The thing I'm least afraid of is trouble. Go back and give your master a good massage. There's a reward for serving him well." Chapter 67, True Leak Ning Tian arrives. Seeing this scene, the many celestial pride couldn't help but look surprised as they took a deep breath. the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land, that Gu Jianchen, who was known for his overbearing and protective personality, had actually gone soft. This was really unexpected by everyone. Master is sufficiently amazing in both talent and means. To be able to become my master's consort is truly a blessing I cultivated in my previous life. Xia, he said with a dark feeling in his heart. She has the body of a cat spirit. Once she recognized Li Shenzhou as her master, she could no longer tolerate anyone else in her eyes. Li Shenzhou is the heavenly destiny shoveling officer in her heart. This incident, which was originally regarded as a heated conflict by the crowd, was surprisingly calmed down in just a few words. The only injured party was the flood sect's crowd. Li Shenzhou gently waved his sleeve and left the scene with Xia in style. As the flood sect incident came to an end, the news quickly spread throughout the entire Weiyang city, and even to every corner of the northern Huazhou prefecture. Li Shenzhou's overbearing behavior of casually suppressing the entire flood sect and chopping off He Kang's arm in front of the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land, Gu Jianchen, also spread widely among the people. On the south side of Weiyang city, a luxurious pavilion stood in it, with bursts of laughter emanating from within it. There was a group of demon race celestials gathered in the pavilion. They should have each been arrogant and disobedient to each other, but at this moment, they were all starry-eyed around a youth. This young man was dressed in green dragon scale armor. His face was handsome, valiant and formidable, and what was even more remarkable was the pair of shining dragon horns on both sides of his forehead. This youth was no other than the divine son of the South Sea Dragon clan, Long Xiaotian. In the demon race, he was renowned and highly regarded, and was a deservedly supreme heavenly pride, claiming to have the posture of a great emperor. Between the people talking and laughing, a Blackwing Tiger clan's heavenly pride said to Long Xiaotian with a flattering face, "The opening of the unseen mysteries this time is simply a heavenly opportunity sent for you, brother Xiaotian." The other celestial pride on the side also chimed in. "Yes, Lord Godson is wise and valiant. He is my demon race's supreme celestial pride, and with 100 battles dragon body. Who among the younger generation can compete with you, Dragon God's son, the world's #1 heavenly pride?" Inside the building, there was a flurry of compliments, one after the other. Long Xiaotian's identity, background and talent strength were enough to make these untouchable heavenly prides bow down. The 100 battles dragon body was the strongest physique in the South Sea Dragon clan over the past 1,000 years, and the entire dragon clan and even the demon clan had great hopes for it. Whether or not the demon race can control the dominance of the Four Directions immortal region in the future depends on the many demon race celestials led by Long Xiaotian, Lord Godson. On this trip to the secret realm, apart from Yi Wuhu and Gu Jianchen, we also need to be careful of Li Shenzhou of the feathered immortal dynasty before we can do anything else, a heavenly pride said in an untimely manner. At these words, the scene fell silent. The news of Li Shenzhou destroying the flood sect with a single palm strike and chopping off one of He Kang's arms in front of Gu Jianchen had long been rumored, and they naturally knew about it as well. For these heavenly prides, not to mention Gu Jianchen, even He Kang and the others didn't dare to easily mess with them. And Li Shenzhou, who had chopped off He Kang's arm in front of Gu Jianchen, was simply unattainable like the sun in the sky to them. Many people's gazes fell on Long Xiaotian's body in anticipation of his duel with Li Shenzhou. Anyway, it's not a big deal to see what's going on. Long Xiaotian is the divine son of the South Sea Dragon clan. His heart was very calm. His face did not change too much. He picked up the teacup in his hand and slowly sipped it. His eyes became very sharp. Li Shenzhou of the feathered immortal dynasty. He mumbled in his mind. The name of the Northern Liang Divine King's house. Long Xiaotian had heard of it slightly. After all, the people of the Northern Liang Divine King's house had fought with the northern demonic clans in the northern martial immortal region for many years, and there were countless demonic clans that had died in their hands. And the dragon race, as a lineage of ancient demons, was naturally hostile to Li Shenzhou of the Northern Liang Divine King's house lineage. Therefore, when Long Xiaotian heard the name Li Shenzhou, although he looked as normal on the surface, his heart still set off a ripple. Now that Long Xiaotian's 100 battles dragon body was slightly accomplished, he thought that he was rare among the younger generation, so he was eager to meet this world son of the Northern Liang Divine King's house. Seeing the subtle change in Long Xiaotian's complexion, those who were good at reading words immediately spoke up. Li Shenzhou just hasn't encountered the Dragon God's son. If they do, Li Shenzhou will understand what it means to be desperate. That's right. How can these so-called young heavenly prides like Gu Jianchen and He Kang be compared to our Dragon Godchild? Another young heavenly pride also immediately chimed in. Dragon Godchild will definitely kill Li Shenzhou. Finding the ancient dragon bone to refine is the purpose of this trip. If Li Shenzhou doesn't provoke this divine son, there is no need to take the initiative to do so. For the crowd's clamor, Long Xiaotian did not pay attention to. He is not a reckless person. Naturally understand the lesser of the two. Secretly pondered. The ancient dragon bone contained endless ancient divine power. If one could successfully find it and completely refine it, then one's strength would be greatly increased, and even the 100 battles dragon body would be greatly enhanced as a result. Thinking of the ancient dragon bone, Long Xiaotian's face slightly condensed, and light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared within Weiyang City. They were clad in cloaks and hoods and in a hurry. It was none other than Ning Tian and Jialan. They finally arrived at Weiyang City after several days of weathering and sleeping. As soon as they entered the city, the two of them, Ning Tian, heard many murmurs about Li Shenzhou. Many celestial pride, gathered in twos and threes, talked about the news of Li Shenzhou's sword beheading He Kong in front of Gu Jianshan. Hearing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but frown, a wave of displeasure welling up in his heart. Wherever he went, he couldn't seem to get rid of Li Shenzhou's shadow. He couldn't help but secretly think, Li Shenzhou doesn't even have the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land in his sights. He's really wild. Master, hurry up and finish Ning Tian. I want to return to your side so quickly. On the side of Jialan's light veil covering her face, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water. But in her heart she had other plans. Not far from the two, inside the attic where Li Shenzhou was, he was comfortably enjoying the massage and feeding services of the beautiful maids. A cozy scene. Unlike the others, he didn't even need to cultivate as hard as they did, as the 9-state tripod would automatically help him absorb and refine the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In these few days, all of the ancient aura that was continuously released from the unseen secret realm was swallowed and sucked by the tripod of the 9 states, and was quickly refined. Li Shenzhou's cultivation had thus received a huge boost, fatally showing signs of breaking through the void god realm. For him, realm advancement was as easy and natural as drinking water. At this moment, he was more concerned about how to harvest those who possessed great chi. Thinking that he would soon be able to harvest the true Li Ning Tian in the unseen mysterious realm, Li Shenzhou's heart was incomparably excited. He couldn't wait to see Ning Tian's desperate expression, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment as he imagined the scene of trampling Ning Tian under his feet. At this time, Ning Tian was still immersed in the fantasy of raiding Princess Jialan of the Lulan ancient kingdom, oblivious to the fact that he had already become a lamb to be slaughtered in Li Shenzhou's eyes. Chapter 68, The King is Not the King. At this moment, within the pavilion of the Yao Qi immortal sect, Lin Luo had also arrived in Weiyang City and was quietly sitting in her room, tuning her breath and meditating, waiting for the opening of the secret realm. Her clear and stunningly beautiful face looked unusually calm at the moment, as if nothing in the outside world could affect her inner tranquility. Just then, a light footstep came, the door of the room was gently pushed open, and a man wearing a gorgeous robe slowly walked in. He was tall and straight, with a handsome and majestic face, and exuded an air of nobility and majesty. Senior sister Chloe, I heard that your fiancé has also come to Weiyang City, and caused quite a stir. Why don't you go see him? The man asked with a faint smile as the corner of his mouth rose slightly. When Lin Luo heard this, her tightly closed eyes didn't open, and she only replied faintly, Eldest senior brother, the secret realm will open soon, so we'll see each other at that time. This man was none other than the Yaoqi immortal sect's eldest senior brother and also the crown prince of the Yaoji Empire, Xiongchu Mo. He had always harbored love for Lin Luo, and ever since he learned that the other party had been engaged to Li Shenzhou, his heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. Although the Obsidian Empire was not as powerful as the feathered immortal dynasty, as a country's crown prince and future king, Xiongchu Mo thought highly of himself, believing that he was the dragon among men and deserved the best of everything. This fiancé of yours? He offended the heavenly sword Holy Land just after coming to Weiyang City. I'm afraid that the trip to the secret realm will be very unfortunate. Xiongchu Mo smiled contemptuously, then said, Sister, the secret territory is extremely dangerous. The two of us travel together. My cultivation has reached half a step of the void god. We'll be able to protect you from danger. Thank you senior brother for your kindness. I want to try out alone. Lin Luo's words were cold, not giving Xiongchu Mo any chance at all. A flash of color flashed in Xiongchu Mo's eyes, then he said, Alright then, senior sister should be careful. At that moment, a line of words appeared in his mind. The favorability of Lin Luo to the host was minus 10%. After he left, Lin Luo's beautiful eyes slowly opened, the bottom of her eyes showing worry, and she murmured in her heart, Shenzhou, I need to raise my strength as soon as possible so that I can be worthy of you in the future. Thinking of this, she once again closed her eyes and cultivated. 2 days later, more than 100 miles away from Weiyang City, the heaven and earth were filled with visions, while the space of the Weiyang mysterious realm began to tremble violently. A strange aura emanated from within this space, an aura that spread out and shook the entire land of Taihua Prefecture. Above the dome of the sky, several powerful silhouettes manifested. Sword light flashed behind one of the white-browed Taoists, his brows slightly furrowed as he muttered to himself, How could this opening of the unseen mysteries have such a bizarre aura? It's filled with an endless ferocious and violent aura. Another green-robed old man stroked his beard and gazed at the torn space with a grave expression as he replied. Could it be because the ancient heavenly demon sealed in the secret realm released this aura? If that's really the case, should we forcefully cancel this secret realm trial? A chubby middle-aged man said with slight worry. Ha ha, if your everlasting Yi clan is afraid, you can withdraw of your own accord. In the clouds, an old man with a head born with two horns laughed coldly. His tone was full of provocation and mockery. Our clan's divine son, Long Xiaotian, is a great emperor, and his 100 battles dragon body is not afraid of the demonic chi encroachment of any ancient celestial demon. When the Yi clan elder heard the dragon clan elder's words, he was so angry that his face flushed red, and the fat on his face trembled with anger. He retorted defiantly, "Humph, our family's divine son, Yi Wuhu, also possesses the equally powerful Yen Thunder battle body, which is even more of a nemesis for demons." A royal elder of the Phoenix Immortal Dynasty also expressed his opinion at this time. He said in a deep voice, "We cultivators are supposed to go against the heavens. How can we forge a supreme Tao heart when we know it's difficult to retreat?" This statement resonated with the crowd in the room, and everyone nodded their heads in agreement. After some discussion, the crowd eventually reached a consensus and decided not to interfere, allowing their respective heavenly prides to head to the secret realm for trials as usual. Is the secret realm open? Li Shenzhou stood on top of the attic with his hands on his back, gazing into the distance, his eyes deep as if he could penetrate the void and see the mystery. His body exuded a powerful aura that people couldn't help but look at him. At the same time, the other celestial pride also noticed the abnormality of the secret realm. They had packed up and prepared properly, and set off towards the entrance of the secret realm with excitement and anticipation. And within a certain inn in Weiyang City, Ning Tian was sitting quietly in his room as he had prepared everything. His gaze was steely, revealing a firm resolve. The secret realm of the unseen is surely a place of opportunity for this imperial prince, he whispered to himself, a confident gleam in his eyes. At the same time, on the other side of the hidden mist forest where the secret realm was located, a woman in black was walking with her wings up. She was extremely fast, like a black lightning bolt, weaving between the trees. This woman was none other than the Bodhisattva Nu of the Demon Wing clan. She was clad in black clothes and black armor, wrapping her slender and fit delicate body. Her face was beautiful and not too heroic, giving her a different kind of charm. The secret realm has finally opened. I must seize the battle demon lance and finish off the northern Liang God King's seventh son. Bodhisattva Nu raised her willow eyebrows and swore in her heart. In the misty hidden forest, with the arrival of the heaven's pride, the originally quiet atmosphere was gradually broken and became lively. Among them, the most notable one was undoubtedly the precious carriage pulled by the four-headed dragon. This precious carriage landed in the open space in the forest as steady as Mount Taishan, immediately attracting the gazes of many celestial pride. Under the eyes of countless curious, jealous and awe-inspiring eyes, Li Shenzhou slowly walked out. In the crowd, one figure stood out. He was dressed in robes and a hood that hid his face in the shadows. This person was none other than Ning Tian. His gaze was dead set on the luxurious carriage, the fire of endless hatred burning in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Li Shenzhou, this time the secret realm is your burial place." The woman standing beside him, however, was of a different mind. She was lightly veiled and beautiful, but the emotions revealed in her eyes were very different from Ning Tian's. She looked at Li Shenzhou and silently chanted in her heart, "Master, Shulan misses you so much." Before long, the entire misty forest was already packed with people, and the atmosphere was so enthusiastic that it seemed like it was about to boil over. People were talking excitedly, looking forward to the upcoming journey to the secret world. "That's Li Shenzhou? Sure is a show-off." The person who spoke was Yi Wuhui, who stood not far away, guided by Lung Chang, and was gazing at Li Shenzhou, who was surrounded by the crowd. A faint trace of killing intent surfaced on his face. Since the beginning of time, the king has not seen the king. Even if there was no commission from the Grand Prince, Yi Wuxia would never tolerate someone being so ostentatious in front of him. Chapter 69 Traveling to the Secret World. As a traveler, Li Shenzhou's mental power was already far beyond normal people, and with the addition of the Supreme Bone, he detected several unkind eyes. "Master, that person is the divine son of the everlasting Yi family, Yi Waowu. He possesses the Inferno Thunder battle body and his cultivation has also reached the Void God realm. You have to be more careful with him." Duan Mushui sensed that the other party's eyes were not kind and reminded Li Shenzhou, "He seems to be hostile to me." Li Shenzhou said in disbelief, "I saw Lang Cheng's figure beside Yi Wuhu just now. He's a subordinate of the Grand Prince. There's something fishy about it in the slightest." "Grand Prince? Looks like the leaks are growing." Li Shenzhou's gaze sized up Yi Wuhu in the distance as if he was looking at a lamb to the slaughter. and Yi Woohoo's eyes also fell on Li Shenzhou's body. His face hung with a tinge of gravity. Li Shenzhou appeared to only be at the peak of the Seal King realm on the surface, but it caused Yi Woohoo to have a feeling of scorn. His gaze turned to Duan Shui next to him, his expression immediately greedy. When this bastard saw a beautiful woman, he wanted to possess it, let alone a supreme beauty like Duan Shui. Duan Shui also detected the obscenity in Yi Woohoo's gaze. Her face was icy cold and she really wanted to go up and give him a sword. Buzz. A vicissitude buzzing sound suddenly erupted from the depths of the misty hidden forest. The voice seemed to have traveled through endless years, carrying an ancient and mysterious power that shook everyone's heart. At the same time, it was visible to the naked eye that just at that mysterious place, a huge spatial rift was actually hardened and torn open. This rift was like the mouth of a hideous beast, devouring everything around it and emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. An ancient aura accompanied by a large amount of bizarre aura filled out from that crack. The aura was ancient and deep, as if it contained endless wisdom and power, making people feel in awe. The secret realm is open. I don't know who shouted out, and the eyes of the crowd gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. When the thousands of celestial pride gathered here saw this scene, their faces all showed colors of heat and anticipation. They knew that this secret realm was a great opportunity for the vast majority of people. Not only are there precious cultivation resources in here, but it may also hide supreme techniques and treasures, making it a great event of heavenly pride that is rarely encountered in the Four Directions Immortal region. Therefore, everyone wants to get into it and get their own opportunities. Ha ha, I'll go first. I don't know which one of the heavenly pride from that power laughed out loud and couldn't wait to rush towards the entrance of the secret realm. His figure was like electricity. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the entrance to the secret realm. However, seeing this person being so reckless, Li Shenzhou's mouth revealed a touch of ridicule. Roar! Before this person could get close to the entrance of the secret realm, only a furious roar could be heard. A giant python more than 10 feet tall flew out violently from the forest. Its eyes were red. Its body exuded black aura. It opened its bloody mouth, and with a single bite, it stopped this heavenly pride from biting. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and this celestial pride couldn't even utter a miserable scream before he was already killed. His body was swallowed by the python and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this bloody scene, the other people's faces immediately changed drastically, and they stopped their steps, not daring to go forward again easily. How could such a powerful demonic beast appear here? Didn't they say that the ones in the misty hidden forest are all low-ranked demonic beasts with docile personalities? This giant python is at the very least a Seal King realm existence. The many heavens pride with slightly weaker cultivation levels muttered secretly in their hearts, their faces filled with shock. Just as the crowd hesitated over it, Li Shenzhou said faintly, "Let's go." After saying that, his figure flashed and he brought along the three of them, Duan Shui and Xia He, and together they sped off in the direction of the entrance to the secret realm. That's the Northern Liang God King's son? At this moment, the huge python was emitting a thick black hostile aura. Seeing another person coming, it let out a low hissing sound. Then the huge body, which was more than 10 feet long, swiftly swept towards Li Shenzhou and the others. However, in just an instant, only seeing Li Shenzhou lift his little finger, a bright and dazzling golden light suddenly shot out, accompanied by a loud bang. The flaunting python in front of him was directly pierced through his head, killing him on the spot. Worthy of being the Northern Liang God King's son, he was able to kill a Seal King realm demonic beast with a single strike. A certain sex pride couldn't help but exclaim. For Li Shenzhou's strength, most people had only heard about it, and after actually seeing it, they were all very shocked inwardly, lamenting the reputation. Obviously, he was only at the peak of the Seal King realm, but he easily resolved the Seal King realm demonic beasts with a single strike. When Yi Woohoo saw Li Shenzhou make a move, he immediately couldn't hold back and his face sank. "Let's go too." Immediately, he brought his clansman's heavenly pride and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. He also struck out flatly, his left hand condensing flames and his right hand condensing heavenly thunder. Pushing out flatly, the flames intertwined with the thunder and lightning, and easily disposed of a giant bear in front of him. Again, it was a no-brainer. The Yi clan's divine son is so strong. The Inferno Thunder battle body really isn't something to sneeze at, and his strikes are just overbearing. That's not true. Yi Wuxi is known as the everlasting Yi family's once-in-a-thousand-years wunderkind, and the family has poured all their efforts into cultivating him. So naturally, he deserves his invincible name. Many of the Yi family's fans began to brag about it, and at this moment, more forces also made their moves. Some of them were good at sword arts, some were good at boxing, and some were good at spells, each of them performing their own stunts and rushing towards the entrance of the secret realm. For a time, the entire scene became exceptionally lively. with various rays of light and energy intertwining together to form a spectacular scene. Quickly look! Who is that black-robed person? The strength is so strong. I haven't seen this person before. Some people began to notice Ning Tian and couldn't help but let out an emotion. Ning Tian was afraid of being discovered by Li Shenzhou and his men, and had been wearing a black robe with a hood, not daring to show his true face. He performed the 9 transformations of the divine demon and transformed into a tiger demon. His body surged with enormous power and easily killed several Seal Marquis realm demonic beasts, drawing the attention of the crowd. With his character, he really wanted to take off his robe and loudly tell the crowd, "Old me is Ning Tian, the imperial prince of Great Qian. All come and worship me. I'm the son of Qi." However, Immortal Cloud had long ago warned him that he must not expose himself or he would die without a burial site. Reason still prevails over braggadocio. Li Shenzhou, who was preparing to enter the secret realm in the distance, glanced at Ning Tian from afar, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What a cute treasure-seeking mouse, still fantasizing about entering the secret realm to find a chance, then pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger to defeat himself to win a beauty? Li Shenzhou thought to himself, ideals are plump, but reality is bony. Really take this Shitsi as those low-level villains who forcefully lower their intelligence than you? A leak has to have the awareness of a leak. Jia. Misery, misery, misery. 10 days out of the chow hall and the volume is gone. But I'm not giving up. Chapter 70, Weirdness. Detected Ning Tian's hostility towards the host. Gained, emotion value plus 200. Ning Tian thought to himself that Li Shenzhou was in the light and he was in the dark. Unbeknownst to him, all his actions were under the control of the other side. Ning Leak, give you one last chance to dream. When you wake up from your dream, this sun will tell you how cruel the present world is. The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of cunning. Over here, Ning Tian brought Jia Lan all the way across the border to cut down the demons, heading straight for the secret realm. His face was resolute and his expression was slightly excited, because the black-backed tiger essence blood that he had just killed was exactly what he needed to raise his demonic tiger transformation to the great perfection. Li Shenzhou, Tang Euro, the Empress, all of you wait for me. When I cultivate the 9 transformations of the divine devil to the great perfection, I will double back everything I have lost. Ning Tian confidently believed that with his fortune, his rise to power was just around the corner. Within the misty forest, battles were erupting everywhere. Countless celestial pride led by Li Shenzhou, Yi Wuhu and Ning Tian fought bloody battles with the frenzied demonic beasts. The heavenly prides of the major powers suffered considerable casualties. I really envy those heavenly prides who are dependent on great powers. They have strong protectors, but we can only fight alone here. A heavenly pride from a second-rate power looked into the distance, bathed in blood, and muttered. He was facing a berserk demonic beast alone, his heart filled with helplessness and envy. These demonic beasts were so powerful that it took him all his strength to kill them. It was different for those big powers, who were under the shelter of powerful people and easily traversed the misty forest unharmed. On the other side, Li Shenzhou was like a god of war on the ground, leading a group of disciples and vassals of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion as if they were in no man's land. They traveled alone, and wherever they went, demonic beasts fell to the ground. Li Shenzhou's battle power was amazing, and the demonic beasts he encountered in front of him were all killed in a single blow. Every strike he made shook the people around him. Even though his cultivation was only at the peak of the Seal King realm, his fighting strength far exceeded that of cultivators of the same rank, and even the old men in the void began to wonder if he was hiding his true cultivation. Many people speculated that Li Shenzhou might have already reached the late stage of the Void God realm and was just deliberately suppressing his realm. However, as the crowd got closer and closer to the entrance of the secret realm, the rampaging demonic beasts in turn became the easiest problem to solve. This was because a bizarre aura was constantly coming out of the entrance, a creepy aura that seemed to be able to devour everything. Some of the weaker spirituality and lower cultivation heaven's pride were soon eroded by this aura. Their eyes became crimson, losing their minds, bloodthirsty and berserk, and they began to launch indiscriminate attacks on the people around them. These heavenly prides were originally the best of the best among the various forces, but now they had turned into terrifying monsters. The situation became more and more chaotic, and the crowd had to fight these eroded celestial pride. At the same time, more celestial pride was also affected and fell into a frenzy. For a while, an aura of blood filled the air and the scene was chaotic. Li Shenzhou was already gifted, being a heavenly Yuan Taoist body, and blessed with the supreme bone. At this moment, his body was shrouded in golden light, and all evils were invincible. Facing those disciples of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion as well as the heavenly pride of the affiliated forces who had been eroded by the strangeness and lost their sanity, he didn't hesitate to swing his sword to kill them. For these people who couldn't even resist the bizarre power, Li Shenzhou thought they were useless and didn't even deserve his pity. Ho ho! Just as Li Shenzhou was beheading a berserk disciple, a low hissing sound suddenly came from beside him. The crowd looked over at the sound of the voice, and a look of shock appeared on their faces, only to see that the Iron Palm Gang's leader, Zhou Qianren, surprisingly failed to resist the bizarre erosion as well and fell into a berserk state. His eyes were red, his veins bulged, his face was hideous, and hot air spewed out of his mouth like an evil spirit as he stared angrily at Li Shenzhou. Waste, Li Shenzhou said with a disdainful face. That's Iron Palm Gang's Zhou Qianren. He's a half-step void god realm powerhouse. I didn't expect that he'd also be eroded by the bizarre power. His current target seems to be Li Shenzhou. It seems like this Shuangless world son is going to be in trouble. The surrounding celestial pride let out exclamations of shock, clearly shocked and worried by what was happening in front of them. However, Li Shenzhou was undaunted, his eyes filled with confidence and indifference. Seiji, be careful. After the words, Duanmu Shui blocked in front of Li Shenzhou with an instantaneous body roar. Zhou Qianren was originally a person with a violent personality, although he didn't dare to say it outwardly. Inwardly he was filled with jealousy and resentment towards Li Shenzhou. At this moment, he finally exploded, and the first person he wanted to kill in his heart was Li Shenzhou. He roared loudly and lunged towards Li Shenzhou, and along the way, he even chopped down a few celestials who tried to block him. This scene attracted everyone's attention, and everyone focused their eyes on this area. Chloe, your fiancé seems to have messed with a very tricky guy. Ha ha. Xiong Chomo said mockingly with a hint of gloating on his face. Ding. Xiong Chomo was gloating over the host, gaining emotion value plus 100. Is there a new leak to harvest? The system beep sounded and the corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth lifted up in an arc. The more leaks the better, and he doesn't mind more than one bear. However, Lin Luo wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him at all, and only looked anxiously at the distant area. Even though she knew that Li Shenzhou was surrounded by numerous experts to protect him, her heart still could not be calmed and she felt immensely worried. The experts around Li Shenzhou shot out in an attempt to stop Zhou Qianren's attack. However, Zhou Qianren had fallen into a state of madness at this point, and was so powerful that it was difficult to resist. He waved the weapon in his hand and kept launching fierce attacks at Li Shenzhou, causing the crowd to go all out to deal with it. Li Shenzhou wouldn't really be killed by this madman, right? In that case, wouldn't it be too cheap for him? Ning Tian stood on the sidelines and watched coldly, a complex emotion surprisingly surging in his heart. At the same time, Jia Lan's light veil covered her face. Her stunning face revealed a hint of nervousness, and her heart could not help but sweat for Li Shenzhou. She secretly prayed, Master, be careful. Li Shenzhou, don't die. I'm counting on your head to make a big profit. Yu Wuxi here looked at Li Shenzhou and softly chanted with his mouth. When Duanmu Shui saw that the crowd couldn't stop Zhou Qianren, she swayed and raised her sword towards him, daring Zhou Qianren, daring to offend the world's son, a crime punishable by death. Her sword was like a poisonous snake, snaking and coiling around her opponent's defenses and towards Zhou Qianren's vitals. The berserk Zhou Qianren had already lost the ability to fear, and in the face of a strike from a late-stage void god realm powerhouse, he didn't dodge or flash, allowing Duanmu Shui to pierce through his body with a sword. He violently grabbed the long sword with his hand, then slashed out towards Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui had never seen such a life-threatening fight. Somewhat caught off guard, facing the incoming blade, hurriedly dropped his long sword and dodged away. Zhou Qianren didn't even care about Duanmu Shui, allowing the long sword to be stuck in himself, and rushed towards Li Shenzhou like a madman. Master, be careful. In the face of Zhou Qianren, who was running like a devil, Li Shenzhou was as normal and had no fear, only to see him slowly raise his hand and flick his fingers. The supreme bone in front of his chest instantly blossomed with a dazzling light. Countless mysterious runes sprang out, and majestic golden mana shot out like a pike. This was none other than the divine ability of the supreme bone, the ascendant robbing light. The heavenly robbing light was like a surging golden torrent, carrying endless might and instantly penetrating Zhou Qianren's body. Zhou Qianren yelled up to the sky. His body violently flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. However, surprisingly, despite his body being pierced through by the heaven's robbing light, he didn't die immediately, but instead continued to go berserk, exuding a bizarre aura from his body. What in the world happened? How is it possible to receive such a fatal injury and still not die? Someone asked in shock. I'm afraid this has something to do with that weird power. Maybe he's already dead, just that his body is still controlled by some kind of power. Another person guessed. How terrifying. Fortunately I have a magic treasure on me that can protect the divine soul. Someone said thankfully. Chapter 71, Revenge for You. Roar. Zhou Qianren's body was haunted with a black bizarre aura, just like a wild beast, roaring and lunging towards Li Shenzhou. His eyes glittered with a hideous light, the muscles on his body were taut, his veins bulged like earthworms, and his power seemed to be ripping the entire world apart. no one is allowed to make a move. Seeing this, Xiaohe and a few others did not hesitate to prepare to rush forward, but they were stopped in their tracks by a cold shout from Li Shenzhou. At this moment, all of the heavens pride in the arena coincidentally turned their gazes this way, and they were full of anticipation for this fierce battle. As for Feng Yanran and the others who had just arrived here, an incredulous look appeared on their faces when they saw this shocking scene. In the face of the ferociously pouncing Qiu Qianren, Li Shenzhou's expression remained as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. He slowly raised his right hand, only to see a huge palm gradually coalesce and take shape in the void. Above that palm, runes flickered, emitting a majestic and intimidating power as lofty as a mountain. The crowd present could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, marveling at the great strength displayed by Li Shenzhou. A martial skill of this level should at least be of the heavenly rank or above, right? Li Shenzhou pinched his right hand, and as he did so, the Void Palm Prince suddenly erupted with a majestic aura that suppressed everything in the heavens and earth, just like a huge mountain falling from the sky. Rumble, accompanied by a deafening roar, that palm slapped down fiercely towards Qiu Qianren with the momentum of a taishan pressing down on an egg. Once the Void Seal is released, it can suppress everything under the sun. This palm carries an unparalleled might. Qiu Qianren felt the terrifying pressure coming from the top of his head. His face changed greatly. He was too late to dodge. He could only watch as that palm came down like a five-fingered mountain. Bang! The huge palm fell like a five-fingered mountain, and Qiu Qianren's body was slapped into meat paste without a doubt, blood splattering everywhere and staining the surrounding ground. Even if he was eroded by the weirdness, he could never be resurrected at this point. Seeing Li Shenzhou's strike, slapping the berserk Qiu Qianren who possessed the immortal body into a meat cake with a single strike, the entire room was shocked. Feng Yanran's eyes showed an expression of appreciation. In her heart, she murmured, only a character like Li Shenzhou is worthy of becoming this princess's son-in-law. Her eyes flickered with light and there was a hint of a tender look in her gaze towards Li Shenzhou. Ding! Detected that Feng Yanran's favorability towards the host has increased. Gained, emotional value plus 200. The system's beep sounded. The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth slightly raised. It seems that this Feng Yanran is also a person who possesses good fortune. In that case, be a good leak to yourself for earning emotional value. Ning Tian on this side watched Li Shenzhou out of the limelight. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes full of cynicism, and there was also more than a hint of fear. He could not accept Li Shenzhou pretending in front of him, especially pretending so successfully. Ding! Detecting a hint of fear from Ning Tian towards the host, gaining, emotional value plus 200. Ning Tian didn't expect Li Shenzhou to be a lot more powerful than before, and had thought that he would have a 70% chance of winning against Li Shenzhou after he possessed the 9 transformations of the Divine Devil. However, the reality shocked and horrified him. Now, it seemed that he was afraid that it was not even 10%, which made him even more determined that he must obtain more chances, especially obtaining the ancient divine beast essence blood to raise the level of the divine demon 9 transformations. He knew he couldn't sit around any longer. He had to do something. Li Shenzhou really is very hidden. No wonder this asshole Jiang Bobing doesn't dare to do it himself. Yi Wufei looked at Li Shenzhou, who was like an exiled immortal approaching the earth, and his brows were also slightly furrowed. He realized that Li Shenzhou's strength far exceeded his imagination. He had thought that he could easily finish him off by holding Duanmu Shui by his side, but now it did not seem so easy. Ding! Detected that Yi Wuxi has a hint of scorn for the host. Gained, emotional value plus 200. Jealousy? My son will be your nightmare. Getting involved with the Grand Prince will be the most regrettable decision you've ever made in your life. Li Shenzhou glanced at Yi Wuhu from afar, a touch of cunning appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yi Wuhu's divine sense was very strong, and he was keenly aware of Li Shenzhou looking at him, and his heart was shaken. Above the void, those major powerhouses hidden in the shadows had different expressions when they saw this scene. Some of them were surprised, some marveled, and some showed a thoughtful look. As for Li Yuanba, the supreme elder of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion, he held his beard in his hand and said cheerfully, "Boat's son is just too low-key. From today onwards, I declare that my grandson also has the stature of a great emperor." His words attracted the attention of the people around him, and the faces of the 2 great elders of the Yi clan and the Dragon clan became very ugly as they felt like they had a lump in their throats as they muttered, "It's just killing a half-step void god madman. What's there to show off?" Their voices were not loud, but they clearly reached everyone's ears. When Li Yuanba heard this, his eyes turned cold, turned his head to look at them and said coldly, "What? Are you guys not convinced?" There was a hint of provocation in his tone that made people feel a chill. The 2 elders of the Yi clan and the Dragon clan glanced at each other. They knew that now was not the time to argue with Li Yuanba. They could only endure his provocations in silence. Old Li too. The secret realm hasn't even gone in yet. Don't be too happy, the Yi family elder said in a salty manner. He didn't want to offend the Li family, but he couldn't let him steal the limelight alone. Ding! Detected that the demon wing clan goddess Bodhisattva Nu was hostile to the host. Gained, emotion value plus 200. Demon winged clan? Bodhisattva slaves? Why is that name so familiar? Li Shenzhou's heart suddenly stirred, remembering the Kunlun slave that he had previously used and killed. That guy seems to be an elder of the demon wing clan. Could it be that this Bodhisattva slave in front of him had some connection with him? She's here to seek revenge? It's still a leek with its own chi. If that's the case, it's really a fat meat delivered to your mouth. So you'll be sorry if you don't eat it. Thinking of this, Li Shenzhou's eyes began to search the area. Finally, he spotted a valiant woman in black in the crowd. The woman had a pair of wings on her back, and was obviously none other than Bodhisattva Nu herself. You are Li Shenzhou? Bodhisattva Nu noticed Li Shenzhou's eyes resting on himself, so he faintly opened his mouth and asked. Li Shenzhou smiled faintly and collected his own aura, then took a few steps forward to Bodhisattva Nu and asked with a cordial smile. This girl, have we met before? In fact, he knew it very well in his heart, but deliberately pretended not to recognize the other party. I am a divine daughter of the Demon Wing clan, named Bodhisattva Nu. Bodhisattva Nu's words carried a hint of arrogance that belonged to her. This made Li Shenzhou somewhat appreciative, and his gaze recklessly scrutinized on the other party. May I ask what the goddess is looking for my son for? He asked, feigning innocence. Seeking revenge on you. Chapter 72, Birdman. Shut up. A few black lines immediately surfaced on Li Shenzhou's face, and he muttered in his heart, this demon goddess is really a tiger. Actually daring to say such words in front of so many of his people. It really doesn't seem to have taken a social beating. He couldn't help but shake his head, rather feeling that this demon goddess had a few moments of naivety and cuteness. It's a pity to kill her. Let's teach her a lesson and take her in as a maid. Hearing this demonic woman threaten to take revenge on Li Shenzhou, Duan Mushui immediately turned cold and chided. Bold demonic person, how dare you speak out of your mouth? You're simply seeking your own death. Before the words left her mouth, she did not hesitate to slap out a palm towards Bodhisattva slave. Bodhisattva Nu obviously did not expect Duan Mushui to suddenly strike, and when she realized the danger it was already too late to dodge. It was only Duan Mushui's palm wind that was incomparably strong, carrying a powerful might that caused Bodhisattva Nu to feel a palpitation in his heart. She tried to dodge with all her might, but her movements were obviously a beat slower due to the influence of Duan Mushui's powerful pressure. Just then, Duan Mushui's palm struck Bodhisattva Nu's body like lightning. The Bodhisattva slave let out a miserable scream, and his entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, finally falling hard onto the ground. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, obviously not lightly injured. If it were any other day, Duan Mushui would definitely not show any mercy and directly put the Bodhisattva slave to death. But right now, Li Shenzhou did not give the order to kill the Bodhisattva slave, so she did not dare to kill him easily. Detected Bodhisattva slave's resentment towards the host +1. Reward, emotion value +100. Stop. Who dares to bully my fiancé? Before Li Shenzhou could open his mouth to speak, a long whistle rang out from the sky. The sound was like a loud bell that resounded throughout the misty hidden forest, and the misty hidden forest shook as a result, only to see a silhouette sprinting from the other side of the forest. His speed was extremely fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the crowd. This person was as stout as an iron tower. His body was gnarled with muscles and filled with a sense of power. He rode an iron-eating beast, which had a huge body like a small mountain and emitted a powerful aura. The man's face was hideous, with a face like a crab cap, hair like blazing fire, and a pair of eyes like copper bells, flashing with a ferocious light that made people shudder. It's the remnant deity of the heavenly demon hall. Quite a few celestial pride recognized the other party's identity and exclaimed in shock. Why is he here too? Someone asked in surprise. The heavenly demon hall was a great sect of the devil Dao that even immortal Dao lineages such as the northern martial Dao palace and the Yaoqi immortal sect were afraid of. It was rumored that a long time ago, the heavenly demon hall, as the leader of the devil Dao, had once led the 10 great devil sect to attack the 4 directions immortal region, invincible and unrivaled. In the end, the major forces formed an alliance, and it was only at the cost of over a dozen sage realm powerhouses that the heavenly demon hall and the 10 great demon sects were repelled. Since the last war between the righteous and the devil, the heavenly demon hall retreated back to the heavenly abyss and rarely ventured into the 4 great immortal domains in the past 1,000 years. Now, the appearance of the remnant deity had caused the crowd to look at it. Remnant Gang's eyes emitted azure-colored light, as bright and dazzling as stars, as he stared tightly at Li Shenzhou, his voice exploding like thunder. The people of the Northern Liang Divine King's mansion should have deserved to die, and now that they dared to injure my fiancé, they are even more guilty of an unforgivable crime. When Bodhisattva Nu heard this, her face instantly became incredibly ugly. She glared at Remnant Gang and snorted coldly. Remnant Gang? Who is your fiancé? Have I ever promised? The disabled gang, however, looked innocent and scratched his head, showing a silly smile towards Bodhisattva Nu, saying, Noor, it doesn't matter if you didn't agree. I can wait. Bodhisattva Nu sighed helplessly. Facing such a persistent remnant gang, she really couldn't communicate with it. Right at this moment, the demonic wind whistled, and accompanied by a shrill cry, a huge 9-headed monster bird flew in like it was covering the sky. Its wings unfolded as if they were dark clouds, striking fear into the heart. This strange bird's eyes were like gold, but they were permeated with a creepy coldness, and the rich bloodbath aura emanating from its surroundings was even more terrifying to the hearts of many of the human celestials present. The 9 phoenixes? That was a lineage of demon race that had been renowned in the ancient times, and its fierce reputation was by no means comparable to that of the northern demon race, and this great demon with a demonic aura in front of him was none other than the pride of the 9 Phoenix clan. Wu Hao. The 9 phoenixes were known for their tyrannical nature. They loved to devour the human race as a blood meal, and they didn't even spare other weak demon races. At this moment, Wu Hao's huge body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a young man dressed in black. An eerie hostility permeated his face, making it intimidating. Li Shenzhou sighed lightly and muttered in his heart, I just want to come and harvest Ning Tian as a leek. How come there are so many little characters who don't know how to die and come out to make trouble? He helplessly shrugged his shoulders, then responded in a bland tone. Who knows? If a small demon race dares to intrude on the borders of the human race, it will just be destroyed. Even if your 9 Phoenix clan dares to intrude on the feathered immortal dynasty, it can just be overthrown with a show of hands. Upon hearing these words, both Remnant Gang and Wu Hao couldn't help but freeze. They never expected Li Shenzhou to be so arrogant and cocky. Seek death. Li Shenzhou's eye for an eye attitude caused Wu Hao, the bird man, to be completely shaken. It originally only wanted to show off its tongue and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, the purpose of this trip was the Yuan Feng essence blood within the secret area. But Li Shenzhou didn't give it any steps at all and came up to block the way back. If it doesn't teach the other side a lesson, how can it lose face? Wu Hao's breath around the body steeply soared. The body shape of a sheikh, the back of the wings, the neck grows 9 heads, each ferocious god, hideous and incomparable. Demonic wind filled the air, scraping the surrounding trees to the east. Some cultivation is a little weak. Heavenly pride can only take out the body protection magic treasure to resist. The Beiliang Divine King House's son is really brave. He even dares to mess with the ancient demon race. All of them possess powerful bloodlines and have great magical powers, a heavenly pride said. Wu Hao looked at Li Shenzhou. A trace of contempt and disdain flashed in his eyes. Tiny human race. You don't know the heights of heaven. Do you think you are great? How dare you disrespect me? Today I will let you know the power of the ancient demon race. After saying that, with a wave of Wu Hao's wings, countless black feathers shot towards Li Shenzhou like arrows. Each feather contained a terrifying power as if it could penetrate the void. Seeing this, the corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. Sculpting small skills. How dare you show off? He raised his hands and an invisible force erupted from his hands, blocking all those black feathers. Then, he gently lifted his right hand, and instantly, a large palm in the void appeared in front of Wu Hao, and his palm transformed into a fist as he blasted out with an endless might. Wu Hao's face changed, and he hurriedly blocked his arms in front of his body at the vital points to ward off this void great handprint. Rumble! The fist landed heavily on its body, shaking it back more than 10 steps. Wu Hao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Li Shenzhou to be so powerful. If he didn't resist that punch just now, even if he was an ancient demon bloodline with an incomparably strong physical body, he was afraid that he would be injured quite a bit. It didn't dare to take the other party lightly anymore and decided to go all out to fight Li Shenzhou. It's so annoying that he got loaded again. Equals 3. Ning Tian watched with cold eyes and couldn't help but bellyache when he saw Li Shenzhou easily repel the ancient demon race. He really didn't want to admit that he was jealous of the other party's strong background, handsome looks, and powerful strength. As a son of Qi, all of this should have belonged to him. Well, when this son says he can easily bounce you, he means he can easily bounce you. Li Shenzhou's tone was bland, as if he didn't take Wu Hao seriously at all. How could Wu Hao endure such humiliation? He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame, which quickly grew in size and formed a huge firebird that swooped towards Li Shenzhou. The corner of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly. Undaunted, his right hand raised again, his little finger flashed with light, a golden light like a long sword chopped towards the firebird. A brilliant golden light cut through the void, splitting the firebird in half. Wu Hao was shocked when he saw that his attack had been cracked once again. It knew it couldn't go on like this. It had to make a desperate move to do so. Thus, it let out a long whistle up to the sky. its whole body emitting a dazzling light. And its 9 heads simultaneously spewed out a colorful ray of light that intertwined together to form a huge net of light that enveloped towards Li Shenzhou. This is the 9-colored trapped immortal net. Some knowledgeable prides recognized this as one of the bloodline aptitudes of the 9 Phoenix clan at a glance. It was said that back then, the 9 Phoenix ancestor had used this divine ability to exterminate many ancient immortals. Li Shenzhou felt the power of this light net and his face became slightly more serious. He pinched his hands, and with that, his breath changed steeply. Golden light filled his body, and 2 large palms of emptiness appeared in midair, and they were wrapped in countless runes, which was very mysterious, and gave people an impulse to want to worship. Chapter 73, The 9-Colored Immortal Trap. This divine ability of mine is something even a void god powerhouse would have to be trapped in, so prepare to die. Any heavenly pride under the void god, as long as they were deeply trapped in the 9-colored immortal trapping net, they would surely die, with no way of survival. Wu Hao's 9 pairs of gold-like eye pupils blossomed with divine aura, urging the 9-colored immortal trap net to fall towards Li Shenzhou. The corners of Li Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly. He didn't even apply the protective golden light, he just gently lifted his hands, urging 2 large palms of the void to meet the 9-colored trapped immortal net. Trying to use a void palm against the 9-colored immortal trapping net is really looking for death. Wu Hao sneered. However, in the next second, all 9 pairs of golden eyes of Wu Hao froze, and even his wings stopped stirring. Not only him, but the entire room had surprised expressions and stared at this with wide eyes. Li Shenzhou's large palm in the void actually blocked the 9-colored trapped immortal net, and after a short stalemate, the net began to break. What? How is that possible? Wu Hao looked incredulous. The 9-colored immortal trap net was his mastery. Even heaven-ranked magic treasures couldn't easily cause damage to it. And this big hand in the void actually caused damage to it? One had to know that what he had cast was not an ordinary void great handprint, but a powerful divine ability that contained the power of the laws, not to mention the golden light of the supreme bone. At this moment, Li Shenzhou's great handprints in the void were like 2 lofty mountains, steadily catching the 9-colored immortal trapping net. The 9-colored light in the net flickered continuously, and it was constantly crumbling from the tearing of the great handprint in the void. Wu Hao's eyes were wide with disbelief. He didn't expect that the 9-colored trapped immortal net that he was so proud of would be blocked so easily by his opponent. Not only that, Li Shenzhou's void great handprint was gradually holding the 9-colored immortal trapping net apart, as if it was going to tear it apart. As time passed, the cracks in the 9-colored immortal trapping net grew more and more, and eventually it completely crumbled apart. Countless colored fragments drifted in the air like brilliant fireworks. At this moment, the whole room was silent. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Any other means? Li Shenzhou sneered, as if looking at a mole cricket looking at Wu Hao, who was full of shock, his body's aura getting stronger and stronger. Knowing full well that many of his villainous predecessors had died from talking too much, he had learned from these sad experiences and lessons, and never beeped more than he could. He gently raised his right hand, and a golden light shot out from his fingertips, the runes surging and the haze shining brightly, like a round of golden sun. This light instantly struck one of Wu Hao's heads, and the heavenly roving light easily penetrated his skull. Immediately, blood spurted out, and Wu Hao let out a miserable scream. He covered the penetrated head in agony, his voice tearing and chilling. Even though Wu Hao possessed 9 heads and losing one of them would not result in death. However, the pain was unbearable. Ah, damn human race! Wu Hao's miserable scream echoed in the air, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. He originally thought that he could easily defeat this human race, but now he realized that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. Ha ha, worthy of being the unicorn son of my Li family. Well done. The Li family's supreme elder couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this scene. His face was beaming with pride and satisfaction, as if he was immensely proud of Li Shenzhou's performance. In this world of great strife, the only way to survive is to be ruthless. The other powerhouses witnessed this, and their faces became cloudy. They originally thought that Li Shenzhou's cultivation level was not high and should be easy to deal with, but now they realized that they were wrong. The strength displayed by the other party terrified them, especially with his endless array of divine abilities. Li Shenzhou didn't have any extra words at all and directly shot the 2 supreme bones in his pinky bone and ribs at the same time to shoot out the ascended robbery light. This killing golden light was as swift as a bolt of lightning, once again shooting out both of Wu Hao's heads. Wu Hao's miserable scream echoed throughout the forest, as if it was going to tear through this space, causing everyone to feel a chill. Northern Liang God King's 7th son, don't be too arrogant. Remnant Gang had originally been displeased with Li Shenzhou and wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. At this moment, seeing his ally being beaten so miserably, he could no longer stand it and immediately stepped in to help. He was seen wielding 2 8-pronged purple gold hammers in his hands, dancing as if the wind was howling, and heaven and earth were trembling. Each swing of the hammer contained endless power that could easily shatter mountains and rivers. If someone was unfortunate enough to be hit by this hammer, I'm afraid they would instantly turn into a puddle of flesh. However, Li Shenzhou still looked cloudy and unafraid in the face of these two strong enemies. He smiled gently, and with a movement of his divine mind, an ancient and mysterious cauldron appeared above his head. This cauldron exuded an ancient and pale aura, allowing people to feel the precipitation of age and the vicissitudes of history. The ancient tripod was none other than Li Shenzhou's innate magic treasure, the tripod of the 9 states. Chapter 74, Thunderous Measures. The body of the tripod of the 9 states flickered with strange runes, which intertwined with each other to form a mysterious divine light. These divine lights immediately enveloped Li Shenzhou's body, as if they had clothed him in an impenetrable divine armor, and no attack could penetrate this layer of protection. The 2 sledgehammers of the remnant gang bombarded heavily on top of the shield, splashing layers of ripples, but they never managed to shake Li Shenzhou in the slightest. Li Shenzhou had a disdainful face and didn't even bother to look at him squarely. He just raised his hand and pinched his finger, manipulating the tripod of the 9 states, only to see countless runes flashing out from the circumference of the tripod of the 9 states, which quickly coalesced into a thread of mana, like a spider's web sweeping towards Wu Hao, who was seriously injured and unable to resist. Before Wu Hao could make any reaction, he was already tightly bound by the dense threads of mana, unable to move in the slightest. He was shocked in his heart and tried to struggle to escape, but these threads were exceptionally tough and could not be broken free at all. Let go of me. Quickly let go of me. I am the heavenly pride of the 9 Phoenix clan. Shitzi, I know I am wrong. Spare me. Yu Hao was horrified and kept begging loudly for mercy. However, Li Shenzhou's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light, and the mana threads that originally bound Wu Hao instantly became even harder, and with a violent forceful tug, he even directly tore Wu Hao's body apart completely. Even with Wu Hao possessing the powerful physical body of the ancient demon race, he was unable to resist this terrifying power. In an instant, his body turned into a sky full of blood mist and broken flesh, splattering everywhere. The tripod of the 9 states seemed to have sensed the unique bloodline aura of Wu Hao's body, and those threads of mana were as if they were alive, quickly absorbing all of Wu Hao's flesh and blood. This shocking scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Li Shenzhou's thunderous tactics shocked the crowd present, especially Yi Wuhu and Feng Yanran. These supreme celestials, they were afraid of Li Shenzhou's strength. Everyone began to re-evaluate the gap between themselves and Li Shenzhou, thinking about what the chances of victory would be if they fought against him. Even though they might have a certain advantage in terms of realm, Li Shenzhou's methods were too shocking. Once they actually fought, I'm afraid they would need to pay a huge price. At the same time, the system's beeps kept ringing. Ding! Host shocks Lin Luo's heart. Favorability increased. Gained, emotional value plus 200. Ding! Host shocks Ning Tian's heart and creates fear. Gaining, emotional value plus 200. Ding! The host shocks Xiong Chomo's heart and creates fear. Gaining, emotional value plus 200. Ding! The host has shaken the Bodhisattva slave's heart and created fear. Gaining, emotional value plus 200. In the end, when Li Shenzhou heard the system's beep, he felt very satisfied. Another wave of leaks has been harvested. Mezzo. At this time, the tripod of the 9 states had already finished devouring Wu Hao's flesh and blood, and the runes surged and intertwined with light. The face of Remnant Gang, who was holding the twin hammers, changed suddenly. His heart was incomparably shocked, and his arrogance just now dissipated, and the whole person shriveled up quite a bit. Don't you want to find bad luck with the son of the world? Come on. Li Shenzhou's face was as usual, gently stretching out 2 fingers and hooking them, making a provocative gesture. The attitude is arrogant to the core. Then, the secret realm has already opened. I don't have time to waste time with you here. With that, the broken dipper turned around and ran wildly towards the secret realm as if he was fleeing. Che, when Bodhisattva slave saw the broken dipper in a wimpy stance, her pretty face showed disdain. Li Shenzhou looked at the fallen broken gang and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. His eyes scanned the crowd around him, his body exuding the aura of a superior. Anyone else who's upset with this world, feel free to come. Li Shenzhou looked around the room with a hint of provocation in his voice. His gaze swept over each and every one of them, as if telling them that if anyone dared to challenge him, feel free to let their horses come over. All the celestial pride were silent and lowered their heads. They felt the powerful aura emanating from Li Shenzhou, especially the powerful suppressive force that had just been displayed. Even Yi Wuhu's several people did not dare to say that they were sure of defeating it, let alone themselves. Do you still want revenge on me? Li Shenzhou walked slowly towards Bodhisattva Nu's side with steady steps. His eyes were as calm as water, but they were permeated with an irresistible majesty. He faintly asked, his voice as if from the abyss, cold and firm. Bodhisattva Nu's face became a little complicated. Her lips trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. She knew that she was not Li Shenzhou's opponent, but the hatred and unwillingness deep inside her heart made her unwilling to give up easily. Li Shenzhou stretched out a hand and gently cupped Bodhisattva Nu's chin. His fingers were long and strong as if they contained endless power. His deep eyes stared tightly at Bodhisattva Nu, and that gaze was like a sharp sword that penetrated her soul. Very well, this kind of stubborn eyes. This son likes it. I won't kill you, but remember, come back to me when you get a little stronger. Li Shenzhou's voice was low and magnetic, and his words were like a heavy hammer hitting Bodhisattva Nu's heart, causing her body to involuntarily tremble. After saying that, Li Shenzhou turned around and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm in a dashing manner, leaving behind a lonely and powerful back. Yi Wufei, Gu Jianshan, Feng Yanyan, Long Xiaotian, Ning Tian and the others, their faces were all very grave as they raised Li Shenzhou's threat level to the highest. After Li Shenzhou led Xia He and the others into the secret realm, the other celestial pride also took out their protective magic treasures and headed towards the secret realm. Bodhisattva Nu stood in place for a long time before coming back to her senses from the shock she had just experienced. She bit her lip and spread her wings to rush towards the secret realm, thinking of the embarrassment when she was pinched by Li Shenzhou's chin. Her pretty face flushed and she secretly resolved to find the war demon gun, and when she became stronger she must kill Li Shenzhou. Ding! Bodhisattva slave has a trace of strange feelings for the host. Gaining, emotional value plus 200. Duanmu Shui and the others were unable to enter the secret realm and could only wait outside. Within the secret territory, a bizarre aura filled the air, enveloping everything like a thick fog. This aura was even stronger than the outside world, capable of eroding one's soul and will. Many celestial pride had just stepped into the secret realm when they were eroded by the bizarre aura, losing their sanity and falling into madness. However, Li Shenzhou was not affected at all. He possessed the heavenly Yuan Saint body, and was even protected by the supreme bone, which prevented all evils from invading him. These bizarre auras were as nothing in front of him, unable to cause him any harm. As for Xia He and the others who did not have such a strong physique as his to resist the erosion, they could only take out the magic treasures that could guard their minds and souls given by Li Shenzhou one after another in order to resist the invasion of these evils. Nonetheless, they still feel a great deal of pressure. Master, Ning Tian has found an entrance to the underground palace. Just then, Li Shenzhou received a transmission from Chunlan. Chunlan not only informed him of the location of the entrance to the underground palace, but also described the surroundings in detail. It's true, Ning Tian, the treasure-seeking rat, has finally come in handy after all. Li Shenzhou was secretly happy in his heart. He knew very well that someone like Ning Tian, who was endowed with good fortune, would definitely have excellent chances in this kind of secret realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth rise slightly, revealing a smug smile. Come on, let's go harvest the leeks. Li Shenzhou's words caused Xia He, Xiao Ju and Dong Shui to look at each other in bewilderment. They really couldn't figure out why their master would suddenly talk about harvesting leeks. Could it be that the master had turned into an old farmer? Boom! A loud sound came from Li Shenzhou as he casually slapped out a large handprint in the void, slapping several mindless celestial pride into flesh. His movements were easy and breezy. Along the way, they went forward bravely, but whenever they encountered any demonic beasts that blocked their way, they cut them down without mercy. Soon, a dungeon entrance hidden in the dense jungle appeared in front of Li Shenzhou's eyes. It had to be said that this entrance was indeed very hidden, and if one wasn't deliberately looking for it, it would be difficult for the average person to discover its existence. Chapter 75, The Underground Palace. The other side. The entire secret realm was full of strangeness and menace, not at all like the ancient aura that had been described before. On the contrary, this place seemed to have been affected by some mysterious power, becoming unusually menacing, as if it was a cursed land. Many celestial pride had just stepped into the secret realm and were caught in a bloody killing spree, being attacked by crazed celestial pride and ferocious demonic beasts, and ultimately ending up dead. Within the underground palace, Ning Tian slowly removed his hood, revealing his true face. Here, he no longer needed to hide his identity because he was sure no one would recognize him. He led Jialan carefully through the complicated dungeon, alert to possible dangers around him. Compared to the outside world, the aura here was exceptionally dense, as if it had formed a separate small world. Ning Tian secretly marveled in his heart. Such a place must contain endless opportunities. Just then, Immortal Cloud's voice sounded in his mind. Apprentice, go to the right. I sense a strong ancient aura over there. There will definitely be many opportunities waiting for you. Hearing these words, Ning Tian's heart burst with excitement, knowing that this adventure would bring him unexpected rewards. Hearing that even Immortal Yun Xiao was so excited meant that the chances within were definitely not small. This underground palace was exceptionally huge. and Ning Tian managed to reach the deepest part of the underground palace after settling a few demonic beasts. He gazed at the gilded scene in the depths of the underground palace, and his entire being was deeply shocked. In the center of the huge palace, the corpse of an ancient divine dragon was suspended. This divine dragon corpse exuded an endless aura of majesty and sanctity. Its flesh and blood had rotted away due to the erosion of the years, leaving only a huge skeleton. The skeleton was covered with dense and ancient runes, which contained mysterious and powerful power, as if they were the most profound laws in the universe. Even though it was just a skeleton, it still exuded an irresistible vastness of dragon authority, which made people not help but feel a sense of awe, and even had an urge to kneel down and worship. O disciple, you are truly a person who possesses great fortune, to be able to find the remains of an ancient divine dragon. The cloud fairy within the ring was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. Not only that, but even Ning Tian himself felt incomparably excited. Just by feeling this terrifying dragon's might, he could imagine the invincible strength of this divine dragon when it was alive. If he was able to refine this divine dragon skeleton, then he would definitely be able to cultivate the divine dragon transformation of the 9 transformations of the divine devil into a peerless divine ability. There's still a trace of divine dragon essence blood remaining within this dragon bone. This time is truly a great opportunity. Immortal Cloudy Sky's voice began to tremble. If she could have encountered such a divine dragon skeleton during her heyday, she would have definitely been able to break through to a quasi-supreme, or even a supreme. Ha ha, my life is up to me, Li Shenzhou. I, Ning Tian, am going to rise again. Wait for your death. Ning Tian was ecstatic when he heard Immortal Cloudy Sky's explanation, and his entire body jumped with excitement. He cultivated the 9 transformations of divine devil and needed to refine the essence blood of various divine beasts to increase his strength, and this powerful divine dragon skeleton would definitely allow him to break through to Void God in one fell swoop. At that time, not to mention Li Shenzhou, it would not be a dream to push across the entire continent in the future. Apprentice, don't just get excited. Put this skeleton away and quickly leave this place to search for the 7 Inferno fixation grass. Yun Xiao Immortal's urgent voice came from her ears. For her, it was still the repairing of the damaged divine soul that was the important thing. Ning Tian skimmed his mouth in disbelief. Got it. Just as he was about to make a move to collect this huge skeleton, a man's voice came from outside. Stop. This is my dragon clan's belongings. The sound was like a bolt from the blue, shaking Ning Tian's ears. He turned around violently, his eyes like electricity, staring hard outside. The person who came was wearing dragon scale armor, with 2 horns on his head and an imposing appearance. It was the divine son of the South Sea Dragon clan, Long Xiaotian. With the map left behind by his clan, he had also found this underground palace early on. He was just slightly less lucky and took a lot of detours to find this place. Who are you? Ning Tian looked at Long Xiaotian warily, taking a fighting stance. Long Xiaotian's eyes were filled with greed when he saw such a huge skeleton of an ancient divine dragon. His 100 battles dragon body needed to keep refining the dragon bones if he wanted to quickly cultivate it to great success. This ancient divine dragon skeleton in front of him was definitely a rare material. It will definitely make his dragon body great. Who am I? I am the divine son of the South Sea Dragon clan. This item is the property of our dragon clan. If you are sensible, hurry up and get lost. Long Xiaotian's gaze was like a knife as he stared fiercely at Ning Tian and said. He didn't put Ning Tian in his eyes at all. A thing of your dragon race? That's really easy to say. The chances in the secret realm are all ownerless. Whoever sees it first is the one who owns it. This dragon bone is mine. Ning Tian frowned, his face grimacing. He understood that a big battle was inevitable. Chapter 76. Being eloquent may not be a good thing. This divine son asks you once more. Get out of the hall or stay here to be killed by me? Long Xiaotian's aura around his body steeply became harsh as his words fell. Worthy of being a void god powerhouse, just the release of his breath caused the great hall to start shaking. Jia Lan's heart tightened. She didn't think that Long Xiaotian would also come to grab the dragon bone. It made her realize that things were getting more complicated and dangerous. She didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly sent a message to Li Shenzhou to inform him of the situation. Long Xiaotian? Kind of interesting. After receiving the news, Li Shenzhou showed a hint of excitement on his face and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a sense of confidence and cunning. He seemed intrigued by what was about to happen and said softly, "Come on, let's go see a good show." On the side, Xia He's 3 daughters were once again looking at each other, thinking, didn't the master just say that he was going to cut leeks? I even have my scythe ready. Why do I have to watch the show again? The master's mind is getting harder and harder to guess. At this moment, Ning Tian's face was sunken, looking very unhappy. He has a stoic personality and hates threats from others. Facing Long Xiaotian's provocation, he frowned tightly and said with icy eyes, Long Xiaotian, don't you put me, Ning Tian, In your eyes? Long Xiaotian quenched a mouthful with disdain on his face before responding. Quench? Ning Tian? What kind of thing is that? Need this divine sun to put it in your eyes? Still really consider yourself as Li Shenzhou? These words deeply pierced Ning Tian's heart because Li Shenzhou had always been a pain in his heart. The hatred of taking the one he loved and humiliating himself in front of everyone was beyond him. Hearing Long Xiaotian mention Li Shenzhou, Ning Tian's face became more and more gloomy, and flames of anger flickered in his eyes. Li Shenzhou had become a taboo that he could not stand. Li Shenzhou, it's Li Shenzhou again. One day, I will definitely kill that bastard with my own hands. But before that, I will take care of you first. Ning Tian was finally angered to the extreme by Long Xiaotian's words. The aura on his body instantly erupted, like a powerful storm sweeping through the entire hall. Through months of diligent cultivation, under the blessing of the divine demon 9 revolutions technique, his had already reached the half-step Void God realm, and only needed an opportunity to achieve Void God. The current him not only possessed the Tsung Tian hegemony body but also the 9 revolutions of the divine devil. Even if he faced a Void God powerhouse, he wouldn't be afraid. What dragon? It's just a loach. In front of my old man, it's a dragon for me to coil and a tiger for me to lie down, Ning Tian said with a disdainful face. Before his words fell, a sound of a tiger's roar came from his body. The sound was deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. At the same time, Ning Tian's body was wrapped in a powerful aura, as if he had transformed into a ferocious demonic tiger, sending shivers down one's spine. Lowly human brat, how dare you disrespect the dragon race? You're simply seeking your own death. Long Xiaotian's eyes widened in anger as he roared loudly. He wasn't the type of person who would hold his tongue, and in the face of Ning Tian's provocation, he didn't hesitate to strike, only to see his eyebrows raised. The dragon chi on his body instantly erupted out, the dragon armor emitting a hissing and friction sound, his feet violently stepping on the ground, and his entire body rushing towards Ning Tian like an arrow off the string. A dragon and a tiger collided together at once, setting off endless waves of mana frenzy. The surrounding space was distorted by this force, forming a terrifying crack. Kid, I didn't expect you to possess the Tsung Tian hegemony body. As soon as the two of them exchanged hands, Long Xiaotian was surprised to realize that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary heaven's pride. Although his realm was lower than his own, his strength was not weak at all. The two of them fought back and forth, and for a while they were indistinguishable from each other. Boom boom boom, fist to fist, foot to foot. The battle between the two body-refining powerhouses was exciting. Li Shenzhou with 3 women also came here, far from the hidden figure and breath hiding in the dark, to see such a wonderful battle. Cannot wait to take out the melon seeds knocking to watch. Right at this moment, the voice of immortal Yun Shao suddenly came from Ning Tian's mind. Apprentice, stop fighting and hurry up to think of a way to leave with the dragon bone. There's another strong person coming. Immortal Cloudsore's divine sense was exceptionally powerful, and she could sense that someone had arrived at the Great Hall. So she hurriedly sent a reminder to Ning Tian. Since the last time she possessed Ning Tian, her divine soul had suffered great damage, and she was no longer able to help Ning Tian again, so she could only give him advice from the side. After Ning Tian heard Fairy Yinxiao's words, he immediately responded, got it. I'll settle the battle as soon as possible. Afterwards, he let out a loud shout. His body's aura surged once again, and his entire body blossomed with black light as he catalyzed the demonic tiger transformation to its strongest state. His strength and speed had been tremendously increased, displaying an astonishing prowess. Seeing the change in Ning Tian, Long Xiaotian's face became a bit gloomy. He didn't expect Ning Tian's strength to continue to rise, which caused a hint of vigilance to rise in his heart. He didn't dare to take it lightly, and a green light bloomed in his eyes while he recited an incantation under his breath. 100 battles dragon body, dragon man state. As his words fell, the dragon armor on his body quickly squirmed and all of it attached to the surface of his body, forming a hard armor. A pair of wings sprouted from his back, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and his entire body took on the form of a half-human, half-dragon. In this form, his strength was further enhanced, and his realm was comparable to a mid-void god powerhouse. Roar! Long Xiaotian didn't give Ning Tian time to react. He let out a dragon roar, a terrifying aura emanating from his body. His body swept out in front of Ning Tian, and with a single punch, 100 dragon patterns surged out, each of which contained a terrifying power. Ning Tian wouldn't sit back and wait for death. Facing such a powerful attack from Long Xiaotian, he had already prepared himself. He similarly blasted out a fist, which was like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, setting off a wave of mana that shook the entire hall. At this moment, Ning Tian had already entered the demonic tiger state. His moves were wide open and his power had become exceptionally strong. The two of them went back and forth, once again in a stalemate that was hard to break up. Ning Tian was secretly anxious in his heart. He knew that going on like this was not a solution. He had to find a way to break the deadlock. Right at this moment, two void palm prints suddenly coalesced from mid-air, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they came down towards the two men. Sensing the sudden danger, Ning Tian and Long Xiaotian's faces changed, and they hastily retracted their moves to avoid it, but they were still a step too late, and were affected by the aftermath of the palm print. Bang! Both of them were simultaneously shaken back a dozen steps, and a small mouthful of blood was spat out from their mouths. They looked up and saw that four figures had appeared in the Great Hall at some point and were looking at them coldly. Chapter 77, 1v2. Li Shenzhou? Ning Tian's eyes almost breathed fire, as if he wanted to burn the person in front of him to ashes. Ding! The host has infuriated the Son of Fortune. Ning Tian, gaining, emotional value plus 500. What? Li Shenzhou? How dare you sneak up on this divine son? After Long Xiaotian saw the true face of the visitor, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He never expected Li Shenzhou to appear in this place. Li Shenzhou's appearance caused the two people present to instantly tense up. Jia Lan pretended to be concerned and walked forward to ask Ning Tian if he was injured, but her beautiful eyes were always fixed on Li Shenzhou. On the other hand, Li Shenzhou at this moment appeared to be very cold as his gaze fell directly on the ancient divine dragon skeleton, completely not placing Ning Tian and Long Xiaotian in his eyes. Ning Tian's heart was filled with doubts, not understanding how Li Shenzhou was able to find this mysterious underground palace. But this moment was not the time to think about these issues. They had to first find a way to deal with the threat Li Shenzhou brought. Thus, he quickly turned his brain. His gaze turned to Long Xiaotian. His tone became softer as he tried to convince the other party to cooperate with him. Dragon Godchild, let's the two of us join forces. If we can't get rid of Li Shenzhou, no one will be able to obtain the dragon bone. How about we both decide who will take the dragon bone when we settle Li Shenzhou? Ning Tian continued to persuade. He knew that Long Xiaotian's dissatisfaction with Li Shenzhou had also accumulated to the extreme, but in order to defeat this powerful enemy, he had to unite all the forces that could be united. Long Xiaotian pondered slightly. Compared to Ning Tian, Li Shenzhou was a greater threat to him and was more irritating to him. It was just that his own chances of winning against this powerful opponent were indeed low. The chances of winning would be much greater if they had Ning Tian to help them. So he nodded without hesitation and said, "Good, we'll decide when we settle Li Shenzhou." At this time, Li Shenzhou stood in place, his face as calm as water without the slightest fluctuation. His deep eyes shone with determination and confidence, as if he had already known the end of this battle. The three women on the side took out their weapons and prepared to meet the battle. They gripped the swords in their hands tightly, their eyes revealing a determination. At the same time, Jia Lan, who had been silent all this time, also placed his hand on the long sword at his waist, ready to strike at any time. A cold look surfaced on her beautiful face as her gaze locked onto Ning Tian. The goal is self-evident. However, in the face of the combined efforts of both Long Xiaotian and Ning Tian, Li Shenzhou appeared unconcerned. The corners of his mouth rose slightly with a mocking smile as he said coldly, "Griffins are griffins, so what can two griffins unite?" These words were like a sharp sword, deeply piercing Long Xiaotian and Ning Tian's hearts. Long Xiaotian was enraged. He stared at Li Shenzhou with wide eyes, viciously staring at Li Shenzhou, the anger in his heart spewing out like a volcano. He could never have imagined that Li Shenzhou would be so contemptuous of their strength and completely disregard them. And Ning Tian was so angry that his liver hurt and his teeth clenched. "Jia Lan, you don't need to make a move. Just help us keep an eye on those three women next to us." Ning Tian didn't even notice the other party's strange gaze as he commanded. "Aha!" After the two of them aligned, Ning Tian and Long Xiaotian glanced at each other and both saw the look of determination in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they simultaneously executed their strongest moves and attacked towards Li Shenzhou. "Don't you guys make a move," Li Shenzhou said to the three Xiaohe girls. The three women knew that they were not strong enough to help, so if they rashly made a move, not only would they not be able to help, but instead they might become a burden to Li Shenzhou. So they retreated to the side to take advantage of the situation, vigilantly observing the surroundings to prevent other forces from taking advantage of the situation. 100 battles Dragon Claw. Long Xiaotian shouted angrily. The dragon pattern surged above his 5 fingers, instantly condensing a huge dragon claw, carrying a terrifying might, grabbing and ingesting fiercely towards Li Shenzhou's chest. This strike was infinitely powerful, as if it was going to rip space apart. At the same time, Ning Tian was not willing to show weakness. His body's aura erupted and he mouthed the words, "Divine Demon Transformation, Demon Tiger Fist." His body rapidly changed, his muscles bulged, and his entire body became abnormally tall and majestic, like a ferocious tiger demon. He waved his fists and smashed into Li Shenzhou like a mountain, carrying endless killing intent, vowing to tear Li Shenzhou into pieces. Facing the combined siege of the two, Li Shenzhou was fearless. His breath erupted violently. His mana was as vast as the sea, and his golden light surged out like waves. Without the slightest reservation, he directly summoned the tripod of the 9 states and suspended it above his head. This was one of his bottom cards and his most powerful magic weapon. The moment they struck, they were the strongest moves. Li Shenzhou roared. His hands pinched and manipulated the tripod of the 9 states to emit a brilliant light, colliding with Long Xiaotian's dragon claw and Ning Tian's fist. For a time, the wind and clouds in the sky and the earth changed, and the energy fluctuations were so intense that it seemed as if they were going to tear the entire world apart. Long Xiaotian and Ning Tian were both absolute heavenly tribulation. If it was anyone else, not to mention facing 2 people joining forces, it would be difficult for any of them to deal with it. Rumble. As a loud sound came, Li Shenzhou, Ning Tian and Long Xiaotian quickly fought to one place, only to see that they all exuded a powerful aura around them, causing ripples in the space. At this moment, the entire Great Hall of the Earth Palace was shaken by the intense battle and began to shake violently. The 3 Xiaohe girls who were in the middle of it, as well as Jia Lan on the side, all felt the threat from the battlefield, and had to offer up their own body protection treasures to withstand this powerful impact. After only a few moments, the 3 of them simultaneously stepped backward, their figures slightly unsteady. However, what was surprising was that even though Li Shenzhou was fighting against 2 strong enemies with the strength of one man, he had not fallen into a disadvantage. This result caused both Ning Tian and Long Xiaotian to be shocked in their hearts. How is this possible? The person in front of them was clearly only at the peak of the Seal King realm, so how was he able to fight against the 2 of them? And it was still a 1 against 2 situation. One had to know that Ning Tian, after transforming into a tiger demon, was a powerhouse equivalent to the Void God realm, while Long Xiaotian was even a mid-Void God. Such a disparity should have been readily apparent, but the reality was unexpected by all. Could it be because of that holy ranked magic treasure? The 2 of them couldn't help but look at each other and pondered in their hearts. Ning Tian's divine demon transformation state couldn't last for too long, so he had to fight quickly. His eyes rolled slightly, and a ploy sprang to mind. He secretly transmitted his voice to Long Xiaotian. Dragon Godchild. Later on, you go all out for the main attack. I will look for an opportunity to sneak attack him. With that, he dropped his right hand gently, as if waiting for the right moment. Long Xiaotian looked at him with such a confident look and nodded in agreement. After all, there didn't seem to be any other better way at the moment. Chapter 78. Ning Tian was stabbed in the back. Green dragon tearing Skyclaw. Long Xiaotian shouted angrily, and the dragon chi around his body erupted, letting out a sound of a dragon's roar, which was deafening and resonated between heaven and earth. Subsequently, his figure quickly changed and transformed into a huge green dragon shadow, attacking towards Li Shenzhou with teeth and claws. Li Shenzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of gravity. Sensing the powerful force of Long Xiaotian's strike, he pinched his right hand, and with a movement of his divine mind, the Kyushu tripod above his head emitted a humming sound, as if it had resonated with him. As he performed his spell, countless mysterious runes emerged on the surface of the tripod of the 9 regions, which shone with a dazzling light and constantly rotated and danced. Suddenly, the tripod of the 9 states shook violently, and countless runes erupted out, transforming into countless thin filaments of mana that swept towards Long Xiaotian. These mana filaments were as dense as a spider's web, forming an impenetrable barrier that firmly blocked Long Xiaotian's attack. In the face of a bewildering number of thin threads of mana blocking the way, Long Xiaotian's powerful strike was unexpectedly blocked several feet away. Unable to advance half a step at all, his claws became sluggish under the thin threads of mana, and each swing required a tremendous amount of effort. And those thin threads of mana were like a group of small flexible snakes, constantly entangling and pulling Long Xiaotian's claws, making it difficult for him to utilize his full strength. Just as the 2 exchanged blows, a cold aura flashed in Ning Tian's eyes and his right hand quietly reached into his arms, ready to pull out the Tang sect's concealed weapon, the hidden sand shadow, to sneak attack Li Shenzhou. He was well aware of Li Shenzhou's high strength, and if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to strike, he was afraid that it would be difficult to find a better time. So, he decided to take a chance, hoping to deal a fatal blow to Li Shenzhou. Li Shenzhou, go to hell, Ning Tian secretly said in his heart, while his right hand had already gripped the hidden shadow. However, just as he was about to unleash his concealed weapon for a split second, Yun Shao Immortal's anxious shout suddenly came from his ears. Apprentice, be careful behind you. Ning Tian was startled in his heart and hurriedly turned around to check. However, it was too late. Jia Lan had long since taken the opportunity to circle around behind him, and the long sword in her hand did not hesitate to stab him in the back. Ning Tian only had time to let out a miserable scream before he was pierced through by Jia Lan's sword. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his shirt red. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity on Xiaolan's face as she coldly looked at Ning Tian, who was collapsed on the ground, a cold smile spreading from the corner of her mouth. You? Why? Ning Tian was in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and doubt as he looked at Xiaolan, completely unable to believe that she would sneak attack him. And at this moment, Xiaolan's eyes were like electricity, ice cold and piercing to the bone, as she said coldly, "Dare to sneak up on your master. Damn you." As soon as the words fell, Xiaolan drew out her longsword, still wanting to attack Ning Tian again. Right at this moment, Immortal Yunxiao couldn't care less about the damage to her divine soul and violently erupted, shocking the sneak attacking Xiaolan out of the room. Springland. When Xiaohe and the others saw their little sister being sent flying by the shock, they were anxious and rushed forward to rescue each other. Ning Tian was covered in blood and severely injured, and had clearly suffered a considerable amount of damage. But fortunately, he possessed the Song Tian hegemony body, and this kind of sword wound was not enough to be fatal. He looked at Li Shenzhou with eyes full of anger. Bastard! Actually planting undercover agents around me. Despicable. Shameless. Ding! The host has made the son of Qi completely furious, gaining emotional value plus 500. Li Shenzhou looked at Ning Tian indifferently. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes as he sneered. A soldier is never too deceitful. Who made you defenseless against women? Hearing these words, Ning Weather felt so strong that he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shook as he angrily stared at Li Shenzhou and cursed through clenched teeth. You! When Long Xiaotian, who was tangling with Li Shenzhou, saw this scene, he couldn't help but curse. What a waste! He had thought that he had fought Li Shenzhou and Ning Tian could succeed in his sneak attack, not realizing that the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow bird was at the back. How could he not be angry? Disciple, we are no longer able to fight for the ancient divine dragon skeleton. Hurry up and run. There is no need to worry about it when you have a green mountain. Immortal Cloudy Sky hurriedly said. In this situation right now, it's lucky to be able to run away. Ning Tian's heart was unwilling. He gritted his teeth and looked at Li Shenzhou, letting out a roar. Li Shenzhou, I'm not done with you. Disregarding her own safety, Immortal Yunxiao attached herself to Ning Tian's body and forcibly exerted her divine power, taking him with her as a gust of wind and flying towards the outside of the hall. Don't run! Xiaohe and the others still wanted to go after him, but they were stopped by Li Shenzhou. Let him run. It's just a small leak. Now the three finally understood what cutting leaks was, and it turned out to be Ning Tian. Seeing Ning Tian escape, Long Xiaotian could only face Li Shenzhou alone. In his heart, he secretly complained bitterly. Originally thought that he could use Ning Tian's power to seize the skeleton of the ancient divine dragon, but now it seemed that it was a basket of water. Not only that, he had to face a powerful opponent like Li Shenzhou. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Li Shenzhou sneered and looked at Long Xiaotian and said, Do you want to escape too? His tone was full of mockery and provocation. Long Xiaotian's face sank. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Humph! I am the divine son of the South Sea Dragon clan. Will I back down so easily? Without this human waste getting in the way, it's even better to take advantage of my heart. The attraction of the ancient divine dragon skeleton was too great for him. He didn't believe that with his own void god realm, plus the 100 battles dragon body would be no match for Li Shenzhou. Dragon divine son? Oh, it's just a little loach. Li Shenzhou sneered. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. This ancient divine dragon skeleton, this son of the world is going to use it to feed my little pet. Be sensible and hurry up and get lost, or die. Unbridled. Hearing these words, Long Xiaotian was instantly enraged. His eyes were wide and full of grimace. Li Shenzhou, how dare you insult me? If I don't kill you today, it will be hard to resolve my heart's hatred. As soon as the words fell, Long Xiaotian catalyzed the 100 battles dragon body, and his entire body suddenly surged wildly with dragon chi, and the aura around him also gathered crazily, forming a powerful spiritual pressure. In the blink of an eye, his body changed, transforming into a huge green dragon, snaking and circling, tens of meters long, emitting a dazzling green light, majestic and awe-inspiring. As the dragon form appeared, a terrifying true dragon pressure spread out, like a huge mountain suppressing towards Li Shenzhou, ready to completely devour him. In the face of such might, Li Shenzhou was not the least bit afraid. His face became gloomy, his starry eyes flashed with divine light, and his hands quickly pinched, only to see that the tripod of the 9 states seemed to feel something. The runes flashed continuously, as if it was a living creature, and began to wail on the surrounding aura, absorbing all of the aura within the entire underground palace into it. At the same time, the body of the tripod of the 9 states began to skyrocket, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge behemoth. Li Shenzhou pushed forward with both hands, and the gigantic tripod of the 9 states with endless might crashed fiercely towards Long Xiaotian, who had transformed into a giant dragon. Rumble! The tripod of the 9 states and the green dragon collided together with a huge explosion, and the entire hall shook violently, almost collapsing, as countless pieces of debris fell from overhead. Xia He and the others' faces changed drastically, and they all sacrificed their magic treasures to protect themselves and the stunned Chunlan. Chapter 79: Food for the Golden Dragon of Luck. As the dust settled, the tripod of the 9 states flew back to Li Shenzhou's side like a bird returning to its nest, quietly hovering in the air. On the other hand, Long Xiaotian was like a falling meteor, ruthlessly smashing into the ground. His original dragon form instantly dissipated and returned to human form. At this moment, his body was covered in wounds and bruises, and scarlet blood was constantly spitting out from his mouth, so it was obvious that his injuries were extremely heavy. Dead silence enveloped the underground palace, as if time had frozen. Everyone was shocked beyond words by this scene, their eyes staring blankly at what was happening in front of them. Long Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Shenzhou. His eyes filled with horror and awe. He had confidently thought that with his status as an absolute heavenly pride, he could practically run amok in this secret realm. However, reality slapped him in the face and knocked him a bit dumbfounded. Facing Li Shenzhou, he was surprisingly powerless to fight back and could not even make the other party take a step back. The other party was like a deity on high, looking down on him indifferently, his face filled with sarcasm and disdain. This sense of frustration caused his Dao heart to begin to falter, nearly collapsing. How is that possible? You're clearly only in the Seal King realm. Long Xiaotian collapsed to the ground, questioning unwillingly, his voice carrying a desperate roar. Li Shenzhou looked at him as if he was looking down on a mole cricket and said indifferently, "This son just doesn't want to raise his realm. If he wanted to, it would be a matter of minutes if he wanted to break through to a true god. He wasn't bragging. With the system he had, he could always exchange his emotional value for a cultivation card to raise his realm. Moreover, the Kyushu tripod could also help him condense the aura of heaven and earth. So wanting to break through was as simple as drinking water. The only reason he's not rushing this is because he wants to play a big game." "No!" Long Xiaotian stood up with great difficulty, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth as a dragon chi erupted around him. The cultivation level was also climbing. The 2nd level of the Void God Realm, the 3rd level of the Void God Realm, 9th level of the Void God Realm, True God Realm. He burned his dragon element and prepared to fight Li Shenzhou. Raising his cultivation in this way for a short period of time was drinking hemlock to quench his thirst. Even if he killed Li Shenzhou, he would still become a cripple, but he couldn't care less. The humiliation and hatred drove him mad. So terrifying. True God Realm. The 3 Xiaohe girls looked at each other's realms and also revealed shocked eyes as they looked at Li Shenzhou with worry. They knew the power of the True God Realm and couldn't help but sweat for Li Shenzhou in their hearts. Seeing that Long Xiaotian actually wanted to fight for his life, Li Shenzhou also raised an eyebrow. The corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. "Lost your mind? Since you want to seek death, let me fulfill you. As a heaven's destiny villain." Li Shenzhou possessed incomparable strength and talent. Suppressing and killing a minor villain like Long Xiaotian was simply a breeze for him. Green Dragon Explosion. Long Xiaotian's entire body burned up, transforming into a fire dragon rushing towards Li Shenzhou, ready to do a jade and stone burn. His face wore a determined expression, clearly having put life and death at risk. However, in the face of the other party's same strike, Li Shenzhou did not flinch at all. "Pathetic. Overrate yourself." Li Shenzhou pushed his hands together, and countless amounts of mana coalesced in midair to form 2 large hands in the void, as if they were able to tear apart the heavens and the earth, causing the great hall to tremble crazily. The great hand seal of the void. As he let out a low shout, the great handprint in the void carried a destructive momentum towards Long Xiaotian. At the same time, golden light blossomed in front of Li Shenzhou's chest as countless golden runes coalesced and transformed into a golden light pike that came along with the great handprint in the void to suppress it. This golden light pike was like a bright meteor that crossed the sky, stabbing straight at Long Xiaotian's vitals. At this moment, the entire hall was enveloped by Li Shenzhou's aura, and everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. Long Xiaotian felt an irresistible force. His face became as pale as paper and his eyes revealed a look of despair. Rumble! Along with the loud explosions, the entire underground palace began to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Immediately afterward, a stream of blood soared out furiously, and severed limbs flew everywhere. Long Xiaotian's right arm and legs had been torn from his body stiffly, and he was covered in blood as he fell heavily to the ground, his hair scattered and his breath dying. The 100 battles dragon body. It can't be wasted. Li Shenzhou took a step closer and looked at the half-dead Long Xiaotian. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind as he raised his hand and summoned a Chi-Luck golden dragon the size of a small snake from within the tripod of the 9 states. Although this Chi-Luck golden dragon was small in size, The dragon authority it emitted was exceptionally powerful, causing Xia He and the others present to almost kneel down and worship. Chi Luck, Golden Dragon. How did you get? Long Xiaotian, who only had half a breath left, stared wide-eyed at the small golden shining dragon in front of him, his face filled with disbelief. This son of the world has a lot of cards, so you can be at ease and become food for the Chi Luck Golden Dragon, Li Shenzhou said indifferently. At the same time, with a movement of his divine mind, that Chi Luck Golden Dragon seemed to have received some sort of permission and immediately pounced towards Long Xiaotian. You, what are you going to do? I'm the Dragon Clan's divine son. Don't. Right in front of Long Xiaotian's shocked and fearful eyes, the Chi Luck Golden Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it. After devouring Long Xiaotian's Chi Luck Golden Dragon, its body blossomed with golden aura. Its body size grew by a circle as if blowing air is visible to the naked eye, and the dragon's might was much stronger, as if it was an emperor who was reigning over the world. After the Chi Luck Golden Dragon devoured and refined Long Xiaotian, its gaze turned back to the ancient divine dragon skeleton, revealing a greedy look. Want some? Li Shenzhou looked at the Chi Luck Golden Dragon and asked. The Chi Luck Golden Dragon nodded fiercely, like a child who saw his beloved thing. Then it's for you. Li Shenzhou stroked the Chi Luck Golden Dragon's head, clearly already treating it as his pet. Roar! Hearing that he was able to devour this ancient divine dragon skeleton, the Golden Dragon of Chi happily let out a dragon roar, and then opened its mouth and began to devour this huge ancient divine dragon skeleton. Xia He and the others were wide-eyed. They could hardly imagine that such a small Chi Luck Golden Dragon could actually devour such a huge skeleton. His mouth was open as if he could swallow several eggs. Chapter 80: Ning Tian's Road to Escape. The entire size of the Chi Luck Golden Dragon that had swallowed the skeleton of the ancient divine dragon skyrocketed once again, turning from the original 3 or 4 feet to 4 or 5 feet long. The dragon's might was also incomparable to before, becoming more powerful, majestic and sacred. Its huge body exuded a suffocating pressure, as if it was able to suppress all living beings in heaven and earth. A pair of dragon's eyes exuded a pale and ancient light, like 2 brilliant jewels set on top of the dragon's head, revealing endless wisdom and power. The golden dragon chi surrounding it was shrouded like a mysterious veil, making it look even more mysterious and unpredictable. Countless arcane runes hovered between the dragon's claws, shining with a strange light, and these runes seemed to contain some kind of ancient power that made people feel incomparably awe-inspiring. The divine and incomparable Chi Luck Golden Dragon seemed to be able to dominate everything in the world, and its very existence was an existence that transcended common sense. Roar! The Chi Luck Golden Dragon let out a loud and resounding dragon roar. The sound waves shook and shook the already precarious underground palace. The walls began to collapse and cracks appeared on the ground. Master, the underground palace is going to collapse. Let's get out. Seeing the situation, Xia He set up the fainting Chunlan and said to Li Shenzhou, Good. Li Shenzhou nodded and then looked at the Chi Luck Golden Dragon, only to see it lying on the ground with a docile posture, respectfully allowing Li Shenzhou to mount it, obviously recognizing him as his master. Otherwise, with the lofty pride of the Golden Dragon of Chi Luck, even when it was inside Li Hao's body in the first place, it had never shown itself. Li Shenzhou smiled with the corner of his mouth, nodded slightly, and rode on top of the back of the Golden Dragon of Chi Luck with a dashing movement. His posture was upright, a white as snow tunic hunting in the wind, his hands behind his back, complementing the Golden Dragon underneath him, just like an immortal descending to the world. With a calm and steady face, he harnessed the Golden Dragon and sped towards the outside of the underground palace along with the 3 women. At the same time, he sacrificed the 9 states tripod, and the brilliant and dazzling body protection divine light instantly enveloped everyone. Even though boulders were constantly rolling down above the underground palace at this moment, under the shelter of this body-protecting divine light, it was unable to cause the slightest harm to them. After Xia He and the other women witnessed Li Shenzhou's endless layers of divine and wonderful methods, their loyalty to him climbed even higher, having reached a state of worshipful obsession. At this moment, even if Li Shenzhou told them to die, a few of them would carry out the order without hesitation and would not even blink. Thinking back to the beginning, when they were dispatched to Li Shenzhou's side as attendants, their hearts were filled with reluctance and resistance. After all, they are all from extraordinary origins. Some are princesses of a country, some are goddesses of a clan, and some are even the pride of a clan, and they are all high-minded and proud in their day-to-day lives. And now that she had to serve Li Shenzhou as a maid, she only felt that she was being coerced by the Northern Liang Divine King's house and endured the humiliation. It's a tiger being bullied by a dog. To serve as a maid to a dude is to humiliate yourself in 100 ways. However, as time went by and they gradually got to know Li Shenzhou better as a person, they realized that he could always bring them one surprise after another. Now that I think back to being able to become Li Shenzhou's maid, this was a great opportunity. Various resources, not to mention, Weekdays Li Shenzhou daily reward. Enough for many ordinary cultivators for a year. Not to mention that he would also reward some high-level pills and magic treasures and techniques every now and then. Chunlan Shaha and the few of them couldn't be driven away even if they were driven away now. When Li Shenzhou and the others came out, the entire underground palace completely collapsed. Just then, a loud bang came, drawing countless people to gather around. When the crowd fixed their eyes on him, they couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, "Oh my god, isn't that Li Shenzhou, the son of the Northern Liang God King? Yes, that's him. Wow, is that a legendary dragon he's riding? Please, can you take out the, please? Who can't tell that's a golden dragon?" The Celestial Pride were all shocked when they saw Li Shenzhou stepping on the golden dragon and flying out from the underground palace. To have an augur dragon as a mount was already incomparably honorable. Nowadays, Li Shenzhou actually possessed a golden dragon as his mount. It was really trenchant. Many of the Heavenly Pride, their hearts were sour. Li Shenzhou took out a few pills and handed them to Xiaohe and signaled her to feed them to Chunlan. Not long after, Chunlan slowly woke up, gradually regaining clarity of consciousness. With a sharp jolt, she sat up with a nervous expression and anxiously looked around and asked, "Where is Ning Tian? Is the master alright?" Apparently, her memory was still stuck in the moment of the battle just now. When she realized that Li Shenzhou was standing in front of her unharmed, the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and tears gushed out of her eyes like a flood that broke the dike as she choked and said, "Master, Chunlan, you did a good job this time. Go back and reward you properly." Li Shenzhou revealed an elegant smile, making Chunlan's heart warm. Ning Tian escaped from the underground palace with great difficulty with the help of immortal Yun Zhao's life-sacrificing assistance. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a bright moon. The moonlight illuminated the earth, as well as Ning Tian's pale face. He walked out of the underground palace with great difficulty, his body bathed in blood, his breath weak, and he looked very wretched. After many of the Heavenly Pride saw him, they thought that Ning Tian had gained some unparalleled opportunity, and thoughts of greed welled up in their hearts. They all gathered towards Ning Tian, greed flickering in their eyes, all wanting to take some captive from him. Ning Tian felt the blazing gazes and greedy desires of the surrounding Celestial Pride, and a bitter smile ran through his heart. He didn't realize that he had escaped from the dungeon with such difficulty, only to be plunged into another crisis. At this moment, the sword wound on his body had stopped bleeding after taking the stop bleeding elixir, but it had already reduced his strength greatly. Faced with a dozen or so Heavenly Prides chasing him, he felt incomparably wretched. Damn it, this group of Heaven's Pride is truly shameless. Ning Tian's brows were furrowed and his face was waxy as he angrily cursed. How dare you people take advantage of someone's danger and be as difficult to deal with as a maggot attached to the bone. Quickly hand over the treasures you obtained from the underground palace, or you will surely die without a burial place. A great Han Kingdom's Heavenly Pride threatened. Right, as long as you hand over the treasure, we can spare your life. Another Heavenly Pride from the Hegemony sect chimed in. You're already seriously injured. There's no way you can escape us. The Heavenly Pride of the formative sect laughed coldly. Quickly tell me, where exactly did our Divine Son Long Xiaotian go? Why can't we feel the Divine Son's aura? A Dragon Race Heavenly Pride questioned. Ning Tian was now at a loss for words. Saying anything was futile. The only way was to quickly get rid of his pursuers and find a place to heal his wounds. His face was extremely reluctant, but now he had no other choice but to hold his last card in his hand. Since the last time when he tried to use the Buddha's Wrathtang Lotus to die with Li Shenzhou to no avail, the only card left in his bottom hand was the Stormy Rain Pear Blossom Needle. It was intended to be a killing move when dealing with Li Shenzhou. Right now it has to be used. Chapter 81 Ancient Sword Dust's Cruelty. Ning Tian's figure stopped violently, causing the crowd chasing behind him to be somewhat surprised. They had some suspicions in their hearts, but their interests drove them, making them not care about thinking too much and attack towards Ning Tian. Ning Tian's eyes cold aura snapped, and his pale face turned hideous as he bellowed under his breath. Don't blame me for the killers if it's you guys who seek your own death. Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Before the words fell, his right hand flung out steeply, and a treasure was cast out by him. Before the crowd could see the true appearance of the other party's magic treasure, countless dark silver rays shot out, like torrential rain in pear blossoms, covering an extremely wide area and pouring down towards the dozen or so pursuers. These people had their minds on the injured Ning Tian, not realizing that their opponent would have such a powerful concealed weapon. Seeing the overwhelming silver ons falling towards them, most of them didn't react and were immediately penetrated through their bodies by the silver ons. Only a few Celestial Pride with slightly higher cultivation and sharp reflexes hurriedly offered their protective treasures to block the silver awnings. But even so, these people's faces instantly turned pale. Come after me again and you won't be so lucky next time. Ning Tian looked at the several Celestial Pride not far away and said with cold eyes. At this moment, He had already pocketed all of the dead Heavenly Pride storage rings and was holding the Stormy Rain Pear Blossom Needle, looking at the several people in front with a vigilant face. Hearing Ning Tian's words, a few of the Celestial Pride's faces looked unsightly, but they were all afraid of the concealed weapons in Ning Tian's hands, and didn't dare to easily go up and chase after him. After all, having just seen the power of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, no one wanted to be the next victim. Helplessly, the several Celestial Pride could only watch Ning Tian turn and leave. Just shortly after Ning Tian left, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and his body shook a few times, almost falling to the ground. The forceful use of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Pear just now had caused a great backlash against him, causing his injuries to further deteriorate, and he eventually couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Apprentice, leave the Green Mountains behind. Find a place to heal your wounds first. I barely possessed my body to help you escape just now, and now my soul is severely damaged, so I need to fall into a deep sleep immediately. Remember, you must help me find the 7 inflammation fixation herb. Immortal Cloudy Sky's voice seemed very weak, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Ning Tian's heart shook when he heard Immortal Yun Xiao's words. He knew that Immortal Yun Xiao had paid a huge price to help him, and if he couldn't find the 7 inflammation fixed god grass, not only would he be sorry to Immortal Yun Xiao, so he said, Master, don't worry, I will definitely find the 7 inflammation fixed god grass. Immortal Cloudy Sky's figure then completely disappeared, apparently having fallen into a deep sleep. Ning Tian hurriedly called out a few times in an attempt to wake up Immortal Yun Xiao, but the other party never responded in any way. Li Shenzhou, actually planting spies around me, what a vicious bastard. Thinking of this, Ning Tian clenched his fists, his teeth gnashing. Deep within the secret realm, an ancient and mysterious aura filled the air, and a huge ancient teleportation array stood silently. There were 8 entrances to this teleportation array, named after Open Door, Hue Door, Birth Door, Injury Door, Do Door, Jing Door, Death Door, and Surprise Door. Each entrance emitted a different light, as if leading to a different world. Several figures quietly appeared here. The leader was a man wearing a green-colored Taoist garment. He had a handsome face, and his posture was as straight as a sheathed sword, emitting a palpitating sword aura. He was the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land, Gu Jianshan, who was known as a genius of the sword Dao and possessed the appearance of a dragon and phoenix. Lord Saint's son, there are 8 entrances here. We don't know which one we should choose, a follower asked respectfully. Gu Jianshan's face sank slightly, then his eyes were like torches as he scanned the surrounding area. Then he said indifferently, each of the 8 of you will go in one door. His tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Those 8 followers looked at each other in dismay. They knew deep down that this trip was a case of 9 deaths. In the face of Gu Jianshan's orders, none of them dared to disobey. If anyone dared to say a word of disapproval, I'm afraid that they would immediately be beheaded on the spot by Gu Jianshan. Unable to do anything about it, they could only force themselves to each pick an entrance to walk into. Ah! As a miserable scream rang out, a terrifying force suddenly emerged from the 7 entrances, instantly engulfing those 7 followers. Their bodies shattered in an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and they died miserably in the midst of it. Only the follower of the Deathgate, unharmed, shouted from within, Holy Sun, this is the correct entrance. Gu Jianshan nodded slightly, a faint smile spreading at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes suddenly became sharp. Looking straight at the huge rock in the distance, he stretched out his 2 fingers like a sharp sword, instantly condensing a stern sword chi that violently shot out. Only a loud rumbling sound could be heard, and as soon as the boulder touched the sword chi, it exploded and turned into flying dust in the sky. And right in the middle of this smoke and dust, a slender woman's figure quietly emerged. She was seen wearing a black leotard, with a graceful and valiant figure, which perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. There was even a pair of wings on her back, and she was actually a goddess Bodhisattva Nu from the Demon Wing clan. So it's the goddess of the Demon Wing clan. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Jianwan's eyes, then the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. You're sneaking around here. Could it be that you want to take advantage of my lack of preparedness and sneak attack this saint's son? There was a slight chill in his gaze as he gazed coldly at Bodhisattva slave, and a hint of greed was still vaguely flickering in the depths of his eyes. After all, what man could not be moved by such a beautiful and touching woman? Bodhisattva Nu's face was as calm as water as he indifferently responded. I merely happened to be passing by this place. With her cultivation nowadays, she was by no means an enemy of Gu Jianshan, so how could she dare to take action against him so easily? It was just that when I happened to pass by the place, I was attracted by what was happening in front of me and couldn't help but look at it for a few more moments. However, Gu Jianshan's ferocity and cruelty still shook her heart. I didn't realize that in order to find the entrance as soon as possible, I would actually let my own followers take their lives to explore the path. Chapter 82, The Demon General's Tomb Mansion. Passing by? What kind of coincidence is that? The corners of Gu Jianshan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, and a sharp chi sword quickly coalesced at his fingertips, which was flexibly manipulated by him, as if he was ready to shoot out at any time and take the Bodhisattva slave's life straight away. What do you mean? Bodhisattva Nu's face sank, his eyes flashed with an icy light, and he asked in a cold tone. Nothing in particular. It's just that since the secret of this teleportation array has been discovered by you, you must not be let off easily. Gu Jianshan's eyes were cold as he played with the chi sword in his hand and said leisurely, What do you want? Bodhisattva slave asked warily. This saint's son gives you two paths to choose from. Either die here or obediently plant a slave mark and become my follower. Gu Jianshan wore a teasing expression on his face as he gazed playfully at the other party, waiting for her response. Gu Jianshan, you're bullying people too much. Bodhisattva Nu was so angry that her face turned blue, her beautiful features instantly becoming distorted. She originally did not want to clash with the other party, so she chose to hide, but now she was met with such difficulties and insults. Holy Sun, let my subordinates go and capture this woman and present her to you. One of Gu Jianwan's followers was eager to show himself and please his master. His feet slammed on the ground and his figure quickly rushed towards Bodhisattva Nu like lightning. Seek death. Seeing this, the Bodhisattva Nu's heart was furious to the extreme, and with a petulant cry, her palm surged with rolling demonic chi, fiercely slapping towards this impatient follower. Rumble! The fist force and palm wind collided like two stars, stirring up a violent ripple of mana. The power clash between the two caused the surrounding air to become distorted, as if it was about to be torn apart. The man who had followed Gu Jianshan could not withstand the impact of this terrifying force, and his body involuntarily flew backwards, eventually falling heavily to the ground. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, obviously suffering from a considerable injury. Rubbish! Disgrace this saint's son! Gu Jianshan looked at the collapsed man. A trace of disgust and anger flashed in his eyes as he cursed fiercely. Bodhisattva Nun, it seems that you have chosen a path of no return, so don't blame this saint's son for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. Gu Jianshan's voice was cold and merciless, and his eyes revealed a hint of determination. As his words fell, an air sword that shone with a cold light suddenly coalesced in Gu Jianshan's hand. This chi sword exuded a palpitatingly harsh killing aura, as if it was able to cut through all existences that stood in its way. Heavenly Sword Demon Destroyer. Gu Jianshan swung his right hand violently and sped his chi sword towards Bodhisattva Nu. The chi sword cut through the air with a silvery glow, carrying a sharp cracking sound as it rushed towards Bodhisattva Nu at an astonishing speed. Bodhisattva Nu secretly screamed in her heart. She knew that Gu Jianshan was a void god powerhouse, and his strength was far beyond her ability to contend with. She quickly took out a protective treasure and tried to defend herself against Gu Jianshan's attack. That protective treasure was an ancient shield with a hideous beast face design carved on it. The shield exuded a mysterious aura and clearly had a powerful defense. However, when Gu Jianshan's chi sword came into contact with the beast-faced shield, the shield instantly cracked open. The chi sword was unstoppable, directly penetrating the shield and continuing towards Bodhisattva Nu. Bodhisattva Nu's eyes widened, her face filled with horror. She tried her best to dodge, but the speed of the chi sword was too fast to react. Pust! The chi sword pierced through the Bodhisattva slave's body, bringing out a cloud of blood. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth, and her entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, eventually falling heavily to the ground. Bodhisattva Nu was lying on the ground, his eyes closed tightly, unconscious, his life and death uncertain. Just then, Li Shenzhou suddenly felt something and a flash of color flashed under his eyes. Ha! One of my little leeks seems to be in danger. Anyone who dares to touch the leeks of this son of the world will die. He had secretly placed a tracking compulsion on Bodhisattva slave when he pinched his chin before entering the secret realm. This kind of compulsion could not only report the other party's location back to Li Shenzhou at any time, but even the threat to the Bodhisattva nun's life would make him feel something in his heart. Let's go and save my leeks. On the other hand, Gu Jianshan did not kill the Bodhisattva slave, but rather, he seriously injured him and then gave him a capture. He was prepared to wait for the matter of the secret realm to be resolved, and then bring it back to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land to deal with it slowly. He had 108 ways to make her behave. In this mysterious space, the thick demonic aura was like a thick layer of haze, suffocating and depressing people. The surroundings were dead silent, without any breath of life, as if they were in an ancient battlefield of righteousness that had been forgotten by time. Gu Jianshan led his group forward cautiously, their body protection astral energy flickering around them, forming a sturdy shield to prevent them from being eroded by the demonic aura. Nonetheless, each face remained wary and cautious. However, the reason why Gu Jianshan was able to find this place was not because of coincidence or luck. In fact, He had once stumbled upon an ancient book that had been left out in the hidden scripture cabinet, which actually hid a precious map about the secret realm of the unseen. And what this map indicates is this mysterious little space in front of us. According to the records, this Godslayer demon general was incredibly powerful and once caused a huge uproar in the Four Directions Immortal region, with countless powerful people losing their lives to him. In the end, it was the Wei Yang realist who suppressed him here at great cost. Legend has it that the Demon Slayer demon general possesses a quasi-saint artifact level treasure called the War Demon Lance. This magic treasure has drawn on the blood of countless powerful people and has become an indestructible killing weapon. If we can obtain this treasure, we might be able to find the opportunity to become a saint. A hint of greed flashed in Gu Jianxin's eyes. After all, for cultivators, becoming a saint was the highest pursuit. Now, what lay before him seemed to be a path to the Holy Realm. Chapter 83. Li Shenzhou entered the Tomb Mansion. The attraction of this quasi-saint artifact of the Godslayer demon general was simply too great. Even for someone with an extremely gloomy heart like Gu Jianxin, there was a smug smile hanging at the corner of his mouth at this moment. The inheritance of the Godslayer demon general is mine. Gu Jianwan scanned this space and realized that a dead silence permeated the darkness in the distance. Worthy of being the tomb of a demon general, it's truly a terrifying demonic aura. If one were to get contaminated with it, even if one doesn't lose one's mind, one would still damage one's physical body. The corner of Gu Jianxin's mouth hooked into a cold smile as a powerful sword aura filled his body, protecting him from the demonic aura. The group continued to walk forward, and suddenly, many age-modeled wooden coffins emerged from the depths of the darkness, suspended in mid-air. These wooden coffins and outer coffins emitted a rich devilish aura, and had obviously been eroded by devilish aura for countless years, and were ominous objects, seemingly sensing the breath of a living person. The seals on these wooden coffins and outer coffins actually began to loosen, emitting gusts of terrifying ghostly howls that sent chills down one's spine. Sacred Son, these coffins are permeated with evil. Shouldn't we send someone to check them out first? A Heavenly Sword Holy Land disciple was afraid in his heart, so he asked smartly, "Don't panic, it's just some demons," Gu Jianxin said in a cold voice. "Xia Juanjia, go over and check it out." Xia Juanjia really wanted to smack himself. He shouldn't have said more. He didn't dare to disobey ancient Sword Dust's order, so with a flash of his body, he flew towards those wooden coffins. Flying closer, Xia Juanjia realized that the seals on these wooden coffins and outer coffins had completely broken, and a strong demonic and eerie ghostly aura emanated from inside. "This is a 10,000-year-old demon corpse," Xia Junxiol cried out in horror, a look of despair on his face. He hurriedly turned around and prepared to run away, but the demonic corpses had already awakened, and they sensed the scent of a fresh living person and became abnormally violent, rushing towards Xia Juanjia. "Holy Son, help me!" Xia Juanjia cried out in panic, while at the same time exerting his sword skill to fend off the demonic corpse's attack. Heavenly Sword subdues demons. A silver sword light covered the sky, as if the Milky Way was falling into the 9 heavens, enveloping towards the devil corpse. This move specializes in defeating demons and evil spirits, and it was amazingly powerful when he performed it. However, these demonic corpses were very powerful, and the sword light kept hitting its body, but it seemed unable to stop it from moving. The demonic corpses hissed a few times, then easily broke through the blockade of Unjun's sword technique, and one of the demons quickly pounced on him. "Ah!" Xia Juanjia let out a miserable scream and was viciously pounced on by the demonic corpse. The demonic corpses began to frantically tear into his body, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome scene. The rest of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's disciples were pale with fear. They had never seen such a terrifying demonic corpse before. They were not ordinary demons and evil spirits, and they were not even afraid of the demon suppressor sword. Not only did they possess the powerful strength of the Seal King realm, but since they were dead things themselves, they were not afraid of swords at all, and could not even feel the pain of injury. Xia Juanjia's cries for help echoed in the air, causing the other Heavenly Sword Holy Land disciples to feel helpless and fearful. "This is too scary. Let's run away from here." A Heavenly Sword Holy Land disciple screamed in terror, his legs going weak as he turned around and tried to escape. However, before he had the chance to take a few steps, Gu Jianxin's sword chi had already condensed into a huge palm in his palm, instantly grabbing that disciple and throwing him unceremoniously in the direction where the demonic corpse was. "Holy Son, you, ah!" The moment this disciple threw himself at the demonic corpses, he was pounced on by a few of them to partake of them. The gore is creepy. Gu Jianxin really is ruthless. The other Heavenly Sword Holy Land disciples witnessed this scene and were so frightened that no one dared to mention the word escape anymore. They had engaged in fierce battles with the demonic corpses. They were going to die anyway, so they might as well fight with the demonic corpses. These disciples were all powerful Seal King realm or above, and once they stabilized their army, they gradually discovered that the weakness of the demonic corpses was in their heads. As long as they were able to decapitate or shatter the heads of the demonic corpses, they would be completely dead. Despite the ferocity and cruelty of the demonic corpses, after all, they were just corpses without a spirit. Soon, under the concerted efforts of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, they were decimated one by one. Right at this moment, Li Shenzhou and his group finally arrived in front of the teleportation array. They stood in front of the 8 different entrances, and without the slightest hesitation they directly walked into the dead door. The reason why he made such a decision was because Li Shenzhou felt a familiar aura. There are fluctuations in the imprints of the Bodhisattva slaves here. This leak, Gu Jianshan, actually took away the Bodhisattva slave. This happened to give Li Shenzhou and the others a clue to enter the teleportation array. After all, if they chose the wrong entrance, it was highly likely that they would be lost in the twisted space and never be able to get out. When the 5 people stepped into this demon general's tomb mansion, they immediately felt the demonic aura and eerie, dimly lit environment that permeated the surroundings. The entire space was filled with a creepy atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine, especially the 4 women of spring, summer, autumn and winter. They heard the ghostly cries and howls that came from time to time, and goosebumps unconsciously rose up on their bodies. Master, it's so scary here. Chunlan tightly hugged Li Shenzhou's arm, her body trembling slightly. It had been a long time since she had snuggled up next to Li Shenzhou like this, taking the opportunity to express her feelings of dependence to him. Don't be afraid. I am here to protect you. Li Shenzhou gently wrapped his arms around Chunlan and gently comforted. His voice was as warm as the spring breeze, making Chunlan feel at ease. Master, I'm also very scared, so scared that my tail is up. You also hug me. Xiaohe, who was on the side, couldn't help but pout when she saw that Chunlan got cared for by Li Shenzhou. She hoped to draw more attention from Li Shenzhou and strive for more favor. Autumn Moon and Winter Snow were equally unwilling to show weakness. The 4 women hugged Li Shenzhou tightly as if they were wombats. Li Shenzhou smiled helplessly. He realized that the original happiness could sometimes become a trouble. However, this fragrant scene seemed to have enraged the demonic corpses, and hissing ghostly sounds came from many of the coffins. Immediately afterward, a head of demonic corpses covered in red hair and with eyes flashing green slowly sat up from the coffin, then quickly rushed towards them. Master, look, what's that? It's so ugly. Autumn Moon cried out in horror, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. Several other women were also frightened. They scrambled to pick up their weapons and protect in front of Li Shenzhou. Clanking, the strength of the 4 women of spring, summer, autumn, and winter were all quite good, with Chunlan having stepped into the early stage of the Seal King realm, while the other 3 women were at the late stage of the Seal Marquis realm. After engaging in a fierce battle with the demonic corpses, they soon felt overwhelmed and kept retreating. These demonic corpses possessed great strength, and if their weaknesses weren't clear, then they were an almost immortal existence.